Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Blackbone dagger became a standard-issue weapon that the Special Response Department spared no expense to equip all anti-anomaly agents with, primarily because of its ability to penetrate anomaly energy defenses. Not only could it breach anomaly spaces, but it was also particularly effective against anomalies that used anomaly energy for protection. The Freak clearly relied on anomaly energy to enhance its physical hardness, which happened to be perfectly countered by the Blackbone dagger. The dagger stabbed into the Freak's eyeball, splattering dark blood. Fong Mingwei, mimicking Shen Ge's technique with the butcher's cleaver, gripped the hilt with both hands and forcefully sliced downward along the Freak's head. However, the split-open head of the Freak didn't contain anything resembling a brain. Instead, there was a thumb-sized, pulsating heart. Fong Mingwei reacted swiftly. Upon seeing the thumb-sized heart, she immediately judged it to be the Freak's weak point and slashed down with her knife, severing the heart. But what utterly surprised Fong Mingwei was that even with its head split open and the heart cut out, this Freak could still move around vigorously. The bone cage creaked and groaned as the Freak tore at it. Fong Mingwei was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Once a Freak of this level broke free from the bone cage, killing it would become far more difficult. Read complete version only at novel-fire.net. Fong Mingwei activated her anomaly hide bracer, using the inflated airbag to push against the bone cage, jolting the Freak and disrupting its attempts to tear the cage apart. Then, she moved behind the Freak, plunged the Blackbone dagger into its back. The Freak let out a piercing screech. The entire bone cage was now severely deformed. The Freak gripped the bone cage with both hands, shaking it violently. The cage slammed into Fong Mingwei, causing intense pain as if struck by a sledgehammer. If not for the anomaly hide armor she wore, those impacts would have certainly caused severe internal injuries. Fong Mingwei relentlessly stabbed with the Blackbone dagger in one hand while tightly gripping the control end of the anomaly bone rod with the other, constantly consuming the rod's anomaly energy to reinforce the defense. Before the anomaly bone rod's energy was depleted, the Freak's vitality was exhausted first by Fong Mingwei's assaults. Watching the motionless Freak in the cage, Fong Mingwei didn't even have the strength to retract the anomaly bone rod. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. After resting for a while, Fong Mingwei's gaze fell upon the small heart discarded beside the bone cage. After a moment's thought, she used the Blackbone dagger to pick it up, then took a fist-sized water bottle from her backpack, drank the water, and stuffed the small heart inside. The half-body anomaly hide armor still had over 3 minutes of duration left. With only 3 anomaly energy canisters total on her, she wanted to conserve them. Fong Mingwei returned to the location of the previous transparent barrier. Testing it with the Blackbone dagger, she had assumed the barrier would disappear after killing the Freak, but the dagger was once again blocked by an invisible force. Fong Mingwei had no choice but to retrace her steps. However, when she returned to the three-way intersection, the intestinal corridor was gone, replaced only by a door with a heart pattern. Her eyes scanned the dark passages to the left and right of the intersection. She extended the anomaly bone rod into the passages to probe, but encountered the same situation as earlier with the main hall entrance being blocked by black mist. An invisible wall stopped the rod. But when they first arrived at the intersection, Shen Ge had tested the 2 dark passages with 2 flashbang grenades. Although the light source behaved strangely, it was confirmed that the flashbangs could be thrown in, meaning there was no invisible wall at that time. Forcing me to take the middle door, Fong Mingwei frowned. She pushed the heart-pattern door with the anomaly bone rod. Sure enough, with a grating creak, the double doors slowly swung inward. When the door fully opened, utter darkness lay within, accompanied by a wave of nauseating rot that assaulted her senses, nearly making Fong Mingyue vomit. Fong Mingyue shone her flashlight inside, but the beam of light vanished the moment it entered the room, just like when it was shown into the dark corridors earlier, disappearing inexplicably. She tried probing forward with the anomaly bone rod again. The rod extended into the room smoothly without any obstruction. Just then, the room ahead suddenly lit up with a dim red glow, similar to the previous two dark red corridors, terrifying and oppressive. The room resembled a hotel office area, furnished in an old-fashioned style. Under the eerie, dim red light, it gave off a feeling of a haunted office. Fong Mingyue didn't rush into the office area. Standing at the doorway, she used the anomaly energy detector to scout. The detector beeped incessantly, its numbers constantly changing, indicating there was definitely more than one anomaly inside the office area. However, Fong Mingyue didn't have time to consider how many anomalies were in the office area now. With only this path available forward, backward, left, or right, her only alternative was to stay put and wait for Shen Ge's rescue. Fong Mingyue wasn't one to sit idly by, and moreover, she didn't want to hold Shen Ge back. Shen Ge was the future of the Special Response Department. She would never allow Shen Ge to be endangered because of her. Even though she knew the terrifying, oppressive room was problematic, even if it were a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, she had to brave it. If I can't even overcome difficulties like this, how can I talk about chasing after investigator Shen's footsteps? Fong Mingyue's eyes became resolutely determined, and she stepped directly into the office area. In the dim room, only the inherent dim red light allowed for visibility. At this moment, Fong Mingyue felt immensely grateful for Shen Ge's cultivation. If he hadn't recommended numerous horror movies to her in the past, merely stepping into this oppressive and terrifying room would have made it impossible for her to remain as calm as she was now. That's right. After the capital anomaly disaster, Fong Mingyue, remembering Shen Ge's teachings, spent all her free time outside of training, catching up on films, even studying anatomy during meals with Jigsaw and Jason, and having the witching hour help her sleep every night with assists from main Kayako. Although she had been scared unconscious numerous times during this period, that wasn't the point. The point was, after this long-term training, Fong Mingyue had also developed strong nerves, embodying the spirit of dare to say, dare to practice. The oppressive light in the office area didn't halt Fong Mingyue's steps. Gripping the black bone dagger tightly, she cautiously moved forward. Gurgle, gurgle, that familiar swallowing sound again. The sound echoed throughout the office area, seeming to surge from all directions, yet also like an eerie noise emitted by the office area itself. Fong Mingyue suddenly heard a sound different from the usual swallowing coming from a corner ahead, resembling the sound of bubbles popping. Holding the black bone dagger in one hand and the flashlight in the other, she adopted a posture ready to counterattack at any moment and carefully approached the corner. Between the desk and the front right of the office area and the wall, on the empty floor, stood several black wine jars, each nearly half a meter tall. As Fong Mingyue drew near, these wine jars made bubble-popping sounds. Then their top lids slowly opened like the mouths of pitcher plants. It was then that Fong Mingyue realized these weren't wine jars at all, but fleshy, meaty pots. Next, Fong Mingyue watched as from within these meat pots, a pale bone hand with fingers a full 20 centimeters long slowly extended, followed by an arm covered only by a layer of skin, and then an entire emaciated skeletal person. Gurgle, gurgle. These freaks stared at Fong Mingyue, making swallowing sounds like anomalies from their throats, then slowly walked towards her. Although Fong Mingyue had long known that the 12 branches were researching methods to incubate artificial anomalies, witnessing it firsthand still filled her with immense shock. If the 12 branches were allowed to continue their research, it was possible that one day humans would no longer exist on Earth, replaced only by these inhuman monsters. Fong Mingyue decisively raised her gun and fired. The assault rifle spat fire, rattling off bursts that struck the dry, shriveled heads of the freaks, splattering flesh and dark blood with sickening thuds. When one freak's head was blown apart and it fell, a nearby freak immediately pounced on the corpse and began to devour it. As the freaks cannibalized their kind, their bodies visibly filled out, covered by a layer of black skin, and began to grow barbs. Fang Mingyue's heart sank. She could see that if these freaks continued to eat their dead comrades, they would eventually transform into the 3-meter-tall freaks like the one in the corridor earlier. Dealing with just one such freak had been extremely strenuous for her. How could she allow them to continue evolving? She threw her 2 remaining grenades at the cluster of meat pots, then used her rifle to prevent the other freaks from feeding on the corpses. Several magazines were quickly emptied. Fang Mingyue switched to using her anomaly energy equipment to deal with the remaining freaks. While firearms were convenient and fast, anomaly energy gear felt more natural in her hands. The anomaly hide armor had depleted its energy and retracted back into its bulletproof vest form. Since these newly born freaks were far weaker than the previous 3-meter-tall one, Fang Mingyue didn't recharge the armor. After killing all the freaks in the room, Fang Mingyue used the black bone dagger to pry open their heads, retrieving fingernail-sized small hearts. She used the dagger to pick up these small hearts and put them into the bottle containing the previous heart. But as soon as she dropped one in, the original thumb-sized heart opened up like a mouth and swallowed the new, smaller heart. Fang Mingyue stared in stunned silence for a moment. Then, remembering how the freaks had cannibalized each other, it suddenly didn't seem so surprising. But wouldn't this potentially feed a higher-tier anomaly into existence? Fang Mingyue was worried. She held the bottle and observed for a while. After the thumb-sized heart swallowed the fingernail-sized one, it returned to its original state and became still. After a moment's thought, she added another small heart. The larger heart moved again, opening its mouth and consuming its counterpart once more. For safety's sake, Fang Mingyue decided not to continue feeding it. If she accidentally created a boss, that would truly spell trouble. She tore off a small piece of cloth, wrapped one of the fingernail-sized hearts, and dropped it into the bottle. This time, the original heart showed no reaction. Confirming this method worked, Fang Mingyue proceeded to wrap each small heart in cloth and stuff them one by one into the bottle. Soon, the bottle was full. After storing the bottle away, Fang Mingyue continued searching for an exit in the office area. As she approached the door of a small room deep inside, she suddenly felt a mysterious and eerie aura enveloping her. It felt as if something within the room ahead was watching her. This oppressive, bizarre sensation made it hard for Fang Mingyue to breathe. Her face gradually paled, and her aura grew colder. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by the thunderous sound of collapse, the entire office area shook violently. The ceiling and floor near the door to the dark red corridor began to crumble first, quickly spreading inward through the office area. Fang Mingyue had no time to think. Ignoring the oppressive weirdness emanating from the room ahead, she slammed the door open with a bang and swept her flashlight inside. Seeing the situation inside the room, the color drained from Fang Mingyue's already pale face, replaced by a look of horror. Around the large round table in the 20 to 30 square meter conference room sat numerous emaciated freaks, faceless like the anomaly bus driver. The moment Fang Mingyue opened the door, all the faceless freaks turned their gaze towards the entrance. Then, they slowly stood up, their eyes glowing with a crimson light. With collapse behind her and a large group of freaks of unknown strength ahead, Fang Mingyue was caught between a rock and a hard place. But rather than be buried alive, she chose to fight desperately. Just as Fang Mingyue charged into the room, ready for a life-or-death battle with these freaks, her vision blurred. The freaks suddenly plummeted downward, their upper bodies sinking into the floor as if falling through it. Then, their heads grotesquely fell from their necks, as if severed by a sharp blade. Dark blood splattered, and the heads rolled and tumbled across the floor. Simultaneously, the tremors in the area intensified further. The space within the conference room twisted severely. Although Fong Mingyue didn't understand why the freaks had died so abruptly, with the conference room on the verge of collapse, she had no time to ponder other possibilities. Her only option was to use the anomaly bone rod to create a bone cage around herself and employ the anomaly hide bracer's airbag for cushioning against the collapsing ceiling. However, just as Fong Mingyue prepared to activate the anomaly bone rod, a figure materialized within the distortion, Niu twisted space of the conference room. Shen Ge, clad in his full crimson mist form battle armor, appeared abruptly on the conference table. In his left hand, he held a string of severed heads. In his right, his dripping butcher's cleaver still slick with black blood. Seeing this, Fong Mingyue was instantly overjoyed, immediately understanding who had killed the freaks in the conference room. Investigator Shen. Clearly, both Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue had been in this same conference room, just in disjointed spaces and times. Shen Ge, using his trait Anomaly Domain, had slain these freaks first. Shen Ge deactivated the Crimson Mist form and jumped down from the table. He tossed the string of freak heads into a corner and looked at Fong Mingyue. "Are you okay?" Fong Mingyue shook her head, then glanced up at the shaking ceiling. "Investigator Shen, this place seems like it's going to collapse. I can use the anomaly bone rod to make a cage, combined with the airbag for my bracer. It should hold against the falling debris. But if we do that, we'll be trapped underground. Don't worry. I found the anomaly's heart and destroyed it. The anomaly died, which is why this place is collapsing. Come here, I'll get you out." Shen Ge placed a hand on Fong Mingyue's shoulder, activated his invisible anomaly domain, targeted the shaking ceiling with collapse, and then, leveraging his anomaly hide boots, leaped upward. Fong Mingyue felt her vision blur, and then she miraculously passed through the ceiling. By the time she regained her senses, they were standing on the street in front of the hotel. Fong Mingyue was speechless with shock. After getting separated from her, Shen Ge had relied on his past experience to continue searching deeper into the anomaly's body. Facing the traps set by the anomaly, he completely disregarded convention, which unexpectedly led him straight along the correct path to the innermost ventricle. The anomaly, sensing danger, had created countless antibodies to block Shen Ge. Those freaks, much like Lu Zhongrui had done before. Utilizing his traits and the rotten flesh armor, Shen Ge eliminated numerous antibodies, destroyed the heart, and found a door at the far end, which led to the conference room. Once the anomaly died, the already precarious hotel completely collapsed, and the disjointed spaces began to repair themselves. Just as Shen Ge was worrying about how to find Fong Mingyue, she had fought her way to the conference room as well. And so, the two of them emerged from the hotel haunted by a fifth-stage anomaly, surviving the ordeal. Shen Ge also gained 8,000 system points and 6 chances to draw F-grade supply items. Out of danger, Fong Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. She followed Shen Ge to a nearby supermarket to rest briefly, replenishing their energy with some food and drink. "Earlier, I was blocked in the corridor, couldn't go forward, so I had to turn back. Then I encountered a 3-meter-tall freak. After killing it, I found this heart-like thing in its head. The emaciated freaks had them too, and they would cannibalize each other." Fong Mingyue swallowed the biscuit in her mouth and took out the bottle containing the hearts to show Shen Ge. Unexpectedly, Shen Ge simply pulled out a long string of thumb-sized hearts from his blood-hide backpack and placed them on the table. "Oh, these? I collected quite a few myself. I saw they could consume each other. Seemed interesting, so I gathered some to take back for the R&D department to study." Fong Mingyue looked at her small bottle, then at Shen Ge's large string, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Eat up. We've left the anomaly space of the hotel now. Without the overlapping spaces as a protective shield, we're likely affected by the misfortune anomaly's domain again. Let's eat and drink our fill and get out of here before our luck runs out." Since Tokyo Tower is the epicenter, there are probably many high-level anomalies there, which means overlapping spaces must exist too. Once we enter that area, we should be safe. Shen Ge said. "Okay." Fong Mingyue nodded. After a short rest in the supermarket, they each took some water and food, then moved through the streets, avoiding the parasitized individuals, and rushed towards Tokyo Tower. Just after crossing 2 blocks, Shen Ge faintly heard a rumbling, booming sound coming from the distance. Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue exchanged a glance, instinctively darting to the shelter of a wall and peering into the fog-shrouded streets ahead. Under the dim streetlights, some massive shape seemed to be running towards them from the other end of the street, colliding with buildings and vehicles along the way, creating chaotic noises. When they clearly saw the gigantic running object, Shen Ge was utterly dumbfounded. It was a hand? Oh my God, there's a hand running down the street. Seeing the thing clearly this time, even Shen Ge couldn't help but show an expression of astonishment. Under the gloomy sky, on the fog-shrouded streets, a 3 to 5 meter tall hand ran rampant. Even Shen Ge found this somewhat absurd. Even though they were now in an era where anomalies ran wild, and the foundation of anomalies lay in non-human creatures, the hand ahead was clearly a human hand. Just as Shen Ge was mentally complaining the hand, he received an even more ridiculous prompt from the system. Host is currently in close proximity to a 5th-stage anomaly, located at the Anomaly Energy Convergence Center of multiple overlapping anomaly spaces. Detection indicates the host's current strength is no match for these 5th-stage anomalies. Reckless engagement will inevitably lead to imminent death, beyond rescue, certain doom, inescapable peril, and a slim chance of survival. Please cherish your life and flee immediately. The long-lost literary nonsense from the system, capped off with a slim chance of survival. For a moment, Shen Ge didn't know where to even begin complaint. One thing was certain. After leaving the hotel, Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue were still trapped within multiple overlapping anomaly spaces. The good news was they were temporarily free from the influence of the misfortune anomaly domain. The bad news was, according to the system's prompt, there should be quite a few 4 years later 5th-stage anomalies present here. It was like the screen was filled with small fry, with plenty of 2nd and 3rd-stage elites mixed in. Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue's plan to reach Tokyo Tower quickly had fallen through. System, perform an anomaly energy scan. Initiating scan of multiple overlapping anomaly spaces. Scanning. Current number of overlapping anomaly space layers, 7. Shen Ge glanced at the map. It was a dense sea of red, making it impossible to distinguish the parasitized individuals from the actual anomalies. Can you filter out the parasitized individuals and low-stage anomalies? Shen Ge asked, now marking high-stage anomalies in the current area. After the system rescanned the multiple anomaly spaces, within the area covering the entire block centered on Shen Ge, the densely packed small red dots disappeared, leaving only some larger red dots and red markers the size of fingernails. So you can filter out parasitized individuals and low-stage anomalies. Shen Ge had been complaining the system inside the hotel for not being as practical as Little 7, thinking the inability to filter low-stage anomalies made the map function a useless sea of red. He never expected the system had a filtering function. It just needed Shen Ge to request it actively. TCH, no update announcement after an upgrade. Negative review. Yet, the system still held no high status in Shen Ge's eyes. He could easily find 10 or 8 flaws to pick on. However, with the map, system's markings, Shen Ge could now roughly see the locations of the high-stage anomalies. The 5-fingered maiden, running under the setting sun, was one of the 7 fingernail-sized markers. 7 layers of anomaly spaces, and this is just the initial stage of the outbreak. No wonder it became a critical node in the logs, and even the latest logs couldn't find an effective solution. Shen Ge zoomed in on the map. Besides the anomalous hand, another high-stage anomaly was located behind the collapsed hotel. Fong Mingyue, seeing Shen Ge observing the collapsed hotel, instinctively looked over as well and immediately spotted a massive shape moving towards them through the heavy fog. Investigator Shen, look in the fog. Something seems to be coming this way. Fang Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Shen Ge had also noticed the colossal figure in the fog. From a distance, the monster appeared at least 20 meters tall, somewhat similar to the third-stage anomalies from the capital anomaly disaster. As the giant anomaly approached, the ground shook with heavy thuds. "Let's go." Shen Ge judged a safe position based on the giant anomaly's path and directed Fang Mingyue to hide with him inside a shop. 2 minutes later, the giant anomaly strode past, its massive legs stepping over the shop. Looking up from beneath the giant anomaly, its limbs alone were over 10 meters long, but their length and thickness relative to its body size made it seem like an emaciated person. From its huge torso extended countless tentacles, which continuously scooped up parasitized individuals and low-stage anomalies along its path, stuffing them into its mouth. Judging by its size, it should be at least a third-stage anomaly. At this rate of consumption, it will probably mutate to the fourth stage before long, Shen Ge said gravely. "Should we stop it from eating more? What do you need me to do?" Fang Mingyue asked, her tone suggesting she wouldn't hesitate even if Shen Ge asked her to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire. Just as Shen Ge was contemplating how to deal with this giant anomaly, it confronted the running anomalous hand. Anomalies consuming their own kind could rapidly digest the other's anomaly energy, the fastest way to cause mutation. Therefore, for anomalies, the allure of their own kind far exceeded that of ordinary life forms. Both the giant anomaly and the anomalous hand were fifth-stage anomalies from 4 years in the future, so it was no surprise they focused on each other. Fang Mingyue was surprised that 2 high-stage anomalies had confronted each other so easily. Perfect. We'll wait for them to weaken each other, then reap the rewards. In situations like this, the utility of Shen Ge's system's devour ability became apparent. Fang Mingyue noticed the fog around the fighting anomalies was growing thicker. Investigator Shen, the fog in the air seems denser. I suspect one of these two is the anomaly creating this heavy fog. Hiding in thick fog is a common tactic for anomalies. It's probably the big one. Look, the giant anomaly came from the direction of the hotel ruins. As it moves this way, the heavy fog moves with it, Shen Ge pointed out. Reminded by Shen Ge, Fang Mingyue noticed the mass of heavy fog seemed to envelop the giant anomaly, moving forward with it. Thinking about it, it made sense. Only a large target like this giant anomaly would need thick fog for concealment. Investigator Shen, over there another one. As the distant fog thinned slightly, Fang Mingyue immediately spotted another colossal figure emerging from behind a distant building. The anomaly's crimson eyes were particularly conspicuous. Seemingly attracted by the battle between the giant anomaly and the hand, it began striding towards them with massive steps. Well, is this a family reunion for Cthulhu? Shen Ge looked at the large anomaly covered in tentacles and felt a strong urge to complain that it was like a family gathering. What should we do now? Fang Mingyue asked. Shen Ge glanced at the map. Influenced by the battle between the giant anomaly and the hand, more and more anomalies were gathering in this direction. The most up-to-date N0vels are published on novelfire.net. Doesn't matter. The more chaotic, the better. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Shen Ge used the map and the anomaly's movement paths to predict if their passing would affect the shop they were hiding in. If so, they clearly needed to change locations sooner rather than later. Fang Mingyue was also using the anomaly energy detector to lock onto the surrounding anomalies and found several moving towards them. Besides these large anomalies, many low-stage anomalies are also being drawn by the sound of battle. Investigator Shen, should I lure a few over to deal with them to avoid us being surrounded? Better if I go. You stay here. Shen Ge considered that with his invisible plus silent dual traits, he could attack and retreat safely. Even when luring anomalies, he could choose to eliminate the targets directly. So, Shen Ge informed Fang Mingyue of the general distribution of high-stage anomalies on the map, instructing her to find a safe spot to hide. Then, he entered the heavy fog to hunt anomalies. Stepping into the thick fog, Shen Ge immediately activated the invisible trait to turn invisible, avoiding entanglement from the wandering parasitized individuals. The essence of this heavy fog was anomaly energy. The trait Shen Ge activated also affected himself through mental power. The clash of anomaly energies immediately caused a strong reaction. It was like two incompatible gases constantly churning and stirring in a bottle, instantly disrupting the calm within the heavy fog. This heavy fog was an ability similar to an anomaly domain produced by the giant anomaly. The reason for saying similar was that it was only third stage, merely possessing this special fog ability, not a true anomaly domain. Therefore, even though Shen Ge's own anomaly energy was relatively weaker, the giant anomaly's fog couldn't affect the effectiveness of his invisible trait. Shen Ge walked some distance towards the source of the loud battle noises ahead. Initially, besides the combat sounds, there were no other noises in the thick fog. But as he got closer to the eye of the storm, the surroundings gradually became strange. Faint, hunched figures began appearing in the surrounding fog, seemingly moving around Shen Ge and gradually closing in. Although the heavy fog limited visibility greatly, Shen Ge recognized the silhouettes as the freaks they had encountered in the hotel. Both Shen Ge and Feng Mingwei had slain many freaks. These freaks weren't anomalies themselves, but a higher level of parasitized individuals. Compared to ordinary parasitized individuals, who could only breed new parasitic anomalies through their own death, these freaks could, after consuming a certain number of life forms in their own kind, produce those meat pot-like eggs. These would then hatch into new freaks after some time. Their combat power was stronger than ordinary parasitized individuals, and coupled with this unique reproductive ability, they had become the superior replacement for parasitized individuals. Shen Ge suspected these freaks were the new product being tested by the 12 branches in this Toko anomaly disaster. These freaks retained one characteristic of parasitized individuals: extreme sensitivity to sound. After entering the heavy fog, Shen Ge had only activated invisible, not silent simultaneously. This caused the freaks to gather upon hearing the sounds he made. However, Shen Ge found it strange. The battle noises from the large anomalies were much louder than the sounds of his movement. Why were the freaks targeting him? To test his hypothesis, Shen Ge activated silent, instantly masking his nearly negligible footsteps. Yet, even then, the humanoid figures continued to linger nearby. Shen Ge's vision was severely impaired in the thick fog. Even though he felt the figures were only a few meters away, he couldn't see their true forms clearly. Thick fog, lingering human figures. If this were an ordinary person, they would either be lost in the fog or scared into unconsciousness by now. While Shen Ge wasn't exactly afraid, he felt the fog was becoming increasingly bizarre. It was even becoming hard to breathe, as if the air entering his lungs wasn't normal, but chilled air from a cold storage room. It was now clear the fog and the figures were problematic. But Shen Ge's skill made him bold. Faced with such an eerie scene, instead of thinking about how to extricate himself, he actually pursued the figures. He even deactivated both invisible plus silent, waiting for the figures to catch up. Initially, the distance between Shen Ge and the figures was about 7 or 8 meters. But after walking for a full 5 minutes, the distance remained 4 or 5 meters. Did I accidentally enter a distorted space again? Shen Ge frowned slightly, recalling that spatial distortion seemed to be the anomaly domain ability of the 3-headed, 6-armed artificial anomaly like Lu Zongrui. Could it be someone from the 12 branches was hiding in the shadows, using the anomalous fog to activate this ability? Just then, Shen Ge noticed the silhouette of the figure directly ahead was becoming clearer. As it clarified, the surrounding figures gradually dissipated. The freak before him was continuously approaching Shen Ge. With each approach, Shen Ge felt the surrounding temperature drop. This freak was far more powerful than those in the hotel. Shen Ge stood his ground, already covering himself with the full-body rotten flesh armor. The butcher's cleaver was simultaneously delivered into his hand by a tentacle extended by Little 7. Although Shen Ge had stopped moving, the tentacles extended by Little 7 continued to stretch forward, attempting to locate the freak's true position. Half a minute later, having extended the rotten flesh tentacles to their maximum range of 20 meters, Little 7 successfully made contact with the freak's location. Through scanning, Little 7 quickly transmitted the freak's image back. The freak was similar to the 3-meter-tall Wan Fong Mingyue encountered in the intestinal corridor, covered in black hide armor covered with barbs, crimson eyes, and a mouth taking up half its face, making it look ferocious and terrifying. Even more terrifying was that this freak possessed the 3 heads, 6 arms trait characteristic of the 12 branches squad leaders. It had 3 heads and 6 arms. Shen Ge continued standing guard but had already activated the crimson mist form of the rotten flesh armor. Gripping the butcher's cleaver, he slowly retracted the extended rotten flesh tentacles to gauge the freak's position. The freak was closing in, and the system kept warning Shen Ge to retreat. But Shen Ge waited quietly, waiting for the right moment to strike. 10 seconds later, judging through the rotten flesh tentacles that the freak had entered the optimal attack range, Shen Ge chose to strike from this distance to ensure success. Domain of Stillness. Entering bullet time, everything around Shen Ge slowed down. The anomaly energy generated by the expanding anomaly domain clashed with the heavy fog, causing the space near the affected area of the stillness domain to twist and distort violently, as if torn by 2 powerful hands from different sources. At that moment, Shen Ge appeared behind the freak, his butcher's cleaver slashing down hard at its neck. Thwack! The sharp cleaver cut through the black hide armor covered in anomaly energy, as if severing the freak's blood vessels. In the next instant, black blood sprayed out. Gurgle! Gurgle! The freak's remaining 2 heads simultaneously emitted deafening swallowing sounds. But Shen Ge had long been prepared for an all-out attack. He wouldn't strike unless he was sure not to let the freak escape. While the cleaver severed 1 head, the anomaly's stomach devoured another. Little 7 mobilized all its tentacles, tightly coiling around the freak's remaining head and 6 arms, buying time for Shen Ge. After Shen Ge cut off 1 head, he immediately cooperated with Shao Qi to deal with the other head. The monster broke free from the restraints of the rotten tentacles and hugged Shen Ge with 6 arms at the same time. But the next moment, the arms were blocked by an invisible barrier. Unable to trap the opponent with his anomaly domain, Shen Ge immediately changed position. Collapse. Shen Ge seamlessly switched anomaly domains. The moment the invisible domain unfolded, the freak was already plummeting downward. After this set of combos, the 3 heads and 6 arms were reduced to just 2 heads. For the final one, Shen Ge controlled the anomaly stomach to give a powerful tug and slash, resolving it smoothly. Host has eliminated a 5th stage anomaly. Rewarding system points X1000, F-grade supplies X3. The anomaly corpse can be sold for system points to draw various equipment and items. Selling 5th stage anomaly, value 3,000 system points. Another 3,000 system points entered his account. Shen Ge's gaze immediately swept towards the faintly visible figures in the distance, clearly intending to take this opportunity to farm a good amount of points. While Shen Ge was trapped in the heavy fog zone of the multiple anomaly spaces, several international anti-anomaly organization rescue teams that had set off by sea also entered the inland sea area of the Kawashina ward. Due to the storm influenced by misfortune not yet subsiding, only 4 of the 6 rescue vessels successfully entered the designated area. The remaining 2 had to turn back. However, soon, Japan's big brother, the United States, demonstrated its due capability by deploying a submarine patrolling nearby. At this point, Japan had no time to question why their big brother had quietly stationed a submarine near the inland sea. They just wanted to get the International Anti-Anomaly Organization personnel into Toko City as soon as possible to jointly resolve the anomaly disaster. The rescue agents sent by these two international anti-anomaly organizations initially thought taking the submarine would allow them to smoothly bypass the storm zone and reach the designated landing point. Little did they know that not only did they fail to pass through the storm zone, but the submarine also got trapped in the inland sea area next to Kawashino Ward due to the influence of an anomaly space. With storms above and anomaly spaces below, the American soldiers were on the verge of tears. The only solution was to find the anomaly hidden in the sea and use anomaly energy equipment to create a spatial distortion, allowing the submarine to escape safely. After the Capital Special Response Department developed the latest anomaly energy detector, the International Anti-Anomaly Organization purchased a few at high price. One of the two teams on this submarine was essentially the private army of the International Anti-Anomaly Organization, so the team leader was equipped with an anomaly energy detector. Guided by the detector, the submarine quickly pinpointed the location of the deep-sea anomaly, creating the anomaly space. The good news was the detector indicated this deep-sea anomaly's energy level was between second and third stage, not yet mutated to the third stage. The bad news was this anomaly was a bit large, so large that, looking through the submarine's forward detection periscope, they couldn't see its end at first glance. It resembled a terrifying giant fish with 6 round eyes on its head. The sharp teeth in its enormous mouth were each dozens of meters long. One bite from it could swallow more than half the submarine. The submarine commander and deputy commander exchanged glances, both swallowing hard subconsciously. An opponent of this size, wouldn't they need Japan's national treasure, Godzilla, to handle it? Now that the anomaly creating the anomaly space was found, only 2 choices remained. First, be trapped to death in the anomaly space, or hope this giant deep-sea anomaly gets bored and leaves on its own, allowing the submarine to escape the anomaly space. Second, fight it. However, not to mention the International Anti-Anomaly Organization, even looking across all the world's anti-anomaly departments, only the Great Celestial Empire had experience fighting deep-sea anomalies. And during the defense of the Higher Research Institute back then, the Celestial Empire's Special Response Department also suffered countless casualties just to barely drive the deep-sea anomaly away. Yes, that's right, drive away, not kill. Although the giant deep-sea anomaly before them was only hovering on the edge of third-stage mutation, essentially still at second-stage strength. Having the anti-anomaly agents in the submarine fight it in diving suits wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, let alone defeat it. For a moment, the anti-anomaly agents in the submarine couldn't reach a decision. The submarine commander also didn't dare to launch torpedoes recklessly. And so, a submarine and a giant fish found themselves in a stalemate dozens of meters apart in the deep sea. For everyone in the submarine, the only consolation was that the submarine had ample resources, enough to sustain them for several months. Just as everyone thought they would have to wait it out with the deep-sea anomaly, one anti-anomaly agent suddenly subdued the submarine commander, threatening him to order a torpedo attack on the anomaly. The commander, faced with immediate death versus potential death, chose the latter and ordered the launch of torpedoes. Instantly, all the missiles stored on the submarine were fired. The explosions and the resulting waves immediately attracted the attention of the other anti-anomaly agents. When they rushed to the control room, they found all the American soldiers there, including the 2 commanders killed by that agent. "Amir, have you gone mad?" A teammate from the same international organization shouted angrily at the blood-soaked agent. The agent named Amir licked the blood off his face, revealing a ferocious grin. Then he twisted his neck. Fist-sized red pustules bulged on both sides of his neck, growing slowly, rupturing, and sprouting 2 new heads. One of these heads would be unmistakably familiar to any anti-anomaly agent from the Great Celestial Empire's Rome City branch. It was the chief culprit behind the previous attack on the branch. 12 branches, een tiger. This time, the head in the middle, the Caucasian Amir's head, seemed demonically transformed, emitting a dense black mist, its features becoming twisted and grotesque. That head looked like a mutated anomaly's head, with a protruding part on the forehead, like bulging bone, forming the character Wong King. Amidst a series of bone-cracking sounds for new arms, thick as thighs, sprouted from his body. His entire form swelled up like the Hulk transforming, resembling a muscular monster. At that moment, the deep-sea anomaly in front of the submarine, thoroughly enraged by the torpedoes, emitted a terrifying swallowing sound, opened its massive maw, and bit down towards the submarine. Night. The fog-shrouded city of Takaguchi felt even more gloomy and oppressive. The swallowing sounds hidden within the mist created an illusion that one could be devoured by a grotesque entity at any moment. Xiao Cheng sat in the back seat of the armored vehicle. Though his eyes were closed, resting, he didn't dare actually fall asleep. He had to stay alert at all times, not knowing when a grotesque might appear. There were 6 people in his armored vehicle. Besides the driver, a special forces soldier from Sakura country, and the liaison from Sakura's anti-grotesque organization, Natsumi, in the passenger seat. The 4 in the back were all anti-grotesque agents from the Heavenly Dynasty. From the Dianzhou branch, Xiao Cheng and Brother Li. From headquarters, Luo Jing and Zhao Dezhu. Brother Li and Zhao Dezhu were both in their 40s and had been in the department for several years, having collaborated on multiple missions together. Xiao Cheng and Luo Jing rested with their eyes closed, while the other 2 chatted intermittently. Soon, the topic shifted to Shen Ge. However, with an outsider like Natsumi present, who was fluent in Chinese, even though she sat in the front passenger seat, they didn't speak too explicitly, at least avoiding any mention of classified information. Even so, Natsumi noted the name Shen Ge. She had seen this name previously on the Heavenly Dynasty's support list. After meeting the team, aside from Xiao Cheng and Luo Jing, the others hadn't introduced themselves. Natsumi mistakenly thought Shen Ge was one of the 3 other Heavenly Dynasty anti-grotesque agents in the other vehicle. She sent a message via the communicator to her teammates in the adjacent vehicle, telling them to pay attention to this person named Shen Ge. After putting away the communicator, Natsumi's gaze unconsciously drifted to the window. She felt as if huge figures were faintly moving within the thick fog. Natsumi subconsciously pulled her sleeve down, covering a red mark on her left wrist. She knew it was dangerous, like a demon's curse that could take her life at any moment. But when weighing personal safety against national survival, Natsumi chose the latter. She was willing to give everything for Sakura country, even her life. Time passed bit by bit. The convoy of armored vehicles moved along the highway through the Kawashina district, approaching the dangerous Tokyo Tower area. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a torrent of rat-a-tat-tat gunfire. The fierce shooting shattered the silence. Xiao Cheng and Luo Jing, who had been in a light sleep, opened their eyes simultaneously. Everyone in the vehicle instinctively pressed their hands against their grotesque energy equipment, ready to activate it at any moment. Natsumi immediately picked up the communicator and inquired in Japanese. After a brief exchange in Japanese over the comms, Natsumi turned to the anti-grotesque agents in the back seat. Everyone, the rear convoy has been attacked by grotesques. After discussion, we've decided the 4 convoys will enter the Tokyo Tower area via different routes. Providing support to the severely affected zone is our primary objective. What about Vehicle 4? Xiao Cheng frowned and asked immediately. Vehicle 4 carried the other 3 Heavenly Dynasty anti-grotesque agents besides their group. My apologies, Vehicle 4 is one of the vehicles that was attacked, Natsumi replied gravely. Stop the vehicle, Xiao Cheng said immediately. Mr. Xiao, our mission is to enter the Tokyo Tower area, evacuate survivors from the severe disaster zone, and then proceed to Togain City to resolve the source of the grotesque disaster. We cannot waste time here, Natsumi argued. Xiao Cheng snorted coldly. It's true we're here to help you, but that doesn't mean we'll sacrifice our comrades to do so. Stop the vehicle. Stop now. Don't make me break the door down. Brother Li and Zhao Dezhu immediately chimed in. Everyone, we've detected intense grotesque energy reactions in that area. There are numerous high-level grotesques there. Once we enter the overlapping grotesque space, escaping won't be easy. Moreover, you are well aware of the complexities of multi-layered grotesque spaces. Even if we go in, we might not necessarily find them. Natsumi explained. As she spoke, the gunfire suddenly ceased. Presumably, the convoy attacked by grotesques had already been pulled into a multi-layered grotesque space. Xiao Cheng looked at Luo Jing, clearly seeking her opinion. Luo Jing shook her head slightly, then took out a small satellite communicator. Xiao Cheng nodded slightly, understanding her meaning. Luo Jing picked up the communicator, briefly explained the situation, and sent the message to the behind-the-scenes commander of this support operation, Deng Yuqi. Have you contacted Shen Ge? Deng Yuqi asked. Luo Jing replied helplessly. I wanted to ask you about that. You told me to cover for him, but you didn't say he wouldn't show up at all. Didn't I arrange for someone else to take his place? Deng Yuqi retorted. Luo Jing was speechless. If you had a way to arrange a substitute to fool them, why did you even need us to provide cover? Better safe than sorry. Luo Jing was going crazy. Deng Yuqi soon sent new information. I've established a connection with his AI system via satellite position. I'm sending you the password. You mean I should contact him directly and have him find the trapped agents? Luo Jing asked. Deng Yuqi replied, No, I want you to communicate with him and preferably avoid the areas where he's operating. Also, he has confirmed that the 12th branch is behind this again. You all should be careful too. The 12th branch's infiltration capabilities are strong. Don't be deceived by any replacements. No need to tell me that. After your Rome City branch's report came out, headquarters sent files to all branches for investigation. But from your tone, it seems you want us to fully cooperate with Agent Shen's actions. Although his contributions during the Chongqing and Daijing grotesque disasters were immense, this time is different. According to the grotesque energy report from Sakura Country, this might be a large-scale grotesque disaster of level 6 or above. Do you really think one person can handle it? Luo Jing asked. I trust him, just like you trust me. Deng Yuqi simply replied. Luo Jing sighed and quickly typed on the communicator. All right, if you put it that way, what else can I say? Fine, I'll contact him directly. Okay. Luo Jing ended the communication, entered the password Deng Yuqi sent to access the subsystem, re-established the connection, and then forcibly connected to little classmate 7 using emergency mode. Immediately, she received a reply. Women contact Xiao Cheng. Men handle it yourself. What the heck? Noticing Luo Jing's strange expression, Xiao Cheng looked at her questioningly. Luo Jing sighed, raised her hand, and subtly showed him the communicator screen. Xiao Cheng was also speechless, feeling like this support operation had been meticulously arranged behind their backs. However, Shen Ge did answer the communicator. Although little classmate 7 provided a layer of interception, anyone who could contact him through a secure channel was clearly not an ordinary person. Shen Ge. Luo Jing saw the connection was established and immediately sent a message. A few seconds later, Shen Ge replied, What's up? If Luo Jing were using a standard communicator like his, Shen Ge's replies wouldn't be this fast. But he had the intelligent system, little classmate 7, to read and transmit messages, saving him the typing. Google search novel FireNet. Luo Jing briefly explained the situation and then asked, I just checked the route map with little 7. The location where Vehicle 4 went missing is precisely in your area. If possible, could you go and assist our anti-grotesque agents? The nature of grotesque spaces, like grotesque abilities, was bizarre and varied. Some blocked signals, some altered terrain, others had distorted space and time. To this day, neither the Special Response Department nor international anti-grotesque organizations had an absolutely authoritative explanation for grotesque spaces. The grotesque disaster in Takaguchi City was influenced by the high-level grotesque misfortune. Unlike the Chongqing incident, which blocked all signals, allowing anti-grotesque agents to communicate via various instruments, the effects of misfortune were even more bizarre and followed almost no discernible pattern. Luo Jing wanted Shen Ge to assist the three agents for a simple reason. One of them held a key item for this support operation, a plan to infiltrate the 12th branch. Bit busy. If it's not urgent, let's talk in 3 hours, Shen Ge replied. Luo Jing's eye twitched. As expected from the same department, she thought. The tone and infuriating wording are exactly the same. How could it not be urgent? Deng Yuqi had repeatedly emphasized that the item must be delivered to Shen Ge. Worried about potential issues during transit, Luo Jing kept one copy herself and had the other team carry the second copy. Now, due to Natsume's influence, their vehicle couldn't take Shen Ge's route. So, she asked Shen Ge to take another route to meet them, ensuring he could get the item. Luo Jing thought for a moment and sent Shen Ge the route her vehicle was taking, as well as the general direction of the missing vehicle 4, advising him to find an opportunity to meet up with one of the teams. Unexpectedly, Shen Ge replied very quickly. If the people you want me to assist are on the route in the eastern Kawashina district, then I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult. Why? Because there are quite a few high-level grotesques on this route. How many? One suspected level 4 for level 3s, several level 2s, and over 10 level 1s, tens of thousands of infected. Oh, and the evolved kind. Staring at the latest message on the communicator, Luo Jing was completely stunned. It took her a long moment to regain her composure. When you said you were a bit busy earlier, were you dealing with them? Right, I'm right in the middle of a monster horde. Shen Ge replied honestly. Luo Jing stared at the communicator, her expression turning rather peculiar. After a long while, a phrase that Feng Mingyue often used floated through her mind. Agent Shen is truly a god among men. If Shen Ge wasn't one to boast, and if what he said was true, being able to reply to messages under such circumstances wasn't just god among men, it was downright divine. A war god, looking across the entire Special Response Department. No, across all anti-grotesque organizations worldwide, it was impossible to find someone capable of simultaneously dealing with that many high-level grotesques. Of course, Luo Jing didn't know that Shen Ge had omitted 2 words from his statement. He was indeed in the middle of a monster horde, but he wasn't fighting them all alone. He was watching the show. After killing the strange man in the fog, Shen Ge successfully approached the several high-level grotesques locked in combat. Using the tentacles of his rotten flesh armor, he climbed onto the back of the giant grotesque. His initial plan was to find a way inside the giant grotesque to destroy its heart, but it was covered in many parasitic grotesques. Not wanting to attract the attention of the other high-level grotesques, Shen Ge activated Formless plus Soundless and hit on the giant grotesque's back to watch the show. Well, you go ahead with what you're doing then. Luo Jing felt it was inappropriate to insist that Shen Ge help, as, to put it nicely, they were here for support, but to put it bluntly, everyone had their own hidden agendas. Shen Ge replied, all right, once I've dealt with the situation here, I'll go assist those colleagues. Just look at that. Sitting in a horde of monsters, facing a large group of high-level grotesques. And he says, once I've dealt with this, I'll go. Who in the entire Special Response Department had the nerve to talk like that? The key point was he wasn't boasting. He genuinely had the capability. After Luo Jing ended the communication, Xiao Cheng and the others looked at her. She nodded imperceptibly and then glanced subtly in Natsume's direction. After the convoy passed Saizen Women's University, they were less than 2 kilometers from Tokyo Tower. The grotesque fog grew increasingly thicker, reducing visibility to less than 1 meter. Since traveling by vehicle wasn't much faster than walking at this point, and after consulting with Xiao Cheng and the others, Natsume decided the group would proceed on foot towards Tokyo Tower. However, from the original convoy of over 40 people, only 3 vehicles reached the area with Xiao Cheng's group. The 3 drivers were all Special Forces soldiers. The liaisons were Natsume and another middle-aged man, and the remaining anti-grotesque agents came from 3 different countries. The team consisted of the 4 Heavenly Dynasty agents led by Xiao Cheng, a 5-person team from America, and a 3-person team from Korea, totaling 12 anti-grotesque agents. Natsumi was not only fluent in Chinese, but also spoke excellent English and Korean, acting as the translator within the team, facilitating communication among the members. Xiao Chung specialized in infiltration and reconnaissance. Besides 3 standard-issue anti-grotesque equipment pieces, his 2 additional items were both related to stealth. Furthermore, he was equipped with a set of the Heavenly Dynasty's most advanced detection-type tech gear. Although this nearly 20-person squad was moving together, they had essentially split into 4 factions, each sticking close to their own teammates. Under the cover of his teammates, Xiao Chung took the opportunity to release several thumb-sized recon bees to roughly survey the surrounding area. Miss Natsumi, the grotesque energy fog in this area is too dense. It not only hinders our progress, but also makes us vulnerable to surprise attacks by grotesques. I've heard that Sakura has recently developed a grotesque energy fog dispersal grenade that can temporarily clear the fog formed by grotesque energy in an area. Why isn't it being used now? A Korean anti-grotesque agent asked Natsumi. Luo Jing glanced at the man. She remembered him introducing himself during the assembly at the Self-Defense Force base. He seemed to be a team leader-level agent from Korea named Park Jong-won. According to the information reported by the Heavenly Dynasty, their anti-grotesque agents didn't speak Korean, so Luo Jing naturally wouldn't expose herself. She just glanced briefly before looking away. Natsumi replied in Korean, "Mr. Park, please don't worry. Headquarters has already dispatched aircraft equipped with the grotesque energy fog dispersal grenades. They will take action once we enter the Tokyo Tower area." "How far are we from Tokyo Tower now?" Park Jong-won asked. Natsumi replied, "Approximately 2 kilometers." It wasn't that Natsumi was unwilling to give an exact number, but the fog made it difficult to determine direction accurately. They could only check their position via satellite position maps. But no one could be sure if the signal in this area was truly unaffected. Xiao Chung spoke to Brother Li in a Dianzhou local dialect. "There are quite a few grotesques in the fog. Not high level, but there are many infected." As he spoke, he tapped a few keys on the communicator on his left wrist. The deployed recon bees immediately transmitted the locations of the marked high-level grotesques to the equipment of Luo Jing and the others. Park Jong-hwan noticed Xiao Cheng's group communicating and immediately spoke in a displeased tone in Korean. "Hey, what are you guys muttering about over there? Can't you share any information with the rest of the team?" Xiao Chung and the others looked at Park Jong-hwan with puzzled expressions. Seeing this, Natsumi quickly translated, "Mr. Park is asking if you have obtained any new intelligence. He hopes you will consider him a teammate and share this information so everyone can cooperate better." Xiao Chung glanced at Luo Jing. Seeing her subtly move her fingers, he knew Natsumi wasn't being entirely truthful. So, he shared a mix of truth and falsehood about the situation in the fog. He didn't mention deploying the recon bees, only saying he had a piece of grotesque energy equipment that could roughly detect grotesques within the fog. Park Jong-hwan was about to question this when suddenly, the ground shook violently as if a major earthquake had hit. Cracks appeared on the ground, sinkholes collapsed not far away, and most terrifyingly, large centipede-like grotesques began emerging from underground. The grotesque fog limited the team's effectiveness, and it was easy to get lost in the mist. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Natsumi contacted headquarters via communicator, urging them to immediately deploy the grotesque energy fog dispersal grenades. Just as the anti-grotesque squad was battling the insectoid grotesques, the roar of aircraft sounded overhead, followed by a loud explosion in the distance. The thick fog in the air gradually began to disperse. According to previous experimental reports, the grotesque energy fog dispersal grenades only last between 10 to 30 minutes. "Everyone, please make haste to enter the Tokyo Tower area." Natsumi, seeing the grotesque energy black fog in the air clearing, first shouted to everyone in English, then relayed the message to the 3 teams separately. With the fog dispersed, everyone could at least clearly see the monsters swarming around them. The sounds of battle also attracted the infected, who were extremely sensitive to noise. Damn, I feel like I'm surrounded by a tidal wave of zombies while playing games. Brotherly is also an old game fan. When he played CF back then, his favorite mode was the biochemical mode. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he was able to experience the real-life biochemical mode. Zhao Dezhu was an old acquaintance of his. Back in their army days, the two would hang out at internet cafes whenever they had free time and knew each other's hobbies. Now, standing back-to-back with Brotherly, each dealing with infected from one direction, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but add, well, at least we can be thankful these guys' parasitic grotesques aren't contagious. Otherwise, we'd have to worry about a grotesque suddenly popping out from the crowd. Right? Why is it that almost none of us anti-grotesque agents get infected, while civilians are so easily parasitized? Brotherly had clearly noticed the issue too. Luo Jing said, based on the strange disaster and dying and the bizarre events in Luhu Water City in Rong City, the 12 Zodiacs are disguising parasitic monsters as food for civilians to eat. Have you heard of worms? They use this method to quickly cultivate and spread parasitic monsters. There's such a thing? Why haven't I seen that report? Brotherly frowned. Luo Jing replied, the cause of the Daijing grotesque disaster is still under investigation. What I mentioned is from a new report issued by the Rong City branch following the grotesque incident at Lake Deerwater Town. I see. Brotherly had been busy investigating a grotesque incident himself recently and hadn't had time to read many reports from Headquarters Sachev, let alone those from Rong City. Xiao Cheng added, I remember the reports saying that after killing a target, a parasitic monster would take the opportunity to infect its own body with its parasitic eggs, thus creating a new monster. Civilians are almost ineffective against monsters, and once injured, the parasitic monster would have an opportunity to take advantage. Sakura originally wanted to resolve the Tokuku City disaster privately, so she missed the best time for rescue. Updates are released by novelfire.net. The others thought it made sense. Daijing had lost an entire district in just a few days. Sakura Country had suppressed the news for almost a month. No wonder the situation had escalated to this extent. This was precisely why Luo Jing mentioned the situation of each having their own hidden agendas. After all, when it's not your problem, you tend to ignore it. Only Korea seemed a bit more anxious. Agent Luo, watch out. Brotherly had just decapitated several infected when he saw the heads roll on the ground, grow several legs from the neck stumps, and quickly scurry towards the cracks in the ground. He was still shocked that these things could grow legs and run after being decapitated, when the next moment, the ground shook, causing the cracks to widen significantly. Then, a large centipede grotesque crawled out from underground. This centipede grotesque looked like hundreds of large centipedes clumped together, with a squid-like head in the middle. As it emerged from the ground, its centipede-like tentacles grabbed the several heads and stuffed them into its mouth. But what surprised Brotherly wasn't the several-meter-tall centipede amalgamation, but the figure standing on its body, a person wearing a green cloak. Because he wore a hood, his face was unclear, but a red glow could be seen beneath the hood. The moment Brotherly shouted for Luo Jing to be careful, the cloaked man raised his hand, and dozens, even hundreds of centipedes surged out from underground, swarming towards her like a tide. Fall back! Zhao Dezhu stepped forward, shielding Luo Jing. He raised his arms, which were clad in grotesque bone gauntlets. Activating them, he released 2 waves of fire that scorched the ground ahead. The cloak wasn't embroidered with any characters, nor was it the distinctive black hoodie. Given the 12th branch's previous habit of exposing themselves, it was actually harder to determine if this person was from the 12th branch now. But regardless, in this situation, he was undoubtedly an enemy. Be careful, that's nearly level 4 grotesque energy. Natsumi, after scanning the centipede grotesque with a grotesque energy detector, exclaimed in warning. However, her warning came too late. The several-meter-tall centipede amalgamation wasn't the grotesque's entire body. Most of it was still underground. As the grotesque centipede fully emerged, a massive sinkhole suddenly appeared. Brotherly, Zhao Daiju, Luo Jing, and several American anti-grotesque agents all fell into the pit. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent sound from the communicator slowly brought Luo Jing back to consciousness. She shook her aching, dizzy, and heavy head, pushed away the rubble pinning her down with great effort, and climbed out from the wreckage. Amidst a series of rustling sounds, Luo Jing swept her flashlight around and saw several 1-meter-long centipede anomalies crawling over a pile of collapsed rubble in the distance. Luo Jing immediately pulled out an anomaly energy freeze grenade from the pack on her lower back, pulled the pin, and threw it at the group of centipede anomalies. With a pop, the grenade exploded, releasing a burst of anomalous energy and freezing the centipedes into solid blocks of ice. Sweeping the flashlight around to confirm no more centipede anomalies were nearby, Luo Jing finally took out her communicator and switched it to voice mode. "Hello. Investigator Luo, are you all okay?" The hurried voice of Xiao Cheng came through the communicator, accompanied by gunfire and the grotesque swallowing sounds of anomalies, indicating his situation wasn't favorable either. "I'm all right, just some minor injuries. But I haven't found Brother Li or Investigator Zhao yet. What's your situation?" Luo Jing replied. When Luo Jing fell into the sinkhole, Brother Li and Zhao Daiju had simultaneously shielded her. The collapsed area was vast, so it was clear those two had fallen down with her. While communicating with Xiao Cheng, Luo Jing used her flashlight to search the collapsed area for any sign of Brother Li and Zhao Daiju. The hole above was over 10 meters high. Most peculiarly, the area below wasn't an ordinary cave, but an underground structure. Investigator Luo. At that moment, as if hearing Luo Jing's conversation with Xiao Cheng, Brother Li, half of his body pinned under a rock, shouted to her. "Over here, Investigator Luo." Luo Jing immediately ran towards the source of the voice and found Brother Li trapped under a rock. He stuffed something intestine-like beneath the stone and activated it. Bang! The huge rock was sent flying by the expanding intestine balloon. Luo Jing helped Brother Li to the side and asked with concern, "Brother Li, are you okay?" Brother Li frowned in pain. "My left leg was hit by a rock. The bone might be injured. It's fine. I have the special painkiller from the department. XTPA 9684? Luo Jing's brow furrowed slightly. Brother Li nodded with a bitter smile. "No other choice. Special circumstances. I can't afford to be a burden with a useless leg. Don't worry, I know my limits." XTPA 9684 was a special drug developed by the Special Countermeasures Department by combining anomalous self-healing cells. Taking it not only made one forget pain in a short time, but also allowed wounds to heal slowly. For example, a 10-centimeter long, 1-centimeter deep cut on the arm would completely heal within 30 minutes after taking XTPA 9684. However, this drug had significant side effects. First, the injured area was healed by the anomalous self-healing cells, so that spot would be eroded by anomalous energy. Once the drug's effects wore off, the user would experience pain several times worse than the original injury. Secondly, the anomalous self-healing cells would gradually start to overwhelm and consume human cells. If not suppressed by another drug, the wound would undergo flesh metamorphosis. Put bluntly, it meant turning into one of the flesh monsters from the human experiments of the past. Therefore, the Special Countermeasures Department generally did not allow anomaly investigators to use these two anomalous drugs. They were only issued in limited quantities, 3 doses per veteran investigator, during major operations, with usage being entirely voluntary. Veteran investigators understood the implications of using such drugs. Using them usually meant that, even if the mission was successful, the injured body part would likely require amputation to escape the drug's control. If the injury was in an area like the head or abdomen where amputation wasn't possible, it was almost tantamount to a death sentence. Brother Li didn't want to use this stuff either, but he knew his left leg was basically useless. Being crippled in an anomaly nest meant almost certain death. Compared to dying here, he'd rather take the gamble. Before Luo Jing could react, Brother Li had already pulled out a small vial, poured the XTPA 9684 drug into his mouth and swallowed it. After taking the drug, Brotherly immediately felt a warm current surging through his body. It quickly rushed to his left foot, and along with the warm sensation, the pain in his left foot vanished. The bleeding from the deep, bone-exposing wounds stopped immediately and began to heal slowly. Old Zhao, if you're not dead, say something, damn it. Supported by Luo Jing, Brotherly stood up and shouted into the rubble. Instead of Zhao Deju's response, they heard voices speaking in English. Luo Jing, who understood English, communicated with the two American agents. Their names were Gratz and Henley. The former was the captain of the U.S. Anomaly Support Team, quite capable, with a burly build reminiscent of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and similarly bald. With their help, the group found Zhao Daju unconscious in the rubble. His condition was much more severe than Brother Lee's, with multiple serious injuries. Without a second thought, Brotherly directly injected the injectable version of XTPA 9684 into Zhao Daju, pulling him back from the brink of death. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng informed Luo Jing via communicator that those who hadn't fallen into the sinkhole were being pursued by the centipede anomalies controlled by the mysterious figure in the green cloak and had been forced to retreat into a building not far away. Actually, the centipede anomalies, while strong, weren't powerful enough to overwhelm several anomaly investigators alone. The main problem was the overwhelming number of regular anomalies and the infected in the vicinity, coupled with the fact that the green cloak figure was even stronger than the anomalies. On the investigators' side, the Korean team members were united, but only amongst themselves. Xiao Cheng had been slightly separated. He wanted to go to the sinkhole area to help Luo Jing and the others, but the Korean investigators had no intention of assisting him. As they pulled back, Xiao Mei and the others were also forced to retreat by the anomalies, leaving Xiao Cheng with no choice but to withdraw with them. Once the investigators resisting the anomalies and the infected on the surface left, the area above the sinkhole became like a pot of boiling dumplings, with hordes of low-level anomalies and the infected jumping down densely. The infected constituted the majority. Most critically, they were like zombies. Even if they fell and became twisted and deformed, they would crawl or lunge, desperately surging towards Luo, Jing, and the others. Let's go. Brotherly, supporting Zhao Daju, shouted. Gratz yelled something in English, the gist being that escaping back up was impossible now, so they should head deeper into the underground facility. Seeing the sinkhole swarming with infected like a boiling pot, the group had no time to deliberate. They could only follow Gratz and retreat further into the underground facility. Passing through an old underground passage, they arrived at a pressured door resembling a submarine hatch. Gratz and Henley exchanged a glance, put on a pair of leather gloves, grabbed the circular wheel, and began turning it with great effort. Whoosh! With a loud hiss of releasing pressure, the hatch was forced open by Gratz and Henley working together. Everyone rushed inside and then tightly closed the hatch behind them. Soon after, loud thuds of pounding came from outside. Clearly the anomalies and infected had caught up. What is this place? Luo Jing observed the old facility, which resembled an underground laboratory, clearly surprised that such a place existed near Tokyo Tower. Strangely, Gratz and Henley didn't seem particularly surprised, almost as if they already knew about this underground research facility as they looked around. Investigator Luo asked, Captain Gratz, you seem quite familiar with this place? Gratz glanced at Luo Jing, then exchanged another look with Henley. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to be honest with her. Miss Luo, to be frank, we do know about this underground laboratory. It was jointly built by us in Japan a few years ago, with the aim of researching a virus to kill anomalies. But as far as I know, this facility was abandoned 2 or 3 years ago due to an incident. Henley added, based on Japan's report on the Takaguchi City anomaly disaster, they mentioned the 2 most severely affected areas were Kojo City and Tokyo Tower. We suspected they restarted experiments here, leading to the anomaly outbreak getting out of control and causing Takaguchi City's complete fall. The 2 briefly explained what they knew. Gratz's sincere demeanor made it seem like he was telling the whole truth. Of course, how much of this truth was real and how much was fabricated was for Luo Jing to judge. After Gratz finished speaking, he took out a PDA, pressed a few buttons, and pulled up a map. Seeing that he wasn't trying to hide it from her, Luo Jing stood beside him and openly looked at it. It was clearly a map of the underground facility, but Luo Jing immediately felt something was off. It was 70 to 80% similar to the map of the underground laboratory beneath the Korean Mall from Deng Yuqi's report. Gratz didn't notice the subtle change in Luo Jing's expression. The reason they weren't hiding this from Luo Jing and the others was to use it as an opportunity to seek cooperation with the Special Countermeasures Department of China. As for the purpose of this cooperation, that depended on whether the subsequent operations went smoothly and whether it was worth revealing more information to these people before making a decision. NW novel chapters are published on NOV3ulfire.net. After all, 2 or 3 years had passed. Whether the deeper areas were still the same as before, and whether they would need Luo Jing and the others' assistance, were still unknowns. Captain Luo, if we can reach here, the command center of the underground facility, we can use the elevator there to return to the surface, Gratz said, pointing to a marked spot on the map. Going back the way they came posed difficulties, not just climbing out of the sinkhole, but also dealing with the anomalies and infected in the pit and passages. If, as Gratz said, there was an elevator to the surface in the command center, it would indeed be the best plan to escape the danger. After discussing it, the group decided to proceed deeper according to the map. The underground facility indeed looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, with many pieces of equipment decayed and broken. However, Luo Jing couldn't understand why Japan would build such an important research facility under the city center and then abandon it so casually. It seemed somewhat unbelievable. Strangest of all, Gratz not only had a complete and accurate map, but also knew the passwords to some mechanisms and locks clearly. Even when the group arrived at the command room hatch, Gratz actually pulled out an access card and smoothly opened the command room door, which was supposed to have multiple layers of security. The command room was sizable, about 100 square meters. Besides various precision control instruments, there was a wall of monitors in front of the control console on the right, apparently the surveillance area. On the left was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking through it, one could see what appeared to be a natural underground cavern. On the soil at the bottom of the cavern were 2 different types of eggshells. One kind was at least 2 to 3 meters in diameter, the other only about half a meter. There were many of them, thousands upon thousands. Standing before the window, looking at the hatched, empty eggshells outside, Luo Jing felt an ominous premonition, instinctively thinking of the centipede anomalies that had emerged from underground. If Shen Ge were here, he would immediately recognize these eggshells as being very similar to the green anomalous energy eggs he had seen in the anomalous energy building in Dongyu Village. Apart from not glowing green, they were almost identical. While Luo Jing was still observing the pit full of eggshells, Gratz had already inserted an authority card into the control console, activating the wall of monitors. The surveillance feeds weren't from inside the facility, but showed various street scenes centered around Tokyo Tower. Due to Japan's use of a large number of anomaly energy fog-dispersing shells, the thick fog in the Tokyo Tower area had temporarily cleared, allowing for normal visibility, at least. However, on the hundreds of monitor screens, the sky was filled with dense human-headed balloons, and the ground was teeming with anomalies hunting for prey, along with the infected who temporarily served as food. Gratz seemed to be trying to find something specific through the monitors, constantly manipulating the console to enlarge and display split-screen images on the main screen. Luo Jing, Brother Li, and Zhao Dezhu stood behind Gratz, watching silently, seemingly trying to figure out what they were actually after. Just then, Luo Jing suddenly noticed something strange about one of the giant anomalies running through the city on one of the hundreds of screens. Captain Gratz, can you enlarge screen H32? Luo Jing asked. Gratz, who had been searching for something, looked towards the H32, monitor as Luo Jing spoke and projected the image onto the central large screen. On the screen, they could see a giant green anomaly, resembling a mutated mantis shrimp, with a fully armed person standing on its back. This person's uniform was the black combat suit of the Chinese Special Countermeasures Department. Luo Jing was familiar with all the anomaly investigators participating in this operation. Although this person wore an anomaly energy purifier mask, the tentacles extending from his arms, wrapped around the giant anomaly's horns, immediately confirmed for her that this was Shen Ge. Shen Ge stood on the head of the giant prawn, several flesh tentacles extending from his body and wrapping around the anomaly's horns to prevent himself from being thrown off. Simultaneously, another tentacle was wrapped around his right hand, which he continuously used to whip the giant anomaly. Even without sound from the surveillance feed, Luo Jing, Brother Li, and the others could almost hear the phrase, "Let's go, paddle prawn," echoing in their minds. Shen Ge controlled the giant prawn anomaly, making it run several laps through the streets, trampling the infected on the ground into pulp. Then, he charged into a group of other giant anomalies fighting in the distance. Originally, Shen Ge had just been watching the show, but after receiving Luo Jing's message, he decided to resolve these anomalies quickly. However, the previously brawling anomalies were all Tier 3, and the fog-generating one, suspected to be Tier 4, couldn't quickly devour the others either. Moreover, they all possessed rapid healing abilities. Waiting for them to determine a victor could take forever. Crucially, this was a 7-fold anomaly space, meaning there were probably 7 anomalies of this level. Shen Ge figured since things were already chaotic, he might as well stir things up further. So, using the map to locate this giant green paddle prawn, he leveraged his flesh armor and the anomaly controller seized from the 12 branches during the Daijing anomaly disaster to send interference signals to the prawn anomaly. While he couldn't directly control its movements like he had with the previous elephant anomaly, he could use signal interference to prevent it from moving in certain directions. Thus, Shen Ge drove the paddle prawn towards the battlefield, turning the 3-way fight into a 4-way melee. And he had no intention of stopping there, seemingly aiming to gather all 7 lobsters to summon the ultimate anomaly. Luo Jing and the others watched as Shen Ge drove the giant prawn anomaly into the fray, then jumped off its back and disappeared. Not long after, they saw him on another surveillance screen, herding a new giant anomaly towards the battlefield. For a moment, including the 2 international colleagues, all 5 people in the command room fell into silence. Brotherly struggled for words for a long time before finally managing to say, as expected of investigator Shen, "He never fails to astonish me every time he acts." At an intersection about a kilometer from Tokyo Tower, several giant anomalies were locked in combat. The fantasy of Ultraman battling monsters had finally become a reality on Japanese soil. Shen Ge, however, was clearly not one to let a good crisis go to waste. He lured one anomaly after another into the fray. After all, this was happening on Japanese turf. No matter how much chaos he stirred up, no one would hold him accountable. Inspector Shen. Just as Shen Ge emerged from a cluttered street, a familiar figure came running towards him. After receiving Shen Ge's message, Fong Mingwei had immediately joined the anomaly herding effort and had lured a Tier 3 anomaly from the Eastern District over. The equipment Fong Mingwei carried offered mobility, not much worse than Shen Ge's anomaly leather boots. With her versatile, shape-shifting anomaly bone staff, her grappling gun, and the bouncy pneumatic pads of her anomaly leather arm guards, she navigated effortlessly between the buildings in the district. This way, Shen Ge leaped down from a building, a tentacle extending from his arm to wrap around a nearby stone pillar, then swung himself onto the main street. Shen Ge had intended to wait for Fong Mingwei to arrive, then use his tentacles to carry them both to a distant rooftop, leading the Tier 3 anomaly chasing her into the main battle zone. But Fong Mingwei, swinging over with her grappling gun, showed no sign of stopping. Instead, she scooped Shen Ge up mid-swing and carried him onward. Fong Mingwei obviously didn't notice Shen Ge's subtle expression and subconsciously asked, "Detective Shen, why did this strange fog suddenly disappear?" Shen Ge replied, "The support team just messaged. The Japanese side used some kind of anomaly energy fog dispersing shells that can clear the fog for a short time." "I see." Fong Mingwei nodded. Following Shen Ge's directions, she landed on a building, and the two of them worked together to lure the Tier-3 Anomaly into the ongoing battle. Fong Mingwei asked, "Should I go and lure the anomaly from Eastern District 2 over now?" Shen Ge used his map to confirm the locations of the anomalies maintaining the sevenfold anomaly space. The original plan was to gather all seven together to break the anomaly space. He was about to nod when his communicator buzzed with a new message. Opening it, he found a report from Luo Jing about the underground facility, specifically highlighting the issue of the surveillance monitors. An underground facility similar to the one in Korea? Shen Ge's interest was instantly piqued. It wasn't surprising that countries worldwide were conducting secret research since the appearance of anomalies. But with the emergence of the 12 branches, this mysterious organization's research into anomalies was second to none globally. Not even China or the US, with their rapidly advancing anomaly research, could confidently claim their understanding surpassed that of the 12 branches. Take human experimentation, for example. China had learned this lesson the hard way, suffering significant losses before strictly prohibiting continued research in this area. Yet the 12 branches hadn't just succeeded. Their so-called Zaheo captains were brazenly using the results of their human experiments to wreak havoc worldwide. Could a single organization like the 12 branches truly achieve a level far surpassing the rest of the world? This was something Shen Ge had never quite understood, until the exposure of the Higher Research Institute. It occurred to Shen Ge that the 12 branches didn't necessarily need to run their own research facilities. They could easily plant their people within various national research institutes through various means, whether as researchers or even test subjects. "Inspector Shen, is there a problem?" Fong Mingwei asked, noticing Shen Ge staring distractedly at his communicator. Shen Ge said gravely, "Luo Jing just reported an underground research facility beneath the Tokyo Tower area. The control room inside has surveillance over a large area. Apparently, it's a research base built earlier by the US in collaboration with Japan. As for what they were researching, Luo Jing hasn't figured that out yet. But I suspect this place has some connection to the 12 branches. Otherwise, I can't think of who else would turn their own city into a testing ground like this." "Then, should we head to the underground facility now?" Fong Mingwei asked. Shen Ge nodded. The two jumped down from the shop roof onto the street. The surrounding infected immediately turned their grotesque and terrifying heads towards them and began converging on their position. Shen Ge had Little 7 analyze and scan the information sent by Luo Jing, then cross-reference it with the map, quickly identifying a route. Fong Mingwei, watching the dense swarm of human-headed balloons flying in the sky, said urgently, "Inspector Shen, the commotion from these infected is attracting the aerial balloons." Shen Ge suspected these human-headed balloons were a new type of parasitic anomaly developed by the 12 branches. He had seen several survivors being chased by them, a tentacle-like rope hung beneath each balloon. When this tentacle ensnared a survivor, it would strangle them, then haul the corpse into the air. The balloon would then open a large, bloody maw, swallow the body, and the balloon's face would transform into that of the consumed victim. Shen Ge had noticed that anything originating from the 12 branches always had traces linking back to them. "Don't waste time on them. Let's go." Shen Ge extended a tentacle from his left arm, its tip forming an anomaly stomach that bit into a distant stone pillar, pulling him forward. Another tentacle from his other arm wrapped around Fong Mingwei's waist. She was accustomed to this mode of transport and knew how to stabilize herself using the tentacle's support. They were effectively retreating through the air, which attracted the attention of a large number of human-headed balloons. The low-level anomalies and infected on the ground also had no intention of letting them escape, swarming towards the direction of their retreat. Just then, a series of popping sounds echoed in the air. Fong Minghua looked up and saw a giant balloon floating towards them. Calling it a human-headed balloon wasn't quite accurate, as its head was cube-shaped, with numerous tentacle-like filaments drifting beneath it. Wherever this large balloon passed, it swallowed the surrounding human-headed balloons. As it consumed more, the square-faced anomaly grew larger and larger. "Inspector Shen, there's a big one," Fong Minghua called out. Shen Ge replied in a calm tone. "There's an even bigger one further away." Before his words faded, a earth-shaking roar erupted, and a distant building collapsed. A colossal figure burst forth from the ruins. "TSK, this thing looks really unique, like an alien hybrid," Shen Ge complained and deliberately stayed on the roof for a few seconds. The airborne square head immediately floated towards them, and the giant anomaly on the ground also noticed Shen Ge and the aerial square head. Shen Ge had simply chosen the shortest route to leave, but he had inadvertently drawn out the remaining 2 high-tier anomalies. Perfect. Now all 7 high-tier anomalies were gathered near Tokyo Tower. Probably, even before this anomaly disaster ended, plans for Tokyo Tower's reconstruction could already be drawn up. Boom, boom, boom. The giant anomaly charged towards Shen Ge with massive steps, crushing buildings, bricks, and rubble that stood in its path into powder. Using his anomaly leather boots and tentacles, Shen Ge carried Fong Minghua over the streets crowded with infected. The giant anomaly and the square head collided. The allure of the Tier 3 Anomaly's energy clearly outweighed the temptation posed by Shen Ge and Fong Minghua. Without any further provocation needed, the 2 anomalies began fighting. In just over 10 minutes, the entire district was reduced to ruins. By this time, Shen Ge and Fong Minghua, following the route provided by Little Seven, arrived in an electronic components factory near Tokyo Tower. Entering the factory, they were immediately hit by a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Pushing open a large iron door further in, they found a workshop spanning several hundred square meters, piled high with the corpses of infected who had been skinned. Low-level anomalies were feasting on the bodies. This place was like a factory for feeding anomalies. Various kinds of anomalies, centipedes being the majority, were present in numbers enough to trigger trypophobia. Shen Ge had no intention of wasting time on these anomalies. He and Fong Minghua skirted around them and made their way to the innermost office. The area around the office was also piled with skinned corpses, thrown there like feed for the anomalies to consume. Entering the office, the environment instantly reminded Shen Ge of the disguised toll booth monitoring room in Korea. Monitors showing the factory surroundings covered the wall. Several headless corpses lay slumped over the control consoles, long dead. "Search the area. There should be some mechanism like an elevator here," Shen Ge said. While he could use collapse to reach the underground directly, without knowing the depth, taking an elevator was preferable. Both were veteran agents of the Special Countermeasures Department, so finding hidden mechanisms was second nature to them. Soon enough, they found a switch in the corner, revealing an elevator leading underground. Shen Ge and Fong Minghua took the elevator to the lowest level. Outside was a long, narrow corridor with a locked hatch at the end. Shen Ge didn't know the password, but with his intangible anomaly domain active, he simply used collapse to pass through the door. For him, keys were unnecessary. The spacious laboratory area gave Shen Ge a distinct sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the underground lab base in Korea. He and Fong Minghua began searching the area, discovering that this was a base dedicated to human experimentation. To speed up the search, Shen Ge and Fong Minghua split up, entering corridors on the left and right. Shen Ge used collapse, again to pass through a wall into a sealed room. Inside, he found hundreds of surgical tables, each bearing a skinned corpse, but none of the bodies were intact. Shen Ge even recognized familiar anomaly body parts among them: rotted flesh, tentacles, various flesh petal heads, and so on. Shen Ge had Little Seven photograph the laboratory's contents and transmit them, along with the experimental reports, back to the branch office. Whether the Special Countermeasures Department used this information to extort Japan or for some other political maneuver was beyond Shen Ge's concern. Meanwhile, Fang Mingyue found a similar laboratory. Suppressing her revulsion, she proceeded to a room at the far end, which appeared to be a management office. The room contained at least 100 monitors, all currently dark. Fang Mingyue searched the room and found a map of the laboratory and an access card. Following the map's indicator for the main control room, she located the backup power switch. Click! Fang Mingyue turned on the backup power. The lights in the laboratory area flickered on. When she returned to the office, the surveillance feeds on the wall also activated. Unlike the main control room, where Luo Jing was, which primarily monitored the city above, the feeds Fang Mingyue found showed scenes from within the underground facility. One particular feed made Fang Mingyue's scalp crawl. It showed a laboratory holding thousands of infected individuals. The restoration of power and the sounds of various instruments starting up had awakened the previously dormant infected. They were frantically pounding on the laboratory's blast-proof glass, the walls, and even cannibalizing each other. Simultaneously, various mechanical devices in the laboratory sprang to life, skinning, deboning, dissecting, and dismembering, creating a scene straight out of the deepest pits of hell, horrifying to behold. As Fang Mingyue wasn't part of the research staff, she only knew how to activate the power, not how to control the machines or activate the defense systems. Get full chapters from novel FireNet. The awakened parasites broke through the blockade of the experimental area and poured into various parts of the research institute. Fang Mingyue was blocked in the office area. She and Shen Ge had chosen to search the underground labs separately and hadn't planned to regroup so soon. After informing Shen Ge of the situation via communicator, Fang Mingyue used the map to find the administrator's emergency escape route and used it to access another section of the laboratory. But before she could get far, the infected and anomalies pouring into the lab area broke down the office door and pursued her into the escape passage. Seeing the infected dropping into the escape passage one after another like dumplings into a pot, Fang Mingyue lost all desire to fight and simply ran forward. Boom! With a loud crash, the floor of the office area even collapsed under the weight of the surging infected, sending more and more of them tumbling into the lower levels. The power supply in the lower area does not seem to be the same as that in the upper area. The power supply in the upper area has been restored, but it is still pitch black below. The passages are complicated, and there will be a fork in the road after running for a distance. After running a distance, Fang Mingyue found emergency lights spaced at intervals, providing just enough illumination to see the path ahead. Reaching the end of a corridor, she found a locked gate. Lacking Shen Ge's wall-phasing ability, she had to resort to the simplest method: demolition. Using explosives would inevitably attract all the nearby infected, but Fang Mingyue had no choice. She took several explosives from her pack, set them at the gate, and blew it open. A dark passageway was revealed, branching left and right, with a staircase leading directly downwards ahead. Hearing the rising and falling sounds of monstrous swallowing and the approaching infected behind her, Fang Mingyue didn't hesitate and chose to go down the stairs. She turned on her flashlight and descended the dark staircase. Feeling spider webs on the iron handrail, she shone her light on it, revealing extensive rust. According to the information Luo Jing passed to Shen Ge, Gratz claimed this place had only been abandoned for 2 or 3 years. Given Japan's technological level post-2020, especially for an underground facility built to research anomalies, it was impossible for it to fall into such a state of decay, resembling a building abandoned for over a decade in just a few years. Could this be an anomaly space with distorted time? Fang Mingyue immediately considered this possibility, as it was one of the most common characteristics of anomaly spaces. Fang Mingyue reached the bottom of the stairs. Ahead was a sealed iron door. She swept her flashlight around, confirming the absence of traps, then tried pushing the door. With a grating screech, the door swung open. Fang Mingyue's flashlight beam found a switch on the wall. She pressed it, and with a series of soft clicks, energy-saving lights flickered on one after another overhead. The place appeared to be a long-abandoned warehouse. Items originally stored here had been cleared out, leaving only a few large, container-like iron boxes in the corners. The ceiling was covered in cobwebs, and a thick layer of dust settled on the broken wooden boxes piled in the corner. The floor tiles were loose and creaked when stepped on, creating a dead, gloomy feeling like a dark basement. It seemed like the place had been abandoned for a long time, and the air was filled with a strong smell of dampness. There were several corpses in the corner of the underground warehouse, but they were already dry and had been gnawed away as if they had been eaten by some canine animal. In addition, there were many body parts scattered around the warehouse, such as hands, feet, and half-body parts. The entire warehouse was filled with dampness and the stench of death, enough to make one gag. Fong Minghua looked around and heard a faint scraping sound coming from one of the containers in the corner, like the noise of some animal moving. She cautiously approached the iron container and peered through a crack in the door. Inside coiled a giant centipede, its body covered in blood-red, lumpy tumors. Fong Minghua slowly backed towards the warehouse entrance, then gently closed the iron door. She estimated the centipede's tier to be around 2 to 3. She didn't even want to risk verifying it with an anomaly energy detector. Since it hadn't noticed her, the best course was to make a quick escape. As Shen Ge had said, their purpose here wasn't to pick fights with disgusting anomalies, but to find clues related to the 12 branches and intelligence concerning this anomaly disaster. After all, based on Shen Ge's speculation, since Tokyo Tower was one of the 2 most severely affected areas in the Takaguchi City anomaly disaster, and there happened to be an underground research facility here, there must be some connection. Shen Ge even suspected that whether it was the 4-armed, 8-armed leader of the 12 branches or the frequently disruptive Zaheo captains, they might just be a facade. The real 12 branches might be right beside them, possibly within China's Special Countermeasures Department, or Korea's Anomaly Response Department, or Japan's Anomaly Department. Perhaps the 12 branches, seizing the opportunity presented by the emergence of anomalies, had long since infiltrated the anomaly fighting departments of various countries unnoticed. Otherwise, how could one explain why research labs, potential time bombs, were established within cities like Seoul in Korea, Takaguchi in Japan, and even Daijing and Rong City in China? Daijing City and Takaguchi City were prime examples. Once the anomaly departments were breached, it inevitably escalated into a full-blown anomaly disaster. Rong City might have also experienced a major anomaly disaster, but unfortunately for the 12 branches, their assault wasn't strong enough, or perhaps they tried, but were ultimately thwarted by Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi. After the first sneak attack on the Rong City branch, Deng Yuqi had invested heavily in defenses. Even if the 12 branches had infiltrated, they couldn't shake the foundation. These repeated incidents made Shen Ge realize that perhaps the 12 branches they had been pursuing had no fixed target, because they might be hiding within the anomaly organizations of various countries themselves. After leaving the underground warehouse, a sense of foreboding washed over Fong Minghua. A thought struck her. The underground warehouse was sealed. Apart from a few ventilation shafts sealed with iron bars, there were no other entrances or exits. And before she entered, the main warehouse door had been locked. How did that giant, anomalous centipede get inside? Was it intentionally reared there by the researchers, with failed experimental subjects being fed to it as food? That would provide the underground facility with a method for disposing of bodies, while also allowing them to cultivate a powerful anomaly for research. TCH. Indeed, humanity's greatest enemy will always be its own insatiable thirst for knowledge. After discovering this secret, Fong Minghua immediately reported the situation to Shen Ge via communicator. At the same time, in Area 1, Shen Ge had stumbled upon a terrifying experimental plan document. As Fong Minghua restored power to the first floor, the instruments and lights in Shen Ge's area also flickered on. The sudden light and noise instantly awakened the slumbering parasitized individuals and anomalies in the vicinity. These parasitized beings were highly sensitive to sound, and the disturbance stirred them up like a poked hornet's nest, waking them in droves. Exiting the secret laboratory, Shen Ge could faintly hear the distinct swallowing sounds characteristic of anomalies and parasitized individuals coming from various parts of the experimental zone. However, with his formless plus silent traits, he could walk right past an anomaly without any danger, even face to face. As Shen Ge moved through the experimental zone towards the deeper areas, he suddenly heard a cacophony of noise, followed by a sickening, squelching sound like flesh being trampled. A dark shadow lunged out from the corner ahead, devouring any parasitized individuals and lower-tier anomalies in its path. Whoa! Shen Ge's eyes lit up as he got a clear look at the anomaly. It was a familiar sight, the large rat, a veteran actor in the world of anomalies. If he weren't in a foreign country, he'd have been tempted to capture this anomaly rat and take it back for Li Xiang to experiment on, hoping to develop more self-healing products. Report, Master. This anomaly rat has an anomaly energy level of 607%. It has just completed its Tier 3 mutation. Please exercise caution. Xiaoqi's voice chimed in with a reminder. Compared to Xiaoqi's considerate level reporting service, a certain system would only blare a warning. This is a high-level anomaly. Run, in Shen Ge's mind. Strangely, even though Shen Ge was standing at the corridor entrance with formless plus silent active, the anomaly rat lifted its head, its crimson gaze shifting directly towards his location. Sent. Just as Shen Ge felt a pang of confusion, the anomaly rat pounced at him. Shen Ge reacted swiftly, dodging backward while slashing out with his pig-slaughtering knife. A blade of light cut through the rat's skin, causing a spray of dark blood to splatter out. The parasitized individuals nearby, catching the scent of the black blood, seemed to discover some delicious delicacy. They frantically rushed over, throwing themselves to the ground to lick it up. The wound Shen Ge's slash had opened on the anomaly rat was healing at a visible rate, its regenerative ability far surpassing that of the one from the Rong City branch. What a shame. Shen Ge felt a tinge of regret that he couldn't take this anomaly rat back. Even if he killed it, leaving the body behind would ultimately benefit the Sakura Blossoms. Given Shen Ge's current strength, enhanced by the Crimson Mist form, rod armor, dealing with an ordinary Tier 3 anomaly wasn't an issue. However, this didn't include creatures like the anomaly rat with its rapid regeneration, or some of the larger, bulkier anomalies. After several exchanges, Shen Ge remained unharmed. Although the pig-slaughtering knife had hacked the anomaly rat into a bloody mess, its rapid healing ability rendered these injuries almost negligible. Nevertheless, Shen Ge had already devised a strategy. The anomaly rat was Tier 3, and so was he. As the anomaly rat roared and charged forward, Shen Ge stood motionless. Suddenly, the air seemed to shimmer subtly, and then the anomaly rat thudded against an invisible barrier. Having trapped the anomaly rat with his formless anomaly domain, Shen Ge lunged forward. He pivoted his body, violently swinging his right arm. His right hand formed a claw as he thrust it towards the rat's chest. His entire arm became formless, piercing through the anomaly's body. Heart extraction. Both Shen Ge and the anomaly rat were Tier 3, but Shen Ge's anomaly energy was special. Perhaps due to the system's influence, or because its essence was mental power, he could suppress entities of the same tier. As Shen Ge's hand plunged into the anomaly rat's chest, his mental power, sustaining the formless anomaly domain, plummeted rapidly. But having come this far, there was no turning back. Just as Shen Ge's mental power dropped to less than 10%, his right palm finally broke through the anomaly rat's energy defense and reached its heart. Squelch! Shen Ge gripped the anomaly rat's heart. The Crimson Mist wrought armor coating his arm instantly transformed into the anomaly stomach form, biting down on the rat's heart. The host is majestic and invincible, single-handedly slaying a Tier 3 anomaly. Reward: 300 system points. Random F-grade supply, item X1. Sell the Tier 3 anomaly corpse? Price, 1,500 system points. Yes. Shen Ge currently had a total of 14,537 system points and 15 unclaimed F-grade recovery items, so he didn't need to be overly frugal with his supplies. After selling the anomaly corpse, Shen Ge ate a mental apple to evade the swarming parasitized individuals and continued deeper into the experimental zone. Reaching the innermost laboratory, Shen Ge found the switch and turned on the lights. The several dozen square meter room was in disarray. Tables, chairs, and stools were overturned. Numerous experimental instruments lay haphazardly on the floor and tables. Experimental files and reports were scattered everywhere. Bloodstains covered the surfaces, and a headless corpse lay in the corner. Shen Ge had Xiao Qi connect to the laboratory's computer. Once successfully booted, the experimental records on the desktop caught his attention. Opening them, he found they were recordings made by the headless corpse before its death. In the video, a weary, balding Sakura Blossom researcher spoke in heavily accented English. With Xiao Qi's translation, Shen Ge roughly understood his meaning. He said, "If you're seeing this video, it means the plan has failed, but I have no regrets. I only wanted to prove that the evolution of the individual human has not stopped due to technological development. On the contrary, technology and individual evolution complement each other. The emergence of anomalies has provided humanity with a new opportunity for evolution. Once I completed this research, the entire world would remember my name. No one could steal my achievements. Those who tried to halt the plan back then must be very pleased now, right? However, I managed to take some particularly promising samples from the Institute before they could destroy them. These samples are like my children. I hope they could survive in that environment, but they seem to have a bad eating habit. They always like to bite off the heads of their food and chew slowly. I don't think they prefer the texture of the head, but rather the nutrient-rich brain. Ah, my little one has come to see me. Child eye." Before the researcher could finish, a rustling sound was heard, followed by a dark shadow pouncing on him and biting off most of his body in one gulp. Although the shadow flashed by quickly, Shen Ge could roughly make out that it seemed to be a 2 to 3 meter long black centipede. TCH. Shen Ge's expression rarely showed displeasure. He'd rather face animal-type anomalies than insectoid ones, especially centipedes. Due to their medicinal properties, he had encountered many of these back when he first entered the Rongshan Mental Hospital, so many that they were measured by the bucketful. Thus, while Shen Ge wasn't particularly bothered by worms, maggots, or other insects becoming spirits, or anomalies, he had a certain aversion to centipedes. He even felt a momentary urge to forget further exploration and just burn the entire underground research facility to the ground. Shen Ge closed the video and opened the folder containing the experimental records, browsing through the reports related to the anomaly centipede. These were things he wouldn't have understood much before, but after spending increasing time in the research department over the past few months, he could now grasp some of the data recording patterns. With Xiao Qi's help in translating technical terms and specialized data into plain language, Shen Ge quickly understood the traits of these anomaly centipedes. First, the anomaly centipedes had strong reproductive capabilities. There was a natural cave within this underground base dedicated to cultivating them. According to the researchers' reports, it took about 3 months to cultivate over 100 Tier-1 anomaly centipedes for experiments. Secondly, the anomaly centipedes seemed to inherit the medicinal property aspect. Their eggs held high medicinal value. Consuming them directly could even slowly heal wounds. Shen Ge, who had initially wanted to burn the place down, now considered taking some anomaly centipede eggs back for Li Xiang to cultivate. Currently, the internal injury healing pills obtained from the system had a semi-finished version developed by the Rong City branch that approached the original's effects. Adding anomaly centipede eggs might just turn it into the finished product. Shen Ge began searching the laboratory, trying to find the natural cave mentioned in the reports for cultivating the anomaly centipedes. Just then, a series of strange noises came from next door, followed by the sound of flesh being crushed and gulping, swallowing sounds. It seemed the parasitized individuals gathered in the corridor had attracted roaming anomalies, and those lower-tier anomalies were now feasting right outside the office door. Even trapped, Shen Ge wasn't panicked. He could easily escape using his formless anomaly domain. But at that moment, he received a message from Fang Mingwei. Fang Mingwei informed him about the anomaly centipedes in the underground warehouse and how the people here had tried to raise anomalies to eliminate failed test subjects. Although Shen Ge felt some aversion to the anomaly centipedes, motivated by the goal of creating his own internal injury healing pills, he decided to go check it out. As Shen Ge headed towards the underground area, using the route map provided by Fang Mingwei, she encountered a situation herself. More and more parasitized individuals were flooding into the underground area, attracting numerous anomalies to come and feed. Some of these anomalies were on the verge of Tier 2 mutation, and this all-you-can-eat buffet promptly triggered their evolution. Several Tier 1 anomalies simultaneously mutated to Tier 2 after devouring large numbers of their kind. Among them were anomalies possessing anomaly space abilities. Suddenly, several anomaly spaces appeared at once. The collision of anomaly energies caused spatial distortions in the area, inadvertently allowing some Tier 2 anomalies to enter the laboratory where Fang Mingwei was. Fang Mingwei had been collecting relevant reports inside the laboratory, planning to hand the ones with important information directly to Shen Ge when he arrived, while having Xiaoqi copy another set for the Special Countermeasures Department. Unexpectedly, just as she was reviewing the reports, the commotion outside grew louder. Several anomalies suddenly emerged from the distorted space into the laboratory area. Clearly incapable of handling multiple enemies alone, and seeing that the anomalies had detected her life force signature without hesitation, Fang Mingwei turned and ran. Unfortunately, these anomalies had clearly spotted her. While she wanted to avoid them, they had no intention of letting her go, initiating a chase through the experimental zone. The route towards the blast door she had blown open was already blocked by the influx of parasitized individuals. Of the remaining 3 paths, one housed high-tier anomaly centipedes, and the other 2, one was her current location, and the other was impassable due to the spatial distortions. Though anxious, Fang Mingwei didn't panic and flee blindly. As she ran, she pondered what Shen Ge would do in such a situation. Obviously, Shen Ge would adopt strategies like the more chaos, the better. As long as it's easy for me, nothing else matters, or it's just Sakura Blossom territory. Let's wreak havoc, among others. A bold idea flashed in Fang Mingwei's mind. Deciding to utilize this characteristic, she threw a Molotov cocktail and a fragmentation grenade into the crowd of anomalies and parasitized individuals, then sprinted towards the underground warehouse. These 2 items alone were hardly enough to stop the monsters flooding into the laboratory. Fang Mingwei not only didn't plan to sneak away, but intended to draw their full aggro. Then, she stepped onto a chair, jumped onto an experimental table, smashed the window above, climbed through into the adjacent office, and leaped into the corridor. With a flick, her anomaly bone staff extended into a long pole. The anomalies feasting in the corridor didn't expect food to fall from the sky. Sensing Fang Mingwei's life force, one opened its mouth to bite her midair. But instead of a tasty morsel, it got a pole rammed down its throat straight to its stomach. Fang Mingwei used her falling momentum to perform a roll, simultaneously leveraging the staff. The anomaly she had impaled was sent flipping onto its back. As Fang Mingwei rose, she retracted and then extended the anomaly bone staff again, sweeping it in a wide arc to knock down the parasitized individuals charging at her. She then stepped on them to forcibly charge through the corridor. Reaching a corner, 2 anomalies with fleshy, petal-like heads opened their terrifying, gaping maws to bite Fang Mingwei. Instead of retreating, she advanced, ducking under a parasitized individual's lunge while simultaneously tossing 2 fragmentation grenades into their wide-open mouths. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions turned the fleshy flower heads of the parasitized individuals into chunks of meat. Meanwhile, Fang Mingwei, emulating Jackie Chan's signature downstairs method, slid down the stair railing. Having passed through here once before, Fong Mingwen knew the railings only had cobwebs and rust, no hidden mechanisms or traps, or she wouldn't have dared slide down so recklessly. With the overwhelming number of parasitized individuals pouring in from above, many had already rushed into this passage leading to the underground warehouse. Sliding down actually saved her a lot of time. The anomalies whose aggro Fong Mingwe had drawn earlier clearly weren't about to let her go easily. They chased her down to the lower levels, devouring any parasitized individuals blocking their path. Fong Mingwe rushed to the bottom level, kicked open the previously closed iron door, and pulled out a fragmentation grenade, throwing it into the container where the anomaly centipedes were coiled. Boom! The moment the grenade exploded, Fong Mingwe had already used her grappling hook gun to latch onto a distant container. She climbed up, pried open the iron grating of a ventilation duct, and crawled inside. The enraged anomaly centipede, after being blasted, charged out. Although it detected Fong Mingyue's life force scent from the ventilation duct, the parasitized individuals and anomalies flooding in through the entrance were more appealing. Fong Mingwe didn't concern herself with the situation in the underground warehouse. As she crawled deeper into the ventilation duct, she took out her communicator and sent a message to Shen Ge, updating him on the situation. She hadn't crawled far when she faintly heard gunfire. After checking with Shen Ge via communicator and confirming it wasn't him, she guessed it might be Luo Jing and the others. The source of the gunfire was indeed Luo Jing's group, who had encountered attacks from anomalies and parasitized individuals. After Fong Mingyue activated the power system for the underground base, equipment in many areas powered on. The machine noises, operating unattended, awakened large numbers of parasitized individuals who were being used as test subjects. Among these were more advanced freaks. Luo Jing and the others hadn't stayed long in the control room before following Glotz and his companion, attempting to venture deeper into the underground laboratory. Unfortunately, they ran into hordes of these awakened freaks in the experimental zone. Although these freaks weren't as powerful as Tier 1 anomalies, they were much more troublesome to deal with than ordinary parasitized individuals who could be handled with guns and grenades. Facing hundreds of freaks, Luo Jing and her 4 companions found themselves in a fierce battle, forced into a sealed laboratory. Seeing they couldn't hold out, Glotz gave Henley a look. The latter took out a syringe and injected himself. Immediately, Henley underwent a Hulk-like transformation, his height shooting from 1.8 meters to over 2.5 meters, his muscles bulging enormously. He then charged to the doorway, punching one freak after another, instantly pulverizing them in a meat paste. This is Luo Jing, standing behind Glotz, hesitated to speak, clearly curious about the drug Henley had used. Glotz rubbed his bald head, a slightly proud expression on his face. To be frank, Miss Luo, this is the latest anomaly energy potion developed by our U.S. Anomaly Research Department. It's similar to the potions you use that rapidly heal wounds and accelerate recovery. But our potion works by accelerating the activity of anomaly energy cells, putting the agent's own cells into dormancy, and allowing the anomaly energy cells to temporarily control bodily functions. Brother Lee, surprised that the U.S. had such a potion with effects almost equivalent to creating artificial anomalies, asked a rather silly question. Is this potion also made from anomalies? Since it was an anomaly energy potion, it was naturally made from the mysterious and versatile anomalies. Compared to Brother Lee's foolish question, Luo Jing was more concerned about whether it was harmful to the human body. After all, the potions used by Brother Lee and Zhao Deji could relieve pain and heal injuries, but required continuous injections of anomaly energy potions to sustain the effect. Otherwise, the user would turn into a fleshy monster. Hearing Luo Jing's question, Glotz clearly didn't want to elaborate. Miss Luo, rather than worrying about whether the anomaly energy potion is harmful to Henley, perhaps you should consider how we can escape this siege of parasitized individuals. Glotz obviously didn't know that the creatures outside weren't ordinary parasitized individuals, but the more troublesome and harder to deal with freaks. His tone still carried confidence in the anomaly energy potion, and a faint smile could even be seen at the corner of his eye. But this smile didn't last long, shattered by the intrusion of two Tier-2 anomalies from outside. Henley, in his Hulk form, was already hard-pressed to hold back the hundreds of freaks. No one expected several anomalies to appear from somewhere, devouring the freaks as they charged towards the experimental zone. Henley, who had been holding the line in the corridor, didn't anticipate the anomaly's ferocious assault. Even with the power of the anomaly energy potion maximizing the effects of his several anomaly energy equipment, he couldn't last 5 minutes against this horde. Both he and his equipment were swallowed by the two leading anomalies. Watching as anomalies and freaks poured into the experimental zone together, Glotz had no time to grieve. He, along with Luo Jing and the other two, tried to use their anomaly energy equipment to block the entrance. However, facing overwhelming numbers and quality, all resistance seemed futile. Just as despair set in, a loud bang erupted from the back of the laboratory. The iron grating of a ventilation duct in the corner was kicked open, and a slender figure dropped down. Mingwei. Recognizing the newcomer, Luo Jing was overjoyed. This update is available on novlfire.net. On one hand, she and Fang Mingyue were both agents from the headquarters, had known each other for a long time, and had a good relationship. On the other hand, Fang Mingyue's arrival via the ventilation duct meant they could potentially escape through it. But before Fang Mingyue could even respond after jumping down, she raised her hand. The anomaly leather bracer on her right arm deployed an inflatable pad that expanded inside the ventilation duct, seemingly attempting to block it. However, the next second, another loud bang sounded. The inflatable pad blocking the vent was forcefully squeezed out, followed by half-meter to 1 meter long anomaly centipedes dropping from the ventilation duct. "What's going on?" Luo Jing, forced to the center of the lab by the freaks, asked Fang Mingyue. After escaping into the ventilation duct, Fang Mingyue had assumed the large anomaly centipede would prioritize devouring the anomalies and parasitized individuals that had charged into the underground warehouse. While the big one indeed ignored her, there were many smaller anomaly centipedes in the other containers in the warehouse. The report Shen Ge saw mentioned the anomaly centipede's strong reproductive ability, so strong that the high-tier centipede could lay numerous eggs by itself. During the abandoned period of the underground base, the anomaly centipede hadn't starved. It sustained itself by consuming its own eggs and the smaller centipedes. Terrifyingly, the centipede's egg-laying efficiency far exceeded its consumption rate. Fang Mingyue only saw the large centipede hiding in one container, but didn't realize that the other containers were filled with smaller centipedes hiding to avoid being eaten by their mother. The fragmentation grenade Fang Mingyue threw not only attracted the high-tier centipede's attention and drew in the anomalies and parasitized individuals from outside, but also awakened the small centipedes in the other containers. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Dense swarms of anomaly centipedes crawled all over the warehouse. Some, detecting Fang Mingyue's life force, chased her all the way here. Luo Jing hadn't expected this outcome. Her newly kindled hope was instantly extinguished, but Fang Mingyue wasn't as pessimistic. "Sister Luo, don't worry. Agent Shen has received the location I sent and is on his way here," Fang Mingyue said, her tone filled with absolute confidence in Shen Ge. Luo Jing didn't say anything outwardly, but inwardly, she was anxious. After all, the underground research base was more complex than imagined. Who knew how long it would take Shen Ge to fight his way here? Moreover, the corridor outside was already completely blocked by freaks and anomalies. However, as the saying goes, speak of the devil. Just as they mentioned their hope, a somewhat off-key but barely audible song echoed from outside the experimental zone. "Just captured a few monsters, hey? Subdued a few demons, ho. Why are there so many freaks and anomalies?" Regardless of the singing quality, Its ability to draw aggro was excellent. Hearing the song from the end of the corridor, the freaks and anomalies surged backward en masse. But what awaited them wasn't just red flames, but also the anomaly energy bullets from the anomaly-killing revolver. In an instant, the entire corridor became a slaughterhouse. Shen Ge, the anomaly butcher, had arrived. 2 minutes ago, Luo Jing didn't understand why Fang Mingyue trusted Shen Ge so much, nor where that unwavering confidence came from. But as that singing voice, which could rival a certain elementary school detective's vocal skills, rang out, the parasitized individuals and anomalies in the corridor and experimental zone surged towards the source of the sound, and the singing was steadily getting closer. Luo Jing finally understood that absolute trust is built upon absolute strength. Fang Mingyue had collaborated with Shen Ge more than once. Presumably, this wasn't the first time they'd faced such a desperate situation, and each time, Shen Ge had never let Fang Mingyue down, which built the trust she had now. Luo Jing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder her best friend and old comrade, Deng Yuqi, had told her before departure, when in doubt, just find Shen Ge. Brother Li and Zhao Daiju, who had been trying desperately to hold back the parasitized individuals at the corridor, had killed over a dozen with great effort. But when they saw these parasitized beings drawn back into the corridor by the audacious singing, their expressions became somewhat complicated. This, Zhao Daiju wasn't sure if he should chase out to help. If the newcomer was Shen Ge, his own strength probably wouldn't be much use. To use Fang Mingyue's words, in front of Agent Shen, don't even talk about helping. Not holding him back is an achievement. Shen Ge drawing away most of the parasitized individuals and anomalies drastically reduced the pressure on the group in the experimental zone. But Fang Mingyue wasn't idle either, as many anomaly centipedes were still pouring out of the ventilation duct. Yo, good evening everyone. Had dinner yet? Shen Ge wasn't clad in full body armor, only covering key areas like his chest and joints for ease of movement. With Shaoqi's defense system ready to activate emergency protection when needed, maintaining full armor wasn't necessary. Of course, the most important reason was that the armor's design was too distinctive. After the incident in the downtown area of Korea, he was still on their blacklist. Having fought his way to the entrance of the experimental zone, Shaoqi was controlling the wrought armor's tentacles to brush off bits of flesh stuck to Shen Ge. The scene was rather gruesome. As soon as he entered the experimental zone, a freak over 2 meters tall charged at him. Shen Ge was still in the middle of waving a greeting, which startled Luo Jing and the others. Luo Jing had been using her anomaly energy equipment to control the numerous parasitized individuals in the zone, including this freak, but she hadn't expected its strength to be so great, easily breaking free of the restraint. Just as it seemed Shen Ge hadn't noticed the charging freak and was still greeting them, several tentacles extended from his body, wrapping around the freak and lifting it into the air. Squelch! Then, a bone spear extended from the wrought armor on Shen Ge's arm, piercing straight through the freak's heart. Seeing that the monster that everyone had worked together to barely tie with was easily solved by Shen Ge, everyone's expressions were a little subtle for a moment. Agent Shen, Fang Mingyue was the first to snap out of it, greeting Shen Ge excitedly. Compared to Fang Mingyue's excitement and enthusiasm, Luo Jing and the others were somewhat stunned. To be precise, it wasn't indifference, but rather they hadn't yet recovered from Shen Ge's slaughtering a wide path singing. Brother Li, who had cooperated with Shen Ge during the Yuzhou incident, was the first to regain his composure and step forward to exchange pleasantries. But before he could speak, a loud boom echoed as the anomaly centipedes that had chased Fang Mingyue collapsed part of the ceiling, and a large swarm dropped down. Even as an elite anomaly agent who had seen many disgusting anomalies, Luo Jing broke out in goosebumps at the sight of these revolting insects swarming densely together, instinctively taking a few steps back. Even Shen Ge couldn't help but frown, though it wasn't fear, but rather the dense mass of centipedes triggering unpleasant memories. Step back. Shen Ge raised his arm, and black anomaly fire sprayed from the anomaly bracer on his left arm, sizzling as it burned the centipedes. Are these the centipedes from the underground warehouse you mentioned? Shen Ge asked Fang Mingwei while torching the insects. Fang Mingwei nodded. I originally thought there was only one big centipede in those containers, but I didn't expect so many small ones. Then, Luo Jing stepped forward. Speaking of centipedes, on our way here, we saw a natural cave in the control room filled with eggshells. I see, but from what I know, this underground research facility was primarily built to cultivate these anomaly centipedes for pharmaceutical use. Shen Ge briefly mentioned the reports he found in the laboratory. Luo Jing was about to ask if he had recorded them. If not, they could go back to document them, as these reports would be valuable for future Special Countermeasures Department research or for dealing with the Sakura blossoms. But she glanced at Glotz, who was crouched by the door, examining his companion's injuries, and signaled Shen Ge with her eyes to be careful about the other party overhearing intelligence. Shen Ge rolled up his sleeves. Silence him? Do it now. Luo Jing's expression froze. Sir, are you a bandit who got a government job? Glotz, crouched by the door, used his body to block the view and swiftly retrieved the anomaly energy equipment from Henley's body. With his back to Shen Ge and the others, Glotz thought their attention was on the experimental zone and the topic of the underground base. He didn't know Shen Ge and Luo Jing were watching him, having a minor dispute about silencing him. Although Shen Ge's words were mostly in jest, his reputation in the Special Countermeasures Department for not following conventions made Luo Jing genuinely think for a second he intended to kill Glotz. Shen Ge might not care about international relations, but Luo Jing, as deputy commander of this operation, couldn't joke about such things. Glotz stood up and looked at Luo Jing, feeling their gazes were somewhat strange, but bravely said, Miss Luo, this underground research base is more dangerous than we imagined. But from what I know, the anti-anomaly missile research here might be key to resolving this anomaly incident in Takaguchi City. We must hurry to the depths of the base to find that missile. Anti-anomaly missile? Hearing this term, Shen Ge recalled the instances in the log where newly developed anti-anomaly missiles were used against anomalies. Back then, the Americans successfully used one against a high-tier anomaly and even obtained its corpse, creating the strongest anomaly energy equipment at the time. When the Sakura Blossoms wanted to borrow this high-level equipment from the Americans to deal with the Tier 8 anomaly destroying Takaguchi, they were refused, which led them to target Misfortune, contained in the Rome City branch. In contrast, when the Special Countermeasures Department used an anti-anomaly missile against the Tier 7 anomaly Formless in Rome City, it not only failed but also caused Formless to complete its mutation. Hearing anti-anomaly missile now gave Shen Ge a sense of déjà vu from a past life, as his future self had spent months dealing with Formless without success, only making the situation worse. If not for this, Shen Ge would not have been so determined to nip the strange characteristics in the bud. Even though it was the cherry blossoms that were affected this time, he would have chosen to go there as soon as possible without hesitation. Although the Great Celestial Dynasty and the Sakura Blossoms had deep-seated hatred, when it came to anomaly incidents, they were like lips and teeth. If the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. If Misfortune successfully mutated to Tier 8 and devoured Takaguchi City, it would be like a nuclear bomb constantly hanging over the Great Celestial Dynasty's head, and no one knew when it would explode. So the question was, did the Sakura Blossoms use an anti-anomaly missile against Misfortune back then? Was it ineffective? Or did using the missile cause Misfortune to grow into a Tier 8 anomaly? According to the log, intel, anomalies above Tier 6 could feed on nuclear energy, which could accelerate their mutation. If the anti-anomaly missiles at this time weren't as advanced as those 3 years later, it was indeed possible that Misfortune treated them as food, accelerating its mutation. Sigh. Thinking of this, Shen Ge sighed inwardly. A problem that could originally be solved with world peace had become extremely troublesome because Tier 6 anomalies could consume nuclear energy. Shen Ge suddenly felt that anomaly organizations worldwide were becoming like a certain organization with a grand name, seemingly impressive but ultimately could only stand by and watch monsters fight. If anomalies grew to Tier 7 or 8, reaching a point where anti-anomaly missiles and other methods were ineffective, they might truly end up like the Monarch organization, just watching from the sidelines. However, Glotz claimed this underground research base was for studying anti-anomaly missiles. That might fool Luo Jing and the others, but Shen Ge and Fang Mingwei had entered from another entrance and passed through the lower research area to rendezvous with them. If, as Glotz said, an anti-anomaly missile was hidden here, Shen Ge and Fang Mingwei should have found some clues. But unfortunately, the lower levels were full of human experimentation labs. It was more likely they researched parasitized individuals and freaks. An anti-anomaly missile? Maybe only Brother Kuan could drop a beat for you. Shen Ge glanced at Glotz and said flatly, "Are you sure the base below is a missile research facility and not for human experimentation?" Glotz, seeing Shen Ge address him, paused for a second before replying in English. "Sorry, I don't speak Chinese." "Stop pretending. Your ears were perked up like a rabbit's when we discussed the underground base earlier. Think we're blind?" Shen Ge said coldly. Glotz clearly had no intention of admitting it, now seemingly possessed by the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor, perfectly portraying confusion, bewilderment, and panic. "Really don't understand? Even better, no one will know if we silence you." As Shen Ge spoke, he flicked his right hand, and the pig-slaughtering knife slid from the rod armor on his arm into his palm. In the next second, Glotz felt a blur before his eyes. Shen Ge's knife was already at his throat, making him blurt out in Chinese, "Wait, don't kill me. I thought you didn't speak Chinese?" Shen Ge smiled. Glotz awkwardly said, "Agent, we have no grudge. We're both here to support the Sakura Blossoms. There's no need for mutual harm, right?" "Mutual harm? No, this is just one-sided bullying," Shen Ge said. "Damn it, buddy, you can't have a conversation like this." With a knife at his throat, Glotz had to yield. "Sir, that's not important. What matters is we need to get the anti-anomaly missile from below to deal with the Takaguchi anomaly disaster." Shen Ge said, "Do you think I'm stupid, Baldy? If the Sakura Blossoms really had anti-anomaly missiles with Takaguchi City in this state, wouldn't they have used them already? Waiting for them to hatch. Besides, do you know where I came from? It was the underground area you mentioned with the missile. The place below is for human experimentation, researching those monsters in the corridor." That's impossible." A flash of panic crossed Glotz's face. Shen Ge continued, "Baldy, you weren't planning to lure us down, then find a chance to wake up those anomalies and parasitized individuals to trap us while you went for the research reports. Were you?" Glotz's face stiffened. Clearly, Shen Ge had hit the nail on the head. Glotz forced an awkward laugh, trying to stay calm. "I don't understand what you're saying. If your goal is this..." Before Glotz could finish, Shen Ge impatiently interrupted, raising his left arm. A small screen projected above. It showed research photos and experimental files from the underground base. "I'm short on time. So, do you want these research reports or not?" Glotz was shocked. He hadn't expected Shen Ge to actually have the underground base's reports. Although he'd only been shown a small part during his briefing, the photos and report content Shen Ge displayed matched them. Luo Jing, seeing Shen Ge directly show the reports, was about to stop him, but the next second, she felt a bit sorry for Glotz. Shen Ge asked, "So now can we talk about why this underground research base was really built, who the Sakura Blossoms built it with, and why the human experimentation is related to the abilities shown by the 12 branches? Of course, you don't have to talk. I can make this plan public, and someone will be willing to investigate. Or you can satisfy my curiosity, and we can continue cooperating." Glotz frowned, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Mr. Shen, to be honest, this underground base was indeed jointly built by the Sakura Blossoms and our United States. But it's not some conspiracy. It's genuinely conducting research beneficial to humanity." "Oh, beneficial? How so?" Shen Ge asked with a faint smile. Glotz said gravely, "Over a decade ago, when the first anomaly incident occurred, We realized anomalies would be humanity's greatest future enemy. We tried many methods to solve the anomaly energy problem at its root. But you know what? The anomaly energy problem can never be solved. Why? Luo Jing, standing nearby, asked. Glotz looked at her and countered. Miss Luo, can you make air completely disappear from Earth? Luo Jing frowned. But anomaly energy is produced by anomalies. If we find a source of anomaly mutation, can't we solve the problem at its root? Glotz shook his head. No, it seems your security level isn't high enough to access those secrets. But it's fine to tell you now. Over a decade ago, your great celestial dynasty already had an anomaly research organization, though it wasn't called the Special Countermeasures Department then. It was at a place called the Higher Research Institute. Compared to the surprise of Luo Jing, Feng Mingyue, and the others, Shen Ge, who had already encountered information about the Haya Institute, remained much calmer. No one interrupted, all waiting for Glotz to continue. To this day, we still don't know how your great celestial dynasty obtained the first anomaly corpse. But through research on the primordial anomaly, we opened Pandora's box and released the terrifying anomalies. That's right. Before research on the primordial anomaly, there were no anomalies in this world. Only after we used the primordial anomaly's power to reach the depths of the earth, found the first living anomaly, and captured it, did we completely release the anomaly energy hidden underground. Non-human organisms that absorb this energy undergo mutation and become anomalies. Anomaly energy has two forms. One is visible black energy. The other is diluted in the air, formless and odorless. That's why anomaly mutation occurs worldwide. Brotherly instinctively asked, what's the difference between the two? Black anomaly energy is a readily available energy. Once extracted, even we humans can utilize it. The formless energy can only be sensed by non-human organisms. After absorption, their non-human bodies change and then emit black anomaly energy. Since the underground anomaly energy was released, the air has been filled with this formless energy. Once non-human organisms inhale it, their bodies slowly begin to mutate. If abused or facing death, secreted hormones fuse with the anomaly energy, accelerating mutation. Anomaly energy is like air. With current technology, it's impossible to completely remove it. The only solution is to allow humans to utilize this energy as well, evolving into a new humanity. Hearing this, Luo Jing and the others looked grave, but Shen Ge remarked, if you can't beat them, join them. A timeless human truth. Glotz's welling words were stuck by Shen Ge's comment. After a moment, he continued, Mr. Shen, that's not the right way to put it. You have an old saying, the wise adapt to circumstances. Anomalies are too dangerous for humanity. If we can obtain their mysterious and versatile abilities and coexist with them, wouldn't that be better? Ah, brother, you're quite the flavor enhancer. Shen Ge couldn't help but tease. Glotz clearly didn't get the sarcasm and kept preaching the heroism trope worn out in American movies. Shen Ge had no interest and cut him off. Even if it's, as you say, research for saving the world, why has it now become the power the 12 branches use to destroy the world? Glotz sighed. Actually, I don't know much about that. I only know the experiments required a large number of live subjects, and eventually higher-ups had a disagreement and went their separate ways. However, they did develop a type of anomaly energy that the human body could successfully absorb, a third type of anomaly energy, red anomaly energy. Oh, mention of red anomaly energy instantly piqued Shen Ge's interest. The Lixiang 2-type Crimson Mist armor was developed based on the heart seized from the leader of the 12 branches. Although Lixiang successfully applied this ability to the armor, the research on the heart wasn't thorough. That's why I wanted to go to the lower levels. The underground base researches this new anomaly energy. Glotz clearly hid some information, but Shen Ge wasn't worried. He already had all the underground base data. Down below, he had deliberately blown up the machines, destroyed the reports, and even set a fire before leaving to ensure nothing was left intact. Whether Glotz could find any reports down there was questionable, but he'd definitely find plenty of roasted parasitized individuals and anomalies. Glotz looked at Shen Ge. I've told you everything I know, as you requested. If you're willing to give me the reports from the underground base, I promise to recommend you to our most advanced anomaly research department. You can choose several pieces of the latest anomaly energy equipment. How about it? Please, your own anomaly gear is so shabby, and you're offering me a choice? Shen Ge's tone was full of disdain. Glotz choked, defending. The equipment we agents choose is suited to our combat style. More are stored in the research institutes. If you hand over the reports, we'll let you choose. If you don't believe me, I can contact the person in charge now. Saying this, Glotz took a communicator from his combat pack. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished from his hand. Is this your latest communicator? Shao Qi, check if it's in communication mode. Shen Ge said, playing with the device. Received master. Shao Qi extended a tentacle, wrapped around the communicator, and began analyzing its data while blocking signals. Glotz's eyes widened. He had no idea when Shen Ge took it. Was it an effect of anomaly equipment? If such equipment existed, wouldn't it be as terrifying as Quicksilver or the Flash in the movies? Sir, what is the meaning of this? Glotz demanded. Shen Ge smiled. No particular meaning. Since you lack sincerity in cooperating, I don't want to waste time on you. You're slandering me. I've shared the intel I have, and you're breaking your promise, unwilling to hand over the reports. Glotz said angrily. Shen Ge raised an eyebrow. Oh, then why did you know during the fight with the parasitized individuals that their weakness wasn't the head but the heart? And even knew to avoid the higher-level freaks, targeting the lower-level parasitized ones? Is this your so-called honest cooperation? Glotz's face changed color. He hadn't expected Shen Ge to observe so carefully, catching such details. Shen Ge continued. According to the underground base reports, the researchers classified parasitized individuals into two levels. One is the parasitic anomaly that just entered the human body, not yet fully assimilated for the first mutation. If mutation fails, the parasitic anomaly bursts out, replacing the human's head. The reports define these as level 0, the most basic parasitized individuals. Usually, they have little combat power. A standard assault rifle to the head can kill them. The second type is when the parasitic anomaly successfully assimilates with the human. The human body undergoes various changes, and the parasitic anomaly can't devour the head to replace it. Instead, it becomes their heart. The reports define these as level 1, with anomaly energy content equivalent to Tier 1 anomalies. And they have another name, freaks. Your teammate, the one torn to pieces at the door, the Hulk, when I appeared at the other end of the corridor, he was struggling. But I observed he knew the abilities of both types of freaks very well. And in combat, even when facing parasitized individuals and freaks that look similar, he knew whether to blow their heads or hearts. At first, I found it strange, but when I entered the lab and saw you easily deal with two freaks, I understood. So now, do you still say you've told me everything you know? Shen Ge looked at Glotz with a smile, which seemed very dangerous to Glotz, sending a chill down his spine. Glotz swallowed, still holding on. I don't know any freaks. I just received similar combat training in previous drills. Oh, freaks are equivalent to Tier 1 anomalies. Above them are level 2 freaks, equivalent to Tier 2 anomalies. They're nearly 3 meters tall, initially looking like they're wearing black leather armor, covered in barbs, with crimson eyes. Below the nose isn't a normal face, but an anomaly-like gaping maw. As Shen Ge described the level 2 freak, not only Luo Jing and Feng Mingwei, but also Brother Li and Zhao Dezhu realized the problem, as there had been one in the experimental zone during the earlier fight. When facing this level 2 freak, Glotz acted as if he knew it was very dangerous, deliberately letting Brother Li and Zhao Dezhu take the front. Luckily, Luo Jing used her anomaly equipment to restrain the freak, allowing them to hold on until Shen Ge arrived. This, Glotz's face changed. He slowly stepped back, then suddenly accelerated, trying to run out of the experimental zone. Brotherly shouted. He's trying to escape. But the next second, Glot's head went rolling to the ground. Luo Jing, Brotherly, and Zhao Dezhu were all speechless with astonishment. They weren't just shocked by how Shen Ge had accomplished this. They were even more shocked by how he had managed to behead a spy without anyone noticing. Shen Ge crouched by Glot's body, having Shao Qi scan his anomaly equipment and removing it piece by piece. At the same time, Shen Ge glanced at Brotherly, who shuddered, instinctively thinking of his own epitaph. Agent Shen, I'm one of us. We cooperated in Yuzhou, remember? Even drank your celebration drink. Brotherly stammered. Shen Ge said calmly, Brotherly, I meant to say, don't you find this equipment on Glot's familiar? Brotherly was taken aback, instinctively looking at the gear Shen Ge took from Glot's. Shen Ge picked out 2 pieces and placed them on the ground, then picked up Glot's sidearm. If I recall correctly, the mercenary Scorpion who entered the Dongyu village anomaly space used this standard equipment. And these 2 anomaly equipment pieces are the same type as the ones he damaged back then. Fang Mingyue was the first to recognize them after Shen Ge's reminder. Right, it's this kind of bracer and armor. I saw my teacher break them with my own eyes. Why are they with him? Shen Ge said. The 2 broken pieces were taken back to the branch. These 2, I think they, like our anomaly gloves and black bone daggers, are their standard issue. As for why Glotz has them, it's simple. Scorpion was always from the United States. Everyone was shocked. Scorpion was the world's most capable anomaly mercenary organization. Everyone thought they worked for the 12 branches, but now Shen Ge claimed the U.S. was their real employer. How could they not be shocked? Brotherly asked gravely. Agent Shen, where did you get this intel? Is it reliable? If true, this is explosive. I guessed, Shen Ge said. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Shen Ge also kept the secret and said directly, it's very simple. Putting aside the 12 zodiac signs, the 2 countries in the world that are currently developing the fastest research and development of strange devices are my country and the United States. At first, I also thought that Scorpion was a member of the 12 zodiac signs, until I recently confirmed that the 12 zodiac signs do not exist. So, if Scorpion is always the first to know about major strange disasters in various countries and acts so quickly, if he is not the one who caused the trouble, then the real boss behind the scenes can only be one of my country or the United States. The 12 branches don't exist? What do you mean? Luo Jing asked, puzzled. Shen Ge said, now's not the time. I'll submit the latest report on the 12 branches later, and you can check it yourselves. There's no anti-anomaly missile here. The underground is full of human experimentation labs, with tens of thousands of parasitized individuals and freaks. What? So many live test subjects. Luo Jing said angrily. Brother Li's face darkened. The sakura blossoms really can't change their stripes. They loved these experiments before and still do. Shen Ge said, that's why I set a fire before leaving. Shao Qi has detected rapidly rising temperatures nearby. It'll probably reach this level soon. We should get out quickly. Right, everyone agreed. Shen Ge didn't forget his medicinal ingredients before leaving. He had Luo Jing take him to the control room overlooking the natural cave. Then he told Fang Mingyue, Luo Jing, and the others to leave first. Shen Ge claimed he was going to plant bombs to destroy the place, but in reality, after the others left, he used the collapse feature of his formless anomaly domain to pass through the control room into the natural cave. The cave floor was covered densely with eggshells, most already hatched. Shen Ge searched for a long time before finding 1 or 2 unhatched eggs. He had Shao Qi check the life activity of the anomaly centipede eggs. Finally, he chose the smallest one, about the size of a basketball, and placed it in his twisted space backpack, instructing Shao Qi to monitor it to prevent hatching and turning his ammo stash into a bug nest. Meanwhile, as Shen Ge searched the cave for eggs, Fang Mingyue and the other 3 retraced their route back to the sealed blast door. The collapsed area outside was packed with parasitized individuals. Fighting their way out with just the 4 of them was unlikely, so they chose to take the emergency exit according to the map Fong Mingwei found. But this underground base had been closed for a long time. Power was only restored when Fong Mingwei arrived. It was uncertain if the passage still led to the surface. With the main entrance blocked and the fire spreading upwards, the emergency exit was their only option. Treating it as a last resort, they followed the passage upward until stopped by a bulkhead door. Fong Mingwei had found the map and an access card in an office, but swiping it on the door's reader several times only resulted in beeping red lights. Why won't it work? Fong Mingwei had used this card to open many lab doors along the way, but couldn't get through the final door. Try this one. Luo Jing had taken Glot's card when they left the experimental zone. She swiped it, and this time the reader beeped and lit green. The bulkhead door hissed open. The four emerged from the emergency passage into what looked like an underground parking garage. Luo Jing was about to head for the exit when Fong Mingwei grabbed her. Be careful. There's a strange energy reaction ahead. Fong Mingwei held the strange energy detector in her hand and looked towards the exit vigilantly. Gulp, gulp. Then, with the distinctive swallowing sounds of anomalies, a humanoid anomaly at least 3 to 4 meters tall, with thin, long limbs, walked down from the exit. Freak! Everyone, be careful! Having been trapped in multiple anomaly spaces and fought freaks more than once, Fong Mingwei immediately recognized it as the level 2 freak Shen Ge mentioned. TCH looks like a stick figure. Brotherly couldn't help but complain. Despite all the complaints, everyone immediately took up a fighting stance. Fong Mingwei and Luo Jing, who were good at using control-type energy equipment, stepped forward at the same time and tried to tie him up with bone cages and flesh belts. The freak was tall and thin, but surprisingly fast, dodging the women's control equipment. Its long arms swept out. Luckily, Fong Mingwei reacted quickly, deploying an inflatable pad to block it. Otherwise, being hit by that stick-like arm would have sent her flying. Brotherly, Luo Jing shouted. With 2 thuds from stepping on cars, Brotherly jumped onto a vehicle, rushed towards the freak, and leaped from behind, tackling it. Then, with his anomaly gauntlets emitting black energy, Brotherly clasped his hands together and slammed them down on the back of the freak's head. A bone-cracking sound was heard as the freak's head hit the ground with a thud. Fong Mingwei, Luo Jing, and Zhao Deju swarmed in. The anomaly bone staff transformed into a bone prison, trapping it. Luo Jing's restraints bound it, and Zhao Deju's mincer blade severed its arms. In under 2 minutes, the 4 killed the level 2 freak. Phew! Brotherly just relaxed when his peripheral vision caught movement on the exit ramp. The next second, his hair stood on end. He grabbed Luo Jing and ran. Damn it, there are dozens more up there. Run! These freaks, attracted by the fight, were crowded in the narrow parking garage exit. Besides the stick figure type, there were also the armored freaks Fong Mingwei had seen before. Going back wasn't an option. Not only were there as many freaks in the underground base, but also the fire set by a certain arsonist meant going back would turn them into roast-suckling pigs. There's a safety exit over there. Brotherly pointed at a distant green exit sign. The 4 rushed over and went up the safety stairs, unexpectedly emerging in a large shopping mall. If Shen Ge were here, he would definitely complain that this underground research institute was built by the same group of people. Was it built under the shopping mall just to make it easier for them to slack off at work? A mall. Brotherly, having run up from the underground parking, was also surprised to see a mall. Luo Jing said, "What's strange? Research institutes are the last line of defense for anomaly work. If the world heads towards apocalypse, researchers and agents would retreat underground. Being under a mall makes resource gathering post-apocalypse much easier." Hearing this, Brother Lee and the others realized many countries' anomaly departments were located in resource-rich areas. That's some long-term planning, Brother Lee said with a weird expression. Luo Jing urged, "Enough talk. Let's get out of here." Xiao Chang sent a message. He and Xia Mei are already near Tokyo Tower. "Aren't we waiting for Agent Shun?" Brother Lee asked. Fong Mingwei answered, "Based on my past experience cooperating with Agent Shun, he definitely wouldn't want us waiting here for him. Find the newest release on novelfire.net. Why? Brotherly asked instinctively. Feng Mingwei said, because he might just visit other areas while walking, or maybe take out a few high-level monsters. Brother Lee's eye twitched. Casually? Solve a few high-tier anomalies? Brotherly wanted to complain, but recalling the control room footage of Shen Ge riding the PV monster through the streets, he suddenly felt it wasn't impossible. Meanwhile, the agent of all possibilities was indeed, as Feng Mingwei said, not choosing to go straight up to leave the underground base. Instead, he followed the only passage from the natural cave downward, wanting to see where it led. Shen Ge walked down the passage for nearly 20 minutes, arriving at a broader underground cavern. The walls were covered with uniquely shaped stalactites, and the plants in the cave were peculiar, looking like withered trees, but upon closer inspection, they weren't withered. That was just their natural appearance. Passing through the wide cavern, at the end was a strange entrance. The entrance looked like an anomaly's mouth, a gaping maw. The upper and lower jaws resembled human hands. Shen Ge moved closer. These hands felt like the surrounding withered trees, not flesh and blood, but plant-like in texture. Eerily, the abyssal mouth, leading to who knows where, had a very dense anomaly energy reaction. Midnight, a mixed-use office building near Tokyo Tower. Xiao Chung, the support team from Korea, Natsumi's group, and the missing support personnel from several vehicles earlier were all gathered, resting in an office area on one of the floors. In the dimly lit corridor, corpses lay strewn everywhere. Some were combat personnel, others were strange humanoids and weird entities. Bright red blood mingled with black blood, pooling across the floor, looking especially horrifying under the flickering light of the corridor lamps. Inside the office area, Xiao Chung stayed alone in a corner, while the others gathered in small groups. 30 minutes ago, everyone here had been one big, happy family. Many firmly believed they had come for the future of humanity, to help Japan resolve this supernatural disaster and nip the unknown threat in the bud. However, when Japan deployed their supernatural energy dispersal bombs to temporarily clear the pervasive fog, they also attracted the monsters lurking within it. The group was forced to fight while retreating, and only then did they learn that the ship of friendship can capsize in an instant. Because the parasitized individuals and the strange humanoids were highly sensitive to sound, the support team's battles with the weird entities inevitably involved gunfire and explosions, which attracted more and more enemies. Even though there were experts among them capable of taking on 100 foes alone, their flesh and blood bodies couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught of these fearless, death-defying humanoids. It was at this point that some, in order to escape the encirclement, didn't hesitate to lead the hordes of humanoids towards their allies, just to buy themselves a chance to survive. There were also those like Gletz, who had impure motives for entering Takaguchi City from the start and seized this opportunity to break away from the main group and stir up trouble in the shadows. The support team's numbers dwindled with each battle. Under the control of the green-robed figure, the humanoids and weird entities successfully drove the remaining supporters into this building. Aish, we risked our lives coming to Takaguchi to help you resolve this supernatural disaster. And this is how you treat us? Turning on us at the last moment? Is selling out your allies all you're good at? Park Young-hwan, the leader of the Korean support team, pointed at the anti-weird agent beside Natsumi and cursed loudly. That person was the deputy leader of Japan's reception team, named Watanabe Natsuhara, also Watanabe, Natsumi's older brother. Although he had joined the anti-weird response department alongside his sister, he ultimately ended up a rank below her. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Watanabe Natsuhara was somewhat wronged by Park Young-hwan's tirade. During the retreat into the Tokyo Tower district, an anti-weird agent from America faced hundreds of supernatural centipedes and deserted his post. Using a supernatural energy device that allowed brief flight, he escaped into a nearby building. The position he was supposed to hold was left empty, forcing Watanabe Natsuhara to face weird entities and humanoids from two directions. Clearly not powerful enough to handle that. Watanabe Natsuhara could only fight while retreating, trying to join forces with Natsumi to break through from one direction. His retreat shifted the pressure onto the Korean support team. In the end, they lost 2 anti-weird agents before Park Young-hwan and the others managed to withdraw into the building. Faced with Park Young-hwan's provocation and questioning, Watanabe Natsuhara obviously had no desire to argue. He was quietly discussing something with Natsumi. I heard Japan has recently developed several types of supernatural energy potions. There's so many wounded here. Shouldn't you bring them out to treat everyone? Said an agent from an international anti-weird organization. Yeah, we came risking our lives to support you. And you won't even share a little of the supernatural energy potions? This is really disheartening. Exactly. Hey, Japan, are you really not even willing to provide medicine? For a moment, the office area was filled with questions from various countries. Regardless of whether Sakura's elites could understand the strange agents and combat personnel. Seeing the growing resentment, Natsumi stepped forward and said, "Everyone, it's not that we are unwilling to provide supernatural energy potions for support. It's that these potions all have certain negative side effects. We also have many wounded. If these potions were truly ready for use, would we stand by and watch them die without treatment?" Natsumi wasn't just making excuses. This building still housed many humanoids and weird entities. Japan's combat troops had suffered heavy casualties covering the retreat of the anti-weird agents. Furthermore, during the retreat, one of Japan's own anti-weird agents had been severely wounded. If the supernatural energy potions were as miraculous as the rumor suggested, the Japanese wouldn't have simply watched him die. Even so, many remained unconvinced and demanded that Natsumi produce Japan's newly developed supernatural energy potions. Fine. If you insist on using the supernatural energy potions despite the side effects, we are willing to provide some for your use. But the condition is that they must be used immediately and cannot be taken out of this building. Natsumi understood that many people here had ulterior motives. Using the pretext of needing medicine for the wounded, they actually wanted to take the potions back to their own countries for research. After all, supernatural incidents had been increasing exponentially in recent months. Takaguchi, a central city of Japan, had been wiped out just like that. Who knew if their country would be next? America had initially partnered with Japan to establish the underground research base in Takaguchi. But back then, supernatural entities were almost like aliens. Lots of talk, but little action. It was purely out of a better safe than sorry mindset that they provided funds and personnel to assist Japan with human experimentation. In the following years, supernatural incidents remained few and far between. Coupled with an accident a few years ago that temporarily halted experiments at the underground base, America had almost forgotten about the project. Then, this year, supernatural incidents multiplied. From Yujo to dying in now Takaguchi City, America feared they might be next. So, they aimed to use this support mission as an opportunity to retrieve the experimental reports from the Takaguchi underground research base. America wasn't alone in this thinking. Otherwise, why would they choose this moment to pressure Natsumi and the others for the supernatural energy potions? The International Anti-Weird Organization seemed to have anticipated Japan's tactic to prevent agents from taking the potions and had specially prepared test subjects. 2 anti-weird agents had pre-injected a special agent into their bodies. If they were injected with the supernatural energy potions, the potions could later be extracted from them. Hearing Natsumi's condition, one of the slightly injured test subjects stepped forward and volunteered to receive an on-site injection of the supernatural energy potion. Xiao Chung watched from the side as those anti-weird agents came forward to have the Japanese administer the injections. He had also sustained some injuries, but none were life-threatening. And after hearing Natsumi describe the side effects of each potion, some even risked causing loss of control and transformation into fleshy monsters. He became even more determined not to use them. While Xiao Chung was sending their location and updates to Luo Jing via his communicator, Natsumi brought out several supernatural energy potions, which helped quell the crowd's discontent. Then, A Korean anti-weird agent looked at Xiao Cheng and said, I heard the Great Celestial Empire's Special Response Department sent their most powerful anti-weird agent this time. I heard of the famous weird butcher Shen Ge back in Hanseong. Could you be the renowned detective Shen? At the mention of Shen Ge's name, the expressions of many present changed, especially those who had attended the Asian Anti-Weird Research Conference. Back then, Shen Ge had attended as an accompanying combat personnel. However, later, for a certain auction item, he had his division head personally step in to bargain for him, revealing that he was one of the elite anti-weird agents who had resolved the Yuzhou supernatural disaster. Then came the dying disaster, the Rome City disaster. This man's figure always seemed to appear in the backdrop of every major supernatural disaster, especially the dying disaster, which was later classified as an S-class disaster by the International Anti-Weird Organization, a level that, if it spiraled out of control, could lead to the fall of not just a city, but potentially a nation. Yet this man not only returned alive, but also single-handedly repelled the 12 branches, killing 3 of their cadres, including their leader. Thus, even though many present had never met Shen Ge, they had all experienced various supernatural incidents. A few months ago, a single Tier 2 weird entity could give them headaches, and a Tier 3 could paralyze an entire city district. Those elite anti-weird agents still felt a lingering fear when recalling those terrifying monsters. Yet Shen Ge had repeatedly emerged unscathed from disaster zones overrun with weird entities and successfully resolved the crises. To this day, the name Shen Ge remained a legend in the world of the supernatural. And this was only the information available on the surface. Countries frequently spied on each other's agents behind the scenes, and the intelligence they gathered related to Shen Ge was even more shocking. Sorry, I'm not Detective Shen, Xiao Cheng replied calmly, showing no displeasure at being mistaken for someone else. Just then, someone muttered under their breath, I've heard of that Detective Shen. His record the past few months is indeed impressive. But even if he were here in Takaguchi today, he'd likely fall here too. Haven't you all realized? The root of this disaster can't be viewed through the lens of a conventional supernatural incident. I admit, he might be very experienced dealing with those past horrors, but can he handle a natural disaster with the same ease? These words plunged everyone into silence. The most difficult to handle aspect of the Takaguchi disaster was the uncertainty of the misfortune. Even now, not only the supporting anti-weird agents, but also Japan's own agent stationed in Takaguchi had no clear idea what the true form of the misfortune even looked like. Once you entered the Takaguchi city limits, you fell under the influence of the misfortune's supernatural domain. Things like falling flower pots, collapsing buildings, or sudden sinkholes became commonplace. You're so capable? If you're so capable, why were you the first to run when we were attacked by those weird entities earlier? An agent from an international anti-weird organization directly retorted to the person who had mocked Shen Ge. This immediately drew agreement from others. Some people only dare talk big behind someone's back when they're not around. When Detective Shen gets here, why don't you repeat what you just said to his face? Say it again. Fine. We're all anti-weird agents here. Does that make him better than us? The agent's tone was full of disdain. As the discussions buzzed, the flickering lights in the long corridor suddenly emitted a zzzz sound of electric current, followed by a sudden dimming of the light. Flicker, flicker, flicker. The corridor lights went out one after another. Even the office area was affected. The entire building was suddenly plunged into darkness. The sudden change made everyone in the office area twitch nervously. They immediately realized something was wrong. Originally, in the Tokyo Tower area, because someone had stirred up trouble and attracted the high-level weird entities from the surroundings, the previously dispersed supernatural spaces had become overlapping supernatural spaces. Yet, under the influence of the green-robed figure, they had managed to pass through these overlapping spaces without being affected by the uncertain entry and exit points, all appearing together in this building. When they first entered the building, Xiao Cheng and the others had even suspected that the green-robed figure intended to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. But they waited for a long time without any movement. Now it was finally making its move. Where is it? Where will it appear from? This was the foremost question on everyone's mind. That person lured us into this building precisely to finish us off in one go. We can't just sit here and wait for death. How about we split into teams and act separately? Someone suggested. Hearing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but snort inwardly. Splitting up instead of sticking together in a situation like this. Were they afraid they wouldn't die fast enough? I think we should send a few people out first to scout the situation. Right. At least we need to figure out what's going on outside. We blew up the only passageway on our way up. The elevators are useless now. Even if that green robe guy sends the parasitized and weird entities in, they can't get up here, right? What about the weird entities themselves? Don't the humanoids ignore such restrictions? As everyone debated how to respond, Watanabe Natsuhara, the deputy leader of Japan's reception team, who had reviewed the files of everyone present and knew that Xiaoqing's records highlighted his exceptional scouting and infiltration skills, suggested that Xiaoqing lead a team to investigate. After all, being trapped here wasn't a solution. If a high-level weird entity broke in, never mind the rest, the wounded would definitely be in danger. The moment Watanabe Natsuhara requested Xiaoqing's assistance, others immediately chimed in their agreement. They didn't care who went scouting, as long as it wasn't them. Xiaoqing had actually been considering going to investigate himself, but there was a difference between going voluntarily and being forced. Since Watanabe Natsuhara wasn't giving him face, he decided to drag a couple of others down with him. Fine. However, when it comes to scouting and counter-scouting abilities among all Asian anti-weird agents, if Miss Natsumi claims second place, no one would dare claim first. In that case, please have Miss Natsumi accompany me on the scouting mission. Upon hearing that Xiaoqing wanted to bring Natsumi along, Watanabe Natsuhara's face darkened. Before he could refuse, Park Young-hwan, the Korean team leader, was the first to voice his agreement. After some bargaining, a temporary scouting team was formed consisting of Xiaoqing, Natsumi, Korea's Kim Jae-gang, and America's Kishua, for agents skilled in scouting. Their mission was to investigate the supernatural space situation. If they found an exit, they would contact the joint team for evacuation. Natsumi spoke 3 languages. Xiaoqing and Kim Jae-gang understood English. Kishua's native language was English, and he also spoke Chinese. At least communication within the team of 4 wouldn't be a problem. The 4 entered the pitch-black corridor, each taking out their supernatural energy detection equipment to scan for any weird entities hiding in the darkness. After walking for about 10 minutes, they still hadn't reached the stairwell at the end of what should have been a 100-meter-long corridor, making them all feel that something was amiss. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a faint dripping sound became distinctly audible in the dark, silent corridor. Xiaoqing, using his flashlight, pinpointed the direction of the sound and instinctively swung the beam over. Look at the ceiling over there. The other 3 looked up where Xiaoqing's flashlight beam shone. They saw black liquid continuously dripping from a corner of the ceiling. As the black drops fell, the 4 immediately smelled a pungent, bloody odor and felt the surroundings grow cold and damp. Combined with the pervasive darkness, it created a suffocating sense of oppression. Kishua, the large black man, seemed to use his size to bolster his courage. In such a situation, he actually dared to approach, flashlight in hand. He drew the Swiss Army knife strapped to his calf, dabbed a bit of the black liquid, sniffed it, then tested it with his supernatural energy detection device. Seems to be the blood of a weird entity? Kishua's voice held a note of uncertainty. Kim Jae-gang said, "Could it be that someone is fighting a weird entity upstairs, wounded it, and its blood is seeping down from above?" Xiaoqing said grimly, "Take a closer look. There are no cracks in the ceiling. This blood is seeping out of the stone itself. Is it really that strange for a weird entity's blood to seep through stone slabs?" Kim Jae-gang argued. Xiaoqing couldn't be bothered to explain further. He instinctively activated his supernatural energy equipment, preparing for combat. Natsumi, noticing his movement, also equipped her own supernatural energy gear. Kishua swept his flashlight beam back the way they came and found that the corridor they had just walked through was gone. Instead, behind them was a spacious office area. "What's going on?" Kishua frowned. Xiao Cheng said, "It's probably an issue with the supernatural space. That green-robed figure has the ability to pull us all into a supernatural space simultaneously. It's possible he also has the ability to manipulate the supernatural space itself. But the uncertain entry/exit problem of supernatural spaces has been a challenge faced by anti-weird organizations worldwide. How could that guy have mastered it?" Kim Jae-gang said. Kishore agreed, right? "My country invests huge sums of money and resources into researching weird entities to solve this problem every year, and we've still found nothing. Even if that green robe guy is from the 12 branches, how could they be ahead of the entire world's anti-weird organizations? Is now really the time to dwell on that?" Xiao Cheng felt utterly speechless. Natsumi then said, "There's one way he could make us all enter a specific location within the multiple overlapping supernatural spaces simultaneously, even without the ability to control the spaces themselves." "Oh, what method?" Even Xiao Cheng became interested hearing this. Natsumi explained, "It's simple. He just needs to pull us into his own supernatural space first. Then he merges his supernatural space into the multiple overlapping spaces. That way, we wouldn't encounter the random teleportation usually associated with entering a supernatural space." She briefly summarized a case Japan had handled earlier. There had been a supernatural incident in Binheng. Natsumi was the anti-weird agent responsible for tracking a Tier 2 weird entity involved. During the pursuit, that Tier 2 entity awakened its own supernatural space. Coincidentally, their location was within a sealed-off area where several previous supernatural incidents had occurred, forming a triple-layered supernatural space. As a result, when Natsumi and the combat team soldiers were pulled into the Tier 2 entity's space, it collided with the multiple overlapping spaces, causing them all to enter the combined space. The original triple-layered space thus became a quadruple-layered one. Xiao Cheng immediately understood Natsumi's meaning. So, the green-robed figure is actually an artificial weird entity that has mastered a supernatural space ability? After the dying disaster, the intelligence brought back by Shen Ge had confirmed that the 12 branches' artificial weird entities possessed supernatural domains. So, learning that the opponent had the ability to pull them into a supernatural space wasn't too surprising now. Correct. However, based on my knowledge, even if the green-robed figure uses this method to merge his space into the multiple overlapping ones, he shouldn't have the ability to control the combined supernatural space. Because once merged, he becomes just one part of it. He's subject to its effects, not the controller. Natsumi's words made the three men breathe a slight sigh of relief. The ability to pull people into a supernatural space and merge it with others was alarming enough. If the opponent could also control the space, then they were utterly screwed. On the surface, whether it was the 12 branches or the green-robed figure, their research and abilities regarding the supernatural had always been ahead of the anti-weird agents. Setting aside Shen Ge's hypothesis that the 12 branches were actually hidden within various national research institutes, there was a key reason for the current situation. That was the issue of bottom lines. The anti-weird departments of various countries, in their approach to dealing with the supernatural, still clung to their identity as humans. Of course, this was only on the surface. But as long as they maintained this surface-level adherence to a human identity, it meant that various countries still held onto the final bottom line of being human. The 12 branches, however, took a much wilder approach. They completely abandoned their human identity. From the very beginning, they aimed for a new humanity, combining humans and the supernatural, relentlessly conducting human experiments on their own people. Anti-weird agents thought about maintaining their human identity, crafting the supernatural into various weapons and equipment to empower themselves. But no matter how powerful supernatural energy equipment was, even someone with a human body at its limits like Feng Qingxiu was still flesh and blood, unable to directly contend with a weird entity. Unless Shen Ge's rotten flesh armor could be mass-produced. But the rotten flesh armor was a special case. Not even the Special Response Department, or even Li Xiang, could easily replicate it. They could only produce the shoddiest of imitations, the supernatural hide combat suit. The 12 branches directly transformed themselves into artificial weird entities, turning their flesh and blood bodies into humanoids with high defense and regeneration capabilities like the weird entities. Now, however, various countries were beginning to realize that their bottom lines were hindering progress in anti-weird efforts. Many had started gradually abandoning those lines. The Takaguchi City supernatural disaster became the trigger. Xiao Cheng and the other three searched the office area and found it somewhat different from the one where everyone had gathered earlier, larger and more oppressive. Miss Natsumi, if the green-robed figure can't control the supernatural space, then why didn't we encounter this situation immediately upon entering the building? Kim Jae-gang asked, puzzled. Natsumi sighed. The abilities of the supernatural are mysterious and ever-changing. To this day, no country has fully comprehended supernatural spaces. We spent a long time researching this at the last Asian Anti-Weird Research Conference. Mr. Kim, as the host country representative, you should be more aware of the research conclusions than I am, right? Kim Jae-gang inwardly sighed. The chaotic space, time, and various changes influenced by the unique properties of weird entities within supernatural spaces, no country could properly explain them. So, it wasn't strange that they hadn't encountered this situation earlier, but were facing it now. Even if the four of them experienced completely different phenomena, it wouldn't be surprising. The four spent 2 hours searching the office area, but found no way out. Meanwhile, the black blood on the corridor ceiling, which had initially dripped sporadically from a corner, now fell like a light drizzle throughout the entire corridor. The flowing black blood had already seeped into the office area. Sure, there seems to be movement outside. The detector in Natsumi's hand showed activity, indicating the presence of a weird entity in the corridor. She signaled for silence to the others, quickly moved to the doorway, and peered out sideways. In the corridor, a pale-skinned humanoid over 2 meters tall was hunched over, slowly walking toward the office area. The sticky sound of the humanoid's feet stepping on the pooled black blood, squelch, squelch, created an illusion that it was tearing at skin. Xiao Cheng and the other two didn't yet know about the existence of humanoids. In their view, humanoid supernatural entities were either artificial creations of the 12 branches or parasitized individuals. But Natsumi, being Japanese and having access to reports from the Takaguchi research base, even if she wasn't directly involved, knew about the humanoids. The humanoids corresponded to Tier 2 weird entities. Their presence here could explain why they encountered supernatural phenomena immediately after leaving the office area. Thud. Kishua, wanting to see what was outside, accidentally bumped into an object in the dark office area, producing a slight sound. The humanoid was highly sensitive to sound and immediately detected the faint noise. Its throat bulged with a gurgle swallowing sound, and it quickened its pace towards the office area. It's coming. Natsumi's expression changed. She immediately drew her modified pistol loaded with supernatural energy bullets, activated the tactical flashlight mounted on top, and took aim. Bang! Bang! Natsumi fired several shots. The supernatural energy bullets struck the humanoid's chest. However, upon closer inspection, one would see the bullets only penetrated about a millimeter before falling into the bloody water on the floor. Natsumi's gunfire prompted immediate reactions from Xiao Cheng and the others. His weapons were a pair of black twin blades. While Natsumi drew its attention, he moved behind the humanoid and slashed at its throat with both blades. Kishui utilized his advantage as a large black man. As Xiao Cheng went for the throat, he rushed forward, grabbed the humanoid's arms, and pulled it towards himself. This pull greatly aided Xiao Cheng's effort. With a thwomp, a spurt of blood gushed from the severed neck, and the head was cleanly cut off by Xiao Chong. Its weak spot is the heart. Natsumi, worried the others might think decapitation was enough, immediately rushed forward, shoved the headless body over, and fired repeatedly into its chest. Kim Jae-gang's weapon was a power drill. The drill itself was ordinary, but the drill bit was made from the remains of a weird entity. With a worse sound, it quickly drilled a large hole in the humanoid's chest. The four of them joined forces and quickly dealt with the humanoid. Just as Kishua and Kim Jae-gang crouched to examine the corpse, Xiao Chung, sensing something was wrong, looked suspiciously at Natsumi. "Miss Natsumi, it seems you're not unfamiliar with this type of weird entity. You even knew its weak point is the heart." Natsumi hadn't intended to hide information about the humanoids anyway. Omitting details about the Takaguchi underground experimental base, she briefed the three on the humanoids as if they were monsters that had appeared during this disaster. Kim Jae-gang examined the humanoid corpse on the ground, recalling that among the horde of parasitized individuals driven by the green-robed figure's centipede army, there seemed to be figures resembling these humanoids. "Not that hard to deal with," Kim Jae-gang said dismissively. Natsumi said gravely, "Based on my knowledge, usually if one humanoid appears in an area, it means there are likely at least 10 more nearby." "Really? You can't be." Before Kim Jae-gang could finish his fourth word, a loud boom came from the end of the corridor, as if something had collapsed. Earlier, the four had tried traversing the corridor, but always ended up back where they started. Had the supernatural space been broken because the humanoid died? Let's go check it out. Kishua again took the lead, charging towards the end of the corridor through the black blood. Xiao Chung swept his flashlight over the flowing black blood in the corridor. For safety, he activated his supernatural hide boots and combat suit to protect against potential harm from the blood. When they reached the end, they indeed found a large section of the wall had collapsed. Strangely, beyond the collapsed wall wasn't the Tokyo Tower district, but a dense, pitch-black fog. The area below the collapsed floor wasn't the lower level, but a pool filled with black blood, where several pale humanoids floated. Just then, Xiao Chung heard a faint sound coming from a room on the right. He and Natsumi almost simultaneously raised their guns towards that room. Click, click. The sound of guns being cocked came from both sides. But when their tactical flashlight beams illuminated the room, they revealed two familiar faces. Detective Luo, Detective Fong, Detective Xiao. The two in the room were Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue, who had been searching for them. They looked visibly relieved to see Xiao Chong. Luo Jing hurriedly said, "Quick, get inside. It's dangerous out there." Xiao Chung and the joint team had been pulled into the supernatural space by the green-robed figure, so they were all gathered in the previous office area. Luo Jing and the other three, however, had been following the coordinates Xiao Chung provided, moving towards Tokyo Tower. As a result, the four of them, joined forces to eliminate a Tier 3 weird entity, breaking the supernatural space that trapped them. But upon entering the chaotic, multiple overlapping spaces created by Shen Ge's actions, they encountered the most basic ability of supernatural spaces: uncertain entry and exit points. The four were scattered across the multiple overlapping spaces. Fortunately, they all had communicators. Relying on the communicator's signals, Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue were the first to breach this building. Luo Jing had tried contacting Xiao Chung, but encountered attacking humanoids. She and Fong Mingyue had just used explosive traps to blow the pursuing humanoids down to the lower level when Xiao Chung and the others arrived. Luo Jing, holding her supernatural energy detector, said, "According to Detective Shun, this place originally should have been a 7-layered supernatural space. Our detectors initially showed 7 when we entered. But strangely, even though we killed a Tier 3 entity, it still shows 7 now. That's probably related to the artificial weird entity that pulled us in." Xiao Chung relayed the situation Natsumi described to Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue, causing both women to frown deeply. Why would that person go to such lengths? even risking getting himself trapped in the multiple overlapping spaces just to lure the joint team into this building. Luo Jing couldn't quite figure it out. That's exactly what we can't understand either, Xiao Chang said. Natsumi said, I recall the Yuzhou incident was the first to propose the concept of multiple overlapping supernatural spaces. Detective Fong, since you experienced the Yuzhou incident, do you know how to resolve our current situation? Fong Mingwei said, find all the weird entities sustaining the supernatural spaces, then kill them. That will solve the problem of multiple overlapping spaces. The other's expressions became subtle, truly giving a feeling of listening to your words is like listening to your words, a statement that said nothing new. If not for Fong Mingyue's utterly serious expression, without a hint of jest, they might have thought she was making fun of them. To reinforce the feasibility of her proposed solution, Fong Mingyue specifically added, that's how Detective Shen does it. This time, not only Natsumi and the others, but even Luo Jing and Xiao Cheng, her own teammates, struggled to maintain composure. Girl, not everyone is Detective Shen, capable of slaughtering their way through a supernatural disaster with just a butcher's knife. Seeing the awkward silence, Xiao Cheng quickly changed the subject. But even if we wanted to find the entities sustaining the spaces one by one, the supernatural spaces are a maze. Even with detectors, it's hard to navigate. We searched for over 2 hours and couldn't find an exit. Natsumi agreed, yes. If we can't find the hidden weird entities, then we have no way to break the supernatural spaces. Detective Fong, you're familiar with Detective Shen. Did he tell you how to find hidden weird entities? Kim J. Gang suggested. Why don't we just contact the Detective Shen you mentioned? Maybe he's lost in the supernatural spaces too and needs our help. Luo Jing thought it over. They hadn't contacted Shen Ge since leaving the Takaguchi underground base, and she was somewhat worried about his safety. Then let's try. Luo Jing glanced at Fong Mingwei, who didn't object, and took out her communicator to try reaching Shen Ge. However, several communication attempts went unanswered, and the messages they sent seemed to vanish into the void. Your Detective Shen, could he have sacrificed? Kim Jae-gang didn't want to jinx it, so he used a more euphemistic term, sacrificed. Fong Mingwei frowned. Shen Ge dead? No. Even if someone told her the misfortune had already fallen to Shen Ge's blade, she would find that more believable than the idea of Shen Ge dying. Luo Jing didn't share Fong Mingyue's absolute faith in Shen Ge. After all, when they left the underground base, it was engulfed in fire and collapse, with many humanoids above. In such a situation, it was possible Shen Ge had ultimately died there. Detective Shen won't be in trouble. He's probably dealing with a high-level entity right now. And even if we contacted him, distant water can't quench a nearby fire. Detective Shen often says, rely on yourself, not others. In a situation like this, he would never pin his safety on someone else's help. Fong Mingyue said earnestly. Xiao Cheng said, that's true, but one must rely on oneself. We came here to support Japan and resolve the Takaguchi incident. Now we're thinking about waiting for Detective Shen to save us. Then we might as well not have come, to avoid holding him back, Fong Mingwei added, again with utmost seriousness. Natsumi seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Kim Jae-gang said discontentedly, we just wanted to ask him how to locate the weird entities. How did it become us expecting him to rescue us? Fong Mingyue glanced at him, her expression seeming to say, isn't it? Forget it. No point arguing with this single-minded, foolish woman. Unable to contact Shen Ge, the group discussed following the corridor to search further. After all, Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue's blasting method had confirmed one thing. This place could be damaged. After some investigation, they found that areas covered in blood could not be damaged. However, the previous office area and the room they were currently in could be blown open. It's just that the level below seemed to be a blood pool. Whether in the office area or this room, blowing open the floor revealed the blood pool below. Since going down wasn't an option, Xiao Cheng used explosives to blast a hole in the office area ceiling. Climbing up, they found a situation on this floor similar to the one below. a dark corridor, flickering lights with zzzz sounds, black blood seeping from the ceiling and pooling on the floor. The air was filled with a putrid stench and the smell of blood, making anyone who took a deep breath feel nauseous. The first thing to confirm was whether they had actually gone up one level or if, due to the space-time distortion of the supernatural space, they were still on the same level. Among them, Xiao Cheng and Feng Mingyue had the most full-body supernatural energy equipment. Feng Mingyue originally only had the supernatural hide combat suit, lacking leg protection. But from the 7 pieces of equipment Shen Ge obtained from killing Gletz, he loaned 2 to Feng Mingyue. One was a pair of supernatural hide boots resembling riding boots. Using their equipment for protection, Feng Mingyue and Xiao Cheng entered the blood-soaked corridor. Reaching the end, they found no signs of the previous explosion, confirming they had likely successfully ascended one level. Strangely, the two continued walking along the corridor for nearly an hour, only to return to the office area door from the other direction. It felt like walking in a circle. Looking at the increasingly pervasive blood on the floor, Kim Jae-gang grew irritable and muttered, this corridor is damn disgusting. Walking around just brings us back to the start, plus this disgusting blood. It's like walking inside a blood vessel. So gross. S is bynoelfire.net. Feng Mingyue paused upon hearing Kim Jae-gang's complaint. She looked again at the black blood flowing in the corridor. It indeed seemed to be flowing in one direction. She couldn't help but recall the time she and Shen Ge were trapped inside the body of a weird entity. You mentioned earlier that a green-robed humanoid pulled you into the supernatural space. Is it possible you weren't pulled in, but rather swallowed into its stomach? Feng Mingyue shared her previous experience with Shen Ge with the group. Comparing the two situations, many details indeed matched. Kim Jae-gang frowned and said, so you're saying we're inside the body of a weird entity now? That feels even more disgusting. How did you escape last time? Natsumi asked. Feng Mingyue said, Detective Shun found the heart of that weird entity. After destroying the heart, we managed to escape. So we need to find the heart of the weird entity. Everyone fell in a thought. Easier said than done. How to find it was the problem. Feng Mingyue again tried to put herself in Shen Ge's shoes, thinking about what Detective Shen would do in this situation. Then, her eyes fell on the grenades hanging from Kishua's belt. Do any of you have explosives? The more powerful, the better. Feng Mingyue looked at the others, her tone urgent. Xiao Cheng said, I have 2 high-explosive bombs. I have fragmentation grenades. I brought a supernatural energy bomb powerful enough to collapse a small building, Kim Jae-gang said. Feng Mingyue's face lit up. Perfect. I have a way to find a heart now. Detective Shen often says, when in doubt, blow things up first. After Momoka keyed and her team received their mission and left the conference room, Watanabe Natsuhagi tapped his fingers on the table, then looked toward a fully armed soldier standing by the right wall. Inoue. Captain. Inoue Yoshino stepped forward. He was the best scout in the regiment, having been sent on covert missions to multiple countries, and was an expert in tracking and counter-tracking. Watanabe Natsuhagi said, follow Keed's team discreetly. Keep a close eye on Higashikitaka. During the previous Anomaly Zone attack, some soldiers reported seeing him unaffected by it. I always felt he wasn't as simple as he seems. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the underground research base in Takaguchi City doesn't possess hibernation pods capable of putting someone to sleep for several years. As part of the younger generation in Sakura with real authority, Watanabe Natsuhagi and his sister Watanabe Natsumi naturally had access to more intelligence than the average person, including information about the Takaguchi City underground research base. From what he knew, it was a human experimentation facility researching the fusion of humans and anomalies. If Shen Ge truly came from there, then he must be an aberrant. Understood. After Inoue Yoshino left, Watanabe Natsuhagi stared thoughtfully at the closed conference room door. Whether Shen Ge was an aberrant or not, the fact that he knew about the underground research base proved he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. If he was an aberrant and could maintain his sanity as one, That meant the research at the underground base had succeeded. If they could master this technology, perhaps the scouts could survive in the anomaly zones until rescue arrived. Even if Shen Ge wasn't an aberrant, his ability to ignore the effects of the anomaly zones was precisely what the scouts needed most right now, an essential means to survive in the current Takaguchi city. To obtain this ability, Watanabe Natsahagi didn't mind using some underhanded methods, even if it meant treating this comrade as an enemy. However, Watanabe Natsahagi could see that Momoka Kid was very interested in Shen Ge. If Shen Ge was willing to play along, it would save him a lot of trouble. Now, he just had to wait for Inoue Yoshino's investigation results. Shen Ge followed Momoka Kid and her team from the gymnasium around to the eastern dormitory area. He noticed that one dormitory building was under construction with defensive fortifications being built around it. "Are you planning to utilize these dorms?" Shen Ge asked. Momoka Kid shook her head. "There were already survivors living here before we arrived, some students from the school, and others who evacuated from downtown Takaguchi. At that time, our regiment still had over 200 people, and there were over 400 survivors here. After discussions between our captain and their leader, it was decided that we would station ourselves in the western teaching buildings, while they stayed in this dormitory area. Things were peaceful at first, but they recklessly consumed the resources from the campus shops. Within just a few months, they had cleared out the shops here and the surrounding stores. Initially, our captain, upholding his duty as a soldier, would distribute some food to them. But these people became insatiably greedy, taking it for granted, leading to several conflicts with us. Half a year ago, a horde of anomalies broke into the campus. The captain sent troops to guard the Eastern District, but those people, to save their own skins, led the anomaly horde towards our defended teaching buildings, trapping our soldiers between two fronts. That day, we lost over 100 soldiers. They suffered over 50% casualties, and the two sides completely broke off relations. Their leader, fearing our retaliation, led his people away from the campus within a few days. We haven't seen them since." Shen Ge nodded in understanding. Most civilians, unlike trained soldiers, don't know how to ration resources properly during a disaster. They often panic when resources run low, leading to worse decisions in their panic. In such situations, they tend to make some incredibly foolish moves, leading enemies toward your allies to save yourself. It takes a special kind of stupid to do that. Didn't they consider that the soldiers, being far more capable fighters, were their best chance for long-term survival? If the soldiers were wiped out, how long could these ordinary people last? The group walked through the eerie campus. Since both anomalies and aberrants were sensitive to sound, they couldn't use vehicles. Even though St. Juliana Hospital was over 10 kilometers away, they had no choice but to proceed on foot. Along the way, Shen Ge and Momoka Kid chatted about events that had occurred domestically and internationally during the years he was asleep. Considering Shen Ge had been asleep for a long time, Momoka Kid explained in detail, covering the situation in Sakura, the International Anomaly Response Organization, and what she knew about anomaly research. Overall, the development of this world wasn't too different from Shen Ge's. The key difference was that the 12 branches hadn't been exposed yet. In Sakura, they only knew that the previous anomaly disasters in Han Country and Daijing were orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, but the specifics were still under investigation by the International Anomaly Response Organization before Momoka Kid entered Takaguchi City. In this world, without Shen Ge's involvement in the Daijing anomaly disaster, and since anomalies weren't exposed prematurely, the authorities locked down Haicheng District, citing a mysterious virus, and thoroughly suppressed online rumors related to anomalies. Although this prevented the premature exposure of anomalies like in Shen Ge's world, they also failed to resolve the disaster within 72 hours, leading to the intervention of the International Anomaly Response Organization. Haicheng District remained locked down for half a year. During this time, incidents related to aberrants began appearing sporadically alongside anomalies. What puzzled Shen Ge the most was that, even without the 12 branches being exposed, the International Anomaly Response Organization had produced a comprehensive research report on aberrants and anomalies. 2 months after the Daijing anomaly disaster ended, the International Anomaly Response Organization distributed a detailed research report on anomalies and aberrants to the anomaly response departments of various countries. It detailed the relationship between the parasitized and aberrants, and for the first time mentioned that the anomaly disasters in Han Country and Great Celestial Dynasty were manipulated by a mysterious organization. This mysterious organization had successfully researched a method to fuse humans with anomalies. By parasitizing ordinary humans with parasitic-type anomalies, if the parasitic anomaly took over the host consciousness, the host would become a monster similar to an anomaly. These were the parasitized. If a human and an anomaly achieved perfect fusion, they could undergo a secondary transformation, becoming aberrants. This mysterious organization, by extracting tissue cells from aberrants, successfully allowed their members to fuse with anomalies, creating artificial anomalies. Besides aberrants, the report also provided a detailed rating system for anomalies based on anomalous energy, as well as research on various characteristics and anomaly domains. In other words, what was proposed in Shen Ge's world through the joint parasitized report by him and Li Xiang became credited to the International Anomaly Response Organization in this world. In this world, the International Anomaly Response Organization had always been the leader in anomaly response efforts. Unlike the scenario in Shen Ge's world where the Great Celestial Dynasty became dominant. Therefore, when the International Anomaly Response Organization presented this report, not only were there no doubts from other nations, but it was treated as gospel, used to classify anomalies and aberrants. As someone from another world, Shen Ge knew that the International Anomaly Response Organization couldn't possibly have produced such a report on their own, unless the 12 branches provided it to them proactively. This confirmation led Shen Ge to believe his previous suspicion was correct. The 12 branches had inserted their agents into various national anomaly response departments, and even the International Anomaly Response Organization itself. The 12 branches were causing trouble worldwide. Whether their goal was world domination or something else, their primary aim seemed to be testing their developed parasitic anomalies. If the International Anomaly Response Organization and national departments couldn't contain the anomaly disasters, it wouldn't benefit the 12 branches either. In this world, Shen Ge had only activated his system this year, was still in Rome City dealing with the Tier 7 formless, and hadn't grown strong enough to confront the 12 branches, let alone travel the world resolving anomaly disasters. Therefore, in this world, the 12 branches themselves took the initiative to support the International Anomaly Response Organization, using them to leak information about aberrants and anomalies to the world. Shen Ge found the motivation of the 12 branches quite intriguing. If they wanted to control the world through anomalies, they could probably already do so. If they wanted to destroy the world with anomalies, there would be no need to disclose information. Anomalies always developed faster than humans. As the anomalous eye's vision showed, humanity was doomed to extinction. So what was the ultimate goal of the 12 branches? This was a question Shen Ge had never been able to figure out. While Shen Ge was pondering the intelligence about the International Anomaly Response Organization in this world, a fingernail-sized piece of rotten flesh separated from the wristwatch on his left wrist. It quickly squirmed into Shen Ge's left ear, forming what looked like a wireless earpiece. Then, Shen Ge heard Little Seven's voice. "Report, Master. Someone has been following you from the 8 o'clock direction, 200 meters away in the bushes. This person has been tailing you since we left the base." Someone tracking them? Following since the base likely meant it was someone sent by Watanabe Natsuhagi. But why would he send someone to follow us? Does he suspect my identity? Shen Ge wondered if his prior use of abilities had been detected, or if Watanabe Natsuhagi knew about the Takiguchi underground research base and thus suspected his origins. But regardless of the reason, Watanabe Natsuhagi himself would never have imagined that the regiment's most elite soldier, Inoue Yoshino, who had completed numerous reconnaissance missions abroad, had been spotted the moment he left the base. Monitor his movements. See what he's up to, Shen Ge said quietly. Understood, master. Just then, Momoka Keed returned from scouting the route ahead. The main road to St. Juliana Hospital is full of parasitized. There are also anomalies hiding in the surrounding buildings. Going straight through probably won't be easy, Momoka Keed reported. The vice captain asked, there are many parasitized, but their mobility is severely limited. Is it possible to go over the buildings? Momoka Keed shook her head. Unlikely. The buildings there are spaced quite far apart, and the areas between them also have parasitized activity. Even using the rooftops, we'd inevitably encounter parasitized obstruction. Once engaged in combat, it could attract large numbers of them. A team member asked, if above-ground and mid-level routes are out, what about below? If I recall correctly, the suburbs specifically improved the drainage system to prevent flooding from the inland sea. Why don't we take the sewers? The vice captain agreed. Right. Even if we encounter parasitized or anomalies in the sewers, any combat noise is less likely to immediately attract the monsters above ground. That should work. Momoka Keed thought for a moment and nodded. Shen Ge, currently acting as a team member, naturally didn't speak up casually during their route discussion. While they debated, he had the system scan the surrounding anomalies and aberrants. Unexpectedly, Momoka Keed and the others had guessed correctly. The sewers contained no parasitized, only some anomalous rats and anomalous cockroaches hiding deep within. By carefully avoiding them, they might not even trigger a fight. As the scout team leader, Momoka Keed wore an anomaly detection device that could detect the presence of anomalous energy in the surroundings, indicating potential anomalies. Relying on this device, the team entered the sewers and navigated around several anomalies, encountering only 4 or 5 Tier 1 anomalous cockroaches. To avoid prolonged combat attracting deeper-dwelling anomalies, Momoka Keed decisively ordered the team to eliminate the Tier 1 anomalies quickly with full firepower. Without time to retrieve the anomaly corpses, they placed delayed signal flares at the site and moved on rapidly. About 10 minutes after the team left, the signal flares detonated, gathering the anomalies attracted by the earlier combat noises in one place, buying the team time to escape. 2 hours later, the sky was dimly lit at dawn. The fog-filled sky seemed to press down relentlessly, suffocating those walking beneath it. The perimeter of St. Juliana Hospital was fortified with a fence and iron railings built along the outer wall, indicating that the hospital was occupied. On a makeshift watchtower constructed from wooden scaffolding against the hospital's inner wall lay a person, covered with a smelly animal hide. He was clearly not a professional sentry. After casually scanning the parasitized wandering the streets with binoculars, he yawned boredly and rested his head on his hands for a nap. Consequently, this sentry failed to notice the manhole cover slowly pushing open 300 meters away in front of shop. Several figures climbed out of the sewer and dashed into a street-side store. Once inside the store, Momoka Keed leaned against the wall next to the storefront window, observing the outside, and said quietly, "Why are there survivors here?" The vice captain had spotted the watchtower as soon as he emerged from the sewer. He reminded her, they've set up watchtowers in several positions around the hospital. Ordinary survivors aren't that organized. Could it be Takaguchi's self-defense forces from before the anomaly disasters? Momoka Keed rejected the idea. Unlikely. In the first 3 months after we arrived, the captain tried various methods to contact the city's military units. The self-defense forces in Kawashimo and Akihabara responded, but they chose to remain at their bases rather than join us. Besides, the severely affected Kogo City and Tokyo Tower were between us. And with our location being attacked by deep-sea anomalies, there was no reason for them to risk coming here. The vice captain said, regardless of who they are, with people guarding the place, getting in to retrieve medicine won't be easy. Also, we don't know the status of the resources inside the hospital. Everyone understood the vice captain's implication. Getting past the guards would be hard enough. If they went through all that trouble only to find the medicine already depleted, it would be a wasted effort with significant risk. We still need to go in and check. Thinking of the severely injured soldiers back at the base, Momoka Keed decided to proceed as planned. After discussion, they decided the vice captain would take some men to create disturbances at two different locations on the main street, diverting the attention of the hospital's guards. Momoka Keed, Shen Ge, and two other team members would circle around to the street behind the hospital and attempt to infiltrate from the opposite direction to steal the medicine. Regardless of which faction or force was stationed inside, they would grab the medicine and leave immediately, avoiding any entanglement. 20 minutes later, Shen Ge and Momoka Keed hid on the rooftop of a two-story building on the street behind the hospital, observing the situation inside. The occupants had reinforced the rear walls, but there were fewer watchtowers compared to the front facing the main street. They had also completely sealed the back entrance with a concrete wall. The two hid behind a billboard on the rooftop, waiting for the vice captain to draw the guards' attention. A cold morning wind blew through the quiet streets, stirring up long-settled dust. The area behind the hospital was just a narrow alley, which the occupants had deliberately blocked with debris to prevent anomalies or parasitize from accidentally entering the alley and reaching the hospital. Mindless parasitized, their heads grotesquely transformed into fleshy, petal-like structures reminiscent of parasites, bumped into the obstacles, retreated a few steps, and repeated the process endlessly. Shen Ge had witnessed the capabilities of Momoka Keed's team in the sewers. While not as strong as elite anomaly response agents in combat, their practical experience dealing with anomalies surpassed even Feng Qingxiu's team. Trapped in the anomaly domain for over a year, they had honed their skills on the brink of life and death. They didn't possess much anomalous equipment, but they utilized anomaly corpses resourcefully, clothing from anomaly hides, armor from anomaly bones, etc. While not as effective or capable as proper anomalous equipment, these items were quite useful against low-tier anomalies and parasitized. Therefore, even when operating separately, as long as their enemies were parasitized or anomalies not exceeding Tier 2, they wouldn't be in immediate danger. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance. The patrol guards inside the hospital received orders and moved to the front to stand by, leaving only the sentries in the watchtowers at the rear. Momoka Keed, considering that Shen Ge wasn't part of the scout regiment and his scouting abilities were unproven, asked him to stay and monitor the surroundings while she infiltrated the hospital to steal the medicine. After Momoka Keed left, Shen Ge had Little Seven run an anomalous energy detection scan of the area, while simultaneously having the system lock on his surrounding anomalies and aberrants. He planned to use his formless plus soundless effects to earn some points by clearing the area, incidentally drawing some heat away from Momoka Keed's team. While Shen Ge didn't harbor any particular fondness for the people of Sakura, Momoka Keed had treated him as one of their own, sharing this world's intelligence with him unreservedly. Shen Ge still intended to use Momoka Keed and the team's scouting abilities to help him find the Flesh Maw. He couldn't let them get wiped out here. Shen Ge had acquired 7 pieces of anomalous equipment after dealing with Grotees. He had lent 2 suitable pieces to Feng Mingwei. The remaining 5 included 2 offensive types, Bone Spear and Bone Knife, and 3 functional pieces. One was a sleeping bag made from an anomaly's hide. Entering the sleeping bag consumed 1% anomalous energy per minute but blocked all life signs inside. With 100% anomalous energy capacity and a natural recovery rate of 10% per hour, one could sleep safely inside for 2 hours without worrying about detection by anomalies. Shen Ge, with his high mental strength not requiring much sleep, initially thought to lend it to Feng Mingwei. But the sleeping bag, even folded, was the size of a basketball, making it inconvenient for Feng Mingwei to carry, so he simply stuffed it into his blood-hide backpack. The other 2 functional items were, 1. An arm guard-like device that emitted a green corrosive gas instead of freezing agents, and another, a bone hammer that could enlarge. This anomalous equipment was originally 1 foot long with a fist-sized head, but by consuming anomalous energy, it could enlarge tenfold into a massive 2-handed bone maul, harder than steel. Shen Ge found this bone maul particularly effective against parasitized. In its enlarged state, it could usually crush their parasitic fleshy flower heads with a single blow. Now, under the formless plus soundless effect, he wielded the giant two-handed bone maul, smashing his way from one end of the street to the other, killing several anomalies. This commotion also drew attention from the hospital area. However, since they couldn't see the specific area, or if they could, would only see a large group of parasitized and anomalies gathered, they would likely assume it was infighting among monsters. A few minutes later, Shen Ge began hunting anomalies in the buildings surrounding the hospital. As he approached the hospital's outer wall near the left side street, Little Seven alerted him. An anomalous equipment reaction was detected beneath the left watchtower. Anomalous equipment? Are there Sakuran anomaly response agents inside the hospital? Shen Ge's interest was immediately piqued. Plundering anomaly response agents promised much higher rewards than killing anomalies. Just as Shen Ge decided to find an opportunity to target that agent, Momoka Keed, who had infiltrated the hospital earlier, was discovered. Thud! Just after entering the hospital grounds, Momoka Keed was kicked in the chest by a figure that suddenly lunged at her. She was sent flying back, crashing against a tree trunk, her gun flying from her hand. Momoka Keed reacted quickly, drawing the dagger from her boot and stabbing at the attacker's head. A sharp clang rang out as the attacker drew a military knife, blocking the dagger. The clash of metal sparked. Momoka Keed, capable of leading the scout team and surviving in the anomaly domain for a year, was certainly skilled. Her combat skills might not be the absolute best in the regiment, but after a year of life-and-death struggles, few in the regiment could best her. Her dagger sliced towards the attacker's throat, missing by a hair's breadth as he dodged at the last moment. Momoka Keed's dagger continued its downward arc, cutting the attacker's chest, splattering blood on herself. As she prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the heart, a gunshot echoed. Bang! Momoka Keed felt a bullet rip through her left shoulder. In the quiet morning hospital, the gunshot was starkly loud, immediately alerting the resting guards nearby. After being shot, Momoka Keed quickly pinpointed the direction of the shot. Simultaneously, she reversed her grip on the dagger and thrust it towards the throat of the man in front of her. But he performed a backflip, retreating into the first floor of the hospital building. Momoka Keed wanted to pursue, but a primal sense of danger made her hesitate. Another gunshot followed. Fortunately, after the first shot, she was already alert. After her attack missed, she immediately charged towards the hospital building, crashing through a window into the corridor. The second bullet grazed her shoulder and hit the wall. This content belongs to n0velfire.net. Meanwhile, beneath the rear watchtower, 3 men playing cards heard the gunshot from the building direction and immediately stood up, alert. Before they could act, the soldier among them possessing anomalous equipment suddenly clutched his throat in terror. An excruciating pain followed, and a spurt of blood gushed from his neck. Blood splattered on his 2 companions' faces, stunning them momentarily. Within a second, one had his head split open by an invisible blade. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 lay dead on the ground. Shen Ge, still under formless, had Little Seven scan for the anomalous equipment on the agent. It detected a pair of anomalous leather shoes. He stripped them off and tossed them into his blood-hide backpack. Then, he looked towards the hospital building. Discovered already? That was fast. So much for the strongest scout regiment in Sakura. If this was their capability, their usefulness in helping find the Fleshmon needed reconsideration. Crisis mission triggered. The hidden anomaly, Tier 3 Anomaly, on the verge of evolving to Tier 4, is hidden within this area. Should it complete its evolution, no one in the vicinity will survive. Locate and eliminate the hidden anomaly within 2 hours to prevent its Tier 4 evolution. Reward: System Points X 3000, Random E-Grade Recovery Item X1, F-Grade Recovery Items X3. A crisis mission? Hearing the system prompt, Shen Ge initially thought it was the usual warning, but it turned out to be a crisis mission. And the rewards were decent. A hidden Tier 3 anomaly? Shen Ge scanned the area, wondering if it was inside the hospital or outside. Why would it hide? Afraid of being noticed by misfortune? Or was there a high-tier anomaly nearby? If a high-tier anomaly were nearby, even without a system warning, Little 7 should detect its anomalous energy fluctuations. Since neither alerted him, any high-tier anomaly present was likely roaming, not settled nearby. In that case, the fact that this Tier 3 anomaly was actively hiding was peculiar. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge decided to start his search inside the hospital. He could also plunder the anomaly response agents there, lending a hand to his disappointing allies. To be fair, Momoka Keed was somewhat unlucky. The route she planned had a low chance of detection. However, she didn't expect that besides the three slacking off under the watchtower, someone was dozing on a tree branch along the secluded shaded path. Momoka Keed might not have been spotted if she had proceeded normally, but she happened to climb over a vine-covered stone archway on that path. She missed the person in the tree, but he spotted her. This man, along with the agents playing cards under the watchtower, were all former elite anomaly response agents from the Takaguchi Anomaly Response Department. When the misfortune anomaly domain erupted, they were trapped in Takaguchi City, unable to evacuate in time. Initially, these agents tried to gather survivors and lead them to survive until rescue arrived. But as time passed, power and environment gradually changed their mindset. Under the prolonged pressure of uncertainty, living day to day, they eventually lost themselves in the absolute control afforded by their enhanced abilities. Different factions emerged among these elite agents. Some wanted to continue leading survivors, while others sought to dominate them. Ultimately, they parted ways. A few came here and occupied the hospital. Like common tropes in post-apocalyptic stories, they exploited men for labor and women for pleasure, living day by day in the hellish anomaly domain. In the backyard of the hospital, several emaciated men were digging traps under the watchful eyes of overseers, while the overseers and some guards were engaged in group activities with several women in a corner. The collapse of order meant the erosion of morality. When power-hungry individuals took control for those without strength, it became a living hell. The agent Shen Ge, killed instantly, was one of the weaker ones among the group. But even he was considered a skilled fighter among the hundreds in the hospital, yet he died so ignominiously without even seeing his killer. The one who discovered Momoka Keed was the least capable agent in the hospital group, just out for some air, never expecting to run into an infiltrator. The shooter was the most skilled agent among the hospital group, the second in command of the hospital faction. He had heard the explosion from the main street and was on alert on the inpatient building's rooftop with his weapon when he spotted Momoka Keed fighting his comrade and intervened. Seeing Momoka Keed escape into the general hospital building, he immediately activated a special alarm inside the hospital, alerting others to the intruder. Bang! Another gunshot, but this time the target wasn't Momoka Keed or her team. It was the head of the hospital's guard patrol. The bullet shot out from a broken window of the general hospital building, hitting the patrol leader's head, exploding it in a shower of blood and brain matter. Instant death. Ambush. Take cover, a guard shouted. Everyone quickly sought cover. The shooter was a team member originally tasked with infiltrating alongside Momoka Keed. They had taken a different route, but, seeing their captain discovered, tried to draw some fire. Inside the building, Momoka Keed subdued the pursuing guards. Through observation, she located the sniper hiding on the inpatient building's rooftop. Knowing his location was useless, however, as she currently lacked any long-range attack options. Besides her position, no one else could see the hidden sniper. Momoka Keed could only relay the sniper's position to her team via communicator. Just then, a whoosh cut through the air. A rocket-propelled grenade, trailing fire, shot towards the sniper's position. Boom! A loud explosion tore a chunk out of the inpatient building's rooftop. Momoka Keed was stunned. She couldn't imagine who could have gotten their hands on a rocket launcher at a time like this. But she had just reported the sniper's location and he was hit. Clearly, it was their side. And that person was, of course, Shen Ge, who carried a personal arsenal. Boom, boom. Before Momoka Keed could recover from her shock, two more rockets slammed into the inpatient building rooftop, collapsing that section entirely. Shen Ge put away the rocket launcher, his deed unknown, and using the tentacles of his rotten flesh armor in formless state, began scaling the building to loot the corpses on the rooftop. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, heavy, rhythmic thuds echoed from the distance, accompanied by thunderous, earth-shaking swallowing sounds, as if the cannon fire had angered a slumbering giant anomaly. Simultaneously, parasitized and anomalies from the surrounding streets, drawn by the commotion at the hospital, converged on the location like a tidal wave. Explosions erupted one after another around the hospital, flames leaping towards the sky. For the scout team stealing medicine, the more chaotic the scene, the better. As for extraction, Shen Ge wasn't worried. He had scanned the surrounding anomalies with the system. They could retreat via the sewer in the back street, avoiding the anomalies beneath the hospital. Of course, Shen Ge fired 3 rockets for more reasons than that. The anomalies around the hospital were scattered. Hunting them individually would take too long. By gathering them, he could farm points efficiently. Additionally, creating a major disturbance was the quickest and easiest way to force the hidden Tier-4 Anomaly into the open. However, Shen Ge's plan encountered a slight hitch. It didn't flush out the hidden Tier-4 Anomaly, but instead attracted the attention of a Tier-4 Anomaly roaming the neighboring district. This anomaly stood over 10 meters tall, resembling a lizard. The anomalous lizard opened its massive maw, devouring parasitized and low-tier anomalies in its path as it charged towards the hospital. The sentries on the hospital watchtowers spotted the behemoth. Its size alone could reduce the hospital to rubble. They urgently reported the situation to their leader. The leader had invested significant resources and effort into fortifying the hospital and couldn't abandon it easily. He dispatched an anomaly response agent and a team to try and lure the anomalous lizard away using a vehicle to create noise. Several men drove out in a modified military jeep, firing at anomalies along the road as they headed towards the lizard. Minutes later, the jeep was within 100 meters of the anomalous lizard. The driver floored the accelerator, but the modified jeep's speed was limited on the rough terrain. The lizard quickly closed in, its massive front foot stomping down. The driver swerved sharply, avoiding the foot that crushed a nearby building into rubble. Flying debris pelted the jeep with loud thuds. Fortunately, the rocks weren't large enough to overturn the vehicle. But evading the lizard's pursuit, the driver slammed the brakes, turned around, and sped between the lizard's legs. The driver clearly underestimated the anomalous lizard's agility. It swiftly turned its body, its tentacles instantly entangling the jeep. Just then, a whoosh sounded. The anomaly response agent in the vehicle fired an anomalous energy round at the tentacles. Boom! The blast severed the tentacles, saving the jeep. Well done, a teammate praised, quickly accelerating again to escape from under the lizard. Unfortunately, the anomalous lizard wasn't diverted. It continued its path, consuming parasitized and low-tier anomalies, heading straight for the hospital. Damn it, boss, it's not working. What do we do? The driver cursed. Before the agent could respond, a man's voice spoke from the back seat. The men turned in surprise to find a mysterious figure in special self-defense force attire, wearing a gas mask, sitting on the rear frame. Shen Ge's arms sprouted 2 rotten flesh tentacles, wrapping around the 2 in the back seat and hurling them from the moving vehicle. Instantly, the surrounding parasitized swarmed the 2 men, devouring them amidst their screams until they were a bloody, mangled mess. The anomaly response agent in the passenger seat hadn't even had time to react when he felt his hands lighten. The anomalous energy launcher he held was snatched away by a tentacle from Shen Ge. This launcher isn't bad. Where are the anomalous energy rounds? Shen Ge reached out towards the agent, but was met with the barrel of a gun. Bang! A gunshot. The bullet hit Shen Ge's forehead, but what spilled out wasn't blood or brains, but squirming rotten flesh. With a clink, the bullet was spat out by the flesh, hitting the jeep with a metallic sound. The agent stared, dumbfounded. "Hand over the anomalous energy rounds for the launcher, and I'll spare your life," Shen Ge said. The agent swallowed hard, thinking, where did this monster come from? Appearing out of nowhere, and even a specialized anti-anomaly pistol can't hurt him? Trembling, the agent took 2 special rounds, each about 3 fingers wide, from his pouch and handed them to Shen Ge. Shen Ge took them, looking displeased. "Only 3. The man nodded hastily. "We were only tasked to lure the giant anomaly, not fight it. So we only brought 3. "I see," the man pleaded. "You said you'd let me go." "Oh, I lied." Before the man could finish, a blade flash crossed his vision. His head tilted and slid off his shoulders. The driver was terrified, losing control of the jeep, which crashed into a building ahead. Shen Ge, wearing his anomalous leather boots, leaped out. Mid-air, he extended a rotten flesh tentacle, grabbing the edge of a building's rooftop, and swung towards the Tier-4 Anomaly. He loaded one anomalous energy round into the launcher and fired at the back of the anomalous lizard's head. "Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. Let's chat." Boom! The anomalous energy round exploded harmlessly against the lizard's head in a puff of smoke, clearly failing to draw its aggro. Shen Ge used his flesh tentacles to swing and land on the lizard's back. Then he activated domain containment, creating an invisible barrier in front of the lizard. Crack, crunch. The barrier couldn't stop the anomalous lizard's advance. It shattered upon impact, breaking like glass. Shen Ge created another one. It shattered again. After 2 or 3 attempts, and due to the large area required, he had to munch on a mental strength apple to recover while continuously casting the invisible domain containment barriers to block the lizard. Just then, Little Seven gathered the rotten flesh armor to form a circular anomalous shield on Shen Ge's left side. A loud clang followed as a crimson tongue shot from the side, slamming into the shield. Shen Ge felt as if he'd been hit by a truck. He was sent flying to the right, crashing through a building's wall and buried under rubble. Cough. As expected of a Tier-4 Anomaly, the power level is on a completely different scale from previous opponents. Shen Ge sat up in the pile of debris, swallowing an internal injury healing pill, and swatted away a parasitized trying to attack him, his gaze fixed on the approaching anomalous lizard. 2 different mysteries destroyed Takaguchi City? To be honest, Shen Ge had imagined countless scenarios about misfortune and the situation described in the system log for the day Takaguchi City was destroyed. The one thing he never expected was that Takaguchi City wasn't swallowed by misfortune. 8th-rank mysteries were already considered top-tier existences. If 2 could pop up in such a short time, then the world was truly in grave danger. Keed Hanabana was somewhat puzzled why Shen Ge would ask such a question, but then she remembered he had been hibernating in the underground base for a long time, so it wasn't strange for him not to know. She explained, "We still haven't found the high-level mystery hidden within Takaguchi City. We only know it's incredibly powerful, with a mystery domain capable of covering the entire city. However, regarding the high-level deep-sea mystery in the ocean, satellites captured humanoid figures within the fog, and the International Mystery Response Organization also detected 2 distinct types of mystery energy." Shen Ge nodded when he heard this. "So, not only do we have to deal with the strange influence of the strange domain that has sprung up and took his city, but we also have to be prepared to be swallowed by the strangeness in the deep sea. It's a long story. Let me explain in more detail once we reach the shelter." Keed Hanabana, aware that Shen Ge had just woken up from hibernation and was out of the loop, didn't suspect he was deliberately fishing for information. Just as they left the dormitory, they heard several sharp whistling sounds from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of explosions echoed in the distance. If not for Keed Hanabana's nervous expression, Shen Ge might have thought someone was setting off fireworks outside. One had to admit, the recon team's alarm system was quite creative. However, This type of alarm that detonated in the distance actually suited the nature of the parasitized and mysteries. A standard alarm blaring within the base would only attract more enemies. As Shen Ge, Keed Hanabana, and the others evacuated from the dormitory building, Keed Hanabana explained the common situations encountered within a mystery domain. Mysteries could accelerate their mutation by absorbing the mystery energy of their kind. So, for mystery, cannibalizing another mystery was far more effective than devouring humans. However, for mysteries, cannibalizing their kind was like eating plain rice. It could fill their stomachs and was beneficial, but it wasn't particularly delicious. Humans, with their abundant life energy, were the delicacies. No matter how healthy plain rice was, it paled in comparison to delicious food. But according to investigations by the International Mystery Response Organization, once a mystery grew to a certain rank, its desire for these delicacies decreased significantly. Instead, mystery energy, which could enhance itself, became more attractive. That's why it was rare to see mysteries of rank 4 or 5 and above actively hunting humans. However, not actively hunting didn't mean a high-rank mystery would remain indifferent if humans passed by. Moreover, if they went without feeding for extended periods, mysteries could experience hunger. This hunger wasn't the same as human hunger. It was a need for mystery energy and living beings. Due to the unique nature of the Takaguchi City mystery misfortune, the various effects it initially caused were mistaken for urban legends. By the time the people of Sakura realized the truth, it was already too late. But it was true that after misfortune became a high-rank mystery, it did not actively reveal itself to hunt humans. This might also be due to the presence of the deep-sea mystery lurking nearby. However, just because misfortune wasn't actively attacking didn't mean it posed no threat to humans. First, there was the mystery domain it deployed to shield itself. For mysteries of rank 6 and above that awaken a mystery domain, their inherent mystery energy effects and traits would influence the environment within the domain to a certain extent. Misfortune's trait was quite special. It could infinitely amplify a target's misfortune, generally manifesting in terms of luck, and it also had a certain effect on human emotions. For example, humans within misfortune's domain would experience amplified fear, hatred, and other negative emotions, leading to emotional outbursts, mental instability, and other reactions. The most terrifying among these was the amplification of fear, which could cause people to experience various hallucinations. This was also the reason why urban legends in Takaguchi City proliferated after the birth of misfortune. Apart from the domain's inherent effects, survivors like Keed Hanabana within Takaguchi City also faced a second threat, the appearance of rank 3 to 5 mysteries and aberrants. On one hand, these entities hadn't completely shed their need to actively prey on living beings and would hunt humans based on their scent. On the other hand, they were delicious meals for misfortune. Therefore, the appearance of high-rank mysteries also meant that misfortune would take the initiative to attack. Just like the natural disaster that occurred in Takaguchi City in the afternoon, it was actually misfortune, using its domain effects to eliminate high-rank mysteries, then seizing the opportunity to devour them and absorb their mystery energy. Hearing this, Shen Ge finally understood why. After the meteor shower in the afternoon took out the mystery turtle and the aberrant, only the aberrant managed to climb out from underground. It seemed the former must have been dragged underground and devoured by misfortune, while the aberrant, being stronger than the mystery turtle, and misfortune, being occupied with consuming the turtle, gave Shen Ge the chance to finish off the aberrant. So, was misfortune hiding underground? Shen Ge couldn't help but think of the massive maw formed by countless mysterious hands in the cavern, suspecting it might be related to misfortune. After Keed Hanabana's explanation, Shen Ge gained a clear understanding of misfortune's domain and the dangers the recon team faced. After evacuating the dormitory building, Shen Ge, led by Keed Hanabana and her team, circled around to the gymnasium behind the teaching building. At the gymnasium entrance, Watanabe Natsushira was directing the recon team's soldiers to move supplies inside. Keyed Hanabana immediately instructed her accompanying squad members to assist. Just then, Keyed Hanabana suddenly looked up at the sky with a terrified expression. "Hands, so many hands. Watch out, run. There are so many mysterious hands in the sky." Then Shen Ge saw Keyed Hanabana and about 7 or 8 other recon team soldiers terrified, falling to the ground, scrambling and crawling desperately towards the gymnasium. Shen Ge looked up, puzzled. The dark night sky didn't even have a single star visible. A thick black fog enveloped everything, like the weather before a heavy storm. But where were the hands? Judging by Keyed Hanabana and the others' reactions, it didn't seem like an act. Shen Ge guessed they might be experiencing one of the 2 dangers Keyed Hanabana had just mentioned. Since there were no signs of mysteries or aberrants nearby, it was clear these people were affected by the domain. Their fear amplified, leading to hallucinations. But why are they all affected, while I see nothing? Shen Ge considered himself fairly brave, but he definitely couldn't compare to that guy next door who had his fear sealed away. There was a time when Shen Ge used to watch horror movies every night, to the point where even the slightest rustle while walking home in the dark would make him imagine ghostly figures. This proved he did have fear. If everyone around was affected by the amplified fear from the domain, there was no reason he should be an exception. Could it be because I allocated all my attribute points to spirit? Shen Ge didn't think it was due to spirit power, because spirit power was mystery energy, a conclusion verified multiple times. The only reason he put all his attribute points in his spirit was to make his trait abilities last longer. If the domain's influence was being blocked by his own mystery energy, then his mystery energy should be continuously decreasing. But Shen Ge observed through his status that his mystery energy wasn't being consumed. Shen Ge scanned his surroundings. The gloomy campus was eerily quiet, apart from the occasional whoosh from the rooftop of the distant teaching building as they launched signal flares into the distance. This silence made the sight of the recon team soldiers scrambling and crawling towards the gymnasium seem somewhat comical. There were no signs of mysteries or aberrants in his field of view. Little Seven also performed a mystery energy detection and found no mysteries hiding nearby. When he left the dormitory building, the system had issued a reminder, but it was just a routine random event alert, nothing special. The current area is severely contaminated by the mystery domain. Unpredictable dangers may occur. If detected by the rank 8 mystery, influenced by its domain, the current area may transform into a swamp, magma zone, quicksand area, etc., due to the mystery's trait. Host, please leave this area immediately. For Shen Ge, as long as he was within a mystery domain, this kind of prompt had become a routine broadcast, so he hadn't paid much attention to it initially. Shen Ge was no longer the novice from 6 months ago who, excited by the system's enthusiastic broadcasts, would cross the street back and forth just to earn a few system points. After all, eliminating a single rank 2 or 3 mystery would net Shen Ge more rewards than triggering random events in the city for days and nights on end. But putting rewards aside, Shen Ge was now in the apocalypse 4 years in the future. The system's warning indicated that he was indeed being affected by the mystery domain. Not far away, Keyed Hanabana sat slumped on the ground, clutching her submachine gun and firing wildly into the air while screaming in terror. Shen Ge was very curious about what she was seeing. "Stop! Cease fire!" Shen Ge shouted at Keyed Hanabana. While he wasn't worried about being hit by stray bullets from a submachine gun, their power couldn't hurt him. He didn't plan to expose his rotten flesh armor ability in front of others. Keyed Hanabana seemed not to hear Shen Ge, continuing to fire her submachine gun into the sky. During the moment she paused to reload, Shen Ge stepped forward and kicked the gun out of her hands. "Hey, snap out of it!" Shen Ge crouched beside Keyed Hanabana, placed a hand on her shoulder, and leaned his no-exit domain, enveloping both her and himself. Keyed Hanabana, who had been screaming, suddenly froze, her eyes looking dazedly at the sky as if she could no longer see the hands falling from above. "Tony, Mr. Ding," Recognizing the person in front of her, keyed Hanabana excitedly lunged towards Shen Ge. Shen Ge instinctively jumped back 2 meters. Keyed Hanabana missed and fell face-first to the ground. But Shen Ge's movement caused a problem. The no-exit domain was centered on him. While its range was controllable, he hadn't spread it very far to conserve spirit power. So, when he moved, keyed Hanabana left the domain's coverage and was immediately affected by misfortune's fear amplification again. And keyed Hanabana once again pointed towards the sky. Seeing this, Shen Ge stepped forward and helped her up. Now that he had confirmed his no-exit domain had a certain defensive effect against misfortune's domain, he decided to take keyed Hanabana to the gymnasium. After all, he still had many questions for her. He couldn't let her break down like this. Dita Ing. Keyed Hanabana seemed not yet free from fear, her voice trembling. You're experiencing hallucinations due to the domain's influence. Remember, everything you see is fake. Don't be fooled by the illusions, Shen Ge said, while supporting keyed Hanabana as they moved towards the gymnasium. Under the influence of the no-exit domain, keyed Hanabana's mind gradually cleared. How long does this situation usually last? Shen Ge asked. Based on his reasoning, this danger probably wasn't permanent. Otherwise, simply entering the domain would mean falling into an endless cycle of hallucinations, eventually driving people insane. Keyed Hanabana replied, maybe a few hours, maybe a day. At most, it hasn't exceeded a day. Keyed Hanabana felt that after Shen Ge supported her, the invisible oppressive feeling in the air seemed to lessen. It was a very peculiar sensation. After the two retreated into the gymnasium, they saw many soldiers still scrambling and crawling inside. But after running a few steps, some would panic and start shooting. Firing at empty air was one thing. The most terrifying part was that some mistook their comrades for aberrants and unleashed a barrage of firepower on them. By the time Shen Ge entered, several recon team soldiers had already fallen in pools of blood. Keyed Hanabana, seeing this, frantically shouted at those shooting to stop, but no matter how much she yelled, they kept firing like madmen. Shen Ge's eyes narrowed. He suddenly deployed the no-exit domain to cover the entire gymnasium. This was the first time he had used his domain on such a large scale, and his spirit power immediately began to drop rapidly. But in those few seconds, the soldiers tormented by fear regained their senses. Grieving, they quickly moved the wounded towards the passageway. While supporting keyed Hanabana as they retreated to the underground shelter, Shen Ge tested the effect of the no-exit domain on misfortune's domain along the way. He finally understood why, according to the log, Sakura would set their sights on no-exit. If this blocking trait could really be manufactured in a mystery energy equipment, perhaps they could trap misfortune within Takaguchi City. Because, according to the International Mystery Response Organization, high-rank mysteries didn't actively seek out humans. So, trapping them in a specific location might be a good strategy. After entering the underground shelter, the recon team began taking stock of the casualties. This domain attack had been too sudden, giving the soldiers almost no time to react. The wounded exceeded 30, and this was with Shen Ge secretly assisting while testing his no-exit domain. For an enemy, they couldn't even see to cause over half the casualties in a 40-plus member recon team. It was truly a miracle that a 1,000-strong regiment had managed to hold on for a year. While keyed Hanabana was busy tending to the wounded, Shen Ge used the pretext of helping to look around the shelter. He discovered it was converted from the school's storage warehouse. The ceiling of the underground shelter was lined with the skin of mysteries. The walls were reinforced with their bones, and scattered around were rotting flesh pieces emitting black mystery energy, resulting in an unbearably foul stench throughout the shelter. No wonder the soldiers' domain influence significantly lessened after entering the underground shelter. So, they used mystery corpses to create a defensive array. One has to admit, when pushed to the brink, humans can come up with any solution. Shen Ge couldn't help but sigh. Although this method could use mysteries to block the domain's effects, it was like being in a problematic meat processing plant. The mix of rot and fishy smell was torturous with every breath, let alone living here long term. After a busy night, Keed Hanaban rested for a few hours and then found Shen Ge in the monitoring room. She expressed her gratitude for saving her the previous night. Dang, you're truly not an ordinary person, able to stay clear-headed under the domain's influence. If it weren't for you yesterday, I definitely wouldn't have made it. How can I repay you? Keed Hanabana lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, her hair covering the scar over her left eye. Thinking of the scar on her face, she felt a bit nervous. It's nothing, don't worry about it. If you want to repay me, why not sit down and have a chat? Shen Ge leaned back in his chair and looked at Keed Hanabana. Keed Hanabana glanced at the soldier nearby who was intently monitoring the school's perimeter for mysteries and aberrants via the surveillance equipment and said nervously, H here. It's fine, right here is good. Shen Ge figured the information he was seeking wasn't any secret to them, so there was no need to be secretive. Oh, Keed Hanabana, blushing, sat down next to Shen Ge, nervously awaiting his next move. Then she heard Shen Ge ask, I've been hibernating in the underground base for too long. I never imagined everything would change so much when I woke up. Could you tell me some things related to the Takaguchi City mystery? And what's the deal with that deep-sea mystery? Is it also a rank 8 mystery? Keed Hanabana was stunned. She had even mentally prepared for some public display of affection roleplay, and instead, Shen Ge wanted to talk not about romance, but about mysteries? Big brother, are you serious? Keed Hanabana immediately realized she had misunderstood. For a soldier like Shen Ge who had just awakened from an underground base, survival in a world overrun by mysteries was the priority. The mystery in Takaguchi City appeared as early as 2 years ago. Back then, we even formed a special investigation team. At first, we thought it was an ordinary mystery incident, but in just 3 months, it escalated into a mystery disaster. Even though the higher-ups tried to cover up the truth, as the bizarre events caused by this mystery increased, using urban legends as an excuse couldn't suppress the worsening situation, and the mystery was completely exposed to the public. Then last year, specialists sent by the International Mystery Response Organization detected that the mystery hidden in Takaguchi City had already undergone 7 mutations, making it the highest-ranked mystery encountered worldwide so far. After discussion, the decision was made to evacuate Takaguchi City's citizens, and the International Mystery Response Organization would use nuclear weapons. However, the result was disappointing. The 2 deployed nuclear bombs detonated within the compressed mystery domain, and the nuclear energy instead made the mystery even stronger, allowing it to undergo an 8th mutation. After this mutation, the mystery domain expanded from the city center to cover all of Takaguchi City. Just as it seemed about to spread towards Shin Kawana and Okigame, a massive tsunami suddenly struck the Chiba coastal area. The International Mystery Response Organization detected a giant deep-sea mystery appearing off the coast of Chiba. Overnight, Chiba, Hamiyoko, and Oda were wiped off the map, leaving only a vast expanse of water. No one knows what happened that night. Even satellite footage only captured a blanket of black fog, with a glimpse of a giant humanoid mystery within the mist. Strangely, since that mystery appeared, the Takaguchi City Mysteries domain stopped expanding. The Mystery Countermeasures Department theorized that since mysteries feed on other mysteries, perhaps the powerful mystery energy of the Takaguchi City Mystery attracted the giant deep-sea mystery. To avoid having its main body discovered, it went into hiding within Takaguchi City. Our recon team entered Takaguchi City partly to search for and rescue survivors, and partly to find the mystery sustaining the domain. Shen Ge lowered his head in thought for a moment, then asked, since mysteries have been revealed to the public, what progress has been made in mystery research in recent years? Keed Hanabana replied, after the exposure of mysteries, the world fell into chaos for 2 years. Among them, Great Tian Dynasty restored order first, while Mao Nation and Pretty Nation gradually gained control. Here in Sakura, due to the domain in our central city, Takaguchi, the frequency of mystery incidents has been increasing daily. According to the International Research Report on the Weird Organization, the reason why non-human creatures in the world are transformed into weird things is due to an invisible weird energy that gushes out from the ground. Having said that, Fenghua Yukai was worried that Shen Ge was out of touch with the world and didn't even know what weird energy was, so she specially explained the weird energy. Then she continued, "This invisible mystery energy only affects non-human beings. Humans who inhale it don't mutate, nor do they develop physical ailments like prolonged exposure to the black fog mystery energy. To combat mysteries, various nations began researching mystery energy, using mystery corpses to manufacture various types of weapons and equipment to fight mysteries with mysteries. Through research on mystery energy, the International Mystery Response Organization also discovered that mystery energy has many different effects. These effects influence a mystery's abilities, such as rapid regeneration, hardened shell, etc. Higher-level mysteries exhibit special abilities, which we call traits. Through the study of mysteries, the International Mystery Response Organization found that many mysteries' mystery energy abilities are determined from their first mutation. However, some abilities only manifest after their mystery energy reaches a certain level. For example, traits awaken at rank 4 and domains at rank 6. Of course, these are all research reports and estimates from the International Mystery Response Organization. I'm not sure how accurate the specific values are, but based on intelligence provided by the International Mystery Response Organization, our Sakura investigation confirmed the trait of the Takaguchi City mystery approximately relates to misfortune, bad luck, negative emotions, etc., so it was tentatively designated as trait misfortune. And since misfortune has mutated to rank 6 or above, it has awakened a terrifying domain capable of pulling the entire city into a space influenced by its trait. This space is isolated from the outside world. Even satellite signals can't penetrate it. The outer area is shrouded in thick fog. Very few who have tried to pass through the fog have returned. Captain Watanabe once led an elite squad to try and breach the fog zone. According to him, they walked for nearly half a month but still couldn't exit the fog. They were ultimately forced to turn back after encountering an invisible barrier. But there's very little intelligence on the giant deep-sea mystery. Perhaps there have been new discoveries outside, but we've lost contact with the outside world since entering Takaguchi City. At this point, Kid Hanabana's expression turned somewhat downcast. Shen Ge nodded upon hearing this. It seems the research on mysteries in these past 2 years hasn't changed much from before I went into hibernation. Actually, hearing this, Shen Ge suddenly realized a flaw in his initial story when he first met Kid Hanabana. He had told Kid Hanabana he went into hibernation in 2024. But according to her account and the situation in the log, Takaguchi City wasn't enveloped by the misfortune domain until 2027. Kid Hanabana might not have noticed this flaw yet, but Shen Ge deliberately mentioned the lack of significant change to patch this potential hole. As Shen Ge reminded him, Kid Hanabana indeed noticed the inconsistency. Ding, why were you in hibernation for so long? At the time, the base was conducting research on the uncertainties of mystery space. To test certain hypotheses, I was selected as the test subject, placed into a hibernation pod, and then introduced into the mystery space. This was to verify if we could solve the issues of uncertain mystery space entrances or exits and spatial/temporal distortions. Shen Ge thought this was a relatively reliable explanation. Mystery space had many unsolved mysteries, but Kid Hanabana only mentioned traits and domains awakening at ranks 4 and 6, not mystery space awakening at rank 2. This gave Shen Ge the feeling she might be withholding some information. This explanation could not only cover the flaw in his previous story, but also serve as an opportunity to probe Kid Hanabana for more information, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, to Shen Ge's surprise, Kid Hanabana looked at him with a bewildered expression. Mystery space? What's that? Shen Ge was even more shocked than Keyed Hanabana. While Mystery Space had many issues for operatives like them, it was basic knowledge that everyone knew. How could this world know about traits and domains but not Mystery Space? Shen Ge tried to glean something from Keyed Hanabana's expression, but she seemed genuine, her eyes filled with confusion, not like she was lying. Shen Ge's heart sank. Either Keyed Hanabana was far more skilled than he imagined, or he had truly shot himself in the foot this time. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge once again shifted the focus to the underground research base. Our institute discovered that some rank 2 mysteries awaken abilities similar to domains. The coverage isn't as vast, usually pulling a building or a city block into a subspace-like area. Those outside trying to enter get teleported to random locations. Also, mystery spaces can have distorted space and time. Shen Ge briefly summarized mystery space while observing Keyed Hanabana's reaction. Seeing her grow increasingly surprised, he became more convinced she wasn't lying. Rank 2 mysteries have such terrifying abilities? Keyed Hanabana exclaimed in amazement. Only a very few. That's why the Institute was conducting secret research, Shen Ge said. But in reality, in his world, most rank 2 mysteries possessed this ability. According to research in Shen Ge's world, mysteries were born with special mystery energy effects, then awaken mystery space at rank 2. If they had traits, those awaken at rank 4. As for domains awakening at rank 6, so far, misfortune was the first rank 6 plus mystery encountered, so his world hadn't researched that far yet. Even the awakening of traits at rank 4 was a deduction based on the Yuzhou incident, aided by Shen Ge and voiced through Li Xiang. It wasn't hard to see that, apart from the rank 2 mystery space awakening, the research in the 2 worlds didn't differ significantly. Keyed Hanabana continued asking Shen Ge about mystery space, but each basic question deepened the sense of foreboding in Shen Ge's heart. Suppose his world and this world were the same, without so-called mystery space, but instead, mysteries could use mystery energy to establish a connection between these worlds, causing 2 different timelines to overlap and distort. Then, some of the mysteries of mystery space might be explained. Distorted space, chaotic time. During his first encounter with mystery space, the mysterious bus, why was the originally bustling downtown area devoid of any vehicles after he was pulled in? During the Yuzhou incident, why did different areas of Dongyu village have different timelines, even featuring blocks that had been abandoned for decades? Then, an image flashed in Shen Ge's mind. In the center of a pitch-black space, there is a black hole vortex surrounded by 3 azure planets that look 80% to 90% similar to the Earth, forming a triangle that surrounds the black hole in the center. Yes, that was the mysterious scene he saw when he found the mystery eye from the primordial mystery at the Daijing research base. The report was titled Mystery Eye 2 and documented the headquarters' 2-year research on that eye. One segment of the recording was the very image that had just flashed in Shen Ge's mind. In the recording, researchers studied the mystery eye and used a computer to simulate the observed imagery. In the pitch-black space's center was a black hole vortex. Surrounding it were 3 azure planets, strikingly similar to Earth, arranged in a triangle around the black hole. The researcher numbered these planets 1, 2, and 3 from top to bottom left and right. Then, he placed the mystery eye into a VR headset and put on. The view was like observing the universe through a telescope. The azure planet numbered 1 gradually began to dim, as if a thriving plant was slowly withering. As the planet withered, it faintly emitted a black smoke that grew from faint to dense, from little to much, eventually enveloping the entire planet in black fog. Then, the completely shrouded Planet 1 exploded with a bang. After the black fog dispersed, the planet returned to its original state. A few seconds later, the withering, black fog, explosion, and restoration repeated. The entire process cycled continuously. But only Planet 1 kept changing repetitively. Planets 2 and 3 remained unchanged in their original states. The Mystery Eye, too, report ended here, but over the past few months, Li Xiang had continued researching the Mystery Eye. According to him, the imagery seen through the eye resembled the birth and destruction of a planet, but the demonstration process was somewhat strange. Planet 1 kept repeating the cycle of creation and destruction, each cycle lasting only a few seconds. But after repeating hundreds of thousands of times, it would stop, remaining in a withered state. Subsequently, Planet 2 would begin repeating Planet 1's process until after hundreds of thousands of cycles, it too stopped, remaining withered. Finally, Planet 3 started repeating the processes of Planets 1 and 2, constantly restarting, being destroyed, restarting, being destroyed, until it stopped at the 1,009,320th cycle. Planets 1 and 2 remained withered. Planet 3, though full of vitality, was faintly entangled with intermittently appearing black fog, but it still slowly rotated. If not for that, Li Xiang would have thought the image was frozen. When Shen Ge previously listened to Li Xiang discuss the Mystery Eye experiments, he didn't find anything particularly odd. But now, after experiencing time travel, he suddenly realized a problem. Could the imagery seen through the Mystery Eye be civilization resets? Could the so-called primordial mystery be a survivor from a previous epic civilization, hence why its eye could record the destruction of that civilization? Or perhaps Earth itself undergoes constant resets and destruction. The Mystery Eye recorded this process, and Shen Ge's world was the latest reset. Therefore, only his world had the concept of mystery space. And what they called mystery space wasn't an ability of the mysteries, but rather, influenced by mystery energy, they returned to those destroyed worlds. Shen Ge felt his CPU was about to overload. If his speculation was true, did it mean that this reset would ultimately end in destruction, followed by the next reset, until the reset attempts were exhausted, and like planets 1 and 2, it became a withered planet? How would the world be destroyed? Mysteries continuously grow, eventually breaking through rank 10 and swallowing Earth whole? Or humanity, knowing mysteries are unbeatable, goes mad in a final act, leading to a nuclear apocalypse? Both scenarios were predicated on humanity's inability to defeat mysteries. Through his experience in this world 4 years into the future, Shen Ge personally witnessed the true power of rank 5. The pig-slaughtering knife that could easily slice through a rank 2 mystery couldn't even pierce the skin of a rank 5 aberrant. A mere mystery turtle was as big as a building. Even Shen Ge was helpless against them, let alone other mystery operatives. Coupled with high-rank mysteries feeding on nuclear energy, humanity truly had no means to deal with high-rank mysteries. The world was ultimately doomed. Wait, while high-rank mysteries were difficult to kill, low-rank mysteries posed little challenge to Shen Ge now. This time travel experience served as a stark warning, showing him how terrifying mysteries could become once they grew. Although, even if Shen Ge returned to his world, he alone couldn't possibly eliminate all the low-rank mysteries, even if he ran himself ragged. But if he could find a way to locate the fleshy maw, the means to travel between past and future, perhaps that could become a significant variable. In the future, low-rank mysteries were everywhere. For instance, yesterday, the aberrant kicking over a building not only revealed a rank 4 mystery turtle, but also unleashed a swarm of rank 1 and 2 mysteries like stirring a hornet's nest. If he could travel between past and future via the fleshy maw, hunt low-rank mysteries here, and send them to the past to be manufactured into mystery energy equipment, fully arming combat personnel, so everyone could become a mystery operative. Perhaps they could control the mutation frequency of mysteries? Shen Ge was in a complicated mood at this moment, but there was no point in thinking too much. He was not sure whether he could go back. After going back, there was still the thorny problem of misfortune and the huge monster hidden in the deep sea. In other words, in his world, misfortune and the deep sea mystery were already 2 confirmed high-rank mysteries. Without dealing with them, even if Shen Ge found a way to travel between past and future and shipped large quantities of mystery corpses to his world for equipment manufacturing, misfortune would still be the trigger for the world's destruction. However, in Shen Ge's world, misfortune was exposed 2.5 years earlier. Perhaps it hadn't grown to an unkillable level yet. As for whether it was a domain or a mystery space, Shen Ge needed to verify that upon returning. If it was just the spatial distortions caused by a mystery space and not misfortune's inherent domain, then perhaps there was still hope. If misfortune had already grown to an unkillable level, then Shen Ge could only let the past develop towards this future. Let misfortune attract the deep-sea mystery to swallow Takaguchi City, stalemate with misfortune, and then seize the opportunity to travel between past and future, continuously strengthening their forces. Dang, are you okay? You look a bit pale. Are you feeling unwell? Keed Hanabana asked with concern. I'm fine. Maybe it's just too much mystery information at once. My mind is a bit overwhelmed. Shen Ge shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside for now. If he couldn't return, then any amount of thinking was pointless. For now, the best he could do was gather as much intelligence related to mysteries and aberrants as possible to take back, helping his world avoid detours before considering anything else. Good news! The domain energy has dissipated. We can go out. Suddenly, the soldiers in the monitoring room cheered. One of them immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Watanabe Natsushira and report the good news. Keed Hanabana also turned to Shen Ge excitedly. Great, we can go out. Doing, you just woke up from hibernation. Don't overthink things. Some information takes time to process. I believe we can all survive and leave this domain. Come on, I'll accompany you outside for some fresh air. But before Shen Ge and Keed Hanabana could reach the surface, Watanabe Natsushira sent someone to summon them to the conference room for an emergency meeting. The meeting had two main points. First, this domain attack caused severe casualties among the already depleted 40-plus soldiers. 7 dead, 14 seriously injured, 16 lightly injured. The base lacked medical supplies. If no measures were taken, the seriously injured soldiers might not make it. Additionally, base supplies were critically low. So, Watanabe Natsushira decided to take advantage of the domain attack's end. He tasked Keed Hanabana and another squad leader to lead Shen Ge and a few other uninjured soldiers to the St. Juliana Hospital, a few kilometers away, which was occupied by mysteries, to search for supplies. Shen Ge thought this would be a good opportunity to search for the fleshy maw and accepted the mission. After Keed Momoka and the others received their mission and left the conference room, Watanabe Natsuhagi tapped his fingers on the table, then looked toward a fully armed soldier standing by the right wall. Inoue. Captain. Inoue Yoshino stepped forward. He was the best scout in the regiment, having been sent on secret missions to multiple countries and was an expert in tracking and counter-tracking. Watanabe, Natsuhagi said, follow Momoka's team discreetly. Keep a close eye on Higashiki Taka. During the previous anomaly domain attack, some soldiers claimed they saw him unaffected by it. I always felt he wasn't as simple as he seems. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the underground research base in Tokaguchi City doesn't possess hibernation pods capable of putting someone to sleep for several years. As part of the younger generation of Sakura with real authority, Watanabe Natsuhagi and his sister Watanabe and Natsumi naturally had access to more intelligence than the average person, including information about the Tokaguchi City underground research base. From what he knew, it was a human experimentation facility researching the fusion of humans and anomalies. If Shen Ge truly came from there, then he must be an aberrant. Understood. After Inoue Yoshino left, Watanabe Natsuhagi stared thoughtfully at the closed conference room door. Whether Shen Ge was an aberrant or not, the fact that he knew about the underground research base proved he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. If he was an aberrant and could maintain his sanity as one, it meant the research at the underground base had succeeded. If they could master this technology, perhaps the scout regiment could survive within the anomaly domain until rescue arrived. Even if Shen Ge wasn't an aberrant, his ability to ignore the effects of the anomaly domain was precisely what the scout regiment needed most right now. a necessary means for surviving in the current Tokaguchi city. To obtain this ability, Watanabe Natsahagi didn't mind using some underhanded methods, even if it meant treating this comrade as an enemy. However, Watanabe Natsahagi could see that Momoka was very interested in Shen Ge. If Shen Ge was willing to play along, it would save him a lot of trouble. Now, he just had to wait for Inoue Yoshino's investigation results. Shen Ge followed Momoka's team as they circled from the gymnasium to the dormitory area in the east. He noticed that one of the dormitory buildings there was under construction for defensive fortifications. "Are you planning to utilize these dorms?" Shen Ge asked. Momoka shook her head. Survivors were already living here before we arrived. There were students from the school, and also survivors who evacuated from downtown Tokaguchi. At that time, our regiment still had over 200 people, and there were over 400 survivors here. After discussions between our captain and their leader, it was decided that we would station ourselves in the teaching buildings in the west, while they would reside in this dormitory area. Initially, things were peaceful between both sides, but they recklessly squandered the resources from the campus shops. In just a few months, they had cleared out the shops both on campus and in the surrounding area. At first, our captain, upholding his duty as a soldier, would distribute some food to them. But these people became insatiably greedy, taking it all for granted, leading to several conflicts with us. Half a year ago, a horde of anomalies broke into the school grounds. The captain dispatched troops to guard the Eastern District. But those people, to save their own skins, led the anomaly horde towards our garrison teaching buildings, putting our soldiers in a pincer attack. That day, we lost over 100 soldiers. They suffered over 50% casualties, and the two sides completely broke off relations. Their leader, fearing our retaliation, led his people away from the school grounds within a few days. We haven't seen them since. Shen Ge nodded in understanding. Most civilians, unlike soldiers, haven't received professional training. During disasters, they often don't know how to ration resources properly, only panicking when resources become scarce. The more they panic, the more chaotic things get, and the more chaotic, the more they panic. At times like these, it's easy for them to make some incredibly foolish moves, leading enemies towards your allies to save your own skin. You need a severe lack of foresight to do something like that. Didn't they consider that the soldiers' combat effectiveness was far superior to theirs? If the soldiers were wiped out, how long could they, ordinary civilians, possibly last? The group walked through the eerie school grounds. Since both anomalies and aberrants were sensitive to sound, they couldn't use any vehicles. Even though St. Juliana Hospital was over 10 kilometers away, they had no choice but to travel on foot. Along the way, Shen Ge and Momoka chatted about events that had happened domestically and internationally during the years he was asleep. Considering Shen Ge had been asleep for a relatively long time, Momoka explained things in detail, covering the situation within Sakura, the international anti-anomaly organization, and what she knew about anomaly research. Overall, the development of this world wasn't too different from Shen Ge's. The key distinction was that the 12 branches hadn't been exposed yet. In Sakura, they only knew that the previous anomaly disasters in Han Country and Daijing were manipulated by someone behind the scenes, but the specific identities were still under investigation by the International Anti-Anomaly Organization before Momoka entered Tokaguchi City. In this world, without Shen Ge's involvement in the Daijing anomaly disaster, and since anomalies hadn't been exposed prematurely, the authorities blockaded the Haiching district under the pretext of a mysterious virus and thoroughly suppressed online rumors related to anomalies. Although this didn't lead to the premature exposure of anomalies like in Shen Ge's world, they also didn't resolve the disaster within 72 hours, eventually requiring intervention from the International Anti-Anomaly Organization. Haiching district was blockaded for a full 6 months. During this time, incidents related to aberrants began appearing sporadically alongside anomalies. What puzzled Shen Ge the most was that, even with the 12 branches unexposed, the International Anti-Anomaly Organization managed to produce a comprehensive research report on aberrants and anomalies. 2 months after the Great Capital Disaster ended, the International Anti-Spectre Organization issued a detailed research report on weirdness and monsters to the anti-spectre departments of various countries. It detailed the relationship between the parasites and monsters and mentioned for the first time that the weird disasters in South Korea and China were controlled by a mysterious organization. This mysterious organization had successfully researched a method to fuse humans with anomalies. BY parasite type anomalies into ordinary people. If the parasitic anomaly took over the host consciousness, the person would turn into a monster similar to an anomaly, becoming one of the parasitized. If a perfect fusion between human and anomaly was achieved, a secondary metamorphosis could occur, turning the person into an aberrant. This mysterious organization successfully allowed its members to fuse with anomalies by extracting tissue cells from aberrants, creating artificial anomalies. Besides aberrants, the report also provided a detailed rating system for anomalies based on anomalous energy, as well as research on various characteristics and anomaly domains. In other words, what was proposed in Shen Ge's world through the joint report on the parasitized by him and Li Xiang became credited to the International Anti-Anomaly Organization here. In this world, the International Anti-Anomaly Organization had always been the leader in anti-anomaly efforts. The situation where the Celestial Empire dominated alone, as in Shen Ge's world, didn't occur here. Therefore, when the International Anti-Anomaly Organization presented this report, not only were there no doubts from various countries, but it was also treated as gospel, used to classify anomalies and aberrants. As someone from another world, Shen Ge knew that the International Anti-Anomaly Organization couldn't possibly have produced such a report unless the 12 branches provided it to them. This confirmed Shen Ge's earlier suspicion. The 12 branches had inserted their agents into the anti-anomaly departments of various countries, and even into the International Anti-Anomaly Organization itself. The 12 branches were causing trouble worldwide. Whether their goal was to control the world or something else, their primary aim seemed to be testing their manufactured parasite-type anomalies. If the International Anti-Anomaly Organization and National Anti-Anomaly Departments couldn't stop the anomaly disasters, it wouldn't benefit the 12 branches either. In this world, Shen Ge had only activated his system this year, was still in Rome City outwitting the Tier 7 formless, and hadn't grown strong enough to deal with the 12 branches, let alone travel the world resolving anomaly disasters. Therefore, in this world, the 12 branches themselves supported the International Anti-Anomaly Organization, using it to leak information about aberrants and anomalies to the world. Shen Ge found the motivation of the 12 branches quite intriguing. If they wanted to control the world through anomalies, they could probably already do so. If they wanted to destroy the world with anomalies, there would be no need to leak information. The development of anomalies always stayed one step ahead of humanity. Just as the anomalous I showed, humanity was doomed to extinction. So what was the ultimate goal of the 12 branches? This was something Shen Ge had never been able to figure out. As Shen Ge pondered the intelligence about the International Anti-Anomaly Organization in this world, a fingernail-sized piece of rotten flesh detached from the wristwatch on his left wrist, quickly squirming into his left ear and forming a sort of wireless earpiece. Then, Shen Ge heard Little Seven's voice. "Report, Master. Someone has been following you from the bushes 200 meters away at 8 o'clock. This person has been tailing you since you left the base." Someone tracking them? Following them since leaving the base? It was most likely someone sent by Watanabe Natsahagi. But why would he send someone to follow us? Does he suspect my identity? Shen Ge wondered if his use of abilities had been discovered, or if Watanabe Natsahagi knew about the Tokaguchi underground research base, and thus doubted his identity. But regardless, Watanabe Natsahagi himself would never have imagined that in no way Yoshino, the most outstanding soldier in the scout regiment, who had completed numerous reconnaissance missions in various countries, had been spotted the moment he left the base. "Monitor his movements. See what he's up to," Shen Ge said quietly. "Understood, Master." At that moment, Kid Momoka returned from scouting the route ahead. The main road to St. Julian Hospital is full of parasitized. There are also anomalies hiding in the surrounding buildings. Probably won't be easy to get through directly, Momoka reported. The vice captain asked, there are many parasitized, but their mobility is greatly limited. Is it possible to go over the rooftops of those buildings? Momoka shook her head. Not very likely. The buildings are somewhat spaced apart, and there are parasitized in the areas between. Even if we take the roofs, we're bound to encounter resistance from parasitized. Once engaged in combat, it could attract large numbers of them. A team member asked, if above and through the middle aren't feasible, what about below? If I recall correctly, the suburbs specifically improved the drainage system to prevent flooding from the inland sea. Why don't we take the sewers? The vice captain agreed. Right. Even if there are parasitized or anomalies blocking the way in the sewers, any fight that happens won't immediately draw the monsters from above with the noise. That should work. Momoka thought for a moment and nodded. Shen Ge, currently acting as a team member, naturally didn't speak up casually during their route discussion. Instead, he had the system scan the surrounding anomalies and aberrants. Unexpectedly, Momoka and the others' gamble turned out to be correct. There were no parasitized in the sewers, only some anomalous rats and anomalous cockroaches hidden deep within. If they were careful to avoid them, a fight wasn't inevitable. As the scout team captain, Momoka wore an anomaly detection device that could sense the presence of anomalous energy in the surroundings, helping determine if anomalies were nearby. Relying on this device, the team entered the sewers and bypassed some anomalies, encountering only 4 or 5 Tier 1 anomalous cockroaches. To avoid prolonged combat, attracting anomalies from deeper in, Momoka decisively ordered the team to eliminate the Tier 1 anomalies quickly with full firepower. Without time to retrieve the anomaly corpses, they placed delayed signal flares at the spot and quickly advanced. About 10 minutes after the team left, the signal flares detonated, gathering the anomalies attracted by the earlier combat noise and buying the team time to escape. 2 hours later, the sky was dimly lit, the foggy sky seeming to press down incessantly, making it hard to breathe for those walking beneath it. The perimeter of St. Juliana Hospital was fortified with a wire mesh and iron fence built along the outer wall. This alone showed that the hospital was occupied. On a makeshift watchtower erected with wooden frames against the hospital's inner wall lay a person, covered with a smelly animal hide. As a sentry, he was clearly not very professional. After casually scanning the parasitized roaming the streets with his binoculars, he yawned boredly and rested his head on his hands for a nap. Thus, the sentry failed to notice the manhole cover slowly pushing open in front of shop 300 meters away, and several people climbing out of the sewer, dashing into a street-side store. After hiding in the store, Momoka leaned against the wall next to the floor-to-ceiling window to observe outside, whispering, "Why are there survivors here?" The vice captain had noticed the watchtower when climbing out of the sewer and reminded her, they've set up watchtowers in several positions around the hospital. Ordinary survivors aren't this organized. Could it be Tokaguchi's self-defense forces from before the anomaly disaster? Momoka denied it. Unlikely. In the first 3 months after we arrived, the captain tried every means to contact the troops in the city. The self-defense forces in Kawashimo and Akihabara responded, but they chose to hold their bases instead of joining us. Besides, the severely affected Hokkaido City and Tokyo Tower were between us. And with our location being attacked by deep-sea anomalies, there was no need for them to risk coming here. The vice captain said, regardless, with people guarding the place, getting in to retrieve medicine won't be easy. Moreover, we don't know the status of the resources inside the hospital. Everyone understood the vice captain's meaning. With guards, obtaining medicine would be difficult. What if after all the effort and risk of getting in, they found the medicine had already been used up? It would be a wasted effort and highly dangerous. We still have to go in and check. Thinking of the severely injured soldiers back at the base, Momoka decided to proceed with the original plan. After some discussion, it was decided that the vice captain would take some people to create disturbances at 2 different locations on the main street, trying to divert the attention of the hospital's guards. Keed Momoka, Shen Ge, and 2 other team members would circle to the street behind the hospital, attempt to infiltrate the hospital from the opposite direction, and steal the medicine. Regardless of which force or faction the people inside belonged to, they would grab the medicine and leave immediately, avoiding any entanglement. 20 minutes later, Shen Ge and Keed Momoka hid on the rooftop of a 2-story building on the street behind the hospital, observing the situation inside. The people occupying the hospital had reinforced the rear wall, but there were fewer watchtowers compared to the front facing the main street, and the back door had been completely sealed off with a concrete wall. The 2 hid behind a billboard on the rooftop, waiting for the vice captain to attract the guards' attention. A chilly morning wind blew across the quiet street, stirring up long-settled dust. The area behind the hospital was just a narrow alley. The occupants had deliberately filled the entire alley with debris to prevent anomalies and parasitites from accidentally entering the alley and reaching the hospital. Mindless parasitites, with their fleshy, petal-like heads reminiscent of parasites, bumped into the debris, took a few steps back, and repeated the action endlessly. Shen Ge had witnessed the capabilities of Keed Momoka's team in the sewers. While their combat strength might not match that of elite anti-anomaly agents, their experience in dealing with anomalies was even greater than Feng Qingxiu's team. Trapped in the anomaly domain for over a year, they had honed their skills on the brink of life and death. They didn't have much anomalous energy equipment, but they utilized anomaly corpses reasonably well, such as clothes made from anomaly hide, armor from anomaly bones, etc. While not as effective or capable as proper anomalous energy equipment, these items were quite useful against low-tier anomalies and parasitized. So, even though they were operating separately now, as long as the enemies were parasitized or anomalies no higher than Tier 2, they wouldn't be in grave danger. Just then, an explosion sounded in the distance. The patrol guards inside the hospital received orders to assemble at the front, leaving only the sentries and the watchtowers at the rear. Keed Momoka, considering that Shen Ge wasn't part of the scout regiment and his reconnaissance skills were yet to be verified, asked him to stay there and monitor the surroundings while she infiltrated the hospital to steal the medicine. After Keed Momoka left, Shen Ge had Little 7 run an anomalous energy detection on the surroundings, while also having the system lock onto nearby anomalies and aberrants. He planned to use the formless plus soundless effect to earn some points by clearing the area, incidentally, helping Keed Momoka's team by drawing some fire. Although Shen Ge didn't have much fondness for Sakura people, Keed Momoka treated him as one of their own, sharing this world's intelligence with him unreservedly. Shen Ge still intended to use Keed Momoka and the others' reconnaissance capabilities to help him find the Flesh Maw, so he couldn't let them get wiped out here. Shen Ge had previously obtained 7 pieces of anomalous energy equipment after dealing with Grodes. He lent 2 suitable ones to Feng Mingwei. Of the remaining 5, 2 were offensive-type bone spears and bone knives, and 3 were functional anomalous energy items. One was a sleeping bag made from an anomaly's hide. Entering the sleeping bag consumed 1% anomalous energy per minute to block the life aura inside. The anomalous sleeping bag had 100% anomalous energy capacity, factoring in a 10% hourly anomalous energy recovery rate. One could sleep safely inside for 2 hours without worrying about being detected by anomalies. Shen Ge originally thought that he didn't need to sleep because of his high mental strength, and originally planned to lend it to Feng Mingwei, but the strange sleeping bag was the size of a basketball when folded up, and it was inconvenient for Feng Mingwei to carry it. So he simply stuffed it into the bloodskin backpack. Of the other 2 items, one was an arm guard similar to a freezing device, but it emitted a green corrosive gas instead of freezing spray. The other was an anomalous bone hammer that could change size. This anomalous energy weapon was about 1 foot long, with a hammerhead originally the size of an adult's fist. But by consuming anomalous energy, it could enlarge tenfold, becoming a massive 2-handed bone hammer, harder than steel. Shen Ge found this anomalous bone hammer particularly effective against parasitized. In its enlarged state, it could almost always crush their parasite-formed fleshy petal heads with one hit. Right now, under the formless plus soundless state, he was wielding the two-handed giant bone hammer, smashing his way from one end of the street to the other, having killed several anomalies. The commotion also drew attention from the hospital area. However, since they couldn't see this area, or if they could, they would only see a large group of parasitized and anomalies gathered together, they would likely assume it was infighting among the monsters. A few minutes later, Shen Ge began hunting anomalies in the buildings surrounding the hospital. As he approached the hospital's outer wall near the left side street, Little Seven alerted him that it detected an anomalous energy equipment reaction below the left watchtower. Anomalous energy equipment? Are there Sakura anti-anomaly agents inside the hospital? Shen Ge immediately became interested. Looting anti-anomaly agents offered much better rewards than killing anomalies. Just as Shen Ge decided to find an opportunity to strike against that anti-anomaly agent, Kid Momoka, who had infiltrated the hospital earlier, was discovered. Thud! Just after entering the hospital grounds, Kid Momoka was kicked in the chest by a figure that suddenly rushed out. She flew backward, crashing into a tree trunk nearby, her gun flying out her hand. Kid Momoka reacted quickly, drawing the dagger from her calf and stabbing at the attacker's head. A sharp clang rang out as the attacker drew a military knife, blocking the dagger. The collision of the two blades produced a grating sound and a shower of sparks. Kid Momoka, capable of serving as the scout team captain and surviving in the anomaly domain for over a year, certainly had her skills. While her combat skills might not be top-ranked in the regiment, after a year of life-and-death struggles, only a handful in the regiment could beat her. Kid Momoka's dagger swept towards the attacker's throat, missing by a hair's breadth. At the critical moment, the attacker managed to dodge. Kid Momoka's dagger continued its downward arc, slashing the attacker's chest. Blood splattered over her. As she prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the heart, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! Kid Momoka felt a bullet pierce her left shoulder, passing straight through. In the early morning at the hospital, the gunshot seemed particularly sudden, and the noise was so loud that it instantly woke up the guards who were resting nearby. After being shot, Kid Momoka quickly judged the direction of the shot. Simultaneously, she reversed her grip on the dagger and thrust it at the throat of the person in front of her. But the attacker performed a backflip, retreating into the first floor of the hospital building. Kid Momoka wanted to pursue, but a sense of danger made her instinctively duck. Another gunshot followed. Fortunately, after the first shot, she had been alert. After her attack missed, she immediately charged towards the hospital building, crashing through a window into the corridor. This second shot barely missed her shoulder, hitting the wall. Meanwhile, the three men playing cards under the watchtower at the hospital's rear heard the gunshot from the building direction and immediately stood up alertly. But before they could act, the soldier among them who possessed anomalous energy equipment suddenly clutched his throat in terror. A searing pain followed, and a column of blood spurted from his neck. Blood sprayed onto his two companions' faces, stunning them momentarily. Within a second, one of them had his head split open by an invisible blade. In less than 10 seconds, all three lay dead on the ground. Shen Ge, under the formless state, had Little Seven scan for the anomalous energy equipment the man carried. It detected a pair of anomalous leather shoes. After pulling them off, Shen Ge tossed them into his blood-hide backpack. Then, Shen Ge looked towards the hospital building. Discovered already? That was fast. So much for the strongest scout regiment in Sakura. If this was their capability, then whether he needed their help to find the flesh maw was also questionable. Crisis mission triggered. The hidden anomaly, a Tier 3 anomaly on the verge of evolving to Tier 4, is hidden within this area. Once it completes its evolution, no one in the current area will survive. Host must find and eliminate the hidden anomaly within 2 hours to prevent its Tier 4 evolution. Reward: System Points x 3,000 random E-grade recovery item X1, F-grade recovery items X3. A crisis mission? Hearing the system prompt, Shen Ge initially thought it was the usual early warning, but unexpectedly, a crisis mission had been triggered. And the rewards were pretty good. A hidden Tier-4 Anomaly? Shen Ge scanned the surroundings, wondering if the anomaly was hiding inside the hospital or outside. Why would it hide? Afraid of being noticed by misfortune? Or is there a high-tier anomaly lurking nearby? If Shen Ge were near a high-tier anomaly, even without a system warning, Little Seven could detect the anomalous energy fluctuations. Since neither was alerting him, it meant that even if there was a high-tier anomaly, it should be of the roaming type, not settled nearby. In that case, the fact that this Tier-4 anomaly was actively hiding was somewhat problematic. After a little thought, Shen Ge decided to start from the hospital and rob the enemy agents in the hospital, which could also be regarded as helping the allies who disappointed him. However, Momoka was somewhat unlucky. According to her planned route, the chance of discovery was very low. But she didn't expect that besides the three slacking off playing cards under the watchtower, someone was dozing on a tree branch along the relatively secluded wooded path. Momoka might not have been discovered if she had proceeded normally, but she happened to climb over the vine-covered stone frame along the path. She didn't notice the person in the tree, but he noticed her. This person, along with the anti-anomaly agents playing cards under the watchtower, were all former elite anti-anomaly agents from the Tokaguchi City Anti-Anomaly Response Department. When Misfortune's anomaly domain erupted, they couldn't evacuate in time and were trapped in Tokaguchi City. Initially, these anti-anomaly agents tried to gather survivors and lead them to survive until rescue arrived. But as time passed, power and the environment changed their mentality day by day. Under the prolonged pressure of not knowing if they would see the next day's sun, they ultimately lost themselves in the absolute control afforded by their powerful abilities. Different voices emerged among these elite anti-anomaly agents. Some were willing to continue leading the survivors, while others wanted to dominate them. Eventually, they parted ways. A few came here and occupied the hospital. Like common plots in post-apocalyptic stories, they exploited men for labor and enjoyed women's bodies, living day by day in the apocalyptic anomaly domain. In the backyard behind the hospital, several emaciated men were diligently digging traps, while overseers and a few guards were engaged in a joyful group activity with some women in a corner. The collapse of order meant the erosion of morality. When this place was controlled by those who believed in power above all, for those without strength, it was like hell. The anti-anomaly agent Shen Ge instantly killed was one of the less capable among them. But even so, he was considered a master among the hundreds of people in the hospital. Yet, he died so ignominiously without even seeing his enemy. The one who discovered Momoka was the least skilled among the hospital's anti-anomaly agents. He had just stepped out for some air and unexpectedly encountered an infiltrator. The one who fired the shot was the most capable anti-anomaly agent in the hospital, also the second in command of the hospital faction. He had heard the explosion from the main street and was on alert with his weapon on the inpatient building rooftop when he happened to see Momoka fighting with his comrade, so he intervened. Seeing Momoka escape into the general building, he immediately activated a special alarm inside the hospital to notify others of the intruder. Bang! Another gunshot, but this time the target wasn't Momoka or her team. It was the head of the hospital's patrol guard. The bullet shot out from a broken window of the general building, hitting the guard captain's head, exploding in a spray of blood. He died on the spot. Ambush! Take cover, the guard shouted. Everyone quickly sought cover. The shot was fired by the team member originally tasked with infiltrating alongside Momoka. They had taken a different route than her, but, seeing their captain discovered, tried to draw some fire to help. Inside the building, Momoka took down the pursuing guards. Through observation, she located the sniper hiding on the inpatient building rooftop. But knowing his location was useless. She currently lacked any long-range attack means, and besides her position, the others couldn't see the hidden sniper. Momoka could only relay the sniper's position to her team members via communicator. Just then, a sudden whoosh cut through the air. A rocket, trailing a line of fire, shot towards the sniper's hiding spot. Boom! With a loud explosion, a chunk of the inpatient building rooftop was blown away. Momoka was stunned. She couldn't figure out who could get their hands on a rocket at a time like this. But she had just reported the sniper's position, and he was hit immediately, clearly the work of an ally. And that person was, naturally, Shen Ge, who carried an entire arsenal with him. Boom! Boom! Before Momoka could recover from her shock, 2 more rockets flew towards the inpatient building rooftop, directly collapsing that floor. Shen Ge put away the rocket launcher, his deed unknown, and using the tentacles of his rotten flesh armor while under formless, began climbing the building to loot the corpses on the rooftop. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, loud booms came from the distance, accompanied by thunderous, earth-shaking swallowing sounds, as if the cannon fire had angered a slumbering giant anomaly. Simultaneously, the parasitized and anomalies in the surrounding streets, hearing the commotion at the hospital, converged on the area like a tide. For a moment, explosions erupted continuously around the hospital, flames leaping towards the sky. For the scout team stealing medicine, the more chaotic the scene, the better. As for evacuation, there was no need to worry. Shen Ge had scanned the surrounding anomalies with the system. As long as they entered the sewers via the back street, they could avoid the anomalies beneath the hospital. Of course, Shen Ge firing 3 shots wasn't just for that reason. The anomalies around the hospital were scattered. Hunting them individually would waste time, so he wanted to use this to gather them all for a points farming session. At the same time, to find the hidden Tier 3 anomaly, creating a big disturbance was undoubtedly the fastest and most efficient method. However, Shen Ge's plan encountered a slight hitch. It didn't smoke out the hidden Tier 3 anomaly, but instead attracted a Tier 4 anomaly roaming in the neighboring district. This anomaly was over 10 meters tall, resembling a lizard-based creature. The anomalous lizard opened its bloody maw, devour everything in its path, parasitized and low-tier anomalies, as it charged towards the hospital. The sentries on the hospital watchtowers noticed this behemoth. Its size could turn the hospital into rubble. They quickly reported the situation to their leader. The leader had invested many resources and effort into fortifying the hospital and couldn't abandon it easily. So, he dispatched an anti-anomaly agent and a team, attempting to lure the anomalous lizard away by creating noise with a vehicle. Several people drove out of the hospital in a modified military jeep, firing at anomalies along the road as they headed towards the anomalous lizard. A few minutes later, the jeep was less than 100 meters from the anomalous lizard. The driver floored the accelerator, but the modified jeep's speed was limited on the complex terrain. It was quickly caught up by the anomalous lizard. Its massive front foot came down. The driver swerved sharply, avoiding the descending foot. The anomalous lizard's foot crashed into a nearby building, flattening it. Flying rocks hit the jeep with loud thuds. Fortunately, rocks of that size weren't enough to overturn the vehicle. But to evade the anomalous lizard's pursuit, the driver slammed the brakes, turned around, and sped through the gap between the lizard's legs. However, the driver clearly underestimated the anomalous lizard's agility. It quickly turned its body, its tentacles instantly entangling the jeep. Just then a whoosh sounded. The anti-anomaly agent in the vehicle fired an anomalous energy round at the tentacles. Boom! The blast severed the tentacles, saving the jeep. Well done, a teammate praised, quickly accelerating again to escape from under the anomalous lizard. Unfortunately, the anomalous lizard wasn't lured away. It continued its path, devour parasitized and low-tier anomalies, heading straight for the hospital. Damn it, boss, it's not working. What do we do? The driver cursed. Before the anti-anomaly agent in the vehicle could answer, a man's voice spoke up from the back seat. The men turned in surprise to find a mysterious figure in special self-defense force attire, wearing a gas mask, sitting on the back seat frame. Shen Ge's arms extended 2 rotten flesh tentacles, wrapping around the two men in the back seat and throwing them out of the vehicle. Immediately, the surrounding parasitized swarmed over the two, chewing them into a bloody mess amidst their screams. The anti-anomaly agent in the passenger seat hadn't even had time to act when he felt his hands lighten. The anomalous energy cannon in his grasp was snatched away by a tentacle extending from Shen Ge. This hand cannon isn't bad. Where are the anomalous energy rounds? Shen Ge reached out towards the anti-anomaly agent, but was met with the muzzle of a gun. Bang! A gunshot. The bullet hit Shen Ge's forehead. But what flowed out wasn't blood or brain matter, but squirming rotten flesh. Clink! The bullet was deflected by the rotten flesh, hitting the Jeep with a metallic sound. Seeing this, the anti-anomaly agent was dumbfounded. Hand over the anomalous energy rounds for the hand cannon, and I'll spare your life, Shen Ge said. The anti-anomaly agent swallowed hard, wondering where this monster came from. Appearing out of nowhere was one thing, but even a specialized anti-anomaly pistol couldn't hurt him. The anti-anomaly agent tremblingly took 3 finger-sized special bullets from his waist pouch and handed them to Shen Ge. Shen Ge took them and asked disdainfully, "Only 3?" The man nodded hastily. "We were only tasked with luring the giant anomaly, not fighting it, so we only brought 3. "I see," the man pleaded. "You said you'd let me go." "Oh, I lied." Before Shen Ge finished speaking, the anti-anomaly agent only saw a flash of blade light before his head slid off misaligned. The driver was terrified, and the vehicle veered out of control towards a building ahead. Shen Ge, wearing his anomalous leather boots, leaped into the air, extending rotten flesh tentacles to grab the edge of a building's rooftop, then swung towards the Tier-4 Anomaly. While in the air, he loaded an anomalous energy round into the hand cannon, then aimed at the back of the Tier-4 Anomaly's head and fired. "Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. Let's chat." Boom! The anomalous energy cannon shot exploded into a puff of smoke on the anomalous lizard's head, but the damage was almost negligible, clearly failing to draw its aggro. Shen Ge extended his rotten flesh tentacles, leaping and swinging several times to land on the anomalous lizard's back. Then, he used domain containment to create an invisible barrier in front of the lizard. Crack, crunch! The domain containment barrier clearly couldn't stop the anomalous lizard's advance. It cracked upon impact, then shattered like glass. Shen Ge simply created another one, which was also shattered, after 2 or 3 attempts. And because the area he needed to cover was relatively large, he had to munch on a mental apple to restore his mental strength while continuously casting the invisible domain containment barriers to block the anomalous lizard. Just then, Little Seven quickly gathered the rotten flesh armor to form a circular anomalous shield on Shen Ge's left side. Simultaneously, a clang echoed as a crimson tongue shot from the side, slamming into the shield. Shen Ge felt as if he'd been hit by a truck sent flying to the right. He crashed through a building's wall and was buried under rubble. Cough. As expected of a Tier-4 anomaly, its power is on a completely different level from previous opponents. Shen Ge sat up from the pile of debris, swallowed an internal injury healing pill, swatted away a parasitized trying to attack him, and looked towards the approaching anomalous lizard. After the dense fog moved away from the hospital, the surrounding blocks returned to normal. Survivors emerged one after another, some searching for companions, others trying to seize the chance to grab resources and escape. Just then, amidst the ruins of the largely collapsed hospital main building, rubble suddenly began to shift and crumble. A worm, resembling a large intestine, burrowed out from underneath. Strangely, the survivors nearby didn't flee upon seeing the large worm emerge from the ruins. Instead, they stepped forward to help move the corpses pinning it down. Once the 2 to 3 meter long worm was fully dug out, a thump sound was heard as its belly was slit open and a thin, sharp-featured man with a gaunt figure slid out. This man was the leader of the hospital faction. He looked up at the guards and slaves who had come to dig him out, caught his breath, and cursed irritably, urging them to go clear the collapsed shelter entrance. He then took out a fist-sized fleshy tumor and retracted the worm back into it. At that moment, the leader suddenly felt his shirt front grabbed by an invisible force, lifting him up. The next second, he was flung by this force. With a loud crash, he smashed through a window of the main building's corridor and landed inside a consultation room. The guards and slaves outside were terrified. This clearly wasn't something a human could do. They didn't dare help anymore, and, disregarding whether there were still creatures or freaks on the streets, scrambled to escape the hospital. The leader crashed onto a consultation table, seeing stars. Then he saw a mysterious figure in self-defense force uniform materialize before him. The leader scrambled backward, supporting himself on the table, pointed a trembling finger at Shen Ge, and asked, "Why you? Who are you? What do you want?" Shen Ge got straight to the point. "You were an otherworldly agent from the former Takaguchi City Otherworldly Response Department?" "Why, yes." The leader nodded hurriedly. Shen Ge said, "I want all the equipment research data from your response department. Where can I get that?" The leader was stunned, not expecting this question. Takaguchi City had fallen nearly 2 years ago. This place was trapped inside an otherworldly domain, entry only, no exit. The streets were filled with creatures and freaks. What use was research data now? I'm just an ordinary agent, not a researcher. How would I know about that stuff? The leader wore a troubled expression. Shen Ge pulled the otherworldly sniper rifle from his bloodskin backpack, pressing the dark muzzle against the leader's forehead. "But your brother said you were the captain of the Takaguchi City Response Department's action team, on good terms with the director, and had been to the research department for equipment testing. And you're telling me you don't know? In that case, you're useless to me. Go D." Before Shen Ge could finish the word die, the leader thumped to his knees. Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The leader thought about how even the strongest second brother had been dealt with, coupled with Shen Ge's elusive ability moments ago. He clearly wasn't a match. Where there's life, there's hope. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. As long as he could save his skin, kneeling was nothing. "Big bro, I really was just a small team captain in the response department. My relationship with the director was just SOS, so I just gave him some gifts a few times. As for them saying I participated in equipment testing, that was a misunderstanding. Hey, be big bro, don't be impatient, let me explain. Although the Takaguchi City Response Department had a research division, it only tested otherworldly equipment sent over by the Kawasaki Research Institute. The testing I participated in was internal department stuff. What you want, big bro, probably requires going to the Kawasaki Research Institute." Shen Ge held the sniper rifle against the leader's head, not speaking, just staring coldly at him, making him sweat profusely. The leader tentatively added, "That's all I know, big bro. Please spare my life. If you ever need me in the future, just say the word." Shen Ge said calmly, "You're quite the schemer. Even after parting ways, you still remember your old colleagues, sending me back to get revenge for you." The leader's face stiffened. He clearly hadn't expected Shen Ge to know about the situation at the Kawasaki Research Institute, and this definitely couldn't have come from second brother. After the Takaguchi City Response Department split, he had manipulated second and third brothers into abandoning the section chief and following him south. They couldn't have known the section chief, and others went to the Kawasaki Research Institute. Besides, the situation there wasn't great either. He'd heard from some southbound survivors that they'd been attacked by freaks several times. Perhaps even those at the Kawasaki Institute hadn't escaped disaster. The leader's plan was simple. Shen Ge seemed capable and wanted the research data. Sending him to the Kawasaki Institute might solve the section chief problem. Even if Shen Ge took a fancy to the equipment there, he couldn't carry much alone. Then he, the leader, could follow and pick up the scraps. But the leader clearly hadn't expected Shen Ge to bluff his way into revealing his scheme, using the information about Takaguchi City's situation that Fenghua Yukai had provided earlier. Shen Ge only knew the Takaguchi City Response Department had split, not where each group went. Now he was sure this leader knew something. "Be big bro, I don't know what you mean." The leader forced an awkward smile, still hoping to bluff his way through. The information came from his mouth, Who knew if it was true or false? Shen Ge couldn't be bothered to argue. His left hand extended, and a flesh tentacle rapidly extended from his left arm towards the leader. Its tip opened into a flesh maw like a creature's, biting off the leader's left arm. A freak? Otherworldly equipment? The leader clutched his severed arm and scrambled backward in panic until he hit the wall, looking at Shen Ge in terror. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Big bro, I really didn't lie. The otherworldly equipment in Takaguchi City was all manufactured by the Kawasaki Research Institute. I'm not lying. There must be otherworldly agents who went to the Kawasaki Institute for the equipment. But they were attacked by freaks before. Whether they survived is questionable. I really didn't mean for you to deal with them. Spare me. The leader was in so much pain, he was becoming incoherent. According to his account, it wasn't really setting Shen Ge up, since regardless of those people, Shen Ge would have to go to the Kawasaki Institute to get the research data. His only little scheme was seeing Shen Ge's strength and wanting to follow behind to scavenge. Seeing Shen Ge unmoved, the leader frantically spilled everything about the Takaguchi City Response Department split, the possible whereabouts of the various teams afterward, and even detailed the specific otherworldly equipment the section chief used. After the dense fog moved away from the hospital, the surrounding blocks returned to normal. Survivors emerged one after another, some searching for companions, others trying to seize the chance to grab resources and escape. Just then, amidst the ruins of the largely collapsed hospital main building, rubble suddenly began to shift and crumble. A worm, resembling a large intestine, burrowed out from underneath. Strangely, the survivors nearby didn't flee upon seeing the large worm emerge from the ruins. Instead, they stepped forward to help move the corpses pinning it down. Once the 2 to 3 meter long worm was fully dug out, a thump sound was heard as its belly was slit open, and a thin, sharp-featured man with a gaunt figure slid out. This man was the leader of the hospital faction. He looked up at the guards and slaves who had come to dig him out, caught his breath, and cursed irritably, urging them to go clear the collapsed shelter entrance. He then took out a fist-sized fleshy tumor and retracted the worm back into it. At that moment, the leader suddenly felt his shirt front grabbed by an invisible force, lifting him up. The next second, he was flung by this force. With a loud crash, he smashed through a window of the main building's corridor and landed inside a consultation room. The guards and slaves outside were terrified. This clearly wasn't something a human could do. They didn't dare help anymore, and, disregarding whether there were still creatures or freaks on the streets, scrambled to escape the hospital. The leader crashed onto a consultation table, seeing stars. Then he saw a mysterious figure in self-defense force uniform materialize before him. The leader scrambled backward, supporting himself on the table, pointed a trembling finger at Shen Ge, and asked, "Why you? Who are you? What do you want?" Shen Ge got straight to the point. "You were an otherworldly agent from the former Takaguchi City Otherworldly Response Department?" "Why, yes." The leader nodded hurriedly. Shen Ge said, "I want all the equipment research data from your response department. Where can I get that?" The leader was stunned, not expecting this question. Takaguchi City had fallen nearly 2 years ago. This place was trapped inside an otherworldly domain, entry only, no exit. The streets were filled with creatures and freaks. What use was research data now? I'm just an ordinary agent, not a researcher. How would I know about that stuff? The leader wore a troubled expression. Shen Ge pulled the otherworldly sniper rifle from his bloodskin backpack, pressing the dark muzzle against the leader's forehead. "But your brother said you were the captain of the Takaguchi City Response Department's action team, on good terms with the director, and had been to the research department for equipment testing. And you're telling me you don't know? In that case, you're useless to me. Go deep." Before Shen Ge could finish the word die, the leader thumped to his knees. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The leader thought about how even the strongest second brother had been dealt with, coupled with Shen Ge's elusive ability moments ago. He clearly wasn't a match. Where there's life, there's hope. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. As long as he could save his skin, kneeling was nothing. "Big bro, I really was just a small team captain in the response department. My relationship with the director was just so. I just gave him some gifts a few times. As for them saying I participated in equipment testing, that was a misunderstanding. Hey, be big bro. Don't be impatient, let me explain. Although the Takaguchi City Response Department had a research division, it only tested otherworldly equipment sent over by the Kawasaki Research Institute. The testing I participated in was internal department stuff. What you want, big bro, probably requires going to the Kawasaki Research Institute. Shen Ge held the sniper rifle against the leader's head, not speaking, just staring coldly at him, making him sweat profusely. The leader tentatively added, "That's all I know, big bro. Please spare my life. If you ever need me in the future, just say the word." Shen Ge said calmly, "You're quite the schemer. Even after parting ways, you still remember your old colleagues, sending me back to get revenge for you." The leader's face stiffened. He clearly hadn't expected Shen Ge to know about the situation at the Kawasaki Research Institute, and this definitely couldn't have come from second brother. After the Takaguchi City Response Department split, he had manipulated second and third brothers into abandoning the section chief and following him south. They couldn't have known the section chief, and others went to the Kawasaki Research Institute. Besides, the situation there wasn't great either. He'd heard from some southbound survivors that they'd been attacked by freaks several times. Perhaps even those at the Kawasaki Institute hadn't escaped disaster. The leader's plan was simple. Shen Ge seemed capable and wanted the research data. Sending him to the Kawasaki Institute might solve the section chief problem. Even if Shen Ge took a fancy to the equipment there, he couldn't carry much alone. Then he, the leader, could follow and pick up the scraps. But the leader clearly hadn't expected Shen Ge to bluff his way into revealing his scheme, using the information about Takaguchi City's situation that Fenghua Yukai had provided earlier. Shen Ge only knew the Takaguchi City Response Department had split, not where each group went. Now he was sure this leader knew something. "Be big bro, I don't know what you mean." The leader forced an awkward smile, still hoping to bluff his way through. The information came from his mouth. Who knew if it was true or false? Shen Ge couldn't be bothered to argue. His left hand extended, and a flesh tentacle rapidly extended from his left arm towards the leader. Its tip opened into a flesh maw like a creature's, biting off the leader's left arm. A freak? Otherworldly equipment? The leader clutched his severed arm and scrambled backward in panic until he hit the wall, looking at Shen Ge in terror. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Big bro, I really didn't lie. The otherworldly equipment in Takaguchi City was all manufactured by the Kawasaki Research Institute. I'm not lying. There must be otherworldly agents who went to the Kawasaki Institute for the equipment. But they were attacked by freaks before. Whether they survived is questionable. I really didn't mean for you to deal with them. Spare me." The leader was in so much pain, he was becoming incoherent. According to his account, it wasn't really setting Shen Ge up, since regardless of those people, Shen Ge would have to go to the Kawasaki Institute to get the research data. His only little scheme was seeing Shen Ge's strength and wanting to follow behind to scavenge. Seeing Shen Ge unmoved, the leader frantically spilled everything about the Takaguchi City Response Department split, the possible whereabouts of the various teams afterward, and even detailed the specific otherworldly equipment the section chief used. "Oh, this section chief. That guy's greedy for money and women. Originally, he wanted to carve out his own kingdom, which caused public outrage. Big bro, you were just..." Bang! Before the leader could finish his flattery, a gunshot rang out. A bullet passed through his forehead in his stunned gaze and embedded itself in the floor. Shen Ge put the sniper rifle back into his bloodstained backpack, took out the otherworldly annihilation revolver, and fired 2 more shots into the leader's chest to prevent any funny business. Little 7, scan him for otherworldly equipment. "Okay, master." Little 7 controlled several flesh tentacles to scan the leader, retrieving the fleshy tumor that controlled the worm hide, a retractable otherworldly bone tanto, an otherworldly leather jacket that was bulletproof, and 3 otherworldly grenades that grew into flesh-eating flowers. Shen Ge collected the items and left the hospital. But he didn't go looking for Fenghua Yukai. Instead, he re-entered the dense fog to search for the hidden Tier 3 creature. Meanwhile, Feng Huayukai, waiting in the shop for Shen Ge without seeing him return, used her communicator to have her team members take the resources back to the base. Shen Ge emerged from the fog several hours later, still unable to find the hidden Tier 3 creature. The crisis mission had a 2-hour limit. He didn't need to search that long. Mainly, he was annoyed. Since awakening his system, he'd never encountered a creature that even the system and Little Seven couldn't detect, even when it was right there. This creature seemed rather special. Shen Ge suspected it might possess a trait that could block detection, an ability he obviously needed. Well, no. Any trait was something he needed. Shen Ge didn't have many dreams. His only aspiration was to assemble a set of buffs like immortal, undying, ageless, unlucky, limitless, boundless, unharmed, unafflicted, and then stand before those Tier 7 or 8 creatures, crooking his finger. Come at me, aiming for sheer invincibility. But unfortunately, Shen Ge wasn't afraid of fighting creatures. He just hated these hide-and-seek types that stayed hidden. If he couldn't find them, there was nothing he could do. Shen Ge thought of Sakura's otherworldly energy dispersal grenades. They sounded similar in name to the equipment used by the hospital agents. Plus, the leader said Takaguchi City's otherworldly equipment was supplied by the Kawasaki Research Institute. Perhaps he could find the dispersal grenades there. He didn't know if the grenades would work on the fog-shrouded creature, but it was the only idea he had right now. Shen Ge considered that getting to Kawasaki required bypassing the most dangerous downtown area. Taking the outer route seemed safest. The hospital had modified jeeps. Getting one would save a lot of effort. But when he returned to the hospital ruins, he found people already rebuilding the defenses. The person in charge was someone he recognized, a member of the scout team. Halt! As soon as Shen Ge approached, he was stopped by alert soldiers pointing guns. You, Tony Deng, you're alive. Great. The soldier recognized Shen Ge and excitedly stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Hey, we heard you single-handedly lured away the otherworldly agent stationed here. After Captain Feng Hua reported it to the regiment leader, he immediately sent reinforcements. But we only found the leader's body and thought you had. Aw, never mind. Just glad you're alive. Glad you're alive, the soldier said excitedly. After hearing the explanation, Shen Ge learned that after he entered the fog, Feng Huayukai and the vice captain had returned to look for him. They didn't find him, but discovered many slaves from the hospital. Feng Huayukai reported the situation here to the regiment leader, Watanabe Natsusuji, considering the scout team's heavy casualties and lack of resources, and that the hospital's resources were relatively plentiful, plus the leaders were dead, decided to take over. He sent Feng Huayukai with 10 soldiers to take over the hospital, persuade the guards and slaves to join them, and start rebuilding the defenses. They didn't plan to rebuild the hospital entirely, just to give those staying here some defensive capability while they dug out the underground shelter to retrieve the stored resources. Shen Ge followed the soldier into the hospital and met Feng Huayukai and the vice captain, who were reassuring the slaves. They were overjoyed to see Shen Ge safe and sound. After some pleasantries, Shen Ge slightly embellished the leader's story for Feng Huayukai and the others. He said that after the Takaguchi City Response Department split, the leader brought some people here to build a base, while another part went to the Kawasaki Research Institute, enslaving survivors even more brutally. Therefore, he intended to go to the Kawasaki Institute to investigate and find an opportunity to rescue those survivors. Shen Ge only intended to ask for a vehicle, but upon hearing that former soldiers were now immorally enslaving survivors, Feng Huayukai became indignant and insisted on going with him. Deng, I once served in the Kawasaki Research Institute's guard unit. I'm familiar with the situation there. I'll go with you. Feng Huayukai stated that if it was confirmed that the Takaguchi agents were indeed enslaving survivors at the Kawasaki Institute, they must find a way to rescue them. It was a soldier's duty. With that, Feng Huayukai had someone bring a map of Takaguchi City and plotted a route to the Kawasaki Institute with a pen. We'll detour via the new National Stadium to the outer route, then cut through Sakura Women's University. It's a bit roundabout, but it avoids several severe disaster areas. As a member of the scout team, Feng Huayukai clearly had skills in intelligence gathering and route planning. Feng Huayukai had the vice captain take over the hospital rebuilding efforts, then sent a soldier to report the intelligence Shen Ge provided to the regiment leader. After getting the leader's approval, she and Shen Ge found a modified jeep and set off. Following Feng Huayukai's planned route, they smoothly avoided several severe disaster areas and regions gathering freaks. The reason for avoiding downtown was that it was most severely affected by the otherworldly domain. Sunlight, altered by the domain, was harmful to humans. This was why Shen Ge's flesh armor lost energy when exposed to sunlight after he first emerged from the underground research base. If they took the downtown route, they couldn't travel during the day. So compared to that, teetering via the outer route to the Kawasaki area was better. The fence around the Kawasaki Research Institute had been reinforced with several additional layers. Trenches filled with spikes had been dug both inside and outside. Creature hides and corpses hung on the fence to drive away low-tier parasitized and creatures, serving as a defense. Dozens of people were gathered near the main gate. Besides a few soldiers in special equipment, most were survivors dressed as civilians. Shen Ge and Feng Huayukai hid on the second floor of a building some distance away. Feng Huayukai observed the people at the entrance through binoculars. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something over to the guards at the gate, Feng Huayukai said. Shen Ge, leaning against the wall, said casually, nothing unusual. These people seek the Institute's protection. Their daily work is to collect resources from relatively safe areas. If they complete their tasks, they can return to the safe shelter before dark. Otherwise, they have to survive amidst the creatures and freaks in the city. Feng Huayukai looked at Shen Ge strangely. Dang, how do you know so clearly? Oh, that's how it's always written in great heavenly dynasties post-apocalyptic novels. Feng Huayukai picked up the binoculars again. Comparing it with Shen Ge's description, she indeed saw survivors handing over supplies. Some were let directly in, while others were stopped outside. Those stopped were either weeping bitterly or kneeling and kowtowing. But if they have to hand over any resources they find to those scum, why not keep them for themselves and hide in a house somewhere? Feng Huayukai asked, puzzled. Shen Ge said, low-tier creatures and parasitized are sensitive to sound and are scared off by high-tier creature auras. High-tier creatures are sensitive to life signatures. They're like your underground shelter, using high-tier creature corpses to suppress low-tier ones. Ordinary people have no chance to obtain creature corpses. If they find a place to hide, giving up the protection of the otherworldly agents, it's no different from living through a quiet place, Resident Evil, and Parasite every day. While joining the Institute means exploitation and enslavement, at least there's hope. In a post-apocalyptic world, soldiers and civilians can't interact like in pre-apocalyptic times. Either absorb the civilians into the troops or simply enslave them. A coexistence model just makes the civilians take the soldiers' efforts for granted, ending up like your situation at the school back then. Clearly, the Research Institute chose the latter. Shen Ge's words were blunt but held truth. In peaceful times, soldiers had the duty and responsibility to protect civilians. In an apocalypse, if the protected were grateful, that was fine. The fear was that some wouldn't have the apocalyptic mindset, taking everything for granted. Such people would bring endless trouble. Indecision invites disaster. If a base doesn't resolve its grassroots issues early, the hard-built structure can easily collapse. Feng Huayukai thought about how the scout team had once sincerely treated the survivors in the dormitory area, only to be stabbed in the back at the most critical moment. If they had managed things like the hospital and research institute back then, Feng Huayukai quickly shook the dangerous thought from her head. She was a soldier. She had her responsibilities. She couldn't wallow in the same mud as these people. I tried sending the situation here to the regiment leader via communicator, but the distance is a bit far. Not sure if it'll get through. Doing, you have more ideas. What do you think is the best approach here? Persuade the survivors to return to the base with us, or Feng Huayukai was about to say stop the Institute from enslaving survivors. But with just the two of them against a complete guard team and stationed otherworldly agents, it seemed unlikely. Shen Ge was also pondering how to handle the Institute. With his ability, wiping out the Institute was a matter of minutes. But dealing with the Institute was secondary now. The main goals were to get the equipment research data and find the otherworldly energy dispersal grenades to deal with the fog-hidden creature. Captain Fenghua, you worked in the Kawasaki Research Institute's guard unit before, right? Shen Ge asked. Fenghua Yukai nodded. Do you know about otherworldly energy dispersal grenades? I've heard of them. 2 years ago, when the Sakura Takaguchi Research Base was testing anti-otherworldly missiles, they also test-detonated these missiles that could disperse otherworldly energy fog. Why do you ask? Fenghua Yukai found it strange. Shen Ge asked, does the Kawasaki Research Institute have these? To my knowledge, the Kawasaki Research Institute, as the eastern research base of Takaguchi City, is equipped with complete missile launch facilities. They should have them, right? Fenghua Yukai had only been a guard before. She didn't have access to classified information. Most news came from chats with comrades. Shen Ge's original plan was, if the Kawasaki Institute didn't have the dispersal grenades, he'd just storm in, get the research data, and leave. If they did have the grenades, he alone couldn't simultaneously locate the fog-making creature and launch the grenades. Getting the Institute's people to work for him was the problem. Dang. Why are you suddenly asking about the dispersal grenades? Fenghua Yukai asked. Shen Ge said casually, remember that moving dense fog near the hospital? There's a high-tier creature hiding inside. If not dealt with, it's always a threat to the hospital. Fenghua Yukai was taken aback. She hadn't expected Shen Ge, who seemed indifferent to the hospital's affairs, to actually care about the survivors' safety, still thinking about solving the threat for them. She felt a surge of respect for him, sighing inwardly that someone like him truly deserved to be called a soldier. But even if the Kawasaki Institute has stockpiled dispersal grenades, using them requires gaining control of the missiles. The regiment does have people who can operate missiles, but capturing the Kawasaki Institute probably isn't that easy, right? Fenghua Yukai said worriedly. Shen Ge said, no need for the regiment's people. There are ready-made ones here. Find a place to hide. I'll go try joining them. Ah, Fenghua Yukai was stunned. Shen Ge briefly explained his idea. Use the identity of Scout Team Soldier to apply to join the Institute. With his abilities and skills, becoming an enforcer shouldn't be a problem. Then find an opportunity to persuade them to cooperate with the scout team, proposing the condition of borrowing the dispersal grenades to eliminate the threat. If that didn't work, find an opportunity to take out the Institute's personnel, then have Watanabe Natsusuji send people who could operate the missiles to take over. At first, Fenghua Yukai thought this plan was feasible, but when she heard kill everyone in the Research Institute, her expression suddenly became a little subtle. Strangely, even though Shen Ge said something so overbearing, Fenghua Yukai didn't doubt him. Strictly speaking, the hospital faction had also been taken out by Shen Ge. If we're infiltrating using the scout team's identity, maybe I should go with you. I'm from the scout team, and I was present when the regiment leader contacted them before. Fenghua Yukai said. Shen Ge thought for a moment. If he resorted to direct action, Fenghua Yukai was unnecessary. But if he tried negotiating cooperation first to trick them into providing the dispersal grenades, having her help mediate could save a lot of effort. All right, let's do that. Outside the Institute's main gate, several soldiers were still registering the spoils handed over by survivors. They pulled a few unfamiliar faces out of the line for questioning. Just then, a slightly overweight, middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the gate with 2 guards. Why so slow today? It's this late. Why aren't the gates closed yet? The man questioned the registering soldiers in an unfriendly tone as soon as he appeared. A soldier explained, reporting, Director, there's a lot of information to register today. Explorers found survivors in East Block 5 and brought them back. Newcomers. The director's gaze swept to the side, seeing 5 men, 3 women, and 2 children being led aside by 2 soldiers. The director looked over the group appraisingly, then walked up to a woman who still had some charm and reached out to touch her face. The woman was around 30, fairly good-looking, wearing a shirt and tight jeans that showed off her figure well. She was startled by the sudden move and quickly stepped back. The director narrowed his eyes, but didn't speak, just stared coldly at the woman, making her shiver slightly. She said nervously, "Sir, I am a resident from the Southern District. I evacuated with the Takaguchi City Otherworldly Department before, but got separated 6 months ago. I settled down in East Block 5. I can sew, do many handcrafts. Please, take us in, please." As the woman spoke, a little boy clung to her leg, clearly her son. The director glanced at the child and snorted. "Not needed. We have enough people here already. Go back where you came from." The woman quickly knelt, begging, "Director, please take us in. My son and I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, get lost." The director snorted coldly and glanced at the soldier beside him. "Chase them out. All this noise might attract freaks." "Yes." As the soldier moved to obey, the woman knelt and scrambled forward, clutching the director's leg. "Director, please take us in. As long as my son and I can survive, I'll do anything you say. Please take us in." The director raised an eyebrow, his expressionless. "Oh, I don't like forcing people. Resources here are limited. We can't support idlers. If you want to follow me, naturally, you'll have to share from my resources. Don't say I coerced you later. Remember, I can let you in, and I can make you leave." "Yes, yes." The woman recalled the fearful days in East Block 5. Now she just wanted a safe place for herself and her son. What she might face didn't matter anymore. The director had no interest in the remaining people and told the soldiers to handle them according to procedure. Just then, they saw a man and a woman in special combat uniforms approaching from a distance. "Halt! Stay where you are." The guards at the gate immediately raised their guns, aiming at Shen Ge and Feng Huayukai, preventing them from advancing further. Feng Huayukai raised her hands. "We are from the Takaguchi Support Army Scout Team. We previously made contact with Section Chief Takahashi. We're here today to discuss important matters." Takahashi Takanen was the head of the operations section of the Takaguchi City Otherworldly Response Department, the greedy, lecherous old man mentioned by the hospital leader. Hearing Takahashi Takanen's name, the soldiers didn't lower their guard, still aiming their guns and motioning for the two to approach. Although Feng Huayukai had a frightening scar near her eye, she covered most of it with her hair. Combined with her curvaceous figure and uniform, she caught the eye of the director, who had a taste for mature women. "My vampire system." A Dragon's Revenge 2 soldiers immediately raised their guns and aimed at Shen Ge and Feng Huayukai. The other soldiers hesitated, and most of the civilians were so scared that they squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Some of those who screamed quickly covered their mouths, not knowing whether they were afraid of attracting monsters in the distance or of angering Shen Ge. The two soldiers, fearing Shen Ge would kill them next after killing the director, reacted almost reflexively. They didn't budge even when Shen Ge coldly snorted, "Put down your guns." Thwip! But the next moment, everyone felt their vision blur. They saw 2 white objects fly from Shen Ge's hands, thwipping through the 2 soldiers' shoulders and pinning them to the wire fence. A bone spear and an otherworldly bone tanto, used by Shen Ge as throwing weapons. With his strength, amplified by the flesh armor the moment he activated his static domain, even if the soldiers wore specialized anti-cold weapon gear, they wouldn't have escaped being impaled. You. The 2 soldiers glared angrily at Shen Ge. One cursed, "They don't think, just because you're strong, you can do whatever you." His response was a flash of the blade. His head was split in 2 from the nose down. The other, whether he meant to beg or curse, had his mouth permanently sealed by Shen Ge's knife. Sorry, but might makes right. Shen Ge had originally intended a more harmonious approach to entering the Institute, but clearly, the director wasn't reasonable. Shen Ge didn't want to waste time acting with the director. Plus, he had a pile of things to do and no time to waste here. Since the Supreme Commander was uncooperative, the only option was to become the Supreme Commander himself, before talking. Shen Ge pulled the otherworldly equipment, impaling the two soldiers, and put it away, saying calmly, "Talk about having principles." They didn't stand up when the director bullied others and acted tyrannically, but as soon as he died, they got possessed by justice. Probably just worried their patron was gone and they'd suffer. As for you all, Shen Ge's gaze swept over the remaining soldiers. He pointed at Feng Huayukai beside him. "You have 5 minutes. Get everyone outside inside and lock the gates. Then gather all personnel and follow her arrangements and commands." "Understood." "Yes, yes." Looking at the cold corpses on the ground, none dared say no. Although Shen Ge's methods were bloody, they were undoubtedly the most effective and fastest way to achieve his goal. The soldiers hurriedly followed Shen Ge's orders to assemble the personnel. When they reported the events outside to the other soldiers, even without any exaggeration, it left a terrifying impression of Shen Ge in their minds. Although Feng Huayukai had long suspected Shen Ge was strong, she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. She couldn't help asking, "De-ing, you are actually an otherworldly agent, right? The knife, bone spear, and short sword you used just now, they seem to be otherworldly equipment." Shen Ge nodded, offering no further explanation. His next step was to have Feng Huayukai direct the Institute soldiers to cooperate in using the otherworldly energy dispersal grenades to see if they could deal with the hidden Tier 3 creature. After resolving the Tier 3 creature and confirming the presence or absence of a concealment-type trait, Shen Ge planned to scout the Tokyo Tower and Togain City, or find a flesh maw to return to the past. Whether Feng Huayukai and the scout team eventually took over this place wasn't his concern. Remembering the section chief mentioned by the hospital leader, the other commander here, Takahashi the Cannon, Shen Ge stopped 2 soldiers to inquire about him. The Institute soldiers told Shen Ge that shortly after Takahashi the Cannon and the response department soldiers joined the Institute, they suffered a freak attack, resulting in the deaths of 2 otherworldly agents. So, including Takahashi, only 3 agents remained. 2 months ago, they noticed the creatures appearing near the Institute were getting stronger. Ammunition and otherworldly equipment consumption were high. Besides the Institute, there was a self-defense force base about 10 kilometers away in the Kawasaki area. Takahashi the Cannon took the 2 remaining agents and half the soldiers to the base, intending to acquire some attack helicopters and tanks to strengthen the Institute's defenses. It had been nearly a month and a half since they left, with no news since. Shen Ge didn't care about Takahashi the Cannon's fate, only whether the Institute still had otherworldly energy dispersal grenades and people who knew how to operate the missiles. The good news, both are available. The bad news, while launching the grenades around the Institute wasn't difficult, launching them accurately across the entire city to the Kawasaki area was highly constrained, especially since the fog-making creature was often mobile. The only solution was for Shen Ge to acquire an attack helicopter, mount the dispersal grenades on it, and launch them close range after flying back. Shen Ge pondered the feasibility of this plan, while Feng Huayukai successfully stepped into her role. Using Shen Ge's borrowed authority, she reorganized the Institute and redistributed resources and work among the survivors. Although there were more people and individual shares were smaller, the soldiers' treatment didn't decrease much. Moreover, Feng Huayukai belonged to the regular army. These people were former soldiers, after all. If given a choice, they'd prefer to follow the regular army. As for the survivors, they saw Shen Ge and Feng Huayukai as saviors, holding them in high esteem and trust. In the apocalypse, nothing boosts morale more than hope. While Feng Huayukai was reorganizing the Institute, Shen Ge went to the locked underground research lab. Although only the director had the password, for Shen Ge, there was no such thing as a door in this world. Inside, Shen Ge first looted the underground equipment vault. Unfortunately, it was mostly standard-issue equipment. Otherworldly equipment was scarce to begin with, and Takahashi the Cannon's mission was particularly difficult, so he took all the available pieces. However, there were some otherworldly bullets and grenades left. 8 grenades, a nice, unexpected harvest. Next, Shen Ge found a research lab and had little 7-copy all the creature research reports stored there. But to Shen Ge's surprise, among these reports was an unexpected find. Little Seven discovered that among the numerous research files, there was one related to Freaks, the mysterious organization of this world, and the possible location of the misfortune entity. While the connection between misfortune and the mysterious organization surprised Shen Ge, what shocked him more was that they actually knew where the misfortune entity was. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Ge watched the distant, otherworldly lizard stride towards the collapsed building. Each step shook the heavens and the earth, causing the already damaged wall to crumble completely with a thunderous roar. Sigh. It'd be nice if the otherworldly creatures were a bit less substantial, Shen Ge mused, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the fights in his own world against creatures with that 4-year technological gap. The creatures here were all genuine in their ratings. And now, he finally understood why the otherworldly energy range for each rating was so vast. Because the power gap between each tier of these creatures was terrifying. A Tier 1 creature could be killed by bullets and shells. By Tier 2, they could largely ignore most firearm damage as long as their otherworldly energy wasn't depleted. After the third metamorphosis, 2 paths emerged. One led to a massive increase in size, transforming into giant monsters several meters, even over 10 meters tall. Their physical defense and regenerative abilities skyrocketed, like the cherished otherworldly rat of the Rong City branch that Li Xiang doted on. That rat had only undergone a second metamorphosis, yet its defense and regeneration reached terrifying levels. Later, during the attack by the 12 branches, it became a ratzilla, proving it was indeed evolving in that direction. The other path involved their otherworldly energy gaining special effects. As their tier increased, the uniqueness of their energy became more pronounced, eventually awakening into an otherworldly domain. This was more common among trait-type creatures, but it didn't mean non-trait types couldn't develop special otherworldly energy abilities. Clearly, this otherworldly lizard belonged to the former category. After its 4th metamorphosis, its hide had become so tough that even anti-otherworldly missiles couldn't pierce it. That explained why the otherworldly agent's shot with the otherworldly hand cannon had no effect. To the lizard, it was no different from an ant biting an elephant. I wonder who has better defense, this guy or that Tier 5 freak. Shen Ge stood up, activated his crimson mist form, and shot out a tentacle to grab the eaves, swinging himself forward. The lizard was huge, its strides massive. It rampaged through the city block like a miniature Godzilla, trampling buildings flat or shaking them apart with the vibrations of its movement. As the lizard entered the block, its immense otherworldly energy aura spread, causing the lower-tier creatures nearby to hide hastily. Only the mindless, unthinking parasitized, drawn by the commotion, surged towards the lizard in waves. The lizard's crimson tongue swept out, scooping up swathes of the parasitized like an anteater eating ants, swallowing them whole. With his crimson mist form active, Shen Ge's speed and strength increased significantly. Enhanced by the otherworldly leather boots, his mobility was like a hummingbird's compared to the lizard. No matter how powerful the lizard was, it couldn't touch him. Drawing on his experience fighting the Tier 5 freak, Shen Ge used the flesh tentacles and boots to swing and leap around the lizard, searching for weak points. The lizard grew increasingly irritated. While Shen Ge couldn't breach its outer defense immediately, having a mosquito buzzing around was enough to try the patience of a saint. But after a series of attacks, Shen Ge found that even the most likely weak point, its eyes, was protected by a membrane of otherworldly energy. Moreover, the lizard's tongue was incredibly agile. Whenever Shen Ge swung towards its eyes using a tentacle, the tongue would shoot towards him like a cannonball. Watching the crimson tongue lash towards him, a bold idea sparked in Shen Ge's mind. If a certain Iron Man could play out the story of Jonah and the whale, taking down an interstellar battleship from inside a giant space fish, then maybe this lizard, tough as steel on the outside, was more vulnerable inside? Swish! That moment of hesitation cost him. The lizard's tongue wrapped around him, retracted, and pulled him into its mouth, swallowing him whole. One had to admit, Shen Ge's idea was bold. After all, these creatures were monsters that defied common sense. No one knew what their insides were really like. Fortunately, this wasn't Shen Ge's first time doing something like this. Overall, he was quite experienced. Meanwhile, due to Shen Ge's interference, the lizard went berserk, rampaging through the block. Vast sections of the city were reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. The leader of the hospital faction, seeing that the team sent to lure the lizard away had not only failed but also lost contact, had no choice but to prepare to retreat into the underground shelter. Inside the hospital, Feng Huayukai and her two teammates, who had been searching for the hidden medical supplies, saw the faction starting to move supplies. They tailed a guard team, looking for an opportunity to strike. Of the hospital's 4 otherworldly agents, Shen Ge had already taken out 2. Only the weakest one and the faction leader remained. Feng Huayukai could barely hold her own against the weakest agent. Taking down both the leader and that agent was impossible. So, she had her 2 teammates hide while she launched a feint attack to draw away the leader and the agent. Then, her teammates would seize the medical supplies. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Huayukai attacked, the already frustrated leader, angry about the lizard forcing them to move, personally led a team of guards to pursue her. However, the weakest otherworldly agent stayed behind to supervise the slaves moving the supplies, preventing them from causing trouble. Feng Huayukai was forced to flee through the hospital building, but she was clearly less familiar with the layout than the leader and his men. Soon, she was cornered in an examination room. Desperate, she squeezed through a small ventilation window just before the leader burst in, climbing down the external air conditioning units to a room below. It was then she noticed the Tier-4 otherworldly lizard about 100 meters away, fighting a red figure. But the red figure was no match, getting caught by the lizard's tongue and swallowed. Feng Huayukai wasn't interested in the fight between the freak and the lizard, but seeing the lizard heading towards the hospital, she grew anxious. Climbing down, she used her communicator to notify the vice captain and the teammate inside the hospital to evacuate quickly. The good news was that some parasitized had broken into the hospital. While the remaining otherworldly agent and guard were dealing with them, the 2 scouts managed to steal 2 cases of medical supplies. The bad news was that Feng Huayukai, planning her retreat, remembered the newbie she had left in the back streets. Shen Ge didn't have a communicator, so she had to go find him. By now, the lizard, originally 100 meters away, was only 20 or 30 meters from the hospital, just a few steps for its massive size. Boom, boom. The inpatient building stood in the lizard's path. Before its colossal body, it was like a foam toy, instantly smashed to rubble. Just as the lizard was about to crash into the main complex, it suddenly froze as if paused, its throat making a gurgling, swallowing sound as loud as thunder. The survivors in the hospital building, terrified by the noise, covered their ears and screamed, collapsing to the floor, weeping and begging God to save them. Then God answered. For some reason, the lizard opened its terrifying maw as if to vomit, the frequency of the swallowing sounds increasing. Then, a flood of flesh and corpses poured from the lizard's mouth, including a red figure. Damn, that's disgusting. Shen Ge rarely felt the urge to swear. He sat up amidst the pile of flesh, holding a meter-high heart. Even with his strong stomach, the stench from the lizard's gut was nearly enough to make him vomit. After being swallowed, he discovered the creature had internal defenses too, a layer of otherworldly energy coating its insides, just like the outside. That was why it was so hard to breach this type of creature's defense externally. The environment inside the lizard's stomach was complex. The corrosive gastric acid could even eat through the flesh armor of his crimson mist form, depleting his otherworldly energy in moments. Shen Ge had encountered similar corrosive acid before, inside the villa-fused Lu Zhongrui. It was highly corrosive. If the flesh armor, which even the crimson mist form couldn't fully protect, was damaged, Shen Ge would likely dissolve in seconds. Even though there was plenty of otherworldly energy inside the lizard's stomach for the flesh armor to absorb and convert into crimson mist energy, the conversion rate couldn't keep up with the consumption. Shen Ge couldn't let his crimson mist energy deplete like this, or he'd end up like the tattered, half-digested parasitized corpses around him. He climbed onto a pile of undigested parasitized flesh to get higher, but the gastric acid dripped from the stomach walls like rain, making it almost impossible to avoid. Shen Ge had an idea. He deployed his unmanifested domain, creating two invisible barriers above and below him to prevent direct contact with the acid. The lizard's gastric acid was highly corrosive, sizzling and bubbling as soon as it hit the barriers. While they wouldn't last long, they successfully diverted the droplets. The good news was this method slowed the drain on his flesh armor's energy. The bad news was his own mental energy began to plummet rapidly. Fortunately, Shen Ge had ample reserves. He chomped down on mental apples, sustaining himself as he moved upwards through the stomach wall, away from the pool of acid below. The only problem was the unbearable stench inside the lizard's stomach. It was like eating in a pile of corpses. The mental apples in his hand tasted like spoiled rotten meat. He forced them down, gagging with each bite, the sensation akin to trying to gorge yourself while desperately needing to vomit from too much drink. Standing on the pile of corpses, fighting back nausea, Shen Ge took out the captured otherworldly hand cannon and loaded the last two shells. He fired at the stomach wall. Boom! The entire stomach convulsed violently, visibly contracting before expanding again. However, the hand cannon didn't even leave a mark on the stomach wall, let alone blow a hole through it. Shen Ge thought for a moment, swapping the hand cannon for the otherworldly annihilation revolver. He fired several shots in different directions. The otherworldly bullets easily pierced the lizard's stomach wall, leaving bullet holes. This surprised Shen Ge a little. He hadn't expected the revolver, paired with the infinite magazine trait, to have such piercing power that even a Tier 4 creature's stomach wall couldn't stop it. Stomach perforation achieved. After emptying the revolver, Shen Ge aimed the last hand cannon shell at one of the bullet holes and fired. Unfortunately, while the hand cannon's report was impressive, its power was disappointing. Even aimed directly at a bullet hole, it failed to enlarge it. However, after the holes were made, the gastric acid secretion increased. Shen Ge looked around, hollowed out a space within the mountain of parasitized corpses, built a nest shape with the bodies, and stuffed a few eggs inside. High explosive bombs. He set a 2-minute timer based on the corpse's corrosion rate, then used his unmanifested domain to climb out of the lizard's stomach. The lizard's innards were complex. In some places, the rotting, pulsating flesh moved like living worms, blocking Shen Ge's path and making progress difficult. He could only use the collapse effect of his unmanifested domain to pass through obstacles, but this consumed his mental energy at an alarming rate. Coupled with the fact that his stock of F-grade recovery items wasn't guaranteed to yield mental apples, his rapidly depleting mental energy put him in a dilemma. But the arrow was already on the string. He had to let it fly. He was already inside the lizard's belly. Getting out wasn't easy now. He had no choice but to keep scrambling around inside. Luckily, Shen Ge's luck held. After consuming 2 mental apples, he finally found the lizard's heart. A 1-meter-tall, pulsating meat tumor, connected by countless thick and thin, worm-like black blood vessels, hung suspended in a narrow space. Black otherworldly energy swirled around the heart, forming a protective barrier. Shen Ge's butcher knife couldn't cut through the heart's defense. Shen Ge thought of a method. He used the crimson mist armor to continuously absorb the energy around the heart while deploying his unmanifested domain, using collapse to drain the lizard's energy. Since the lizard was using energy to protect its heart, when Shen Ge's domain manifested, the collapse effect formed an invisible hand gripping the heart, pulling and tugging downwards, clashing with the defensive energy. The space around them even seemed to warp and shudder. Clashing head-on with a Tier 4 creature placed an absurdly high load on Shen Ge's mind. He had never felt such intense pressure before, as if his entire being was being torn apart. Just then, the timed bombs he had placed earlier detonated inside the stomach. Combined with the bullet holes he'd already made, it was like stirring the stomach violently with an iron rod. So, the lizard vomited. Shen Ge wrapped a tentacle around his butcher knife, slashing at the blood vessels around the heart. Another flesh maw bit into the thickest vessel. Combined with collapse, he was using all his abilities determined to tear this heart out. The lizard's stomach, under Shen Ge's ministrations, ruptured. Gastric acid poured out, corroding its internal organs and increasing its energy consumption. Shen Ge had originally planted the bombs for sabotage, but they turned out to be the MVP in his energy struggle with the lizard, buying him chance. It turned out that stomach perforations could kill not just people, but creatures too. Shen Ge, fueled by the last of his mental apple's energy, finally ripped the heart from the lizard's body. He was then swept away by the surging tide of corpses and vomited out. Host divine might and peerless courage, single-handedly slaying a Tier-4 otherworldly creature. Reward: 5,000 system points. E-grade recovery item X1. F-grade recovery item X3. Can sell the creature's corpse. Value: 8,000 system points. A creature without a trait was naturally worth less than one with a trait. Shen Ge didn't hesitate to sell. Then he got up, leaped into the hospital building, and activated intangibility. The fact that the lizard's massive commotion hadn't drawn out the hidden Tier-3 creature left Shen Ge momentarily at a loss. He decided to enter the hospital to find a remaining otherworldly agent, or Feng Huayu Kai, and then see about locating the hidden Tier-3 creature. Unexpectedly, the ground began to shake violently, as if some colossal entity was about to emerge from below. System: detect nearby creatures and freaks. Shen Ge ordered as he moved through the corridor searching, while the system scanned. Soon, the system displayed the new scan results on the map. Shen Ge saw it was still mostly parasitized, with a few hidden low-tier creatures, most of them underground. Still no Tier-3 creature? A bad feeling arose in Shen Ge. Could it be that this thing only dared to show itself, now that the Tier-4 creature was gone? If even the system couldn't detect it, this creature had some tricks. But then again, if it weren't a special creature, the system wouldn't have issued a crisis task specifically to find a hidden Tier-3. The fact that it tasked him with finding it suggested the creature likely possessed some concealment-type ability. He wondered if it was a trait. Ah! Screams and shrieks came from upstairs. Thinking the hidden Tier-3 was there, Shen Ge rushed up. He found several slave survivors collapsed in the corridor. They had originally planned to hide in an operating room, seizing the chance to escape the hospital faction. But the shaking of the main building was too violent. Forget worrying about running into guards. They just wanted to save their lives now. They had just fled the operating room when, through the corridor windows, they saw a dense fog outside. Within the fog, a colossal figure seemed to be moving towards the hospital. A gale was blowing outside, whipping up vortexes of fog. Rubble from buildings crushed by the lizard and wandering parasitized were being swept into the air by these fog tornadoes. Shen Ge followed the survivor's gaze out the window and froze. Just minutes ago, he'd been fighting the lizard outside. There were no fog tornadoes then. It seemed this was the special ability of the Tier-3 creature, one that could create a dense fog, blocking detection by the system and Little Seven. But the strange creature flickered within the fog and vanished the next second. Shen Ge jumped out the window, using his flesh tentacles and a flesh maw to bite onto nearby buildings and swing into the fog. What was that? An octopus? A snake? Shen Ge had only glimpsed several tentacle-like appendages in the fog, but couldn't make out any details. Inside the fog, the concentration was even higher than the fog that had enveloped the city in his world before Sakura used the otherworldly energy dispersal grenades. That fog had also been released by a Tier-3 creature, but both its density and scope were clearly inferior to this one. I wonder if these two are related. Shen Ge searched for the creature within the fog, while having the system and Little Seven assist with detection. After over 10 minutes of searching, He found only parasitized and low-tier creatures, but no sign of the fogmaker. Meanwhile, the sound of collapsing buildings came from the direction of the hospital. In the fog, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was possible Shen Ge had passed right by the creature during his search, but given its supposed size, missing it would be a miracle. He had to follow the sounds back. Strangely, he still couldn't find the hidden creature, but he did run into the scout team member carrying the medical supplies and in no way Kaya, who was originally supposed to be watching him. Shen Ge was still in his intangible state, so he saw them, but they couldn't see him. As he was about to leave, he heard the team member contact Feng Huayukai and the vice captain on the communicator. He learned the vice captain was already retreating outwards, while Feng Huayukai was still in the backstreets looking for the missing Shen Ge. Feng Huayukai also told her teammates to evacuate quickly, saying a giant creature was hidden within the fog around the hospital. According to her description, the creature in the fog seemed to be a giant python. Shen Ge looked up. Sure enough, high in the fog enveloping the hospital, he could vaguely see something resembling a giant python flash past. TCH likes hide and seek, does it? Shen Ge refused to believe he couldn't find it today. The tip of a flesh tentacle's flesh moss suctioned onto the rubble of the collapsed inpatient building, and he swung himself back into the thick fog surrounding the hospital. Meanwhile, Feng Huayukai was running forward through the back streets. The fog was too thick. She could only rely on experience and reflexes. She had already had one close encounter with the hidden monster. It had swum past her like a giant python, leveling a row of two-story shops behind her. She didn't know when the creature might swim past her again. She just knew she had to run forward, keep running. As for the missing Shen Ge, she had tried her best to find him. If she couldn't, there was nothing she could do. Their relationship wasn't close enough for her to sacrifice herself to find him. Boom! Boom! The familiar sound of collapse and the swimming motion returned. Feng Huayukai, focused on the movement in the fog, failed to notice an abandoned car in front of her. She slammed into the hood, the pain making her see stars. Just then, she felt the dark presence getting closer and closer, as if it would reach her the next second and crush her to pieces. In her moment of despair, a whoosh cut through the air. A rocket traced a faint line of fire through the fog, striking the python swimming within. The explosion made its body jerk and contract before it vanished into the fog, disappearing. Shen Ge, standing on a pile of ruins in the distance, was taken aback. He had fired the rocket to attract the creature's attention, hopefully enrage it, never expecting it to actually injure a Tier 3 creature. But it just ran away like that? Wrong. Most Tier 2 creatures are already immune to rockets, let alone a Tier 3. Shen Ge felt something was off, but he had no time to ponder. He rushed towards where the movement had vanished. But after a while, neither he, nor the system, nor Little Seven could pick up the creature's location. It seems the fog is the problem. The creature hides within it, interfering with the system's and Little Seven's detection. Shen Ge felt a pang of nostalgia for Sakura's otherworldly energy dispersal grenades. But he was also interested in this creature's ability to block detection, guessing it might be a trait ability. Perhaps he needed direct contact, or to see its true form, for the system to identify which trait it was. Wandering aimlessly in the fog wasn't productive. Shen Ge was about to retreat when he bumped into an acquaintance. Feng Huayukai had injured her foot in the car collision and was now limping forward. Seeing this, Shen Ge dismissed his flesh armor and intangibility, calling out to her, "Captain Feng Hua." "Ing? Is that you, Doing?" Hearing his voice, Feng Huayukai's face lit up with relief, and she immediately stopped, calling back. Even though Little Seven could locate her for him, Shen Ge pretended to be blind, groping his way forward until they met. "Doing, where did you go earlier?" Feng Huayukai asked. Shen Ge replied, "I heard loud booms from the hospital and was worried about you, so I went to look. But the fog came up and I got lost. Just glad you're not hurt." Feng Huayukai said. Shen Ge glanced at her foot. "You're injured?" Feng Huayukai nodded. "Besides that terrifying otherworldly lizard, There's a high-tier creature in the fog, like a giant python. But I find it strange. It keeps appearing suddenly, moving forward a bit, then retracting. It feels like a snake, or maybe tentacles. Clearly, she didn't know the Tier 4 lizard had been dealt with by Shen Ge, thinking there were two creatures in the fog. Tentacles. Shen Ge's eyes narrowed, suddenly understanding why it had retracted after the rocket hit. If they were tentacles, the rocket probably hadn't hurt it. It might have just been alarmed, pulling back the appendage it was using to feel its way. TCH. Shen Ge, lost in thought about the creature's nature, didn't notice Feng Hua Yukai struggling to keep up, the pain in her foot making her gasp. The wound on her foot was deep, only roughly bandaged with a strip torn from her combat suit. Blood had already soaked through. It was a cut from a rusty piece of metal on the car. Without proper treatment, it could get infected, but conditions weren't ideal. Need to find a way to treat that wound. Shen Ge planned to settle Feng Hua Yukai in a shop. After getting the intel from her, he had some new theories and wanted to search the fog again for the creature. Feng Hua Yukai, unaware of his true intentions, gratefully grabbed his arm. Don't trouble yourself for me. Let's just get out of here. If that creature comes back, we won't be able to escape. Don't worry, I don't want to trouble myself for you either. Shen Ge was just thinking of an excuse to send her away when the fog around them shifted eerily, moving forward as one solid mass. By the time Shen Ge and Feng Hua Yukai realized it, they were standing on a street clear of fog, while the mass of fog continued moving forward. What was this creature doing? Shen Ge was baffled by this hide-and-seek expert. It was like it was out for a stroll, taking a leisurely loop, and then, tired, preparing to leave. Wait! A spark of insight flashed in Shen Ge's mind. He suddenly understood the creature's motivation. This Tier 3 creature was skilled at concealment, could create dense fog, and had tentacles for reconnaissance. It had sensed the presence of a more powerful Tier 4 creature earlier and hid. After the Tier 4 creature died, the Tier 3 came out to scavenge, bringing the fog to the hospital area to search for the corpse. It didn't expect Shen Ge to have sold the body immediately. The sudden disappearance of the Tier 4's energy signature likely made the Tier 3 think it was just hiding. So, it spread the fog around the hospital, using its tentacles to search, but still found nothing. Now, it was preparing to leave. So the question was this creature that smart? Or was it actually a freak? Or was its main body hiding within the fog? Or perhaps the fog was its body? Shen Ge scanned the area. He remembered when he and Feng Hua Yukai were scouting here earlier. The streets were full of low-tier creatures and parasitized. Checking the map, now, the once dense red dots were sparse. It seemed the Tier 3 creature hadn't been idle while searching for the Tier 4's corpse. It had grabbed a meal too. It stopped in that block again. Feeding. Shen Ge watched the stationary fog in the distance, thinking this guy, free from the Tier 4's threat, had begun its free activity period. TCH. Truly, when the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey proclaims himself king. Just then, gunfire erupted from a collapsed building on the next street. The otherworldly agent who had fought Feng Hua Yukai earlier, along with a few guards, were exchanging fire with some parasitized. The hospital, visited by two high-tier creatures, was completely destroyed. The entrance to the underground shelter was crushed. With the fog surrounding them earlier, they felt the creature within was searching for something, so they had fled the hospital ruins. They hadn't gotten far when the fog ran away. Then the nearby parasitized noticed them and gave chase. Trouble. It's the hospital people. The one leading is an otherworldly agent. He has anti-bullet otherworldly equipment. Feng Hua Yukai, hiding in a shop, recognized the agent immediately. Shen Ge, however, noticed the case two guards were carrying. They seemed to be evacuating. That case probably contained supplies. Supplies. The medical supplies Sato and the others stole from the hospital were in cases like that. Feng Hua Yukai said. Shen Ge said, "What a coincidence. Wait here. I'll go get the supplies back. Your leg injury needs medicine." "Don't. That agent is very strong. I'm no match for him." Feng Hua Yukai hurriedly grabbed Shen Ge. "You're no match for him, so what's it got to do with me?" If he didn't want to expose his strength in front of Feng Huayukai, Shen Ge would have just pulled out his otherworldly annihilation revolver and fired a few rounds, otherworldly anti-bullet equipment or not. Don't worry. Facing people from this part of the world, someone of my heritage can usually take on 10. Before Feng Huayukai could react, Shen Ge vaulted over the windowsill and jumped out. On the other side, the small team's fight with the parasitized was attracting more monsters due to the gunfire. But they couldn't stop shooting. The guards were ordinary people, almost helpless against the parasitized. The otherworldly agent only had 2 pieces of otherworldly equipment, both defensive. Damn it. Stop shooting, stop shooting. Do you want to lure that big guy back? The agent yelled angrily. The guards were bitter expressions. They'd love to shove their boss toward the creature so he could see for himself. These were parasitic monsters. Who knew if getting close would lead to infection? Not using guns meant fighting them hand to hand? Why don't you go? The agent gritted his teeth. He had one last otherworldly grenade, his trump card. But if they couldn't shake these parasitized and attracted the creature, it would be worse. Fall back to the shops in the back street. Carry the supply case carefully. If you lose it, I'll have your heads, the agent cursed. He positioned himself between the guards and the parasitized, taking out a fist-sized piece of pulsating rotten flesh that looked like a heart. He threw the fleshy heart into the crowd of parasitized. With a thump, it exploded, transforming into a flesh and blood Venus flytrap at least 2 to 3 meters in diameter, making strange plopping sounds. The noise attracted the surrounding parasitized, who were swallowed one by one. Shen Ge, who had been hiding behind a shop wall, ready to ambush the group, paused when he saw the flesh-eating flower. He decided to wait for them to get closer. He'd been interested in the otherworldly hand cannon used by the agent on the Jeep. Now there was a flesh-eating flower grenade, another goodie. If he could get intel on the hand cannon and the grenade, it would be a major boost for his idea of building an otherworldly energy army. Shen Ge scanned the area, then hid behind the shop's counter, waiting. The agent, after throwing the grenade, ran towards the shop. The flesh-eating flower attracted parasitized with sound, but it could only swallow about a dozen before getting full and falling dormant. Once dormant, it became food for the parasitized. If he didn't run now, he'd be targeted again soon. But the moment he ran into the shop, a sharp pain shot through his lower back. Then a hand grabbed his arm, and with a crack, dislocated it. Before the agent could process it, he was pinned against the counter. Boss! Boss! The guards finally noticed the person hiding behind the counter and raised their guns, aiming at Shen Ge. Shen Ge glanced at them and activated his unmanifested domain, instantly pulling them all into the bullet time effect of his domain. The men felt their vision blur. Then a series of gunshots, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. Even a mortal would shake their head at that. Shen Ge, to avoid attracting the parasitized outside, thoughtfully activated the silent trait while firing. The agent was dumbfounded. He had no idea what happened. One moment his men were there, the next they were all corpses. Shen Ge didn't waste words. He took out the captured otherworldly hand cannon and slapped it on the counter. This, you recognize it? Why, yes, I do. The agent stammered, nodding. This was his third brother's weapon. If this guy had it, did that mean third brother was dead? And this otherworldly sniper rifle. Shen Ge produced another rifle, its barrel wrapped in something resembling creature intestines. Second brother's weapon. The agent's eyes widened. While second brother was the number 2 in their group, his strength was actually the highest, even surpassing the leader. Had they all been killed by this man? When? The more the agent thought about it, the more terrified he became. He only knew second brother had gone to the inpatient building roof for lookout, and third brother was supposed to lure the giant creature away. How had they been killed? Shen Ge asked, Your otherworldly agents from Takaguchi City? Are these otherworldly equipment items issued by the former Otherworldly Response Department? Or where did they come from? This agent was not only weak, but also cowardly. Learning his second and third brothers were dead, he was so scared he could barely speak. Just tell me honestly the origin of these otherworldly equipment items, and how that grenade that summoned the flesh-eating flower is made or obtained. and I'll let you go," Shen Ge said. With a gun to his head, he had no choice. The 3 items were indeed equipment allocated by the Takaguchi City Otherworldly Response Department. The number of otherworldly grenades was limited. Back when they were still with the department, they were told only about 80 of this batch had been produced. When they evacuated Takaguchi, he had taken 6 and just used his last one. Upon confirming the equipment came from the Takaguchi City Department, Shen Ge's interest was piqued. If he could get the design blueprints and research reports for these items and take them back to the Rome City branch, it would mean skipping 4 years of development. Shen Ge thought for a moment, asked a few more related questions, confirmed the agent wasn't lying, then put a bullet in his head. Feng Huayukai entered just in time to see this. She had originally come to help Shen Ge, but walked in to see him finishing off the last person. And this person was the otherworldly agent she had fought, whose strength far surpassed hers, which meant Shen Ge was incredibly capable. Feng Huayukai didn't know how to describe her feelings. Shen Ge simply said, "Their attention was on the parasitized outside. Didn't notice me. I got lucky. Never mind that. There's hemostatic agents and bandages in this medical case. Let's treat your foot injury." Thank you. Feng Huayukai sat down, undid the makeshift bandage, and watched as Shen Ge handed her the bandages and medicine. "Treat your wound, then have your teammates come get you." According to this guy, the hospital suffered heavy casualties. "I'll go check it out." According to the agent, the leader still had otherworldly grenades. Shen Ge had no intention of letting that guy go. He needed to find the creature and kill the otherworldly agents. In short, he wanted it all. "Master, the report mentions that the Anti-Anomaly Response Department in Sakura's Takaguchi City first detected anomalous energy fluctuations in Toshiro City around late March. After a detailed 2-week investigation, they still couldn't pinpoint the anomaly's exact location. So Sakura's higher-ups secretly requested assistance from the International Anomaly Organization. By mid-April, the International Anomaly Organization dispatched 2 of its agents with anomaly detection equipment to Takaguchi City to assist. 2 days later, residents in the Kawashina district reported sightings of human head balloons. From that day on, various urban legends began popping up sporadically across Takaguchi. At the end of April, the International Anomaly Organization agents detected the anomaly's energy signature hundreds of meters below Toshiro City. Strangely, a few days later, they detected the same type of energy signature near Tokyo Tower. Towards the end of April, anomalous incidents surged dramatically across Takaguchi City, escalating into a full-blown anomaly disaster within just 3 days. Sakura initially attempted to conceal the disaster and handle it privately. However, by early May, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Under pressure from the International Anomaly Organization, Sakura finally disclosed the disaster and requested aid from anti-anomaly organizations worldwide. "Master, after analyzing 47 of Sakura's detection reports, I've concluded that the anomalous energy fluctuation 379 meters beneath Toshiro City is most likely misfortune." Little 7 had copied and integrated all the experimental reports from the Research Institute. In doing so, it became apparent that there were significant discrepancies compared to the information Sakura had released in Shen Ge's original world. In Shen Ge's world, Sakura had only disclosed the locations of the primary disaster zone, Toshiro City, and the secondary zone, Tokyo Tower. They made no mention of the International Anomaly Organization repeatedly detecting energy fluctuations beneath Toshiro City. This led to only one conclusion. Both the International Anomaly Organization and Sakura had deliberately concealed this crucial information. Their plan was likely to continue their secret pursuit of misfortune beneath Toshiro City, while other countries' agents dealt with the high-level anomalies running rampant elsewhere. Clearly, the miraculous abilities of misfortune, comparable to a conceptual deity, represented a unique existence even among the diverse and mysterious powers of anomalies. Despite the severity of the situation in Takaguchi, neither the International Anomaly Organization nor Sakura had abandoned their attempts to seize misfortune. Unfortunately, judging from the current timeline, they failed, leading to Takaguchi City being completely engulfed by the anomaly's domain. If not for an unexpected intervention, the emergence of a high-level deep-sea anomaly, the entire Sakura archipelago might have been swallowed by misfortune's domain. In other words, if Shen Ge wanted to save his world, or at least delay its complete domination by high-level anomalies, he needed to find misfortune before the International Anomaly Organization and Sakura completely botched things. He then had to use his system to devour it and seize its misfortune attribute. Furthermore, he needed to find a way to deal with the colossal deep-sea anomaly. Otherwise, after consuming the Sakura Islands, it might target the Korean peninsula next, or even head directly into the Yellow Sea towards the territory of the Great Celestial Dynasty. Now that he knew Misfortune's main body was most likely 379 meters below Toshiro City, the solution was to return and eliminate it before it grew stronger. But that raised the question, how would he get back? Shen Ge had been in this future timeline for nearly 3 days. During this time, he hadn't found any information related to the Flesh Maw. Even after obtaining all the anti-anomaly research reports from the Takaguchi Institute, there was no mention of the Flesh Maw. If the space-time traversing Flesh Maw is related to misfortune, then my only option is to go down and investigate beneath Toshiro City. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge decided to stick to his original plan. First, deal with the fog anomaly in the Kawashina district. If it truly possessed a shielding attribute, then combining formless plus soundless plus shielding might allow him to either confront misfortune at Toshiro City or, failing that, use the 3 attributes to re-enter the Flesh Maw and return to the past. He had already acquired the anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets needed to deal with the fog anomaly. Moreover, Maple Hanada had been highly efficient. Within a day, she had reorganized the Institute's soldiers, used the Institute's equipment to contact Watanabe Natsusuji to send personnel to take over, arrange for soldiers to activate the missile silos, and prepare the air-launched missiles. The only remaining problem was the lack of an attack helicopter or fighter jet. Failing that, even a Katyusha rocket truck would suffice. The Institute's soldiers mentioned that a self-defense force base was located about 10 kilometers away in the Kawahara district, which should have attack helicopters. However, Takahashi Minami's team had been gone for over a month without any word, suggesting the situation there was likely grim. Given Shen Ge's abilities, unless he encountered a top-tier anomaly like misfortune, he could probably handle or at least escape from ordinary 3rd to 5th-tier anomalies. But he had a better option. From entering Takaguchi City to arriving 4 years in the future via the Flesh Maw, Shen Ge had accumulated 30,584 system points, along with 16 unclaimed F-grade recovery items and 1 E-grade recovery item. Shen Ge decided to go for a big draw. While he had initially planned to save points for drawing anomaly energy equipment near the Higher Research Institute after realizing the system's rewards were based on teleportation rather than creation, his priorities had shifted. Firstly, the unresolved situation in Takaguchi meant he could still farm points. Secondly, it was still unknown whether he could return to his own world. Most importantly, this timeline's Takaguchi City had already experienced a major battle. The significant casualties among anti-anomaly agents from various countries and the International Anomaly Organization meant many anomaly energy equipment pieces were likely lost and available for drawing, potentially yielding good items. With this in mind, Shen Ge left the Institute, found Maple Hanada, and asked her to prepare the anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets while he figured out a way to acquire an attack helicopter. Upon learning Shen Ge intended to go to the Kawahara Self-Defense Force Base, Maple Hanada initially wanted to accompany him. However, the support team from the reconnaissance regiment hadn't arrived yet, and her departure might cause further chaos at the Institute. After leaving, Shen Ge didn't head directly to the Kawahara base. Instead, following Little Seven's map detection, he found a suitable location, the Kawahara football stadium. After clearing out the wandering parasitized and anomalies in the vicinity, he prepared to start drawing. Little 7. Play some drawing luck music. Upon Shen Ge's command, Little 7 immediately started playing the entrance music of Xiao Bangzhu, likely a reference to a heroic character, emphasizing dominance and invincibility. System: 10 consecutive draws. When the draw wheel appeared, Shen Ge was surprised to see the probabilities had changed significantly compared to his previous draws after reaching Tier 3. Most notably, the probability for daily supplies had dropped to 20%. Was it because of the apocalyptic environment? Daily supplies, 20%. Weapons and equipment, 40%. Consumables, 15%. Free attribute points, 15%. Vehicles, 9%. 1%. Although the probabilities had shifted considerably, Shen Ge's main goals were still free points, followed by vehicles and attribute equipment. The 1% for remained unchanged, but the increased chances for free attributes and vehicles were good news. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing free points for percent. Congratulations, host, for drawing the weapon assault rifle. For more weapon draws, covering rifles, submachine guns, pistols, sniper rifles. Congratulations, host, for drawing free points 3%. Congratulations, host, for drawing free points 3%. Congratulations, host, for drawing Molotov cocktails X30. Congratulations, host, for drawing G4 grenades X5. This 10 draw yielded only 10% in free points, with no vehicles or anomaly energy equipment. While Shen Ge hadn't expected to hit the jackpot in one go, he was still somewhat disappointed. Seems even Xiao Bangzhu's music isn't working. Little 7. Switch to the Gambler, likely a movie OSD. System: another 10 consecutive draws. Shen Ge changed the BGM for each 10 draw, but perhaps influenced by misfortune's domain, his luck was particularly poor. Not even the drawing luck songs could save it. After 70 draws, aside from the free points fluctuating around 15% per 10 draw, starting from 10% initially, Shen Ge had amassed an arsenal of weapons and a large pile of cup noodles and drinking water, but there was still no sign of vehicles or anomaly energy equipment. System: are you going to make me draw all the weapons from the Kawahara Self-Defense Force before giving me a vehicle or anomaly energy equipment? Shen Ge sighed and had Little 7 play the guaranteed luck song, How Yun Lai, Good Luck Comes, initiating another 10 draw. Ding 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 ding. As white lights flashed on the draw wheel, the first 8 results showed no significant change, just free points, weapons, equipment, and daily supplies. But the 9th. Congratulations, host, for drawing the vehicle Sakura XXXX, Light Main Battle Tank X1. It's here. The vehicle has arrived. The moment the system notification sounded, accompanied by a larger white flash, a gray light main battle tank materialized before Shen Ge. Things are looking up. The guaranteed luck song really works. No sooner had Shen Ge spoken than the final draw notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for drawing the anomaly energy weapon, Icebone Spike. With another white flash, a spike-like weapon appeared before Shen Ge. It was about 1 foot long with a 10-centimeter hilt-like base at the bottom. Previously, when Shen Ge drew anomaly-related equipment, the system labeled them attribute equipment, like the cleaver, anomaly eye, and magazine, which indeed possessed attributes. It seemed the system could also draw ordinary anomaly energy equipment without attributes, but the 1% probability was truly touching. With both a vehicle and anomaly energy equipment in one 10 draw, Shen Ge decided to press his luck. He had Little 7 loop How Yun Lai, figuring even one guaranteed good draw per few dozen attempts would be profitable. And so, with his 30,584 system points allowing for 305 draws total, Shen Ge ended up with enough weapons and ammunition to form 2 small hills, plus over 100 daily supply items. He gained a total of 393% in free attribute points. For vehicles, 3 tanks, 2 riot control vehicles, 2 attack helicopters, and 4 military jeeps. In terms of anomaly energy equipment, besides the ice bone spike, he obtained 1 bone whip, 3 bone katanas, and 1 piece of attribute equipment. Anomaly lighter, attribute, unquenchable. It was a refined silver lighter. Once lit, the flame on this lighter could not be extinguished under any circumstances. Damn it! Shen Ge threw the lighter to the ground. What the hell is this useless for? If this attribute could be integrated into his anomaly fire arm guard or other flame-projecting anomaly energy equipment, making the ignited flames unquenchable, that would have some potential. But an unquenchable tiny flame on a lighter? It's just a high-end windproof lighter. Shen Ge was utterly speechless. If his main goals for this drawing session, free points and the attack helicopter, hadn't been met, and if he hadn't gotten several other anomaly energy items, he'd really feel like shoving this lighter down the system's throat. Shen Ge had been adding the daily 1% free points reward to his spirit attribute. His spirit had reached 718%. After adding the newly drawn 393% free points to spirit, it broke through the 1,000 mark, reaching 1,111%. And then, nothing else happened. Wait. According to anomaly ratings, 1,000% anomaly energy capacity allows a breakthrough to Tier 4. Why hasn't the system updated my rating with Spirit at 1,111%? Puzzled, Shen Ge woke the system and had it scan his attributes for a reevaluation. Host current rating is Tier 3. Assessment is correct. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge asked, System, what is the typical anomaly energy capacity range for a Tier 4 anomaly? Tier 4 anomaly energy capacity ranges from 1,000% to 2,000%. That wide a range? Shen Ge was surprised. Based on the oppressive feeling of anomaly energy, 1,000% was equivalent to 10 times the energy of a Tier 1 anomaly. A more fitting analogy would be, releasing 1,000% energy against a Tier 1 anomaly would be like using Conqueror's Hockey. It could directly overwhelm them. Reaching 2,000% energy is not a prerequisite for Tier 4 rating. Anomaly rating is determined based on special anomaly energy effects, inherent ability attributes, and energy capacity. The host's rating is comprehensively assessed based on various attribute indicators, ability attributes, equipment bonuses, and other factors. As if you've ever factored in my attribute abilities before. But, complaints aside, the fact that the system now proactively explained the rating standards and reference factors in response to his questions counted as significant progress. Speaking of which, could it be that as the system devours more anomalies, it's also becoming more intelligent? TSK. Let's hope it doesn't actually develop into some anomaly king. Shen Ge had 84 system points left. Coincidentally, he had also run out of mental apples, so he decided to use the remaining points to draw consumables. 17 draws yielded 8 mental apples, a fairly decent rate overall. The E-grade consumable was 1. More precisely, a red silkworm about the length of a finger called the blood-sucking silkworm. It could suck all the toxic blood from a target within 10 minutes and then die, a single-use item. The system assessed that Shen Ge's comprehensive strength still hadn't reached the Tier 4 rating, so he didn't receive the Tier 4 rating attribute enhancement point. However, Shen Ge still had 1 point left. He figured he might as well use it now. Currently, he had 5 attributes: soundless, immobile, formless, unyielding, and non-ignition. The latter 4 had all awakened domain abilities. Shen Ge considered trying to enhance soundless. Firstly, soundless was often used in combination with formless, compared to non-ignition, which required specific circumstances to be effective. Soundless was a more commonly used ability. Secondly, soundless had already been enhanced once. It was highly probable that, like immobile, one more enhancement would awaken its domain. Soundless currently had 2 usage modes. First, self-application, rendering all actions related to oneself completely silent. Secondly, infusing soundless, anomaly energy into objects, allowing them to remain silent for a short time even after leaving his control, such as thrown items or explosives. Based on the current capabilities of soundless, Shen Ge speculated that awakening its domain would likely create a zone of silence in a surrounding space. This alone would be very effective against the parasitized and aberrant humans in group operations, not to mention that domain awakening usually came with ability variations. For example, Immobile had given him bullet time. Attribute enhancement. Use an attribute enhancement point to enhance the attribute. Soundless? Yes. Attribute Soundless has been upgraded. Soundless. Upon use, enter a soundless state. Consumes 0.5% spirit per second. Can be activated simultaneously with other attributes. Consume 1% to 50% spirit, correlated with object volume and sound intensity, to attach spirit to an object, keeping it silent for a certain period even after leaving the user's hand. Awakened Soundless Domain. Soundless Domain, Type 1. Upon expansion, creates a soundless domain with a 5-meter radius centered on the user. Entities entering this domain enter a soundless state. After expanding the soundless domain, the host can mentally designate affected targets. Non-designated targets will not be affected by the silence. Sonic control. Influenced by the host domain, the host can manipulate the frequency and melody of sounds within the domain for designated targets. Simply put, you can make a singing god sound as bad as the host, or even nullify sonic attacks. Consumes 1% to 50% spirit per second, determined by the number and size of affected targets. Hey, system, what's with the insult in the skill description? My singing isn't bad, it's just authentic. Shen Ge was clearly unconvinced. If conditions allowed, he would have demonstrated his vocal skills to the system on the spot. But the soundless domain indeed aligned with Shen Ge's expectations. After enhancement, the domain had developed a variation ability, altering a person's audio frequency and melody, making good singers sound bad and bad singers sound good. Seemed like an entertainment-based ability. But the ability to directly nullify sonic attacks was impressive. As anomalies reached higher tiers and grew larger, their guttural sounds could rival thunder. Getting too close might rupture eardrums. The soundless domain's sonic control, much like non-ignition was the bane of fire, became the ultimate counter to sound. Shen Ge. Rating, Tier 3. Basic attributes. Baseline for adult male, 100%. Strength, 179%. Agility, 168%. Constitution, 172%. Spirit, 1,111%. Attributes. Soundless. Immobile. Formless. Unyielding. Non-ignition. Abilities. Formless domain, Type 1. Collapse. Formless domain, Type 2. Serpent's heart extraction. Unyielding domain, Type 1. Barrier. Immobile domain, Type 1. Bullet time. Soundless domain, Type 1. Sonic control. Owned anomaly energy. Attribute. Equipment. Lixiang 2 battle armor * red mist form. Little 7. Cleaver. Attribute. Indestructible. Anomaly I. Attribute. Invisible. Anomaly I. Attribute. Anomaly Annihilation Revolver. Anomaly Energy Magazine. Attribute. Unlimited. Anomaly Lighter. Attribute. Unquenchable. Black Bone Dagger. Anomaly Sleeping Bag. Bone Hammer. Corrosive Arm Guard. Bone Katana. Bulletproof Anomaly Leather Jacket. Icebone Spike. Bone Whip. Bone Katana X3. Anomaly Energy. Grenade X8. System points, 84. Free allocation points, 0. Attribute enhancement points, 0. Next, Shen Ge reorganized his Bloodskin backpack. After replenishing RPG rockets and explosives, he packed it to the brim. If not for the limited distorted space, he would have tried to fit a tank and an attack helicopter inside. Besides weapons and equipment, Shen Ge also stored some cup noodles, purified water, and emergency rations. With Little Seven's help organizing, he wasn't worried about not finding things amidst the clutter. After packing, Shen Ge used the Institute's communicator to contact Maple Hanada, instructing her to bring a team to the football field to meet him and help move these items back. Seeing the small mountains of weapons, equipment, various supplies, and even combat vehicles and tanks, Everyone wondered if Shen Ge had raided the Kawahara Self-Defense Force base. But even if he had, how did he bring all this back alone? The group couldn't figure it out, and Shen Ge had no intention of explaining. He simply urged Maple Hanada to quickly arrange for soldiers to accompany him back to the Kawashina district with the anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets to deal with the fog anomaly. Although Maple Hanada didn't fully understand Shen Ge's insistence on targeting the fog anomaly, she trusted him and expedited the arrangements. By noon the next day, Maple Hanada found Shen Ge, informing him that the two anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets had been installed on one of the attack helicopters. However, a new problem arose. No one knew how to fly a helicopter. "No problem, I can," Shen Ge said confidently. However, since he couldn't even drive a car, it was clear he couldn't possibly pilot a helicopter. But it didn't matter. With Little Seven, the holder of all licenses, present, not just an attack helicopter, but even if you gave it an arbalest or a Gundam, it could figure out the controls in no time. Maple Hanada was taken aback. This was the first time she felt doubt towards Shen Ge, as she had been the one driving from Kawashina to Kawahara before. But seeing Shen Ge offer no explanation, she didn't press further. She led him to the attack helicopter, bid a brief farewell, and Shen Ge boarded the helicopter and departed. Shook. Shen Ge, the helicopter pilot, Shen Ge hummed a tune as he closed the cockpit door, seemingly operating the helicopter while, in reality, Little Seven was controlling it via corrupted flesh tentacles. Then, with a roar, the helicopter slowly rose and successfully took off. Once airborne, Shen Ge transformed into the Dr. Octopus, letting Little Seven fully take over the helicopter's controls. During the previous journey to Kawahara District, Little Seven had taken the opportunity to memorize the route and weather conditions. Since this world lacked the anomaly space, as long as they didn't leave Takaguchi City's anomaly domain, they wouldn't encounter invisible barriers. After flying for several hours, with Little Seven fully managing the helicopter, Shen Ge had little to do. He had Little Seven play back the Institute's anti-anomaly reports, studying those related to misfortune. As the helicopter passed over Sakura Women's University, about an hour away from the fog anomaly's location, a system alert suddenly echoed in his mind. Host has been locked onto by multiple high-level anomalies. The current number of anomalies is excessive. Host is certainly no match. Please value your life and evacuate the area quickly. Warning: a high-level aberrant human has locked onto the host. Warning: several consecutive warning messages exploded in Shen Ge's mind. Moreover, Little Seven also detected anomaly energy reactions. "Master, there are intense anomaly energy fluctuations nearby." But before the words faded, the sky ahead suddenly darkened with dense clouds, as if a heavy storm was approaching, and thick fog visibly gathered around them. Thump! Something seemed to be within the fog. Before Shen Ge could get a clear look, a loud thump sounded, and a massive tentacle slammed into the helicopter's windshield. Upon impact, the tentacle suddenly opened a mouth, revealing lamprey-like teeth within. Rain poured down heavily from the sky, pelting the helicopter's glass and the tentacle worm, seemingly agitating it further. The ringed teeth frantically gnawed at the helicopter's front glass, causing the entire aircraft to lose control mid-air. Without needing Shen Ge's command, Little Seven extended corrupted flesh tentacles and simultaneously took control of the helicopter's weapon systems. Machine guns rattled, strafing the giant tentacle worm, and missiles launched into the thick fog, followed by explosions. Although the helicopter's weapons were modified anti-anomaly equipment from the Kawahara Institute, these were only effective against low-tier anomalies. Against a high-level anomaly like this, their power was akin to scratching an itch. With Little Seven controlling both the helicopter and weapons, Shen Ge had little to do. He enveloped himself in the corrupted flesh armor and moved from the pilot's seat towards the right side where the tentacle worm anomaly was attacking. Then, formless domain. Collapse. Shen Ge attempted to use the formless domain to drag the tentacle worm down from the sky. but it clung tightly to the helicopter. Pulling it down meant dragging the helicopter down with it. Shen Ge wasn't overly concerned about the helicopter being destroyed, but he was worried about the two hard-earned anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets. Little 7. Fire the anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets ahead. Shen Ge reasoned that if the helicopter crashed, the bullets would be lost anyway. Since there was fog ahead, why not use them to see what the tentacle worm's main body really was? Whoosh, whoosh. With two piercing sounds, the anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets streaked into the fog ahead with long trails. Two loud explosions followed, the released anomaly energy instantly dispersing the fog. However, as soon as the fog cleared, it rapidly gathered again. Even in that brief moment, Shen Ge saw what was inside the fog. It wasn't one thing, but a group of things. In the fog, there were unidentified monsters dozens of meters tall, resembling long-legged spiders, and a mouth within a dark mist cloud in the air. The most terrifying was an indescribable behemoth directly ahead. It resembled a mass of combined tentacles, and the tentacle worm biting the helicopter was just one of its tentacles. It had hundreds, perhaps thousands, of such tentacles. Its size was overwhelmingly massive, occupying half the sky in his field of view. The upper tentacles filled the entire visible sky, while the lower ones reached down to the ground, penetrating the earth as if most of Takaguchi City was under its control. At that moment, 4 gigantic human figures suddenly appeared beneath the indescribable colossal anomaly. They stood like towering giants below the anomaly, but they appeared and vanished swiftly, leaving only the sky-filling monster in the blink of an eye. Is this the Tier 3 anomaly hidden in that fog? You're telling me this is Tier 3? Shen Ge was utterly stunned. An anomaly half the size of the sky? Forget Tier 3. You could tell him it was Tier 30, and he believed it. But the next second, Shen Ge felt something was wrong. After all, he had previously encountered the Tier 3 anomaly, and based on Maple Hanada's description, a Tier 3 anomaly couldn't possibly look like this. Moreover, there wasn't just one high-level anomaly here. Warning, warning, warning. Host has entered the domain range of a Tier 8 anomaly. This area has numerous high-level anomalies influenced by the Tier 8 anomaly. The host's current strength is absolutely no match for these anomalies. Please value your life and evacuate Takaguchi City, overrun by anomalies, immediately. Warning, host is in close proximity to a Tier 8 anomaly. Facing a Tier 8 anomaly, your chance of survival is 0, certain death. Evacuate the anomaly domain immediately. Shen Ge hadn't received such urgent system prompts in a long time. The repeated warnings reminded him of the system's nervous state when he first encountered Formless. If not for the removal of the novice warning protection after his rating increased, Shen Ge's vision would probably be flashing red from the system's alerts right now. What? System, are you serious? This Cthulhu spawn-looking monster is Takaguchi's final boss, Misfortune? Shen Ge was dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to be hiding underground, wary of the colossal deep-sea anomaly? Why had it suddenly emerged? Its upper half occupied half the visible sky, its lower half touching half the city. If it wished, it could instantly devour all of Takaguchi. Such a massive, terrifying monster. And you're telling me it's the final boss? Who could fight this? Who would dare? Even Ultraman would have to reconsider whether he could get close. Furthermore, upon witnessing a monster of this level, humans wouldn't even dare to think of resisting. Humanity's doom would be sealed. This was the oppressive feeling of a Tier 8 entity. Amidst his shock, Shen Ge suddenly thought of a possibility. He had been in this future world for several days. Why did Misfortune appear now and not before? Moreover, it appeared precisely after a special anomaly, with shielding abilities that could even block system detection, showed up in the Kawashina district. Therefore, Shen Ge suspected that the Tier 3 anomaly adept at shielding and creating fog must possess some unique ability, which was why the system specifically issued a crisis mission for him to hunt it. Unfortunately, that anomaly's ability was too peculiar. Neither the system nor Little Seven could detect it, causing Shen Ge to come up empty and miss the crisis missions to our window. Recalling it now, if the system truly wanted that shielding ability anomaly, it shouldn't have set such a short 2-hour mission time. Unless there was a specific reason. For instance, Shen Ge genuinely only had a 2-hour window to hunt it. The Tier 3 Anomaly's shielding ability, while special, was still insignificant compared to the tier gap with a Tier 8 Anomaly. The possibility Shen Ge considered was that this Tier 3 Anomaly had been laying low somewhere in the Kawashina district using its special ability. After Shen Ge hunted the highest Tier 4 Anomaly in that area, the Tier 3 Anomaly attempted to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind card, not expecting Shen Ge's ability to sell corpses. The Tier 3 Anomaly tried to gamble for a bigger prize, but failed, instead catching Misfortune's attention. Misfortune, wanting to evade the Deep Sea Anomaly, was evidently very interested in this shielding ability. And since the Tier 3 Anomaly was within Misfortune's domain, it was devoured by Misfortune without anyone noticing. After successfully devouring the Tier 3 Anomaly and mastering the shielding ability, Misfortune no longer feared being detected by the colossal deep-sea anomaly. Hence, it now appeared boldly in the skies above Takaguchi. The tentacle biting the helicopter was dragging it towards Misfortune. The closer they got, the more urgent the system's warnings became. Most terrifyingly, as the distance to Misfortune decreased, even without Shen Ge taking any action, the energy of his corrupted flesh armor and his own spirit were rapidly draining. Since awakening his system, Shen Ge had never felt so powerless and insignificant. This wasn't a Tier 8 anomaly with a 4-year advantage. This was a genuine Tier 8 anomaly. The other party hadn't even done anything. Yet under the immense pressure of its anomaly energy, Shen Ge's corrupted flesh armor and spirit were already activating defensive measures. Defending against what? Merely its aura. This alone was enough to demonstrate Misfortune's terror. This was an utterly unbeatable enemy. While Shen Ge was reeling from shock, torrential rain poured from the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder, tornadoes, waterspouts, earthquakes, all sorts of natural disasters, and anomalous calamities emerged alongside Misfortune's appearance. The tentacle worm, extended by Misfortune, was like a cat's paw toying with a cockroach that had strayed into its territory. It didn't want to kill its prey immediately, but preferred to play with it slowly. Watching the rapid depletion of his corrupted flesh armor's energy and his spirit dropping from 1,111% to over 900%, Shen Ge knew if they got any closer to Misfortune, escape would be impossible. Shen Ge decisively grabbed the parachute under the pilot's seat and jumped from the helicopter. But with the fierce winds, lightning, thunder, and heavy rain, deploying the parachute was impossible. Master, according to the map data, the area swallowed by the colossal deep-sea anomaly has formed an inland sea. Activate red mist form and extend tentacles. We might be able to alter our flight trajectory. Okay. After activating the corrupted flesh armor's red mist form, Shen Ge let Little Seven take control. It then reshaped the anomaly shields into something like gliding wings on his arms, using several tentacles to steer towards the distance. Time passed second by second, and Shen Ge drew closer to the ground. With Little Seven forcibly altering the trajectory, they finally managed to land in the anomaly-created inland sea. Splash! Clad in the red mist armor, Shen Ge plunged into the inland sea. His anomaly energy plummeted, but thankfully the impact was mitigated at the last moment. Shen Ge swam toward the shore. Upon climbing onto the bank, he saw the distant fog mass moving in this direction. Damn it! Has Misfortune gotten overconfident after gaining the shielding ability? It's actively moving towards where the colossal deep-sea anomaly slumbers. Although Shen Ge would love to see two titans clash, judging by the reaction of his corrupted flesh armor's energy and his spirit just being in the central area of misfortune's domain, if two Tier-8 anomalies fought, someone like him, an ordinary person, wouldn't survive the aftermath. Shen Ge didn't have time to ponder further. Using his corrupted flesh tentacles, he began moving towards the city streets, putting as much distance as possible between himself and misfortune's fog zone. Just as he stepped into the storm-ravaged streets, faint red lights resembling human figures became visible ahead through the desolate scene. Who would be here at a time like this? Aberrant humans? Anti-anomaly agents? Or the 12 branches? Shen Ge found it strange. Based on this world situation, whether Takaguchi's original anti-anomaly agents or supporting agent from other countries, most had likely perished. The survivors were probably hiding, trying to stay alive. Who would be out for a stroll while the final boss was on the move? Shen Ge had activated Formless plus Soundless upon emerging from the inland sea. Seeing the red lights ahead and considering they were on his escape route, he decided to investigate. But as he approached the red lights, Shen Ge was shocked. They were 4 people wearing bizarre outfits. They were clad in what looked like black leather suits, carrying black, fire extinguisher-like canisters on their backs. Most peculiarly, numerous wires extended from the bottom of these canisters, connected to red circles floating in the air. Shen Ge suddenly recalled the 4 massive human figures that appeared beneath misfortune when it first emerged. At a glance, they seemed somewhat similar to these 4. Does misfortune's appearance have something to do with these people? Or are they here for misfortune? Shen Ge immediately considered this possibility and was also curious about their identity. These people's appearances were too distinctive. Shen Ge, relying on Formless plus Soundless, attempted to approach and take down one to gather information. But just as he was about to reach them, an invisible wave seemed to pass through the air. Then, the 4 figures gradually distorted, just like when Shen Ge first saw them, and vanished into the fog. Teleportation, could they really be from the 12 branches? That equipment looked advanced. Had the 12 branches developed to this level in 4 years? Shen Ge rushed to the spot where the 4 disappeared. Little 7 detected intense anomaly energy fluctuations coming from underground. Simultaneously, the earthquake intensified, cracks appearing on the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a red behemoth burst forth from underground. Shen Ge initially thought what emerged from underground would be an anomaly awakened by misfortune's terrifying presence. However, the cracks in the ground extended far into the distance alongside the massive red entity bursting forth, all the way to the anomaly-created inland sea where Shen Ge had landed. He then realized it wasn't an anomaly itself, but seemed to be just a tentacle of an anomaly. Even more horrifying was that this tentacle appeared to be formed from tens of thousands of human corpses twisted together like hemp rope into a gigantic appendage. As the red tentacle moved, each human corpse wriggled like a worm within it, creating a sight both disgusting and terrifying. After the first red tentacle broke through the ground, a second, a third, over a dozen tentacles tore the earth apart. Surging seawater instantly flooded the city, collapsing building after building. Then, Shen Ge saw a colossal shadow rising from the inland sea he had previously fallen into. In that instant, it was as if the anomaly-created inland sea formed by the devoured Kawashina and Chiba areas was instantly filled, and then, the next second, lifted into the sky. The shadow size wasn't much smaller than the sky-filling misfortune. However, obscured by the churning waves, Shen Ge couldn't make out its true form, only confirming that the source of these earth-rending red tentacles was the monster in the sea. Shen Ge had no time to ponder further. The earthquake from the splitting earth instantly flattened the town. Humans were insignificant against a magnitude 10 earthquake, mere ants. Relying on the mobility of the red mist armor, Little Seven's early warnings, and the assistance of corrupted flesh tentacles to dodge falling debris, Shen Ge constantly navigated through collapsing structures. Coupled with the support of various anomaly domain abilities, he managed to avoid being buried in the ruins. With the appearance of the colossal deep-sea anomaly, The lightning-streaked night sky turned blood red, and the bolts of thunder in the sky also transformed into red lightning. The clash between misfortune and the colossal deep-sea anomaly erupted in the sky. Dozens of tentacles, like coiling dragons, twisted together, biting and colliding. At this moment, humans couldn't even see the main bodies fighting within the anomalous mist below. They could only vaguely glimpse the entangled tentacles. It seemed they intended to tear the sky and shatter the earth. Previously, Shen Ge would have been delighted to see anomalies turning on each other, allowing him to watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. But this time, he didn't even have the chance to observe the fight. Merely escaping for his life and finding a foothold in the shattered landscape exhausted all his energy. This was the battle between top-tier anomalies. At this moment, Shen Ge also understood why anti-anomaly organizations worldwide classified anomaly disasters as natural disasters. Facing true anomalies, humans were indeed as helpless as against natural disasters. The only thing they could do seemed to be waiting for the earth to calm its fury and for the disaster to pass on its own. What can humans do against a magnitude 10 earthquake? Nothing. For instance, within just 2 or 3 minutes of the colossal deep-sea anomaly's appearance and its brief clash with misfortune, a city was destroyed. The terrifying destruction didn't stop there, continuously spreading, affecting the entire Sakura archipelago with the repercussions of this great battle. Mount Fuji, renowned as Sakura's highest peak, experienced volcanic activity triggered by the horrific earthquake. But before it could erupt, a passing tentacle blocked it, and the next second, Mount Fuji collapsed. Shen Ge naturally couldn't see Mount Fuji, dozens of kilometers away, being affected by the two colossal anomalies' battle. Sakura's most proud landmark was now flattened. While struggling to survive amidst the two colossal anomalies' fight, Shen Ge just wanted to say, "You two big shots, please stop fighting. You can't kill each other like this, but you're about to sink the entire Sakura archipelago." Shen Ge wasn't joking. As misfortune and the colossal deep-sea anomaly fought with their dragon-like tentacles, Sakura was like a piece of chocolate, being snapped into several pieces. Coastal areas were completely submerged by the tsunamis triggered by the deep-sea anomaly's emergence. The magma from the flattened Mount Fuji instantly covered the entire Shizuoka region. Initially, Shen Ge could navigate collapsing buildings using the corrupted flesh tentacles of the red mist armor and the intangible barriers created by the unyielding domain as stepping stones, combined with the collapsibility of the formless domain to leap from rubble piles. But eventually, the ground beneath became a vast ocean with no place to stand. Although Shen Ge could still use the unyielding domain to create stepping stones, continuously doing so consumed a massive amount of spirit. Moreover, the deep-sea anomaly occasionally slapped the sea surface with its tentacles. The spiritual barriers created by the unyielding domain couldn't withstand the impact of the waves. Caught in the crossfire of the entangled tentacles of the deep-sea anomaly and misfortune, Shen Ge was first slammed into the sea, then lifted into the air by a rising red tentacle. Truly, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. At that moment, Shen Ge noticed a particularly conspicuous red glow beneath the turbulent waves. But he could barely maintain his balance, let alone go investigate. If not for the defensive power of the red mist armor, he would have long perished in the crossfire of the immortals' battle. Master, within the submerged building clusters on the seabed, I detect anomaly energy reactions identical to those of the flesh maw in the underground laboratory base cavern. Little Seven's reminder sounded like heavenly music to Shen Ge's ears. It simultaneously controlled 8 corrupted flesh tentacles to assist Shen Ge in swimming forward. Time and again, Shen Ge seemed close to reaching the red glow, only to be carried away by waves churned up by red tentacles, either towards the surface or deeper into the sea. He was like a small sailboat on the ocean, rising and falling entirely at the mercy of the waves. Just then, the anomaly energy fluctuations within misfortune's domain surged wildly. The system became an emotionless repeater, countless warnings summarizing into one sentence. You're doomed. Quickly find a comfortable spot to lie down and wait for burial. Master, misfortune's domain has triggered various natural disasters. Little Seven's warning just finished when meteorites began raining down from the blood-red sky. Magnitude 10 earthquake, volcano, tsunami. A movie Shen Ge never had the chance to see in his original world, the sinking of Sakura, was now playing out before his eyes in reality. This time, Sakura truly sank. As the Sakura Islands crumbled during the two anomalies battle, Shen Ge was also affected and sank into the sea. However, this ironically fulfilled his wish, allowing him to successfully approach the red glow. Shen Ge's spirit was nearly depleted, but the opportunity was right before him. If he did nothing, he would sink with the Sakura Islands. Little Seven. Yes, Master. Having cooperated countless times, Little Seven no longer needed behavioral analysis to guess Shen Ge's intentions. 8 blood-red, corrupted flesh tentacles stretched forward simultaneously, grabbing onto sinking buildings to pull his body forward. Shen Ge could only muster his last strength to activate bullet time, allowing Little Seven to precisely control his body through the gaps between collapsing structures and rocks. 20 meters. 10 meters. Shen Ge's spirit was already overdrawn. Intense dizziness assaulted his senses and consciousness. Without Little Seven, he would have surely sunk by now. But Little Seven didn't disappoint. At the final moment, it dragged him to the seabed. There, Shen Ge saw countless red lights gradually becoming clear. They were actually numerous flesh maws. Shen Ge was shocked to discover that these flesh maws, composed of countless gathered human hands, originated from the limbs of the colossal deep-sea anomaly. Even more bizarrely, a significant portion of the deep-sea anomaly's body seemed fused with the Sakura Islands. Judging by direction and location, it resembled the devoured Chiba and Kawashina districts. Wait, was it possible that the colossal deep-sea anomaly wasn't lured from the sea by misfortune, but had been underneath the Sakura Islands all along? Just like Lu Zhongrue fused with the villa, this anomaly was merging with the Sakura Islands. However, as misfortune grew, it was awakened by its rapid development. To compete for the cake that was the Sakura Islands, the two anomalies fought to the death. The Kawashina and Chiba districts weren't swallowed by this anomaly. They had already been fused into its body and hidden beneath the sea. Now, fighting misfortune, it rose from a sea. So, the earlier fleeting sensation of the entire Kawashina district being filled wasn't an illusion. That was truly the colossal deep-sea anomaly's body. And based on the body structure, these flesh maws on the seabed were like fine hairs on a human arm, just located. If the part above the sea was the body, this part in the sea should be legs? Leg hair, is it? Shen Ge really wanted to complain, but clearly he had no time for that now. Little Seven mustered all its strength to drag him next to a flesh leg, maw hair. Shen Ge was thoroughly battered. Even with the red mist armor's protection, his body felt like it was falling apart. As the flesh maws opened and closed rhythmically, breathing, Little Seven seized the opportunity. Its corrupted flesh tentacles entangled the arms composing the maw and pulled Shen Ge inside. This time, however, Shen Ge didn't have the chance to walk deeper. Instead, he was swept inward by the seawater, rushing into the flesh maw along with the current. Shen Ge didn't know how long he was washed along. It felt like being swallowed down a throat, going straight to the stomach. Shen Ge once again experienced the sensation from his first entry into a flesh maw. It seemed bottomless. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed, but there was still no sign of reaching the end. But this wasn't Shen Ge's first time being swallowed by an anomaly. He simply lay back, taking the opportunity to have Little Seven deliver a mental apple to his mouth from within the armor. After his spirit recovered, recalling his experience during the initial entry, Shen Ge had Little Seven take out several high-explosive bombs and detonate them. Boom! Boom! The explosions caused the downward-flowing seawater to swirl, forming a vortex that sucked Shen Ge in, instantly making him feel dizzy and disoriented. Subsequently, the throat passage began to writhe visibly, just like before, as if trying to expel the seawater from its throat. Shen Ge could do nothing but pray that being expelled would send him back to the past, not leave him to continue watching the sinking of Sakura, until Little Seven alerted him. Master, intense anomaly energy is detected surging from the depths. Indeed. So, triggering the gag reflex is the mechanism for time travel. However, Shen Ge had initially thought the flesh maw was related to misfortune, never expecting its source was actually the deep-sea anomaly that devoured Sakura. Even more terrifying, this might not be some colossal anomaly that came from the deep sea, but one that was already attempting to devour the entire Sakura archipelago, already fusing with the whole island chain. This would explain why this anomaly's leg hair appeared in the cavern deep under the underground laboratory base. Shen Ge suddenly remembered that the Takaguchi underground lab researched human experimentation involving human anomaly fusion. The Higher Research Institute was once attacked by a colossal deep-sea anomaly, repelling it at great cost and capturing a humanoid deep-sea anomaly for research. Setting aside the fact that the Great Celestial Dynasty was also conducting human experimentation on this humanoid deep-sea anomaly corpse. Even if the experiments failed, where was the corpse? Headquarters currently does not possess this humanoid deep-sea anomaly corpse, although reports say it's still at the Higher Research Institute. Is it really there? Who knows? Based on Shen Ge's suspicion that the 12 branches have infiltrated anti-anomaly organizations worldwide, if the 12 branches also had agents within the Great Celestial Dynasty, could they have secretly handed the humanoid deep-sea anomaly corpse over to the International Anomaly Organization? After all, in the future timeline, the mastermind behind the International Anomaly Organization is the 12 branches. If the Great Celestial Dynasty's human experimentation failed and they learned their lesson, strictly banning such experiments, wouldn't it be reasonable for the infiltrating 12 branches to shift their human experimentation focus elsewhere? So, they found Sakura, who had always been a lapdog, and gave him the humanoid deep-sea anomaly corpse for research, leading to a base full of aberrant humans? But the research still encountered problems, causing the underground lab in Takaguchi to be abandoned, and Sakura to clam up about the experiments here. The originally created monster, after fusing with the Sakura archipelago, remained dormant, gradually devouring the island nation, until misfortune suddenly appeared. Shen Ge felt he was getting closer to the truth. But regardless of whether the truth matched his speculation, it wasn't good news for humanity. Just as Shen Ge figured this out, the flesh mop spat him out. He stood up and looked around. The spacious underground cavern, the uniquely shaped stalactites on the walls, the withered, rotted flesh trees filling the cave. He had indeed returned to the cavern where he first entered the flesh maw. Good, I didn't appear underwater. No sooner had Shen Ge sighed in relief than he saw the flesh, leg, maw, hair, composed of countless hands, slowly lie down and merge into the ground. It disappeared. So I'm back. Shen Ge turned on his communicator and was immediately greeted by a rapid beep, beep, beep. Countless messages almost crashed the device. Glancing through them, most were from Fong Mingyue, ranging from battle reports to inquiries about his status. Next were messages from Luo Jing and Deng Yuqi. Especially after he went offline, Deng Yuqi's messages had increased significantly. Checking their messages, Shen Ge gathered from Fong Mingyue's updates the current situation in Takaguchi and the status of the joint force. After being forced into the anomaly energy building by the mysterious green-robed figures, Fong Mingyue and Luo Jing followed Xiao Cheng's signal to rendezvous with him. They found Xiao Cheng, Watanabe Natsumi, and others searching for a way out inside the building, but all got lost due to the anomaly space's influence. So, adhering to Shen Ge's teaching of when in doubt, blow stuff up first, Fong Mingyue used the bombs provided by the others to blast through the anomaly energy building. Surprisingly, they found the building's heart, rescuing the trapped Joint Force members and survivors hiding inside. While Shen Ge was in the future for 3 days had passed here as well. The Joint Force had been fighting anomalies near Tokyo Tower for 3 days. Of the 8 anomalies Shen Ge lured into the brawl, 2 were killed in battle. Of the remaining 6, 4 were still fighting, while the other 2 had withdrawn, roaming the city devouring lower-tier anomalies. The Joint Force seized this opportunity and, led by Watanabe, Natsumi, and others, successfully eliminated these 2 isolated Tier 3 anomalies. But merely facing 2 Tier 3 anomalies cost the Joint Force dearly. They dared not rashly attack the 4 still brawling, opting to lurk nearby, resting while seizing chances to clear out the wandering low-tier anomalies to prevent more Tier 3s from appearing. Seeing Watanabe Natsumi's name in Fong Mingyue's messages surprised Shen Ge somewhat. He then recalled the woman who infiltrated the Great Celestial Dynasty in the logs, and the reconnaissance regiment leader Watanabe Natsuhagi he met in the future. If inferred from the logs, Watanabe Natsumi went to Rome City to resolve Takaguchi's anomaly disaster, attempting to seize the unyielding corpse. But the current timeline differed from the future line in the logs. Firstly, Rome City had no unyielding corpse. Secondly, anomalies were exposed earlier, drastically changing many circumstances, and most importantly, the future timeline had no anomaly space. So that's why Watanabe Natsumi is in the Tokyo Tower area now. Shen Ge promptly set aside the Watanabe Natsumi issue, as in the problems they faced next. The threat of spies to the Special Response Department was negligible. Shen Ge had Little 7 compile his experiences in the future timeline, along with his conjectures about the anomaly space, the Institute's anomaly reports, the colossal deep-sea anomaly, misfortune, etc., into a highest-level classified file. After multiple encryptions, he sent it to Deng Yuchi for her to prepare in advance. Shen Ge didn't know if he could prevent this Sakura archipelago from becoming anomalous, but once the colossal deep-sea anomaly devoured Sakura, the Great Celestial Dynasty would likely be next. The battle between the colossal deep-sea anomaly and misfortune made Shen Ge understand how insignificant humans were before Tier 8 anomalies. Whether the preparations were useful or not, they couldn't just wait for death. Even having an evacuation plan was better than doing nothing. When Deng Yuchi received Shen Ge's encrypted intelligence, her first reaction was surprise that the missing Shen Ge had finally returned. While she believed in his capabilities, his 3-day disappearance was still worrying. Secondly, the encrypted file with Little 7's highest-level security clearance underscored its importance. She even suspected Shen Ge might have been planning something big in Sakura during his disappearance. Before she could read the report, she tried contacting Shen Ge via communicator to check on him. Unexpectedly, Shen Ge directly ended the call, telling her to read the report to find out what he'd been doing. Seeing this message, Deng Yuchi knew Shen Ge must have important matters to attend to and didn't disturb him further. She went to her office's secure room to read the report. What she read left her stunned for days afterward. The constantly restarting planet, the future timeline, the God War of Tier 8 anomalies, the mysterious anomaly already devouring Sakura. Compared to these shocking revelations, the Anomaly Energy Equipment Research reports Shen Ge brought back from the Kawahari Institute seemed insignificant. As Deng Yuchi expected, Shen Ge indeed had more critical tasks. While having Little 7 send a message to Deng Yuchi, he actively contacted Fong Mingyue. Shen Ge first sent a message to Fong Mingyue's special communicator, instructing her to find a private place to connect. Investigator Shen, seeing Shen Ge, who had been missing, contact her initiatively, Fong Mingyue felt as if she had regained her backbone. The dim path ahead seemed filled with hope. Trapped in Dongyu village for months, facing anomalies and despair repeatedly, had nearly broken her spirit. Shen Ge's appearance showed her a light. In her subsequent life, it seemed as long as Shen Ge acted, all problems became solvable. After connecting, Shen Ge got straight to the point. Where are you? I have a very important mission and need your assistance. Having experienced the God War between the colossal deep-sea anomaly and misfortune, Shen Ge knew the only way to save his world was to prevent misfortune from reaching Tier 8 and keep the deep-sea anomaly dormant. Not just misfortune. Ideally, no anomalies above Tier 4 should appear in Sakura in the short term to avoid attracting the deep-sea anomaly's attention. To achieve this, the best method was to first eliminate misfortune, which had the highest potential. According to the intelligence from the future, misfortune was most likely 379 meters below Toshiro City. However, both the International Anomaly Organization and Sakura in the future timeline had designs on misfortune, not only failing but also causing misfortune to fully awaken, leading to the apocalyptic future. Shen Ge suspected the so-called joint force was part of Sakura's scheme, using other countries' agents to mitigate the disaster in Takaguchi while secretly sending people to Toshiro City to target misfortune. Shen Ge believed he couldn't just go there directly. It was best to act against misfortune only when success was guaranteed. Thus, he thought of the fog anomaly that even misfortune was interested in. The fog anomaly should be somewhere in the Kawashina district. It was only Tier 3 4 years later, so it was likely just a juvenile now. Others might not find it, but Shen Ge had the system scan. If it already existed, now was the best time to deal with it. Acquiring the fog anomaly's special ability, whether to combine it with formless plus soundless, and this shielding ability to approach misfortune, or use it as bait to lure misfortune out, were both viable plans. Unsure if the fog anomaly had already developed the ability to create the mysterious fog, Shen Ge decided to prepare two approaches. Shen Ge would search the Kawashina district for the fog anomaly, while Feng Mingyue would acquire an anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullet for him. Currently, the colossal deep-sea anomaly was still dormant. The Kawashina district hadn't become an inland sea, and the Kawashina Self-Defense Force base was still intact. Acquiring the fog-dispersing bullet shouldn't be too difficult. The second approach involved Luo Jing. Shen Ge planned, upon contacting Luo Jing, to have her request Sakura's anti-anomaly response department, using the Great Celestial Dynasty's authority, to supply anomaly energy, fog-dispersing bullets, and launch them to his specified location. If Sakura cooperated, good. If not, he had Feng Mingyue as a backup. Shen Ge didn't explain too much to Feng Mingyue, only stating he had found a way to resolve Takaguchi's anomaly disaster and needed her cooperation. Her mission was simple: secretly infiltrate the Kawashina Self-Defense Force base, secure an attack helicopter and anomaly energy fog-dispersing bullets, and stand by. As a headquarters anti-anomaly agent, Feng Mingyue's growth over the past 6 months was evident. She promised confidently to accomplish the mission without fail. Of course, Shen Ge was just preparing for all eventualities. Whether the fog-dispersing bullets would be used was unknown. Not only was finding the fog anomaly uncertain, but even if found, with a 4-year difference, it should be a small fry. Anomalies below Tier 4 posed almost no threat to Shen Ge. After arranging everything, Shen Ge contacted Luo Jing. His relationship with Luo Jing wasn't as close as with Feng Mingyue, so he used a different approach. Fortunately, Deng Yuqi had laid the groundwork before the operation. Luo Jing agreed to Shen Ge's proposed plan without suspicion. After finalizing arrangements, Shen Ge checked the latest logs to see if his intervention had caused any changes. To his surprise, it seemed to be developing towards collapse. June 21st, 2028. The battle between the Tier 8 Anomaly in Takaguchi City and the colossal deep-sea anomaly destroyed the entire Sakura archipelago in just half a day, causing it to sink. After Sakura's sinking, unprecedented massive tsunamis hit coastal areas near Sakura, with South Korea and Shanghai being the most severely affected. Shen Ge fell silent, looking at the logs. He felt this was just the beginning. From today onward, the future 4 years from now would likely accelerate towards destruction. The future him couldn't even handle the Tier 7 formless in Rome City, let alone face two terrifying Tier 8 anomalies. If misfortune and the colossal deep-sea anomaly reached a conclusion, and one devoured the other, could it mutate to Tier 9? Phew! Shen Ge took a deep breath, deciding to set these issues aside for now. The priority was finding the fog anomaly with the shielding ability. For safety, Shen Ge also sent Deng Yuqi a backup plan. If Luo Jing and Fang Mingwei failed in their roles, Deng Yuqi, as the overall commander of this operation, would pressure Sakura into cooperation using headquarters authority. With all insurance in place, Shen Ge set off for the Kawashina district. Fang Mingwei also departed simultaneously. She left the joint force under the pretext of hunting low-tier anomalies. If Sakura wasn't up to anything, they likely wouldn't pay much attention. However, as Shen Ge suspected, Sakura was secretly investigating misfortune under Toshiro City with the International Anomaly Organization. Therefore, any movement by the Joint Force agents was immediately noticed by Sakura's spies. After leaving the temporary command post in the Tokyo Tower district and acquiring a vehicle, Fang Mingwei had only driven a few blocks when she noticed a tail. She didn't alert them, continuing towards the Kawashina district, planning to lose them at an opportune moment. 2 hours later, after entering an old block in the Kawashina district, Fang Mingwei suddenly swerved, driving the car into a storefront. She quickly got out, sneaked back to the street, and hid in a concealed spot. Soon, the pursuing car arrived. 6 men got out, dressed as Sakura Anti-Anomaly Response Department operatives. These men were skilled. Within minutes, they found Fang Mingwei's car in the store through clues and reported via communicator. Fang Mingwei observed from a rooftop. After reporting, they seemingly received orders to find her and began searching the area separately. One operative searched the building Fang Mingwei was in. As he entered through the back door, a hand clad in black anomaly leather gloves covered his mouth, and a cold sensation touched his neck. Then, Fang Mingwei's voice sounded in his ear. "It seems you're looking for me?" Hearing Fang Mingwei and feeling the hand loosen slightly, the operative quickly said, "Investigator, we are Sakura Anti-Anomaly Response Department operatives, ordered to assist your operation. We mean no harm, only wish to cooperate to resolve the disaster quickly and save the citizens." A few months ago, Fang Mingwei might have believed this, but after all she'd experienced and the so-called cooperation she witnessed during this disaster, she no longer trusted these people. Most importantly, Shen Ge had repeatedly emphasized the critical importance of her mission, and her movements must remain secret. Fang Mingwei asked several more questions, from their true purpose to his companion's whereabouts. From his evasive answers, Fang Mingwei decided not to waste time. She slit his throat and swiftly disposed of his communicator. One down, Fang Mingwei slipped out of the building, moved to another, climbed to the roof edge, and observed the street for the next target. The operative still investigating the store had no idea one of his teammates was already a lifeless corpse. He continued searching for Fang Mingwei. Using her anomaly energy equipment, inflatable mat, and bone rod, Fang Mingwei moved across rooftops. When she reached the second operative, she skipped interrogation and directly slit his throat. While searching for the third operative, the sky, which should have been late afternoon, gradually darkened. Then, she witnessed a horrifying scene. A giant eyeball appeared within the thick clouds, as if I was observing the people in the city from above. Seeing this, Fang Mingwei was frozen in fear. Others had similar reactions, including the anti-anomaly operatives in the Kawashina district and Shen Ge, who had entered the district from another direction via Saizen Women's University. As Shen Ge stepped into the Kawashina district after passing through the university, he received urgent system alerts. Looking up, he met the gaze of that terrifying eye. It felt like a higher-dimensional being scrutinizing him, a low-dimensional ant. After witnessing the god war between misfortune and the deep-sea anomaly, Shen Ge thought nothing could shock him anymore. But this anomalous, I clearly intended to shatter his worldview once again. Shen Ge looked up, meeting the eye's gaze without flinching. He felt a sense of familiarity, yet thought if it were misfortune or the deep-sea anomaly at this level, even Ultraman might not be able to turn the tide. But this was still 4 years earlier. Humanity couldn't be completely hopeless yet, right? Shen Ge suddenly considered a possibility. In the future timeline, at Sakura Women's University with the Reconnaissance Regiment, the sudden misfortune domain attack caused hallucinations among the soldiers. He hadn't been affected by the domain then. What about now? Could this be a hallucination? So, Shen Ge did something bold. He directly pulled an RPG from his bloodskin backpack, aimed at the eye in the sky, and fired. Whoosh! The rocket's maximum range was less than 2,000 meters. The eyeball's altitude was likely higher, but Shen Ge didn't care. Shoot first. However, something bizarre happened. The eyeball, as if threatened, slowly retracted into the clouds. Crucially, the rocket never reached its altitude, exploding midway, like setting off fireworks before its eye. Shen Ge initially thought it must be an illusion, that no eyeball existed in the sky. But the next moment, after the eyeball completely vanished into the clouds, rain began falling from the thick clouds. Heavy rain assaulted the Kawashina district. But as the raindrops fell, Fang Mingwei realized with horror they weren't raindrops, but starfish-like parasitic anomalies. Upon hitting the ground, they immediately sought living hosts to parasitize. The operatives searching for her, despite reacting quickly and shooting, were still attached. The parasitic anomalies stuck to the operatives' faces, instantly turning them into the parasitized. On the starfish's back, there was an eye remarkably similar to the one in the sky. What is this? Fang Mingwei had no time to ponder. Originally planning to eliminate the tracking operatives, it now seemed unnecessary. She hid, barricading herself in a room to prevent the starfish parasites from entering. Meanwhile, Shen Ge, clad in his corrupted flesh armor with Little Seven's defense mode controlling the tentacles, was impervious to these low-tier parasites. Even if they got close, they couldn't penetrate the armor, posing no threat. Shen Ge's priority was to quickly find the hidden fog anomaly in the Kawashina district before concerning himself with the Sky Eye. After all, if misfortune or the dormant deep-sea anomaly had reached this level, the situation was likely hopeless, and overthinking was pointless. Shen Ge made his way to the hospital occupied by Takaguchi's anti-anomaly agents in the future timeline. The crisis task to hunt the fog anomaly was triggered here. Perhaps it was hiding nearby. System, it's your time to shine. The target is just a juvenile, hasn't awakened its special ability yet. If you can't find it now, you might as well self-destruct. Shen Ge grumbled, while navigating the city via corrupted flesh tentacles, dodging the falling parasitic starfish. Searching block by block was time-consuming, but the most reliable method. Shen Ge could only hope it wasn't the worst-case scenario. For instance, the fog anomaly hadn't even been born years ago. For hours passed swiftly. While still searching, Shen Ge received a message from Fang Mingwei. She had successfully infiltrated the Kawashina Self-Defense Force base, subdued a pilot, and was ready to support his operation anytime. Shen Ge wished he could act immediately, but the problem was he still hadn't found the fog anomaly. Having turned the entire block upside down, Shen Ge arrived at the hospital backstreet where he and Maple Hanada had hidden before. As he approached the hospital, the system finally delivered. Detected host approaching area containing Tier-4 Anomaly, attribute, traceless. Host current strength is no match. Please value your life and evacuate the area immediately. What? Tier-4 Anomaly, attribute, traceless. Shen Ge immediately sensed something wrong. After all, the crisis task 4 years later was to hunt a Tier-3 anomaly. How could it be Tier-4 4 years earlier? Could it be? Shen Ge considered a possibility. He was now in the past, 4 years earlier. The traceless anomaly was still a small fry, so the system, unaffected by its traceless attribute shielding, could scan it directly. However, due to the system's inherent 4-year time difference, the scanned rating had some error. By the future timeline 4 years later, the system scanned the true ratings. But because Traceless had a special ability to block system scans, the crisis task gave an inaccurate Tier 3 rating. While this seemed plausible, Shen Ge thought of another issue. Previously, he assumed Traceless hid because it feared the Tier 4 Anomaly. But if it was also Tier 4, why fear it? Back in the Chongqing incident, the Tier 3 brother Kuan dared confront the Tier 4 Anomaly turtle head-on. If both were Tier 4, why would Traceless retreat? Unless it wasn't afraid of the Tier 4 Anomaly, but of the Tier 8 Anomaly misfortune that had its eyes on it. Regardless, now that the system scanned Traceless location and attribute, Shen Ge finally understood how it could block detection. True to its name, Traceless. Shen Ge, in the 4-year future timeline, had only encountered the weird Traceless near the hospital after killing that Tier 4 weird. He had originally thought it was hiding elsewhere, waiting to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind role after he dealt with the Tier 4 lizard weird. But it seemed now that it had been hiding within the hospital all along. The people in the hospital appeared to have been evacuated. As Shen Ge entered the main hall of the general building, there wasn't a single person in sight. The place was eerily quiet, with a foul, rotting stench hanging in the air. Shen Ge's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very familiar with this smell. It wasn't the odor of ordinary parasitized, but the stench of a mutant. Parasitized individuals only exhibited signs of decay and stench because, after being infected by a parasitic-type weird, some of their internal organs remained alive, under the weird's control, while their bodies showed post-mortem characteristics. Mutants, however, were the result of a successful fusion between a parasitic-type weird and a human. This fusion included previously deceased parts, resulting in a much more pungent smell, like flesh that had rotted for several months and was then used to make surströmming. The mere smell was enough to kill. Shen Ge scanned the hall. The hospital had lost power and presumably switched to emergency backup power. The emergency lights flickered, making the lobby exceptionally terrifying. The items on the reception desk were scattered and overturned. Large stains of blood were everywhere, and drag marks left by corpses were visible on the floor. The metal benches were knocked over, some even broken in the middle. Among the parasitized, only a Tier 2 mutant possessed such strength. Shen Ge ordered the system to scan for weird and parasitized, while Little 7 monitored the surrounding weird energy. Soon, numerous red dots updated on the map. Most were clustered around the hospital, small and densely packed, clearly the parasitic-type weird that had fallen from the sky earlier. The largest red dot on the map was in the basement. Shen Ge found the hospital's emergency evacuation diagram at the reception desk. Comparing it with the red dot's location, it seemed to be in the morgue. The morgue also had the highest concentration of red dots in the hospital. But there don't seem to be any markers for weird above Tier 2. Shen Ge pondered whether the system still couldn't pinpoint Traceless, or if Traceless at this stage was only around Tier 1 or 2, thus hiding among these smaller red dots. If it was the former, finding it would be troublesome, relying entirely on luck. If it was the latter, he just needed to clear out the red dots on the map, one by one. If he cleared all the red dots, one of them had to be Traceless, right? Shen Ge headed towards the stairwell, evidently deciding to start searching from the area with the highest concentration of monsters. The bloodstains on the corridor floor extended into the stairwell. Upon entering, he found several parasitized, their heads transformed into fleshy, man-eating flower heads, crouched in a corner, gnawing on a few corpses. Shen Ge really wanted to complain about why the emergency lights had to be red. It made the scene in the stairwell look like a scene from Resident Evil. Just as he finished this mental complaint, one of the corpse-eating parasitized heard his footsteps. Holding a handful of entrails, it performed the classic zombie look-back. Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing Shen Ge, the parasitized throats bulged more vigorously, as if they had spotted a delicious meal. "Excuse me, coming through." Shen Ge walked straight downstairs. Nearly 10 parasitized suddenly swarmed him. The next moment, smack, they were smashed into paste against the wall by a giant bone mallet. I told you not to block, Shen Ge complained, and was about to leave when he noticed the abdomens of the pulverized, parasitized corpses pulsating. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Ge retracted the bone mallet. Little Seven coated his arm with the rotten flesh armor, extending a bone spike to poke at the parasitized corpse. From the parasitized collarbone to its lower abdomen, something seemed to be pushing outward, stretching the human skin, moving back and forth slowly. Shen Ge aimed at the bulging area, inserted the bone spike, and sliced downward, cutting open the skin. Inside was indeed a parasitic type, weird about the size of a basketball. But unlike previous parasitic type weird, this one wasn't an insect or monster, but a humanoid shape. It had no face or facial features. Its entire head was wrapped in a membrane-like white skin. TCH, the thing prequel, is it? Shen Ge immediately understood. No wonder some mutants looked like they were wrapped in a white, membrane-like human skin. Turns out they were born that way. Just then, the basketball-sized blob began to grow at a visible rate, and its growth direction was towards Shen Ge. Thud! Shen Ge's bone spike thrust forward, piercing the monster baby's head. But it didn't die. Instead, it raised its hands, grabbing the bone spike, seemingly trying to pull it out. Shen Ge pulled out the bone spur and then stabbed it again, this time aiming at the heart of the monster baby. After piercing it, the monster baby stopped moving after a few stabs. Shen Ge cut open the monster baby's chest and found the heart among a cluster of squeezed-together internal organs. At first glance, the heart looked familiar. It seemed to be the red tumor-like growths on the necks of the 12 branches members. Shen Ge stared at the tumor heart, lost in thought for a moment. Then he cut open another nearby parasitized corpse, extracted a bone whip, and used it to bind the monster baby. Next, Shen Ge took out a military satchel filled with grenades from his bloodskin backpack, emptied the grenades, stuffed the bound monster baby inside, sealed it in an eerie sleeping bag, and stored it in the bloodskin backpack. Such good research material. It'd be a shame not to take it back for Li Xiang to examine. Shen Ge suspected the 12 branches were using this method to cultivate materials that would grant their members the multiple heads and arms ability. If Li Xiang could uncover the key, they might find a way to counter the 12 branches' transformation ability. After dealing with the monster baby in the stairwell, Shen Ge headed to the basement. Just as he exited the stairwell safety entrance, he saw black blood covering the floor. Little Seven warned, "Master, detected strong corrosive properties and weird energy reactions in this black blood. It's best not to touch it directly." While warning, Little Seven entered alert mode and began coating Shen Ge's entire body with the rotten flesh armor. Shen Ge extended a tentacle to test the black blood. Indeed, as Little Seven detected, it was highly corrosive, stronger than the green acid in Lu Zhongrui's villa, but not as potent as the corrosive acid inside the flesh maw and the lizard weird. Shen Ge stepped forward, but he didn't directly step on the corrosive black blood on the floor. Instead, he stepped on an invisible barrier condensed by his unmanifested domain. Based on his calculations, the mental energy consumed to maintain the invisible barrier for the walk to the morgue was far less than the consumption of wearing the armor and stepping into the black blood and corrosive acid. Most importantly, the rotten flesh armor's weird energy recovery only had two methods: self-recovery and absorption/conversion of weird energy in red mist form. His mental energy, however, could be restored by eating a single mental apple. Normally, Shen Ge would choose to save the mental apple, but now, pressed for time and racing against international anti-weird organizations for misfortune, he couldn't afford to delay here. The further he went, the darker the corridor became. Most peculiarly, the walls and ceiling became damp, squeezing out droplets of black blood that dripped onto the floor. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping into the blood on the ground was extremely terrifying in the dark environment. The invisible oppression in the air made people almost breathless. Shen Ge strangely found that with the sound of the dripping blood, his mind involuntarily recalled horror movies he'd seen before. Terrifying images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Little Seven detected that the closer they got to the morgue, the deeper the accumulated blood in the corridor became. By now, it was about 10 centimeters deep. Simultaneously, the stench of decay and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. If not for Shen Ge's special gas mask and the layer of rotten flesh armor, he would definitely be vomiting by now. Shen Ge walked through the dim, underground corridor, his pace steady but not slow. While observing his surroundings, Little Seven also entered high alert mode. However, apart from the dripping sound of black blood, the corridor was eerily quiet. There were no signs of weird, not even a shadow of a parasitized. Did I end up inside another weird stomach? Shen Ge clicked his tongue and stopped at the sliding door of the morgue, trying to peer inside through the window. The inside of the window seemed covered by a thick layer of black, viscous substance, completely blocking the view. The morgue door was slightly ajar. The black blood seemed to be flowing out from inside. Upon closer inspection, one could see it slowly moving. Morgue. Corpse fluid? If this leads to some mutated corpse beetles, that would be the absolute worst. Shen Ge slowly pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, the morgue seemed flooded with black blood. As the door opened, the black blood surged out like a tidal wave, instantly submerging Shen Ge and then rushing down the corridors on both sides, as if a great flood had been unleashed. Shen Ge remained standing in place, as if the impact force of the black blood tide had been completely neutralized by the rotten flesh armor. But in reality, Shen Ge sensed something was wrong. When he arrived, the morgue door was already slightly open. If it was flooded with black blood inside, the blood in the corridor shouldn't be so shallow. An illusion? That was his first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. In the future timeline, Shen Ge had witnessed the illusions created by the Tier 8 weird misfortunes, domain, and their effect on warriors like Hanabana. At that time, he hadn't been affected by the illusions. If he could withstand the domain environment of a Tier 8 weird, a mere Tier 4 shouldn't be able to pull him into an illusion. If not an illusion, then what was this? From the moment he entered the hospital, the system had been warning about information related to the Tier 4 weird trace list. Little Seven had also been vigilantly monitoring the surrounding weird energy reactions. But here in the basement, the system had been quiet for a long time, and Little Seven hadn't issued any new warnings, meaning he should be safe for now. Most importantly, Shen Ge noticed a detail. Despite being washed by the black blood surging from the morgue, the rotten flesh armor wasn't consuming weird energy for defense. Little Seven, detect the black blood flowing from the morgue, Shen Ge said. Little Seven immediately replied, Report, Master. Currently, no black blood is flowing from a morgue. The accumulated black blood on the ground is consistent with the state in the corridor. But I saw black blood surge out like a tidal wave after opening the door, and it's now rushing down both sides of the corridor like a great flood. Shen Ge briefly described what he was currently seeing. Little Seven said, Report, Master. No such scene as you described has been detected. However, your hormone levels are elevated, and your brain waves show abnormal activity, judged as unstable mental state. Unstable mental state? Shen Ge really wanted to say he was perfectly fine, but he soon realized something was wrong. When did my mental state start becoming unstable? As Little Seven had been on high alert, it naturally monitored Shen Ge's every move and would immediately alert him or take emergency measures if any abnormalities were detected. After you entered the underground area, Little Seven replied. Shen Ge immediately understood it must be related to this area. The fusion of weird with buildings was nothing new. First, the turtle weird fused with the general building. Then Lu Zhongrui fused with his villa. Furthermore, some deep-sea weird was attempting to fuse with the entire Sakura Island. So, encountering a weird fusing with the hospital building now wasn't particularly surprising. So, from the moment I entered the basement, I entered the weird's stomach, which is why I'm affected by its conditions. And the morgue is the location of its heart, so it's trying everything to stop me from entering. Little Seven, detect for weird space reactions in the surroundings. As soon as Shen Ge finished speaking, Little Seven replied, Report, Master. Detected dense, weird energy reactions in the surroundings, but no weird space reactions detected. Shen Ge frowned upon hearing this and said, "System, detect for multiple weird spaces. No weird space reactions detected in the surroundings." Ever since returning from the future timeline, Shen Ge had felt something was off. Now, he finally found the source of this feeling. Before entering the Flesh Maw, he had lured all the Tier 3 weird near Tokyo Tower into a chaotic battle. After returning, although Fong Mingyue and others had jointly eliminated 2, 4 still alive, meaning at least 4 layers of weird space should exist. But strangely, from the Tokyo Tower area to the Kawashino ward, Shen Ge hadn't encountered any weird space boundaries. The weird space of a Tier 3 weird couldn't possibly spread this far. Moreover, there were Tier 2 weird active in this area, so it was impossible for there not to be a single layer of weird space. How could the weird spaces disappear just after one trip to the future? Did something happen in the future that affected the present? While in the future, Shen Ge had speculated that weird space didn't originally exist. The reason it appeared in his world was that the weird energy of the weird distorted space, causing the current space to overlap with the future space. In reality, those entering the weird space were still in the original space. It was just that the present and future worlds alternated, creating a situation with unfixed entry and exit points. But since people were still in the original space, unless the weird had abilities like disrupting signals, the signal inside wouldn't be significantly affected. Why did the weird spaces disappear? Shen Ge instinctively thought of the situation mentioned in the log. The battle between Misfortune and the deep-sea giant weird caused the entire Sakura Island to sink. If Sakura Island was gone in the future, the weird energy of the weird in this world couldn't distort the 2 spaces anymore. Thus, the weird spaces also disappeared. According to the information obtained in the future, weird space was originally a non-existent concept. High-tier weird only had the concept of domain, not so-called weird space. Since it wasn't weird space, and he wasn't affected by a weird space domain ability, it must be that this weird's interior had some special ability. Although this illusion didn't pose any real danger, the constant outpouring of black blood was really affecting his vision. According to Little Seven's detection, I was mentally influenced upon entering the underground area, resulting in hallucinations. TCH, I just realized the rotten flesh armor handles physical defense quite well, but its defense against men, magic Tao, spells, is almost 0. It seems I need to remind Li Xiang to focus on upgrading the Li Xiang 3 armor in this direction when I get back. Shen Ge had already thought of a countermeasure by this time. Since he was not sure how the strangeness affected him, he could only guess that it was most likely related to the strange energy in the air detected by Shao Qi. The best way was to directly cut off contact with the air. The rotten flesh armor could even convert weird energy. Converting air was even easier. Otherwise, Shen Ge wouldn't have survived sinking into the sea back then. Thinking this, Shen Ge directly expanded his unmanifested domain, extending the invisible barrier condensed under his feet to envelop his entire body, blocking contact with the air. Immediately, Shen Ge clearly felt the surrounding environment subtly change. The black blood surging from a morgue also decreased at a visible rate. Soon, everything returned to calm. Shen Ge raised his hand, extended a rotten flesh tentacle, and slowly pushed the door open. BZZZ. BZZZT. The emergency lights in the morgue flashed a dark red light, making the already terrifying morgue look like Sadako climbing a well. Unfortunately, there was no Sadako in the morgue, but there were plenty of nurse-outfitted mutants. These mutants uniformly wore nurse outfits, their clothes tattered and torn, as if they had experienced a brutal fight. Some held rusty scalpels, others iron awls, daggers, and similar weapons. Hearing the noise at the door, they all turned to look simultaneously. Shen Ge then noticed that these nurse mutants had no faces. Like the monster baby born from the parasitized bellies, their faces were covered with a membrane-like white skin. Crack, crack. The sounds their necks made when they turned were like breaking the entire neck. The bone-cracking sounds accentuated by the dark red lighting, were hair-raising. Shen Ge calmly took out his phone, switched to camera mode, and snapped several consecutive photos of them. This style, Wang Han would definitely love it. Whether Wang Han would like it or not was unknown, but it was certain these nurse mutants were very attracted to the life aura on Shen Ge. Holding their weapons, they immediately converged on him. Shen Ge pulled out his weird revolver and fired several shots at the nurse mutants' stark white hearts. The weird energy bullets easily penetrated their bodies, embedding into the morgue wall. The number of nurse mutants was greater than expected. Even with the anti-weird revolver's infinite magazine trait and its fast weird energy recovery speed, the recovery rate couldn't keep up with their swarming speed. Shen Ge calmly waited for the bullets to regenerate while holding the butcher's knife in his other hand, slicing open the nurse mutants' chests and piercing their hearts. Under the influence of his immovable domain's bullet time, all the nurse mutants' movements seemed like slow motion. Shen Ge moved in and out among them with ease. To describe it in one sentence, elegance never goes out of style. A few minutes later, all the nurse mutants in the morgue were lying on the ground. Host successfully eliminated Tier 2 Weird. Reward: System Points X100. F-Grade Recovery Item X1. Sell Tier 2 Weird Corpse. Price: 500 System Points. The judgment was consistent with the weird encountered outside the Self-Defense Force base earlier. Also judged as Tier 2 Weird, not Tier 2 Mutant. Cutting open one of the nurse mutant's abdomens revealed a parasitic type weird inside, gnawing on her internal organs. If the system judged them as mutants, not only would the system points be less, but the F-grade supply items would also be gone. So, Shen Ge actually preferred the system to judge them as weird. After selling the 16 nurse mutant corpses, Shen Ge gained a total of 9,600 system points, plus 16 F-grade supply items. Then, Shen Ge wiped his hands, ate a mental apple to restore his mental energy, and searched the morgue. Strangely, there were no corpses in the morgue, nor any trace of the weird. However, he found a hole in the floor in the inner room. Master, there's a very strong weird energy reaction below. Little Seven warned just as Shen Ge received a system notification that he was approaching the Tier 4 Weird Traceless. Shen Ge jumped down the hole. It was several meters deep. After moving forward a short distance, he reached Kawashino Ward's underground drainage system. Shen Ge had traversed the sewers once in the future timeline, but due to the high concentration of weird gathered there, he, Hanabana, and the others had climbed out early. So, is this Traceless a cockroach, a rat, or a pangolin? Shen Ge followed the dug tunnel forward for about 10 meters, arriving at a cavern, roughly 10 square meters in size. In the center of the cavern hung an inverted, black, indescribable mass. It resembled a semi-human, semi-monstrous entity formed from congealed black sludge and blood, dripping black blood onto the floor. The entire cavern had at least 10 centimeters of accumulated black blood, extremely disgusting. The indescribable mass hanging there dripping blood looks like a lump of melting meat. It is so disgusting that it would be censored in any photo. Its lower half was melting and dripping blood, while its upper half extended dozens, if not hundreds, of black blood vessels into the cavern walls, seeming to merge with them. This was presumably the weird Traceless. It was currently using this special method to fuse with the hospital building, having only completed the fusion of the basement area so far. Shen Ge estimated its weird energy level to be around Tier 2. He approached with the weird revolver and butcher's knife, ready to deal with it. Just then, the black blood on the floor suddenly boiled, followed by a hiss as white smoke rose, instantly forming a thick fog that filled the entire cavern. Shen Ge clearly didn't expect this sudden change. He couldn't let a trait weird slip away, so he immediately charged forward. However, strangely, the cavern was only about 10 square meters, but Shen Ge charged forward for dozens of meters without reaching the end. This experience was something he had gone through countless times fighting the fog weird in the future timeline, getting lost in the fog each time, unable to find its trace. Shen Ge searched in the fog for nearly half an hour, but still couldn't find traceless. So he simply expanded his invisible domain, used collapse on the ceiling above, and jumped out using the eerie leather boots. Back on the surface, Shen Ge found the entire hospital block shrouded in thick fog. Indeed, the situation with the fog weird appearing had occurred again, just like in the future timeline. Shen Ge immediately retreated outside the fog and contacted Deng Yuqi, Luo Jing, and Fong Mingyue separately from an unblocked area. The weird energy dispersal grenades he prepared earlier would come in handy now. Deng Yuqi and Luo Jing still needed to negotiate with Sakura. Even if Deng Yuqi pressured them using the headquarters name, Sakura's response wouldn't be that quick. Therefore, the first to provide support was Fong Mingyue, who had been awaiting his orders. Investigator Shun, I have arrived in the airspace you mentioned. Fong Mingyue was initially worried about encountering a weird space, but since Shen Ge told her to proceed boldly, she fearlessly compelled the Sakura pilot to fly the armed helicopter to a location a few blocks from the hospital. See the area covered by dense fog? Fire the weird energy dispersal grenades at it, Shen Ge said into the communicator. Understood. As soon as Fong Mingyue spoke, the armed helicopter in the distance fired a weird energy dispersal grenade with a whoosh. It exploded within the thick fog, its special weird energy immediately dispersing the fog. Shen Ge immediately expanded his invisible domain, used collapse to return underground, and instructed Fong Mingyue via the communicator. If dense fog appears again at the hospital, don't hesitate. Fire the weird energy dispersal grenade immediately. Understood. After Shen Ge returned to the cavern where Traceless was, the special weird energy released by the dispersal grenade seemed to have neutralized Traceless's weird energy. And currently, Traceless was just a small fry that had recently evolved to Tier 2. Naturally, it couldn't resist something like the weird energy dispersal grenade. Knowing it would be hard to find Traceless if it escaped again, Shen Ge first sealed the cavern with his unmanifested domain, then stepped forward with the butcher's knife and started hacking. Traceless, under attack, immediately released thick fog. But Fong Mingyue, stationed outside, fired a second dispersal grenade as soon as the fog appeared. Thus, Traceless's life-saving ability was countered in advance by Shen Ge. Its Tier 2 combat power was insignificant before him, and the battle ended in just 2 minutes. Host eliminated Tier 4 weird trait, Traceless. Can sell the weird corpse or let the system devour it to extract the trait. Weird trait, Traceless. Value, 3,000 system points. Devour the weird to extract the trait. Devour. Tier 4 weird trait, Traceless, devoured successfully. Trait, Traceless extracted. This trait will fuse in a form more suitable for the host. Host's attribute panel updated. Traceless. Activating the trait envelopes the user in white mist. In this state, the user cannot be detected or sensed by any equipment or ability. Consumes 0.5% mental energy per second. Can be activated simultaneously with other traits. Well, first Boruto, now Mist Ninja, is it? Shen Ge tried activating the trait. Sure enough, a dense fog formed by weird energy enveloped him completely. Seeing his current state, Shen Ge felt this ability was somewhat hard to describe. Although hiding in the fog blocked all detection, such a large cloud of fog was a dead giveaway to anyone with eyes, no detection needed. Congratulations, host obtained E-grade supply item, Mental Worm. After consuming the mental worm, it decomposes within the host's body, keeping the host in a mentally refreshed state for 10 minutes, i.e., no mental energy consumption. What? Mental worm? In his astonishment, a white light delivered a plump silkworm about the size of a thumb. It looked fleshy and somewhat cute, but definitely something most people would find hard to swallow. 10 minutes of unlimited mental energy? This worm is something else. Shen Ge stored the worm. Completing Crisis Mission 2 brought him the even more pleasant surprise of another trait enhancement point. Following his usual habit, He would save it for later use when needed. But now, facing the Tier 8 weird misfortune, every bit of strength counted for insurance. Shen Ge's general choice for trait enhancement leaned towards frequently used and the ability's uniqueness. Currently, the 4 commonly used traits, soundless, immovable, intangible, and unmanifested, had all been enhanced. Among them, soundless and immovable only awakened their domains after a second enhancement. However, from intangible awakening 2 different forms of domain after 2 enhancements, it was clear that the number of enhancements needed to awaken a domain wasn't fixed and depended more on luck. Based on the trait's effects, Shen Ge could roughly guess what ability the awakened domain might produce. But awakening a domain usually mutated into new abilities, like Collapse, Heart Snatch, Barrier, Bullet Time, and other special abilities. Hey, is there any master from the Fonling Yueying sect who can recommend me? I also want to join a sect and increase my characteristic enhancement points to 999 plus, so that I don't have to worry about it. Shen Ge was torn between gambling for the Type 2 domain of commonly used traits or enhancing traits that hadn't awakened a domain to get one. Traceless main effect is self-concealment. Judging by conventional domain abilities, it should probably create a concealed area. Doesn't seem too useful for now. Unburnable makes the user non-flammable. If it awakens a domain, it would likely make an area non-flammable. But is this unburnable simply extinguishing fire, making materials within the domain non-combustible, or controlling the temperature within the domain to prevent it from reaching the ignition point? If it's the latter, then controlling temperature has some operational potential. After careful consideration, Shen Ge felt the unburnable domain might be worth the gamble. If it was ignition point control, it would be a god-tier skill. Even if not, creating a non-flammable area was a decent ability. Combined with various incendiary items, eerie fire, and other abilities, at the very least, it could instantly extinguish fires. Decided. Enhance Unburnable. Trait Enhancement. Use Trait Enhancement Point to enhance Trait Unburnable. Yes. Trait Unburnable has been upgraded. Unburnable. Activating the trait puts the user in a non-flammable state. During the trait's duration, any burning damage is nullified. Consumes 1% mental energy per second. Can be activated simultaneously with other traits. Consume 1% to 50% mental energy related to the object's volume and ignition point height. Attach mental energy to an object, putting it in a non-flammable state. Awakened Unburnable Domain. Unburnable Domain, Type 1. After expanding the domain, create an unburnable domain with a 5-meter radius centered on oneself. Targets within this domain enter a non-flammable state. After expanding the unburnable domain, the host can decide the affected targets through will. Non-affected targets will not enter the non-flammable state. Ignition Point Control. The host can consume mental energy to control a target's ignition point, raising or lowering it. The ignition point quickly returns to normal after leaving the domain. Note, for targets whose ignition point is changed within the domain, the weird energy consumed varies based on the original ignition point height. The greater the change in value, the higher the mental energy consumption. Consumes 1% mental energy per second. Although it wasn't the temperature control Shen Ge had hoped for, being able to control the ignition point of targets within the domain wasn't much different from controlling temperature for him. Because Shen Ge's ultimate choice of unburnable was actually a gamble on the mutated effect of the domain, hoping to lower the ignition points of those weird with naturally high ones. After all, Shen Ge still preferred solving problems with fire. Eager to test the effect of the unburnable domain's ignition point control on an weird, Shen Ge returned to the surface and contacted Feng Mingwei via the communicator to pick him up. Then, Shen Ge suddenly remembered the mental influence he experienced upon entering the basement, which caused hallucinations. Based on this, if I had enhanced Traceless, the resulting eerie fog might not only block external detection, but also cause hallucinations for those entering the fog. Seems like the potential domain effect of Traceless isn't bad either. But Shen Ge didn't feel regret. After all, he currently had 6 traits and 6 domains, with intangible having a Type 2 domain. But among the 6 domains, none were useless. To be precise, after the system devoured the weird, although it felt like the trait's ability was somewhat weakened, it actually manifested more flexible and practical abilities through the domain. Shen Ge couldn't help but suspect whether most of the power of the trait weird devoured by the system was absorbed by the system itself, and he only obtained a small portion. Otherwise, he wouldn't joke each time about not feeding a eerie king. But the abilities derived from the domain were also more mysterious and versatile than the original trait's power. Perhaps the system also played a role in this. Crap! Shen Ge suddenly remembered a problem. Every time the system devoured a trait weird, it would fall into a period of dormancy. System, detect the surrounding weird. Sure enough, the system was now unresponsive. Sigh. Shen Ge sighed. Although the system's map function updated after Tier 3 saved him a lot of trouble, with Little 7's weird energy detection, losing the map after the system went dormant wasn't completely blind. He stopped worrying about it. Investigator Shen, do you need us to descend? Fang Mingyue's armed helicopter had arrived above the hospital. Shen Ge replied, no need, then used the eerie leather boots combined with rotten flesh tentacles to jump towards the inpatient building's balcony, flying all the way onto the helicopter. Fang Mingyue sat in the co-pilot's seat, holding a gun pointed at the helicopter pilot. Noticing the confusion in Shen Ge's eyes, she explained, after going to the Self-Defense Force base, I first infiltrated the data department to check the pilot's files. This person's file records him as family-oriented, with a young child living in Shizuoka. Fang Mingyue used both carrot and stick. On one hand, she identified herself as part of the Joint Anti-Weird Force, here to assist Sakura in dealing with the eerie disaster. She mentioned discovering a very troublesome weird in the Kawashina ward. If reported through the standard procedures layer by layer, the situation would definitely escalate, and the weird was moving towards Shizuoka. The pilot's family was in Shizuoka. In other words, helping could not only save his own life, but also his family and hometown. Although Fang Mingyue had never coerced anyone before, since she promised Shen Ge to complete the task, she would stop at nothing to accomplish it. Investigator Shen, where are we heading now? Fang Mingyue asked. Shen Ge narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Tojo City. Tojo City, the lair of the Tier 8 weird misfortune. Previously, to quickly deal with Traceless, Shen Ge had sent requests for assistance to Deng Yuqi, Luo Jing, and Fang Mingyue when the weird released its concealing fog. Fang Mingyue, who was closest and on standby, provided immediate support. However, Deng Yuqi and Luo Jing were unaware of this situation. After resolving Traceless, Shen Ge became focused on researching the trait and enhancing it, forgetting about the request for assistance he had sent to Deng Yuqi and Luo Jing. Therefore, from the time he fought Traceless until he left by helicopter, Deng Yuqi was still pressuring Sakura to immediately dispatch weird energy dispersal grenades for support. Luo Jing was also tirelessly communicating with Watanabe Natsumi, demanding the immediate dispatch of helicopters carrying weird energy dispersal grenades to the Kawashina ward. Adding to this, Fang Mingyue had commandeered and stolen a helicopter. Sakura, tracking its location, found it appearing in the Kawashina ward. This led Sakura to suspect that the Celestial Dynasty was up to something in the Kawashina ward. On one hand, they sent troops into the area under the guise of support. On the other hand, they privately conspired with the International Anti-Weird Organization, dispatching anti-weird investigators to probe the Celestial Dynasty's true intentions. However, by this time, Shen Ge and Fang Mingyue had already left in the armed helicopter. To test the effect of Traceless, Shen Ge occasionally enveloped the helicopter in a cloud of weird energy fog. On Sakura's satellite monitors, the marked armed helicopter would appear and disappear intermittently. When it reappeared on radar, it had already left the Kawashina ward. Sakura immediately felt duped and urgently ordered their anti-weird investigators and soldiers to withdraw, but it was clearly too late. especially for the international anti-weird organization troops and investigators who had entered the Kawashina ward. While Shen Ge wasn't there, countless starfish parasitic type weird were. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. But bullets and supplies were limited, while the parasitic starfish weird seemed endless. The international anti-weird organization had no choice but to request assistance from Sakura. After confirming no weird space interference in the Kawashina ward, Sakura dispatched numerous fighter jets for saturation bombing. Instead of clearing the area, this cleansing gave birth to a giant boss. These parasitic starfish could not only parasitize living soldiers, but also dead human corpses. Most terrifyingly, they could rapidly grow by consuming the corpses of their own kind. After the bombing run, even more soldiers were parasitized by the starfish weird. Moreover, a Tier-3 giant starfish, dozens of meters tall, appeared. Thus, a simple misunderstanding stemming from Shen Ge's unintentional actions inexplicably transformed into a Celestial Dynasty conspiracy to take revenge on Sakura during the eerie disaster. Unaware of the events unfolding in the Kawashina ward after his departure, Shen Ge had Fong Mingwei rendezvous with the Joint Force when they passed Tokyo Tower. On one hand, she was to monitor Watanabe Natsumi and the Joint Force's movements, preventing them from going to Tojo City to steal his target. On the other hand, she was to provide cover for him. After Fong Mingwei and the pilot disembarked, they watched as Shen Ge skillfully piloted the armed helicopter, floating off towards Tojo City. Their admiration for Shen Ge deepened yet again. Investigator Shen is truly remarkable, capable of anything, soaring through the skies and traversing the land. Fong Mingwei considered obtaining a few pilot licenses upon returning to China to avoid holding Shen Ge back. Back at the Joint Forces temporary command post, Luo Jing, who had been puzzled by Fong Mingwei's sudden disappearance and now her sudden return, quickly pulled her aside to inquire. Fong Mingwei didn't go into great detail with Luo Jing, only mentioning that Shen Ge had assigned her a task. Remembering the message Shen Ge had sent her, Luo Jing immediately formed her own hypothesis. During their conversation, Watanabe Natsumi also kept a close watch on them. The team of soldiers previously tailing Fong Mingwei had been dispatched by Watanabe Natsumi. They confirmed Fong Mingwei had been to the Kawashina ward and was suspected of being the one who commandeered the pilot. But Fong Mingwei wasn't worried. Neither Watanabe Natsumi nor the Kawashina Self-Defense Force Base had concrete evidence proving she was the one who stole the armed helicopter. Report. A Joint Force scout entered the command room. Commander Watanabe, we've received a survivor distress signal from a general building in East District 3. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 100 survivors are trapped. Watanabe Natsumi frowned upon hearing this. East District 3? I recall a giant weird died there during the earlier chaotic weird battle. That's correct. However, the weird that defeated it was disrupted while feeding on the corpse. The two weird are now fighting in an area about a kilometer from the general building, the scout replied. Watanabe Natsumi asked again, any detected weird space reactions? None. This shocked not only Watanabe Natsumi, but all the anti-weird investigators in the command post. In recent days, during battles against weird, parasitized, and mutants, the Joint Force repeatedly faced crises, largely due to the mysterious and unpredictable weird spaces. Strangely, however, no weird spaces had been encountered since this morning's operations. It was as if the weird spaces had vanished overnight. But why they disappeared was less important than the fact that it was beneficial to the current situation. Moreover, as Sakura soldiers, they couldn't ignore survivors in their own country. Watanabe Natsumi immediately checked the list of anti-weird investigators currently on standby within the Joint Force. 6 from the International Anti-Weird Organization, 5 from the Celestial Dynasty, 2 from Korea, totaling 17 investigators on standby. Normally, Watanabe Natsumi would form mixed teams with investigators from various countries. But considering the events in the Kawashina ward and Sakura's suspicions about the Celestial Dynasty's conspiracy, she decided to assign this mission to the Celestial Dynasty team, dispatching a combat squad for assistance. Luo Jing had also received the latest news from Deng Yuqi. Sakura was using the events in the Kawashino ward to falsely accuse the Celestial Dynasty. Therefore, when Watanabe Natsumi approached her to discuss the mission, Luo Jing not only didn't refuse, but even accepted the operation without consulting the team leader, Xiao Cheng. The reason was simple. Deng Yuqi judged that Shen Ge must be engaged in something extremely important. Since Sakura was focusing on the Celestial Dynasty, let them keep their eyes on the support team, drawing fire away from Shen Ge. When the support team reached East District 3, the battle between the two giant weird in the distance had already reduced large areas to rubble. It was estimated they would reach the building soon, leaving the support team with limited time. Xiao Cheng and Luo Jing analyzed the weird movement speed. They had at most 1 to 2 hours. However, many parasitized roamed near the building, and the building itself was suspected to harbor weird and mutants. Rescuing the survivors inside wouldn't be easy. Xiao Cheng suggested splitting the team. He and Brotherly would lead a group to lure away the surrounding parasitized, while Luo Jing and the others took the opportunity to enter the building and rescue the survivors. Luo Jing felt luring the parasitized posed risks. They were extremely sensitive to sound. Creating a large disturbance to lure them could trap the team. Given Sakura's current state, it was unlikely they could provide support if the team exhausted their resources. At that moment, Fang Mingyue whispered to Luo Jing, "Investigator Shen gave me a few weird energy grenades. They can create specific sounds in a short time to lure away the parasitized." "They have something like that." Luo Jing was somewhat surprised. Fang Mingyue said, "They're weird energy weapons secretly developed by the Rong City branch. They're still in the testing phase. Why not try them now? That way, we don't need to split the team." "All right, let's do that." Luo Jing nodded. After discussing with Xiao Cheng, they decided to have Fang Mingyue throw the weird energy grenades near the small woods to the left of the street. After Fang Mingyue threw the grenades as instructed by Shen Ge, the two grenades, upon hitting the ground, rapidly grew green branches and leaves, with a bulbous purple pistil forming at the top. Then, the pistil slowly opened like a man-eating flower, revealing a flesh and blood-like maw. As the flesh and blood, man-eating flowers created by the weird energy grenades appeared, a peculiar noise immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding parasitized. The team then watched as the man-eating flowers initially ate the parasitized, their stalks soon bulging like a fat man's belly, continuously pulsating. After feeding, the man-eating flowers entered a dormant state, subsequently becoming food for the parasitized, who swarmed over to devour them. This miraculous weird energy props successfully bought the support team time to enter the general building, but it also attracted the attention of Watanabe Natsumi, who was secretly tailing the team. Her face darkened when she saw the flesh and blood man-eating flowers. Just 2 months ago, she had seen similar research at the Kawako Research Institute. This was clearly Sakura's research. How did it end up in the hands of the Celestial Dynasty's anti-weird investigators? Watanabe Natsumi immediately reported this situation to the Sakura base and dispatched additional support to closely monitor Luo Jing's rescue team. After successfully entering the general building, they found a significant number of mutants and parasitized inside. Even guns with silencers could attract their attention. Therefore, combat had to be handled by anti-weird investigators like Xiao Cheng and Fang Mingyue, who used weird energy equipment, and they needed to be quick to avoid alerting the mutants outside. The general building was 30 stories high. Xiao Cheng divided the team into 3 squads, each responsible for 10 floors. Fang Mingyue and Luo Jing formed one squad, taking 6 combat members to rescue people from floors 21 to 30. From floors 28 to 30, Fang Mingyue found 2 groups of survivors, totaling 7 people. She had the Sakura soldiers protect the survivors in the stairwell, while she and Luo Jing continued searching floor by floor. By the time they reached the 23rd floor, the number of survivors had increased from 7 to 19. Outside the 22nd floor, Luo Jing prepared to continue the previous procedure and search for survivors, but Fong Mingyue stopped her. Sister Luo, wait. What's wrong? Fong Mingyue frowned slightly, took out her weird energy detector, and performed scan. Although it didn't detect any weird energy reaction, she faintly heard very subtle swallowing sounds in the long corridor. Everyone held their breath, even slowing their breathing. Sure enough, they could faintly hear the characteristic gurgle swallowing sounds of weird. While there had been parasitized on the upper floors, they hadn't encountered a single weird until now. The combat power of weird was far superior to parasitized, requiring extra caution. Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue took the lead, followed by two Sakura soldiers. The four entered the pitch-black corridor, cautiously advancing with flashlights. The corridor was utterly dark, seeing nothing. The flashlight beams swept around, and the weird energy detector still showed no reaction, as if everything was normal. Yet, as they went deeper, the gurgle swallowing sounds became more pronounced. The eerie corridor was terrifyingly quiet, silent, and oppressive, making it hard to breathe, as if their heartbeats had slowed. Gurgle. Fong Mingyue confirmed the sound source again, stopped, and used hand signals to direct the other three. After the four took their positions as directed by Fong Mingyue, Luo Jing, leaning against the wall beside the door, drew a black dagger sheathed in leather. When unsheathed, a faint, visible black, weird energy could be seen coiling around the blade. Luo Jing pressed the dagger against the door lock. The metal lock, upon contact with the black, weird energy, gradually turned red and actually melted. After melting the lock, Luo Jing slowly pushed the door open. The gurgle swallowing sounds inside became more distinct in the silent space. Luo Jing went first. Fong Mingyue followed closely, while the two Sakura soldiers waited at the door as instructed. The two women slowed their pace as they approached the bedroom. The closer they got to the room, emitting the strange sounds, the more subtle noises they could hear, like the sound of tearing flesh and the noise of chewing. The room was pitch black. Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue both held flashlights and slowly moved upward from the ground, on the one hand to prevent them from hitting the furniture in the room and making noise, and on the other hand to prevent the strange people from reacting to the light source. They also remained alert to their surroundings, wary of a sudden attack from the mutant in the impenetrable darkness. Under the flashlight beams, they saw two figures, one large and one small, crouched on a bed with a patterned sheet, devouring a woman's corpse. Most of the corpse had been eaten by them. The adult man was holding a pile of internal organs and feasting on them, while another boy, who was only 6 or 7 years old, had his entire head stuck into the corpse's stomach, making disgusting and terrifying gnawing sounds. Although Luo Jing had killed many parasites, his stomach still churned when he saw his own kind eating the corpses of the same kind at such close range. Fong Mingyue, having experienced several eerie disasters and cultivated by someone using movies like The Walking Dead and Brain Dead as mealtime entertainment, didn't even change her expression at this scene. Now confirmed that this floor only had parasitized on the verge of mutation, rather than weird or mutants, made things much simpler. They just needed to eliminate them, and then search room by room for survivors. Luo Jing signaled to Fong Mingyue that she would handle the adult parasitized on the left, while Fong Mingyue took the smaller one on the right. Having cooperated multiple times, they had developed tacit agreement. They advanced simultaneously, each grabbing their target by the nape, pressing down, and stabbing several times in the back with their black bone daggers. The weakness of parasitized and mutants lay in the heart, not the head. According to the Special Response Division's latest report, as long as the parasitized hadn't fully mutated, meaning their heads hadn't burst open to grow fleshy weird petals, the location of the heart remained unchanged. Since the heads of these two parasitized, large and small, appeared normal, they evidently hadn't begun mutating, making them relatively easy to deal with. Really, it's delicious. Have a taste. After dealing with the parasitized, as Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue were about to leave, Fong Mingyue faintly heard a very soft sound. She stopped Luo Jing, swept her flashlight towards the wardrobe in the bedroom, signaled, and then, covered by Luo Jing, approached to investigate. Opening the wardrobe and shining the light inside, they found a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, crouched in the corner, tears streaming down her face, desperately covering her mouth. "Are you okay? We're here to rescue you." Seeing it was a survivor, Fong Mingyue comforted the girl in Sakura language, urging her to come out. Seeing Fong Mingyue's combat uniform, the girl slowly reached out. After emerging from the wardrobe and seeing the corpses on the bed, she couldn't help but hug Fong Mingyue's leg, sobbing. "Are they your family?" Fong Mingyue asked. The girl nodded. "They're my dad, mom, and little brother." They sobs. Fong Mingyue and Luo Jing exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Why were 3 out of the 4 family members parasitized, while the little girl remained unharmed? Upon questioning, the girl said they had eaten mushrooms found in the neighbor's house, and afterward, they started acting strangely. In the middle of the night, her parents were fighting, and the little girl was so scared that she hid in the closet. She wanted to call her brother to hide in with her, but before she could open her mouth, she saw her brother holding his mother's legs and biting them until they were bloody. "Mushrooms? Food found next door? You didn't eat any, right?" Fong Mingyue asked again. The girl nodded, explaining. They were mushrooms growing on the neighbor's ceiling. A very, very big red mushroom. "I was scared, so I didn't eat it." Fong Mingyue and Luo Jing thought the mushroom might be weird, though no plant mutations have been reported yet. They decided to check it out. After exiting the room, Fong Mingyue had one soldier take the girl to the stairwell and then return to continue searching for survivors. Since the girl was young and badly frightened, she couldn't clearly explain which neighbor she meant. Fong Mingyue and Luo Jing first searched the house next to the girls. They found no mushroom, but they did find a fat man hiding in the bathroom. Hearing they were looking for mushrooms, the fat man said he had also been to that room while searching for food. But it wasn't a mushroom, it was a strange flesh-like thing. Even if it were a mushroom, it was a meat mushroom. The fat man was somewhat incoherent. Seeing they didn't understand, he proactively led them to the room with the mushroom. After pushing open the door and entering the living room, Fong Mingyue and the others finally understood what the fat man meant. The entire living room was like a chest cavity with a beating heart growing on the ceiling in the center. Countless blood vessels extended from the heart, connecting to various parts of the ceiling. In the very center of the living room hung a large red heart, at least 3 meters long, still thumping rhythmically. "See, this is the meat mushroom I mentioned. Don't be fooled by these black things looking like rocks. I tried with a knife before. Inside it's meat." The fat man, instead of being frightened by this weird scene, was bragging about his past bravery. Fong Mingyue frowned and asked, "You didn't eat any of this, did you?" "Of course I did. Tasted great." The fat man grinned, but his smile seemed sinister, giving an uncomfortable feeling. As he spoke, the fat man pulled out a large fruit knife from behind his back, cut a piece from the black meat hanging near the heart, and immediately stuffed it into his mouth, emitting a disgusting, horrible chewing sound. The fat man, his mouth bloody, turned to look at Fong Mingyue and the others at the door, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. "Tastes wonderful. Want to try some?" Officer wants some." "There's more than enough. It grows back soon after eating. I've been eating it for days, surviving on this stuff." After eating one piece of black meat, seemingly unsatisfied, the fat man cut another piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, staining his shirt red. Luo Jing and Fong Mingyue exchanged glances. The former was about to take out the fat man to prevent him from mutating and causing more trouble, but Fong Mingyue signaled her with her eyes to wait. Then, Fong Mingyue asked gently, "How long have you been eating this meat? Have you felt any discomfort during this time?" "None at all. I was just hungry, looking for food, been eating for days. Look, I'm perfectly fine." The fat man patted his large belly while eating. Gurgle, gurgle. When the fat man patted his belly, it sounded like patting a water balloon, emitting a weird gurgling sound. According to the little girl, her parents and brother ate the mushroom here yesterday and mutated shortly after. Yet this fat man had been eating for several days. It seemed the fat man wasn't immune to mutation, but was experiencing a delayed transformation for some reason. "You're not eating? Eat it." Seeing their indifference, the fat man cut a piece of the rotten meat and approached them. At that moment, Fong Mingyue acted decisively. Her black bone dagger swished across his neck. Fong Mingyue's black bone dagger was about 20 centimeters long, incredibly sharp. She felt it slice into the fat man's neck for over 10 centimeters. After a bloody cut was made on the fat man's neck, only a small amount of black blood flowed down his neck. But he continued to move forward with the rotten meat in his hands, his expression distorted and hideous, as if nothing had happened. Without wasting words, Fong Mingyue immediately used a bone whip, looping it around the fat man's neck, executed a shoulder throw, and slammed him to the ground. Then she stepped on his chest, tightened the bone whip, and activated its weird energy, causing barbs to sprout. With a splat, black blood sprayed as she severed his head completely. To everyone's surprise, even headless, the fat man's hands continued to offer the rotten meat to Fong Mingyue, as if ingrained in muscle memory. As Luo Jing stepped forward, Fong Mingyue flicked her wrist, and a bone katana slid from her sleeve. With a thud, she sliced open the fat man's abdomen. This bone katana was previously looted by Shen Ge. Unlike the two borrowed, weird energy pieces of equipment, this was his gratitude for Fong Mingyue's support with the weird energy dispersal grenades. Fong Mingyue initially hesitated to use a katana, but Shen Ge suggested she could have the research department modify it into a tang sword back home, which she found agreeable. At this moment, dark blood gushed out of the fat man's cut open stomach, and then a black mass flew out of his stomach and stuck to the beating heart with a pop. Quickly, the black, viscous substance was absorbed by the heart, and black, vein-like patterns emerged on the red heart surface. "Be careful!" Fong Mingyue's weird energy detector showed a strong reaction. She immediately ordered the soldiers to retreat and evacuate with the survivors from the stairwell. Thump! Thump! The heart beat faster and faster, its color darkening from red. Then it split open from within, shedding a pool of black, indescribable matter. Fong Mingyue could now see what seemed to be a human head at the center of the black, flowing substance. It rapidly grew hair from being bald, and the next second, it developed the exact same head and face as the deceased fat man. Its body was still composed of black, blood-like flowing strands, slowly coalescing into arms, a torso, and hands. But Fong Mingyue obviously wouldn't let this mutant form unimpeded. Her bone katana swished through the air several times, instantly dismembering the mutant's body. As the black flowing substance began to gather again, Luo Jing immediately pinned it to the ground with her scorching weird energy dagger. The high temperature of the scorching paradoxical dagger seemed to be the natural enemy of these fluid bodies, quickly evaporating them. After jointly eliminating the new type of mutant birthed by the heart, they immediately reported the new mutant to headquarters. The rescue team continued evacuating survivors from building. Meanwhile, Shen Ge, far away in Tojo City, received Fong Mingyue's report on the new mutant. While piloting the armed helicopter over Tojo City, affected by Misfortune's domain, he had the misfortune of being struck by a collapsing building. He jumped into Tojo City just before the helicopter crashed. Knowing from the future timeline report that Misfortune's weird energy was located 379 meters underground in Tojo City, Shen Ge used collapse to descend. He expected significant weird energy consumption, but similar to the situation in Takaguchi City, there was an underground base. However, it wasn't a research base, but a shelter built by Sakura for its leaders and wealthy elites, equipped with all sorts of apocalyptic survival gear. At 200 meters underground, there was a cultivation base, a greenhouse growing easily cultivable vegetables and fruits and raising animals and fish. But this level seemed severely damaged. No animals were visible in the cages or pools, and the plants in the greenhouse were destroyed. According to Sakura, the initial problems in Takaguchi City started in Tojo City, making it the most severely affected area in the entire city. Based on future intelligence, neither the 12 branches, the International Anti-Weird Organization, nor Sakura initially knew about the situation beneath Tojo City. Therefore, Shen Ge suspected the issue originated on this cultivation level. The researchers working for the wealthy might have sought a permanent solution to the food problem, turning their attention to weird. For instance, the previously encountered inexhaustible eerie pork. Weird meat wasn't much different from normal animal meat. If one could overlook its disgusting appearance, raising a self-healing animal could indeed permanently solve food concerns. Perhaps problems during research led to the weird going out of control, triggering a series of incidents and disasters. However, Shen Ge had no interest in helping Sakura investigate the cause of the eerie disaster. He only wanted to find misfortune quickly and acquire this trait, which potentially could battle the deep-sea giant weird in the future. Since the system, after devouring Traceless, was currently inactive, Shen Ge lacked scanning ability. He could only rely on Little 7 for weird energy detection and continued descending towards the 379-meter depth. Reaching over 300 meters down, there was a natural underground cavern. Judging by the development from the base above, it seemed they intended to connect this cavern to the base. But currently, the huge cavern was covered in a thick layer of black sludge. Stalactites, rock walls, protruding conical stones. Black flowing substance slowly moved through the cavern. On the rock walls, ground, and stones, people of various ethnicities were bound by the black flowing substance, tied up against the surfaces. In the flowing black sludge on the ground, one could see swallowed clothing, firearms, and strange weird energy equipment. From these items, it was clear these people were likely the International Anti-Weird Investigators, Sakura combat troops, etc., who had come to investigate earlier. Just then, Shen Ge received the photos and information sent by Feng Mingwei. Comparing them to the monster hatched from the fat man's belly, he realized these were probably the same type of mutant. Shen Ge was clad in full-body rotten flesh armor, but he still didn't recklessly step on the black sludge. Instead, he used invisible barriers condensed from his unmanifested domain as stepping stones to avoid direct contact. Observing one of the corpses closely, he saw the black sludge had sliced open their abdomens and was worming its way inside. Some corpses' bellies were swollen like large balloons. Others had burst open, revealing a whole, still beating red heart inside. The situation in the cavern resembled the heart and flowing substance mutant Feng Mingyu had discovered. But Shen Ge felt something was off. If the intelligence from the future held, the International Anti-Weird Organization was the biggest nest for the 12 branches, possibly even fully infiltrated by them. That would explain how they could provide the deep-sea, humanoid weird corpse captured by the Celestial Dynasty to Sakura's Takaguchi City underground research base for human experimentation. Furthermore, all current human experimentation, parasitized and mutant research pointed towards the 12 branches. But the appearance of mutants here contradicted Shen Ge's previous deductions. In other words, if this was misfortune's lair, mutants shouldn't appear, as mutants were creations of humans, the 12 branches, not weird derivatives. Little 7. Analyze the weird energy here. See if you can identify differences. Shen Ge reasoned that if misfortune was here, its weird energy should differ from that creating the mutants. Report, Master. Multiple different weird energy signatures detected in the cavern. The strongest originates from the black fluid substance, followed by the parasitic insect weird within the fluid, Little 7 replied. Parasitic insect weird within the fluid? Shen Ge immediately controlled a barrier to approach the black fluid on the cavern floor. As he neared, the fluid, like insects, tried to crawl onto the invisible barrier. Shen Ge condensed another invisible barrier nearby, stepped onto it without dispelling the first one. The black fluid crawled up the edges. Then, Shen Ge saw a black centipede, at least a foot long, crawl out of the fluid, moving around on the invisible barrier, searching for a target. It's eerie centipedes. Shen Ge immediately recalled the cavern full of eerie centipede eggshells in the Takaguchi City Underground Research Base. He thought burning down the Takaguchi City Underground Research Base had resolved it, but the situation was far more complex. No wonder Tojo City and Tokyo Tower are the most severely affected areas in the Takaguchi City eerie disaster. It's all related to these eerie centipedes. So, I was wrong from the start. This isn't Misfortune's location, but the lair of that deep-sea giant weird created by Sakura, the one devour, Sakura Island. As a Celestial Dynasty citizen, Shen Ge naturally possessed the finest Celestial Dynasty tradition. Since I'm already here, can't leave empty-handed. Shen Ge had planned to find that deep-sea giant weird after dealing with Misfortune, as its flesh maw could allow time travel to 4 years in the future. Shen Ge even intended to create a two-way portal, arming the warriors from his world with weird energy equipment to face the future eerie disaster. How can I force its main body out? Shen Ge looked around, recalling Fong Mingyue's report mentioning these black fluid substances parasitizing humans, seemingly drawing nutrients to supply the heart. So, there should be a heart hidden here too? Thinking this, Shen Ge decided on the simplest and most direct method. When in doubt, solve it with fire. Shen Ge ate a mental apple, condensed invisible barriers at several different locations in the cavern, and used the rotten flesh armor's mobility to move around. As he went, he threw Molotov cocktails, soon filling the entire cavern. Both the black fluid substance and the eerie centipedes hiding within seemed highly afraid of fire. Setting it ablaze immediately drove out hordes of eerie centipedes. From 1 foot long to several meters long, they writhed in the churning black fluid, making Shen Ge unconsciously raise his stepping points a few meters higher. He feared nothing, could even sit down for tea with a fierce ghost, but centipedes genuinely repulsed him. Coupled with the dense swarm, goosebumps covered his body. As the black fluid gradually dried up from the fire, more and more eerie centipedes emerged from the inferno. Shen Ge even smelled a charred odor mixed with rot as many centipedes curled up, burned. Just then, with a rumbling sound of earth churning, a large mound bulged from the ground ahead. A large eerie centipede emerged from below. Standing in the mouth of this giant eerie centipede swarm collective, at least over 10 meters long, was a figure wearing a green cloak. This eerie centipede seemed like his mount, under his control, even specially placing him in its mouth for protection. Though also hooded, this person's attire differed completely from the 12 Branches black hooded sweatshirts. It was a full green cloak wrapped around his body. Strangest of all, under the hood, there was no face, only a red glow. Shen Ge immediately recalled Luo Jing mentioning, after a rescue, seeing a green-cloaked figure suspected to be a 12 Branches member. After the giant group of strange centipedes locked onto Shen Ge's position, they quickly rushed towards him. The cloaked man raised his hand, and dozens or even hundreds of centipedes emerged from the ground, rising like a tide and rushing towards him. Shen Ge's rotten flesh armor immediately switched to red mist form. He raised a hand, spewing large clouds of red eerie fire, far more intense than the Molotov cocktails, instantly incinerating the approaching eerie centipedes into charcoal. A crimson tongue extended from the giant eerie centipede swarm's mouth, lifting the green-cloaked figure out and placing him about 10 meters above the ground facing Shen Ge. The green-cloaked figure stared motionlessly at Shen Ge, as if assessing him. Shen Ge wasn't anxious. He preferred facing enemies who confronted him directly over those who played hide-and-seek. Besides, if he couldn't win, activating Intangible plus, Soundless plus, Traceless simultaneously would make even the heavens unable to catch him. Shen Ge, seeing the other party remain silent, Shen Ge took the initiative. 12 Branches? I have some history with your leader, the Spider Spirit, and several cadres. We're old acquaintances. No need for secrecy. Let's find a place to sit and chat properly. How about it? The other party didn't respond, still silently watching Shen Ge. Look, We're both men. Staring so intently isn't appropriate, is it? Shen Ge, in full body armor, hid his expression, but his tone conveyed helplessness. The green-cloaked figure remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a hoarse yet discernibly mature female voice. I am not a man. Oh, so you're a woman. Clearly, the other party wasn't interested in Shen Ge's nonsense. The green-cloaked figure paused, then asked, I know you. You defeated the 12 branches leader in Daijing, took 2 of his heads. Besides that, you eliminated 3 12 branches cadres. Not bad achievements, but still lacking to deal with me. TCH, anyone can talk big. Controlling a Tier 4 weird doesn't make you invincible. How about finding an open space for a spar? And using such a disdainful tone to belittle your comrades, do they know? Won't the leader kick you out? Shen Ge provoked. The other party didn't take the bait, her tone still calm. 12 branches? A bunch of small-time clowns. They aren't worthy of being my comrades. Oh, you're not with them? Not exactly. Not exactly? So are you or aren't you? Our goals might align. Shen Ge feigned understanding, nodding. Oh, so what are your goals? The green-cloaked figure stared at Shen Ge for a moment, raised a hand, and a group of eerie centipedes rolled up a charred human corpse, lifting it. Do you know what these are? Mutants. No, they're the key to humanity's survival. Oh, how so? Shen Ge expected her to ignore his question, but the green-cloaked figure said, in the future, only they can survive the destruction. What do you mean? Want to know? I admire your abilities. If you're willing to join us, I wouldn't mind showing you the truth of the world, the green-cloaked figure said solemnly.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.